The system is riddled with all sorts of other artificial scarcities, like the barriers which Illich discusses against the low-cost transfer of knowledge and skill. Potential skill teachers are never scarce for long because, on the one hand, demand for a skill grows only with its performance within a community and, on the other, a man exercising a skill could also teach it. But, at present, those using skills which are in demand and do require a human teacher are discouraged from sharing these skills with others. This is done either by teachers who monopolize the licenses or by unions which protect their trade interests. Skill teachers are made scarce by the belief in the value of licenses. Certification constitutes a form of market manipulation and is plausible only to a schooled mind. Converging self-interests now conspire to stop a man from sharing his skill. The man who has the skill profits from its scarcity and not from its reproduction. The public is indoctrinated to believe that skills are valuable and reliable only if they are the result of formal schooling. The job market depends on making skills scarce and on keeping them scarce, either by proscribing their unauthorized use and transmission or by making things which can be operated and repaired only by those who have access to tools or information which are kept scarce. Schools thus produce shortages of skilled persons. Insisting on the certification of teachers is another way of keeping skills scarce. Marcus Winters pointed out the absence of any correlation between teacher credentialing and effectiveness, and questioned the need for it. He proposed removing the barriers to becoming a teacher, suggesting that since there is no correlation between certification and teacher effectiveness, anyone with a college degree should be given the opportunity to teach if they are able to find someone to hire them. The fact is that many of us who went through teacher preparation and certification programs know they were not very helpful when it comes to the realities of the classroom. It is no surprise then that such certification has little impact on student success. I think Winters' idea deserves some attention, particularly in the case of secondary studies, but I wonder why he believes that a college degree should be required. Academic inflation is only a recent phenomena. Historically, the majority of careers did not require such certification for success. What if instead of requiring individuals to jump through certification hoops, we filled our secondary schools with real-world photographers, journalists, scientists, businesswomen, and others? These people also might not necessarily be employed full-time at the school. Instead, they may perhaps teach a class or two each semester. They may take on the important charge of connecting students with mentors in their field, helping them grow their personal learning networks, and supporting them in acquiring apprenticeship and/or internship opportunities. As our discussion of interlocking bureaucracies above already suggested, higher education also serves the needs of the administrative bureaucracies that run it. Matt Iglesias cites data showing that the number of college administrators increased 60% from 1993 to 2009, 10 times the growth rate for tenured faculty, and spending on administration at the 198 leading U.S. universities rose almost twice as fast as funding for research and teaching from 1993 to 2007. The issue is that schools are finding that they can get away with charging high prices. Since colleges are nonprofits, ability to charge high prices doesn't lead to dividend payouts or the acquisition of big cash stockpiles. The money gets spent. And the trend lately has been to spend it on administrators. All of which is one reason I'm skeptical that you can really do much on the college cost front by offering more tuition subsidies. At any given level of subsidy, schools are going to charge families what they can afford to pay, and then they're going to take that money and spend it on the stuff that the people running the school want to spend it on. The education system is a 20th century mass production age dinosaur in another sense. Like industrial and state bureaucracies, it can only function in an environment of predictability and stability. The learning imparted in the bureaucratic school system is only useful for those with carefully managed lives. It is, in Nassim Taleb's phrasing, fragile, that is, useless in the face of black swan events that can't be anticipated. Given an uncontrolled environment, it is impossible to create a planned curriculum that anticipates the kinds of knowledge that might be needed for a wide range of contingencies. An anti-fragile educational curriculum, rather than attempting to plan learning for a specific set of contingencies, must evolve organically through self-direction, under a wide range of experiences and spontaneously developing interests, and build a wide variety of fortuitous interconnections between assorted bits of knowledge. The biologist and intellectual E.O. Wilson was once asked what represented the most hindrance to the development of children. His answer was the soccer mom. Soccer moms try to eliminate the trial and error, the anti-fragility, from children's lives, move them away from the ecological and transform them into nerds working on pre-existing maps of reality. Good students, but nerds, that is, they are like computers except slower. Further, they are now totally untrained to handle ambiguity. This made me focus on what an intelligent anti-student needed to be, an autodidact or a person of knowledge, compared to the students called swallowers in Lebanese dialect, those who swallow school material and whose knowledge is only derived from the curriculum. People selected for trying to get high grades in a small number of subjects rather than follow their curiosity try taking them slightly away from what they studied and watch their decomposition, loss of confidence and denial. Imagine, instead of our present unholy alliance between the bloated educational bureaucracies and bloated HR bureaucracies, an educational system that treated pupils as customers or owners, rather than a product, and was geared to serving their perceived interests and learning needs. Imagine a bottom-up, user-driven curriculum. Under such a system, without employer access to a supply of ready-made human capital produced to order, the prerequisites for employment and conditions of work might actually be a contested issue. So unlike most analyses of the educational system and proposals for educational reform, we are not starting from an assumption of the corporate economy and its personnel needs as a given, and then trying to figure out how the schools could better meet corporate employers' needs to be more competitive in the global economy, and better train pupils for success in their working lives. This approach is typified, at its most extreme, by David Coleman, apostle of the Common Core standards cooked up by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in cahoots with the Department of Education. As you grow up in this world, you realize people really don't give a shit about what you feel or what you think. It is rare in a working environment that someone says, "Johnson, I need a market analysis by Friday, but before that I need a compelling account of your childhood." Well, he at least gets points for honesty. But if nobody in our working environment gives a shit what we feel or think, that makes it all the more imperative that we pay attention ourselves to what we feel and think. And if, as Coleman admits, those in charge of the workplace don't give a shit about us, then explicitly defining the mission of the state school system as shaping human personalities and characters to suit the needs of employers that view them as disposable production inputs is morally equivalent to loading people on boxcars to Auschwitz. It amounts to an explicit admission that students are the product, not the customers, of the educational system. The students themselves certainly perceive this, which may explain a lot about why some kids do badly in school. Consider the example of Marina Gorbis's son Greg, after he transferred from a progressive school based on self-direct learning to a conventional high school. Within a year or so of the change, learning went from being a joyful, often invisible part of the fabric of his daily life to being a chore, something he did because someone else was forcing him to, something he would be judged on and for which he would be either rewarded or punished. Since the existing system obviously deserves to be condemned as unfit for human beings, what will we build in its place? Unlike most analyses, we will not hold everything constant except education, and then figure out how to reform education so as better to serve the needs of the other institutions. Instead, we will assume a society which has come into being as the culmination of all the trends underway at this minute, the replacement of large, centralized, hierarchical employers as the dominant economic form by small, largely family or cooperatively owned, neighborhood micro-manufacturing enterprises, truck farms and permaculture operations, commons-based peer producers, mutuals, and informal and household enterprises. The destruction of large-scale bureaucratic enterprises and their monopsony power in the labor market, and the rise of networked learning alternatives, mean that bargaining power will become more equal and credentialing standards will be negotiated rather than declared by fiat. In such a society, the interaction of the training and credentialing requirements of business enterprises with the educational interests of would-be employees will be a matter for negotiation, on a case-by-case basis. Alternative models. Robert Pirsig, in The Church of Reason Passage of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, describes the functioning of an education system when it becomes a tool for self-directed learning, rather than processing human resources for institutional consumers. Phaedrus speculated on the likely career of a cramming, resume-padding good student who was exposed for the first time to an educational system in which grades and degrees had been eliminated. Absent the motivation of grades, the student would gradually cease attending lectures and completing assignments, and finally drop out. But what had happened? The student, with no hard feelings on anybody's part, would have flunked himself out. Good. This is what should have happened. He wasn't there for a real education in the first place and had no real business there at all. A large amount of money and effort had been saved and there would be no stigma of failure and ruin to haunt him the rest of his life. No bridges had been burned. The student's biggest problem was a slave mentality which had been built into him by years of carrot and whip grading, a mule mentality which said, "If you don't whip me, I won't work." He didn't get whipped. He didn't work. And the cart of civilization, which he supposedly was being trained to pull, was just going to have to creak along a little slower without him. This is a tragedy, however, only if you presume that the cart of civilization, the system, is pulled by mules. This is a common, vocational, location point of view, but it's not the church attitude. The church attitude is that civilization, or the system or society or whatever you want to call it, is best served not by mules but by free men. The purpose of abolishing grades and degrees is not to punish mules or to get rid of them but to provide an environment in which that mule can turn into a free man. The hypothetical student, still a mule, would drift around for a while. He would get another kind of education quite as valuable as the one he'd abandoned, in what used to be called the School of Hard Knocks. Instead of wasting money and time as a high-status mule, he would now have to get a job as a low-status mule, maybe as a mechanic. Actually, his real status would go up. He would be making a contribution for a change. Maybe that's what he would do for the rest of his life. Maybe he'd found his level. But don't count on it. In time. 6 months, 5 years, perhaps. A change could easily begin to take place. He would become less and less satisfied with a kind of dumb, day-to-day shop work. His creative intelligence, stifled by too much theory and too many grades in college, would now become reawakened by the boredom of the shop. Thousands of hours of frustrating mechanical problems would have made him more interested in machine design. He would like to design machinery himself. He'd think he could do a better job. He would try modifying a few engines, meet with success, look for more success, but feel blocked because he didn't have the theoretical information. He would discover that when before he felt stupid because of his lack of interest in theoretical information, he'd now find a brand of theoretical information which he'd have a lot of respect for, namely, mechanical engineering. So he would come back to our degreeless and gradeless school, but with a difference. He'd no longer be a grade-motivated person. He'd be a knowledge-motivated person. He would need no external pushing to learn. His push would come from inside. He'd be a free man. He wouldn't need a lot of discipline to shape him up. In fact, if the instructors assigned him were slacking on the job, he would be likely to shape them up by asking rude questions. He'd be there to learn something, would be paying to learn something, and they'd better come up with it. Motivation of this sort, once it catches hold, is a ferocious force, and in the gradeless, degreeless institution where our student would find himself, he wouldn't stop with rote engineering information. Physics and mathematics were going to come within his sphere of interest because he'd see he needed them. Metallurgy and electrical engineering would come up for attention. And, in the process of intellectual maturing that these abstract studies gave him, he likely to branch out into other theoretical areas that weren't directly related to machines but had become a part of a newer larger goal. This larger goal wouldn't be the imitation of education in universities today, glossed over and concealed by grades and degrees that give the appearance of something happening when, in fact, almost nothing is going on. It would be the real thing. That sounds a lot like Brazilian teacher Paulo Freire's pedagogical philosophy, in which students meet around a problem chosen and defined by their own initiative. He discovered that any adult can begin to read in a matter of 40 hours if the first words he deciphers are charged with political meaning. Freire trains his teachers to move into a village and to discover the words which designate current important issues, such as the access to a well or the compound interest on the debts owed to the patron. In the evening the villagers meet for the discussion of these key words. They begin to realize that each word stays on the blackboard even after its sound has faded. The letters continue to unlock reality and to make it manageable as a problem. I have frequently witnessed how discussants grow in social awareness and how they are impelled to take political action as fast as they learn to read. They seem to take reality into their hands as they write it down. Or in Freire's own words, knowledge emerges only through invention and reinvention, through the restless, impatient, continuing, hopeful inquiry human beings pursue in the world, with the world, and with each other. Liberating education consists in acts of cognition, not transferals of information. Compare this to the working class discussion groups in early industrial Britain, where newly literate or perhaps illiterate workmen gathered to hear passages read from some radical periodical or from the works of Thomas Paine, and to discuss them. E.P. Thompson relates an especially vivid example of the learning path of North Country coal miners, whose self-education and radicalization quickly fed on one another to reach critical mass. I dinna pretend to be a prophet, but I know this, and lots of ma marrows nas te, that we are not trit as we out to be, and a great philosopher says, to get knowledge is to know we are ignorant. But we've just begun to find that oot, and ye mays ters and owners may luck oot, for ye not gone to get se much o ye own way, we are gan to have some o wars now. Networked learning writer Will Richardson, in an open letter to his kids, takes a similar life as classroom approach. I promise to support you for as long as I can in your quest to learn after high school, whatever that might look like. I'll do everything I can to help you find what your passions are and pursue them in whatever ways you decide will allow you to learn as much as you can about them. I'll help you put together your own plan to achieve expertise in that passion, and that plan may include many different activities and environments that look nothing like a traditional college experience. Some of your plan may include classrooms, some may include training or certification programs. But some may also include learning through online video games, virtual communities, and informal networks that you will build around your interests, all moving you further along toward expertise. And throughout this process, I will support you in the creation of your learning portfolio, the artifact which when the time comes, you will share to prospective employers or collaborators to begin your life's work. Instead of the piece of paper on the wall that says you are an expert, you will have an array of products and experiences, reflections, and conversations that show your expertise, show what you know, make it transparent. It will be comprised of a body of work and a network of learners that you will continually turn to over time, that will evolve as you evolve, and will capture your most important learning. Universities originally came into being through the efforts of self-directed students operating on something like Pirsig's model. The University of Bologna, for example, started as a sort of guild or cooperative organized by individual learners. According to Roderick Long, in the 12th century, Bologna was a center of intellectual and cultural life. Students came to Bologna from all over Europe to study with prominent scholars. These individual professors were not originally organized into a university, each one operated freelance, offering courses on his own and charging whatever fees students were willing to pay. If a professor was a lousy teacher or charged too much, his students would switch to a different professor, Professors had to compete for students, and would get paid only if students found their courses worth taking. Bologna soon became crowded with foreign students. But being a foreigner in Bologna had its disadvantages. Aliens were subject to various sorts of legal disabilities. The foreign students therefore began to band together, for mutual insurance and protection, into associations called nations. According to their various nationalities, one nation would be composed of all English students, another of all French students, and so on. If any student needed assistance, the other members of his nation would chip in to help. Each was willing to pledge a contribution to the group for this purpose, in exchange for the assurance that he would himself be able to draw on these pooled resources in time of need. In time, the different nations found it useful to spread the risk still more widely by combining together into a larger organization called a universitas. This was not yet a university in the modern sense. The closest English equivalent to the Latin universitas is corporation. The universitas was essentially a cooperative venture by students. The professors were not part of the universitas. The universitas was democratically governed. Regular business was conducted by a representative council consisting of 2 members from each nation, while important matters were decided by the majority vote of an assembly consisting of the entire membership of the universitas. Once the universitas had been formed, the students now had available to them a means of effective collective bargaining with the city government. The students were able to exercise considerable leverage in their disputes with the city, because if the students decided to go on strike by leaving the city, the professors would follow their paying clients and the city would lose an important source of revenue. So the city gave in, recognized the rights of foreign students, and granted the universitas civil and criminal jurisdiction over its own members. Although the universitas was a purely private organization, it acquired the status of an independent legal system existing within, but not strictly subordinate to, the framework of city government. How did the Universitas of Bologna become the University of Bologna? Well, after all, this new means of effective bargaining with the city could also be used as a means of effective collective bargaining with the professors. The students, organized into a universitas, could control professors by boycotting classes and withholding fees. This gave the universitas the power to determine the length and subject matter of courses, and the fees of professors. Soon professors found themselves being hired and fired by the universitas as a whole, rather than by its individual members acting independently. At this point we can finally translate universitas as university. The professors were not completely powerless. They formed a collective bargaining association of their own, the College of Teachers, and won the right to determine both examination fees and requirements for the degree. A balance of rights thus emerged through negotiation. The obligations of professors were determined by the students, while the obligations of students were determined by the professors. It was a power-sharing scheme. The students, however, continued to act as the dominant partner, since they were the paying clients and collectively carried more clout. Other major European universities, as well, started as either students' or professors' guilds. And today, students and precarious faculty at legacy universities around the world are becoming increasingly active in their demands to reshape their institutions in a radically democratic form. Combating the neoliberal restructuring of the university, in which the number and salaries of administrators explode while most teaching positions are assigned to low-paid adjuncts or graduate assistants, is a global rallying cry. In 2015 there has been an increasing number of high-profile strikes by graduate assistants and adjunct faculty at universities around the world, with a strong worldwide support and media advocacy network. Once we abandon the idea of schools as institutions run by educational professionals, and of learning as an activity that takes place at a designated location under the supervision of such professionals, the possibilities for linking individual learners to sources of knowledge are almost infinite. If the institutionalized educational system is a mass production factory with the human resource as its product and the employer as its customer, an educational system organized around the agency of the learner will be a lean, demand-pull system. Rather than moving human beings to an assembly line to be processed, it will move knowledge to the point of consumption, when and where it is needed. If young people are alienated from the old mass production schools, they understand instinctively how to use new networked learning tools for their own autonomous purposes. Mimi Ito writes, "It is no wonder my daughter wants to mess around with the guitar and the internet and pursue some interests at a pace that doesn't feel like the relentlessly scheduled pressure of school and structured activities. For her, the internet has been a lifeline for self-directed learning and connection to peers. In our research, we found that parents more often than not have a negative view of the role of the internet in learning, but young people almost always have a positive one. When we interview young people, they will talk about how the internet makes it easy for them to look around and surf for information in low-risk and unstructured ways. Some kids immerse themselves in online tutorials, forums, and expert communities where they dive deep into topics and areas of interest, whether it is fandom, creative writing, making online videos, or gaming communities. I am proud of her for managing a rigorous course of study both in school and out of school, but I'm also delighted that she finds the time to cultivate interests in a self-directed way that is about contributing to her community of peers. The internet and her friends have offered my daughter a lifeline to explore new interests that are not just about the resume and getting ahead of everyone else. In today's high-pressure climate for teens, the internet is feeling more and more like one of the few havens they can find for the lessons that matter most. Sugita Mitra's model of self-directed learning, in which students are given free access to laptops and left alone to explore, individually or cooperatively as they see fit, is a high-tech update of the Montessori approach. It was put into practice by Sergio Juarez Correa in a rundown, impoverished school in Matamoros, Mexico. The result was a 12-year-old girl who scored first in mathematics out of all the students in Mexico, and 10 more students who scored at the 99.99th percentile. It's hard to imagine a better answer to the elitists who say self-directed learning is great for students who are capable of benefiting from it, but what about the majority of ordinary kids who need the structure and discipline of the traditional system? Proudhon, writing in the mid-19th century, wrote of breaking down barriers between the rest of society in ways that anticipated Illich. His provisions for technical training, for example, relied heavily on linking the public education system with the workers' associations, the latter serving as both centers of production and centers for education. Labor and study, which have for so long and so foolishly been kept apart, will finally emerge side by side in their natural state of union. Contemporary ideas of P2P education, likewise, usually envision some sort of horizontal integration between learning groups and production groups in an organic P2P culture. The P2P mode of production overcomes the division between doing and knowing that characterizes the currently hegemonic system. Project development communities generate both products and the research and innovation associated with them. Schools of the Commons would make sense as facilitators of free research on general social theory and basic scientific research. They would not offer training or degrees, but they would generate pedagogical materials of all kinds by themselves or with the help of specialized work groups. The local learning groups would use these materials, as well as those developed by the development communities, to become, hand in hand with the local production groups, facilitators of local P2P culture everywhere, by building the structure that would facilitate access to pedagogical materials and tutors for those who would like to learn. Over 40 years ago, Illich envisioned low-tech learning exchanges or educational webs based on widespread distribution of small tape recorders/players, educational tapes, and local peer matching services that maintained lists of teachers with skills or subject matter to share and students with learning goals and then facilitated connections between them. We must conceive of new relational structures which are deliberately set up to facilitate access to these resources for the use of anybody who is motivated to seek them for his education. Administrative, technological, and especially legal arrangements are required to set up such web-like structures. The operation of a peer matching network would be simple. The user would identify himself by name and address and describe the activity for which he sought a peer. A computer would send him back the names and addresses of all those who had inserted the same description. It is amazing that such a simple utility has never been used on a broad scale for publicly valued activity. A complement to the computer could be a network of bulletin boards and classified newspaper ads, listing the activities for which the computer could not produce a match. No names would have to be given. Interested readers would then introduce their names into the system. Now imagine the same functions organized today through the Internet. The integration of education into the community can be physical, as well as functional. In Claude Leuen's villages, classroom space, rather than being concentrated in some centrally located specimen of Stalinist architecture and serviced by a bus system, is decentralized throughout the community. He quotes Christopher Alexander's pattern number 18. Instead of the lockstep of compulsory schooling in a fixed place, work in piecemeal ways to decentralize the process of learning and enrich it through contact with many places and people all over the city, workshops, teachers at home or walking through the city, professionals willing to take on the young as helpers, older children teaching younger children, museums, youth groups traveling, scholarly seminars, industrial workshops, old people and so on. The village, Leuens writes, serves as a lifelong classroom. By decentralizing control of education to the primary community of a few thousand people, the village can greatly reduce overhead. Leuens again quotes Alexander on the elimination of expenses from overpriced, centrally located buildings and administrative salaries, and the use of the savings to reduce student-teacher ratios down to 10 or so. He recommends building small schools, one at a time, located in the public part of the community, with a shop front and 3 or 4 rooms. The relevance to this of the platform module architecture seems obvious. The old educational system was a classic example of the kinds of authoritarian institutions described by Paul Goodman in People or Personnel, Ivan Illich in Tools for Conviviality, characterized by a bureaucratic, hierarchical culture, enormous overhead, cost plus accounting, and markups of 300% or more over and above the costs required by the purely technical considerations involved in doing anything. As John Robb has pointed out, a system of higher education that fully exploited all the possibilities of new forms of organization, networked platforms and open source materials could make the equivalent of a college education available for $20 a month. One central principle that's apt to govern any liberatory, user-driven model of education is, in Michael Statton's phrase, the disaggregation or unbundling of services currently performed by the education system. The Internet has challenged business models that serve bundled services by offering unbundled alternatives. Offering direct access to targeted services tends to disintermediate institutions whose value proposition relies on placing a premium on the aggregation of services and resources. We have seen these forces disrupt the music and journalism industries, and similar forces are beginning to affect the education sector. Besides housing and all the ancillary services associated with colleges, this will mean unbundling the curriculum itself. The current credentialing system offers curricula designed by higher education bureaucracies in collaboration with human resources bureaucracies presented as a package deal. In order to get a credential acceptable to a corporate employer, the student is typically forced to pay for an entire curriculum of 100 plus credit hours, mostly unrelated to the skill she'll actually be using. Here's how Daniel Device describes unbundling. For thousands of years now, the university has been the middleman of the higher education system. The university provided the needed infrastructure, the branding, and an easy route to a white-collar job or graduate school. In return, students had to agree to taking courses that the faculty thought were needed. The courses could be recommended because they would help the student understand the subject, or for other completely unrelated reasons. Faculty, on the other hand, did not have to look for students, could bask in the reflected glory of the university name, and still had a regular paycheck. Accreditors were the accountants of academia, making sure that quality was maintained. The astonishing pace of technology in the last few years has changed the landscape of academia completely in several ways. There is an excess of information available. Instructors are no longer required to be a source of information. Rather, they curate existing information. Students today want practical skills that they can use to get a job, and not necessarily a degree. Infrastructure, at least in the West, has improved to the extent that anyone with a video camera and basic tools can design, deliver, and take payment for courses. Students are no longer just your typical 18 to 22-year-olds. They can be a mom who wants to get a certification, a soldier in Afghanistan, or an office worker in Hanoi. Technology has eliminated a lot of the manual work teachers and administrators used to do. Students want short courses that utilize all the technology available. This has created a situation where technology is freely available and can let anyone teach or learn. Students who want flexibility, teachers who can now become one-man or woman universities. Yet many schools are still stuck in the past. Radical changes in educational content and delivery mechanisms will lead to an unbundling of the university as we know it. David Blake argues that unbundling will amount to a long tail in the education market. The traditional degree, with its 4-year time commitment and steep price tag, made sense when the university centrally aggregated top academic minds with residency-based students. Education required extensive logistics, demanding deep commitment from students worthy of being rewarded with the all-or-nothing degree. But education isn't all or nothing. College and its primary credential, the degree, needn't be either. The benefit of modern, online education is that the burden of logistics and infrastructure are greatly reduced, allowing for the potential of a fluid, lifelong education model. The problem, to date, is that formal, online education is still being packaged in all-or-nothing degree programs, falsely constraining education innovation. The New Republic writes, online for-profit colleges haven't disrupted the industry because while their business methods are different, their product traditional credentials in the form of a degree is not. Technology creates efficiencies by decreasing unit size while increasing utility. To falsely constrain anything to historically larger canons is to render technology impotent to do what it does best. Clay Christensen predicts, I bet what happens as becomes more modular is that accreditation occurs at the level of the course, not the university, so they can then offer degrees as collection of the best courses taught in the world. A barrier that historically kept people out of university blown away by the modularization and the change in accreditation. The great majority of education at present is probably driven either by the signaling needs of HR departments or the need for licensing cartels to erect artificial barriers against practitioners. When most production is uncoupled from institutional employment, and individual learning programs and course selections are driven by the needs of the student, we can expect course selections to be made on an ad hoc basis and tailored to the immediate requirements of the situation. As Stephen Downes argues, earning a degree will, in such a world, resemble less a series of tests and hurdles, and will come to resemble more a process of making a name for oneself in a community. The recommendation of one person by another as a peer will, in the end, become the standard of educational value, not the grade or degree. 2 potential building blocks for an open alternative. The industrial model of transporting human resources to a central processing site is just plain stupid, at a time when information can be transported anywhere more cheaply than tap water. Why pay the salary of the teaching assistant who teaches a first or second year class in an enormous lecture hall and the overhead costs of the physical plant and utilities that host the class when lectures by the greatest minds in a field can be replicated at zero marginal cost for millions of students, via streaming video? If there's any justification for it, it certainly doesn't lie, as any college student can tell you, in the greater one-on-one interaction or tailoring of material to individual needs provided in the auditorium class. There's no disputing that an intimate seminar of a few students conducted by a leading scholar in her field is a unique experience, like sitting on the opposite end of a log from Mark Hopkins. But the large auditorium class of several hundred students, even one taught by a first-class scholar, is a different matter. As Clay Shirketi describes his education: 4 years at Yale, in an incredible intellectual community, where even big lecture classes were taught by seriously brilliant people. Decades later, I can still remember my art history professor's description of the Arnolfini wedding, and the survey of modern poetry didn't just expose me to Ezra Pound and H.D., it changed how I thought about the 20th century. But you know what? Those classes weren't like jazz compositions. They didn't create genuine intellectual community. They didn't even create ersatz intellectual community. They were just great lectures. We showed up, we listened, we took notes, and we left, ready to discuss what we'd heard in smaller sections. And did the professors also teach our sections too? No, of course not, those were taught by graduate students. Heaven knows what they were being paid to teach us, but it wasn't a big fraction of a professor's salary. The large lecture isn't a tool for producing intellectual joy, it's a tool for reducing the expense of introductory classes. And of course, networked collaborative platforms, think of blogs and wikis as the grandfather and Google's abortive wave as the father, make it eminently feasible for students to interact with their instructors and with each other. Rob suggests the potential for gaming architectures as an educational tool. Online games provide an environment that connects what you do in the game to rewards. These games also make it simple to get better through an intuitive just-in-time training system. The problem is that this is virtual fantasy. In short, turn games into economic darknets that work in parallel and better than the broken status quo systems. As in, economic games that connect effort with reward. Economic games with transparent rules that tangibly improve the lives of all of the players in the real world. As we already saw earlier in this chapter, the basic mapping architecture of MMORPGs can be tied to real-world geography, persons, and objects, as a platform for coordinating their real-world interactions in virtual space. And as Rob pointed out in the passage above, much of our real lives, the way we pay our bills, etc., already are governed by what amounts to a virtual architecture piggybacked on physical reality. In surveying open course materials and open learning platforms, you probably can't do better than to start out with Anya Kaminets's work. Her resource book for DIY scholars, The Edupunk's Guide to a DIY Credential, was designed to be a comprehensive guide to learning online and charting a personalized path to an affordable credential using the latest innovative tools and organizations. This guide is full of people, programs, and ideas that are part of the future of learning. I've spoken to over 100 learners from programs and sites around the country and around the world that offer new methods of content delivery, new platforms for socialization, and new forms of accreditation. Most of them take advantage of the technology now at our disposal. They're either all online programs that complement the experiences you're already having, or hybrid programs, combining in-person and online experiences. Nearly all of them are cheaper than your average state university. Many are even free. And I've given you the tools to go out and find even more options, and to create them for yourself. DIY education means getting the knowledge you need at the time you need it, with enough guidance so you don't get lost, but without unnecessary restrictions. DIY doesn't mean that you do it all alone. It means that the resources are in your hands and you're driving the process. The guide includes chapters on how to do research online, write a personal learning plan, teach yourself online, build your personal learning network, find a mentor, get a credential, and demonstrate value to a network. The personal learning network may well evolve into the peer network from which one seeks credentialing and work opportunities. In the long run, no one learns alone. You need people to bounce ideas off, answer questions, and help you when you get stuck, and to give you ideas about where to go next in your learning. In a true PLN, you're a contributor, not just a consumer. Over the course of your learning plan, your PLN will begin to overlap with the professional network of practitioners in your field, where you'll need to demonstrate value in order to connect with opportunities. The second half of the guide is a catalog of resources reproduced in more easily accessible form on the resources page of the book's website that are of potentially immense value to an independent scholar. The first two categories consist mainly of means for obtaining class credit for extracurricular learning, alternative or irregular major programs, and the like. The third, the most important for someone engaged in self-directed learning outside the formal university system, Is Open World a guide that includes sections on open content, open social learning, open learning institutions, open ed startups, and reputation networks. The open content includes a wide array of open course materials like syllabi, lectures, and textbooks, among them MIT's Open Coursework, Open Yale courses, and open textbooks. The open social learning section includes various online networks, but has the serious shortcoming in my view of neglecting field-dedicated scholarly email lists. Open learning institutions and open ed startups are unconventional learning networks and open universities like P2PU and Uncollege. 3. Open course materials. For a major share of introductory learning, zero marginal costs of reproducing information can lower the price of education to almost zero. Freshman and sophomore auditorium classes, taught to hundreds of students at a time, often by graduate assistants, are designed to spread the cost of teaching out over as many students as possible. Student-instructor interaction is virtually nil. So expanding the number of students taught in a single lecture course 1,000-fold at no additional cost, through video transmission over the internet, should involve no appreciable reduction in quality. In fact, the replacement of harried grad assistants just going through the motions with the leading figures in each field and supplemented by independent access to an array of online material unimaginable 20 years ago should increase instruction quality immeasurably. According to Stephen Carson and Jan Philip Schmidt, not only is online learning beginning to scale massively, but it is also beginning to do so at almost zero marginal cost. The expense of adding an additional student in a campus setting remains relatively stable. In online learning, however, the cost of adding one more user is often so close to zero that it can be ignored. MIT, open education pioneer and founder of the OpenCourseWare movement, announced in December 2011 the creation of MITx as an open and non-profit alternative to for-profits like Udacity and Coursera. MITx is currently offering its first course, Circuits and Electronics, which attracted large numbers of users, and is developing an open-source platform that anyone will be free to use. A number of other universities, including Harvard University and Georgia Tech, are paying close attention and developing their own massive, open, and online strategies. Open content lies at the core of these massive online courses. Typically, a series of video lectures, with short quizzes built in, make up the bulk of the instruction for users. This is good news for traditional universities, who already have vast amounts of high-quality teaching materials ready to share online. And because knowledge generation will continue to take place at universities, especially those that do advanced research, there will always be a need to update and revise materials. Since 2002, more than 250 universities in the OpenCourseWare movement have been publishing their academic materials openly on the web and have shared materials from more than 15,000 courses in a wide range of disciplines and languages. These institutions are well positioned to add online-only courses to their OpenCourseWork projects. A number of online services already allow free hosting and streaming of instructional videos. Since the materials are openly licensed, the need for sophisticated access management is obviated, and the materials can thus be made freely available. Peer-to-peer learning networks can provide student support of a kind learners weren't getting from faculty in conventional course models in the first place. There are not enough subject matter experts to meet the needs of learners, and education systems worldwide are straining to find enough qualified teachers. MOOCs recognize this fact by setting up informal Q&A systems that allow participants to engage with each other. In some cases where peer-to-peer interactions are not directly supported within an online course, informal learning communities can emerge spontaneously on separate platforms. Systems to support peer-to-peer learning on the web are widely available at very low cost or without charge. A range of Q&A systems can be self-hosted. Open education projects, including OpenStudy and P2PU, provide platforms for such interaction, and Google Groups, Yahoo Groups, Ning sites, and Moodle installations can also be used to structure peer-to-peer interaction. An important consideration to bear in mind is that open course materials don't simply involve the transfer of the same material to a new venue, they involve a fundamental change in how the content is used. Anya Kamenetz writes, MOOCs are content equals a MOOC is not a course. A Sage on Stage lecture-based course is not particularly innovative, I know. But take those same lectures, chop them up into short segments, make them fast-forwardable, pausable, allow people to add comments, ask a question in the forums, start and stop any time they want, work examples in real time alongside the instructor, go to Wikipedia to look something up. You have changed the fundamental nature of the experience. The power relationship is different. The talking head is shrunk to the size of a thumbnail. She speaks at the whim of the student. And her truth is represented as one among many hundreds of options, all of which are accessible for free. Content is infrastructure equals, if you look at it this way, a MOOC is really more like a glorified textbook. It's not an end-to-end solution. It's the basis of an experience that people have individually and collectively. Interaction with other people around the ideas is always going to be the important part of what happens to people when they are engaged with any kind of educational content. This reminds me of Marshall McLuhan's observation that each new medium has its predecessor as its content. And Matt Reed argues just that, technical innovations in the transmission of higher ed follow a progression much like that McLuhan describes in media. The animating principle behind the organization of traditional colleges was the scarcity of knowledge. Before movable type, the scarcity of knowledge was based on the scarcity of print. Recitation sections were literally recitations of texts. It was the only economically feasible way to share information. With movable type the game changed a bit, it became possible to expect students to read outside of class. At that point, the value added by the professor had to go beyond simply reading the text. The professor was expected to analyze texts, to pit them against each other, and to help students develop the skills to interpret and even challenge the books themselves. Entire academic departments sprung up to interpret the sudden proliferation of print. In this model, information isn't as scarce as it had been, but it was still expensive in large quantities, and the skills needed to interpret it took more development. Professors were valuable in showing students how to handle the material, and in guiding them towards the right material. The definition of right material changes over time, but the principle remains. Now, with the web and social media, the entire concept of information scarcity is moot. Now the role of the professor is something like Sherpa, helping students navigate through mountains of information. Students can access information from just about anyone and anywhere, the goal now is in knowing what to do with it. Colleges have fought the most recent shift. We still allocate lecture time as if it were a scarce commodity. Online classes are different, but for the most part, they're still based on the traditional model. They're like filmed plays, as opposed to movies. We charge higher rates than we ever have for access to lectures, even though information has never been more available from more sources more freely. And we act as if the only way to learn information is to ignore most of what has come along in the last 10 years. Each new mode of knowledge transmission takes the previous mode as its subject matter. The scarce information in one node becomes the free subject matter of the next mode. The next mode incorporates the previous one as subject matter, treating it as a raw material that in itself is no longer scarce, but adding a new layer of interpretive framing, or value added, that is scarce. But the power structure associated with an old mode wants to artificially impose the same laws of scarcity on the new one. Most MOOC online courses are the moral equivalent of a filmed play, rather than a new form of content adapted to the movie format. Indeed, perhaps the biggest drawback of MOOCs, is that they're an example of new wine in old bottles, that is, they are an attempt to fit online learning into the traditional lecture format of brick-and-mortar higher education. As Radhika Marabia argues, why are we trying to recreate a college lecture? Online education is the chance to do something different. At this stage in MOOCs, we're trying to adapt the online world to education. We can go so much farther if we do the exact opposite. I've learned 99% of what I know from the internet. What if we adopted that kind of model to a more accessible form, instead of being scattered and not being user-friendly? That would be a true online education platform. Why do we have to do video? There are so many problems with trying to use video as the main form of learning. For the user, video is absolutely passive. It also forces a speed, and isn't compatible with students who want to learn at their own pace, which is the most interesting possibility online. The present packaging of MOOCs not only impedes their effectiveness from the standpoint of self-directed learners and their goals, but also leads to underestimation of the effectiveness even of the existing MOOC model from that standpoint. Critics of MOOCs point to the 5% completion rate as evidence of their failure. But much larger numbers explored significant parts of courses, which may be all they wanted or needed. This in many ways mirrors the preferences of students on campus. In a survey of students, approximately 40% of respondents report that they have taken MIT classes that they feel would benefit from modularization. In December 2011, the MIT OpenCourseWare program introduced MITx, an interactive learning program which certifies completion for students who demonstrate master of course material. As of 2015, MIT had begun organizing its OpenCourseWare courses into longer sequences, starting with a 7-course sequence in computer programming that begins with introductions to coding, computational thinking and data science, and then moves to software construction, digital circuits, programmable architectures and computer systems organization. This is a step towards the kind of open badges certification of specific learning and skills, rather than entire degrees, that we discuss later in the chapter. The Washington State Board for Community and Technical Colleges has undertaken an open course library project, hosting the textbooks, readings, and other materials from the 81 most popular general education courses, which will result in a drastic reduction in college textbook cost. The UK Open University in December 2012 announced a new free/open learning platform called FutureLearn. FutureLearn will be the UK's first large-scale provider of massive open online courses, a new kind of educational offering that charges no fees, offers no formal qualifications and has no barriers to entry. The first generation of MOOCs, which has attracted millions of students from around the world, laid the foundation for widespread change in higher education. The universities of Birmingham, Bristol, Cardiff, East Anglia, Exeter, King's College London, Lancaster, Leeds, Southampton, St Andrews, and Warwick have all signed up to join the Open University in FutureLearn. 4 open textbooks. Pirated proprietary texts. And of course there's the expedient of simply using unauthorized reproductions of conventional texts, thereby circumventing the enormous copyright markup of the textbook racket. The government of Guyana, for example, has responded to the high cost of proprietary textbooks by buying cheap knockoffs from firms that sell photocopies. There is growing support for the model Aaron Swartz promoted, of jailbreaking paywalled scholarly articles and posting the PDFs at some academic version of the Pirate Bay along with scanned-in textbook files. Most recently, scholars can avoid the $30 or more fees for access to paywall journals articles by using the Twitter hashtag #ICANHasPDF, simply posting their email address with the bibliographic data for the article they're requesting and downloading the PDF that some kind soul sends them as an email attachment in response. Open learning platforms. P2PU. P2PU is a free, open platform which anyone can use to set up courses. In many ways, it's a revival of the medieval model of the university. Those with something to teach can set up a course, select the course materials, organize lesson plans, and solicit learners. Groups of learners interested in learning about a subject can perform the same functions for themselves and learn together. Of course, it's possible to create synergies between the open learning platform and open course materials available elsewhere like MIT OpenCourseWare, structuring courses around such open syllabi and reading lists. University of the Commons. According to its official site, the University of the Commons is a collective of teachers, artists, activists, scholars, writers, and students dedicated to the idea of education for the sake of education, which began with an informal meeting in April 2011 and invited the Bay Area community to form a free university. It launched with its first offering of free classes in spring 2012. Fall 2012 courses listed were Science Literacy, the physical science of global warming and cooling, climate change. Responsive cinema, filmmaking workshop. Introduction to Western music, from Hildegard to Handel. Basic computer skills intensive. Occupy You, present-day strategies for change and their effectiveness. UNISHERD. UNISHERD is an attempt to remedy one deficiency in the free open courses that conventional American universities provide through Coursera, Academic Earth, or in-house platforms. They are too weak in collaboration and peer learning, key points of successful education. You mainly learn by asking questions, by interacting informally with professors and peers and becoming part of the right learning community where people motivate you. And here come the power of the internet, which is not the media of one-to-many like TV. Many students are already sharing on the new UNISHERD platform, from Copenhagen to Stanford. Students are willing to take action to change the way the world is learning. And with the internet capabilities, a small change in their habits taking notes online can have a huge social impact and make their time at university way more efficient and meaningful. François Fourcade, whose students used UNISHERD during classes, explains, once the notes are shared, the students start to reflect on the lesson, to see similarities and differences between the perception of a same class. The students are creating a network, motivating people to join their learning community. They are able to track inside this network who learns what faster than others, who is more knowledgeable in a certain field. The Open Masters Program. The Open Masters Program was created with advice and support from a large number of open education projects, including DIYU, UnCollege, and The Hub. We are creating an experience together to take ownership of our higher education and, in the process, designing a program that we hope can be replicated by a virtually unlimited number of small, self-organized peer groups anywhere in the world. The prototype group for the Open Masters Program began in fall 2012 in Washington, D.C., with a few of us joining from around the world. We set off with a vision to create a form of higher education that is open to all people. Experiential, we learn through projects and experiences, in addition to courses and other traditional ways of learning. Social, we learn in supportive groups of peers that learn through teaching and mentoring each other. We aim to ground ourselves in specific communities through hosts like hubs and universities. Flexible, all topics of study are welcome. Each personal learning plan is tailor-made and refined with our peers and mentors. Detours along the way and figuring out your plan as you go are perfectly fine, even encouraged. Transformative, we're not just learning functional skills. We're learning how to grow as humans, to be better self-directed learners, to learn and relearn for the rest of our lives, to be seasoned team collaborators, and to have a positive impact on the world. Design around abundance, not scarcity. Credible, we are making ourselves credible by creating impressive portfolios of work, holding each other to high standards, peer reviewing each other's work, and earning letters of endorsement from peers, mentors, and organizations we respect. Other programs include, among others, UnCollege, the Open University, University of the People, and Udemy. 6. Credentialing. The signaling function of post-secondary education is a way of overcoming the transaction costs of evaluating individual qualifications for specific functions on an ad hoc basis, when the hiring unit is a giant bureaucracy and the hiring functionaries are bureaucrats who need a standard procedure for evaluating large numbers of people on an impersonal basis. The solution is to process workers in batch lots with bureaucratic certification of their skills. But when most production and training units are distributed, small and local, the transaction costs for horizontal certification systems become much lower. When the entity doing the hiring is a neighborhood garage factory, and Dave is applying for a job as a machinist, His credentials might be something like this: I took these metal shop classes at the Town Learning Center, apprenticed in Bob's Machine Shop, and passed the certification exam with the NE Ohio Machinists Guild. Okay, Dave, let's try you out. Emlyn Oregon writes that universities provide three major sources of value, which are in the process of being delinked from one another. Learning, networking, credentialing. This is still the hard one. Credentialing is the force behind the higher education bubble. People pay more and more to get that piece of paper. It's an unjustifiable, unproductive, exploitative money pump. If you could root around that, you'd blow this industry to pieces. Now, one way to split credentialing off from the rest of the concerns of education is to provide something like recognition for prior learning. But, it's tough. You have to test people rigorously to figure out if they deserve a credential or not, and you can easily make mistakes. That's why we prefer the UNIS, because we know the person had to more or less sit through X many years of study, so there's some minimal learning assumable even if everything else fails. But I'm wondering, can we crowdsource credentialing? Take a social network, or even better, a professional network like LinkedIn. Let people just add qualifications they have. Then, crucially, get others to rate them. To make this work, you need some kind of credibility rating for the raters. But what about voluntary certification through somewhat more formal arrangements? For example, professional associations or guilds certifying the ability of members, and providing continuing education, with the incentive to avoid grade inflation being the need to maintain the credibility of their brand. Voluntary courses in various skills, with certain course providers becoming the gold standard based on their reputation. Apprenticeship programs conducted through guilds or professional associations. The Mozilla Open Badges project is a good model. It's a modular, stackable system of badges that learners can collect and aggregate in any particular package or combination suits their individual needs. A digital badge is an online representation of a skill you've earned. Open Badges takes that concept one step further, and allows you to verify your skills, interests, and achievements through a credible organization. And because the system is based on an open standard, you can combine multiple badges from different issuers to tell the complete story of your achievements both online and off. Display your badges wherever you want them on the web, and share them for employment, education, or lifelong learning. Mozilla Open Badges is not proprietary, it's free software and an open technical standard. That means any organization can create, issue and verify digital badges, and any user can earn, manage, and display these badges all across the web. Open Badges knits your skills together. Whether they're issued by one organization or many, badges can build upon each other, joining together to tell the full story of your skills and achievement. With Open Badges, every badge is full of information. Each one has important data built in that links back to the issuer, the criteria it was issued under, and evidence verifying the credential. Individuals can earn badges from multiple sources, both online and offline. Then manage and share them using the Open Badges backpack. Open Badges makes it easy to get recognition for the things you learn, both online and off. Open Badges includes a shared standard for recognizing your skills and achievements and lets you count them towards an education, a job, or lifelong learning. Display your verified badges across the web. Earn badges from anywhere, then share them wherever you want on social networking profiles, job sites, or on your website. Verify skills. Employers, organizations, and schools can explore the data behind every badge issued using Mozilla Open Badges to verify individual skills and competencies. Even without state-mandated licensing or college accreditation, one's credentials would still carry weight based on the degree of public confidence in the reputation of the accreditor. Conclusion. Let's go back now and take another look at the self-driven model of education Pirsig described in his Church of Reason piece. We're approaching a state of affairs where the widespread availability of cheap, networked educational technology coincides with the widespread availability of cheap, networked manufacturing tools resulting in a two-pronged attack on the institutional alliance between the HR departments of large corporate employers and large educational institutions. In a world where course materials are freely available to anyone interested in them, and students can interact with each other and contact an entire world of scholars from their own homes, the environment will be far more conducive to informal credentialing arrangements between employers or work teams and workers. Instead of a small number of accredited institutions acting as credentialing gatekeepers and providing an entire educational package as a condition for certifying you to potential employers, the work team at the local garage factory or permaculture truck farm can negotiate with would-be members as to what particular course certifications are most useful. 8. The Assurance Commons. Introduction. This chapter examines how voluntary, networked associations would perform the function David Renfeld calls the Assurance Commons. The Assurance Commons, the provision of safety, quality, and other assurances in the goods and services we buy, protections against fraud, etc., is probably the single function of existing states raised most frequently by those skeptical of the feasibility of a society built around voluntary, self-organized associations. For me, thinking in terms of an assurance criterion leads to supposing that people at large in advanced societies seek to include the following: assurances not only of fresh air and water, but also that food, medicine, and other products are made safe, free of dangers. Assurances that basic health, education, and welfare services are provided in equitable ways. Assurances that one's vote counts. Assurances, in America, that the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and law more generally, not to mention many codes and regulations, are upheld and apply to all people. As I wonder about what else might be listed, it seems even clearer that the commons is no longer so much about resources. It is indeed increasingly about practices, including policies that assure rights and responsibilities, as well as accountability, practices that assure open and abundant access and usage, practices that assure universal services and public utilities, broadly defined, practices that require strategic risk management and quality assurance for the benefit of people at large, practices that make a society more robust and resilient, on everyone's behalf. An assurance commons approach would not make governance issues any easier to deal with, but it might help illuminate them. As Elinor Ostrom's work has shown, people are learning to manage common pool resources in polyarchic network-like ways, without having to turn to old hierarchy and market-like ways. But assurance commons involve more than common pool resources. They also involve some of the knottiest governance issues around, e.g., in the field of health requiring extensive coordination among multiple public, private, and other actors. In the networked age, the assurance commons takes the form of what Andrea Savery et al. Call social accounting systems, which they define as mechanisms for building trust among strangers and reducing the risk of transactions. They include formal rating systems, automatic referral systems, and collaborative filtering to establish the reputation of individuals and organizations as well as products and knowledge. These accounting systems overcome the prisoner's dilemma by turning it into an assurance game in which players win by building their reputation as trusted partners. Social accounting systems build this reputation in a variety of ways, from formal, centralized rating systems to distributed collaborative filtering mechanisms. 2. Legibility, vertical and horizontal. The technical basis, in network technology and the tools of individual super-empowerment, already exists for supplanting regulatory state functions. But getting from here to there will involve a fundamental paradigm shift in how most people think, overcoming centuries' worth of ingrained habits of thought. This involves a shift from what James C. Scott, in Seeing Like a State, calls social organizations that are primarily legible to the state, to social organizations that are primarily legible or transparent to the people of local communities organized horizontally and opaque to the state. The latter kind of architecture, as described by Peter Kropotkin, was what prevailed in the networked free towns of late medieval Europe. The primary pattern of social organization was horizontal, with quality certification and reputational functions aimed mainly at making individuals' reliability transparent to one another. To the state, Such local formations were opaque. With the rise of the absolute state, the primary focus became making society transparent from above. Things like the systematic adoption of family surnames that persisted from one generation to the next, censuses, the systematic mapping of urban addresses for postal or 911 service, etc., were all for the purpose of making society legible to the state, keeping track of its people and resources. Before this transformation, for example, surnames existed mainly for the convenience of people in local communities, so they could tell each other apart. Surnames were adopted on an ad hoc basis for clarification, when there was some danger of confusion, and rarely continued from one generation to the next. If there were multiple Johns in a village, they might be distinguished at any particular time by trade, location, patronymic, etc. By contrast, everywhere there have been family surnames with cross-generational continuity, they have been imposed by centralized states as a way of cataloging and tracking the population, making it legible to the state, in Scott's terminology. During the ascendancy of the modern state, the horizontal institutions of the free towns were at best barely tolerated and usually not even that. Kropotkin wrote, "For the next 3 centuries the states, both on the continent and in these islands, systematically weeded out all institutions in which the mutual aid tendency had formerly found its expression. The village communities were bereft of their folk motes, their courts and independent administration, their lands were confiscated. The guilds were spoliated of their possessions and liberties, and placed under the control of the state's official. It was taught in the universities and from the pulpit that the institutions in which men formerly used to embody their needs of mutual support could not be tolerated in a properly organized state, that the state alone could represent the bonds of union between its subjects, that federalism and particularism were the enemies of progress, and the state was the only proper initiator of further development. By the end of the last century, they agreed in asserting that no separate unions between citizens must exist within the state. No state within the state. The state alone must take care of matters of general interest, while the subjects must represent loose aggregations of individuals, connected by no particular bonds, bound to appeal to the government each time that they feel a common need. The absorption of all social functions by the state necessarily favored the development of an unbridled, narrow-minded individualism. In proportion as the obligations towards the state grew in numbers, the citizens were evidently relieved from their obligations towards each other. Likewise, the preemption and absorption of all regulatory functions by the state favored the development of a mindset by which providers of goods and services were relieved of the obligation to provide reliable certifications of the quality of their wares to consumers, and consumers were relieved of their obligation to scrutinize their quality and the reputations of the vendors. It was the state's job to take care of that business for us. But it's usually a false confidence that relies on the imprimatur of the state for the quality of goods and services. The average citizen consumes endless amounts of things like genetically modified organisms, pesticide and herbicide residues, and parabens, on the assumption that they couldn't sell it if it was dangerous, when the so-called regulatory standards are largely written by the regulated industries. And whatever minimal genuine quality and safety standards exist in the regulatory code become, in practice, more a ceiling than a floor. Often corporations have successfully pressured the courts, when their competitors advertise a product quality or safety standard higher than the regulatory state requires, to treat such advertising as product disparagement on the grounds that it suggests products which merely meet the ordinary standard are inferior. Example: Monsanto frequently goes after grocers who label their milk RBGH-free, and some federal district courts have argued that it's an unfair competitive practice to test one's beef cattle for mad cow disease more frequently than the mandated industry standard. In short, the regulatory state, by supplanting self-organized reputational and certifying mechanisms, has relieved the citizen of the burden of thinking for herself, and the corporation has rushed in to take advantage of the fact. The reason we so closely identify hierarchy and bureaucracy with progress lies in recent history, namely, the suppression of the working class's self-organized social safety net and its replacement by a state-controlled alternative. The modern welfare state was not created by benevolent democratic elites. Far from it. In Europe, most of the key institutions of what later became the welfare state, everything from social insurance and pensions to public libraries and public health clinics, were not originally created by governments at all, but by trade unions, neighborhood associations, cooperatives, and working class parties and organizations of one sort or another. Many of these were engaged in a self-conscious revolutionary project of building a new society in the shell of the old, of gradually creating socialist institutions from below. Bismarck's conservative agenda entailed first suppressing the socialist parties and trade unions, and then creating a comprehensive state-based safety net that was to become the model for the rest of Western Europe and then the United States. His welfare state was a top-down alternative to the free schools, workers' associations, friendly societies, libraries, theaters, and the larger process of building socialism from below. This took the form of a program of social insurance, free education, pensions, and so forth. When left-wing regimes did later take power, the template had already been established, and almost invariably, they took the same top-down approach, incorporating locally organized clinics, libraries, mutual banking initiatives, workers' education centers, and the like into the administrative structure of the state. The model for all these new bureaucracies was the German post office, world-renowned for its efficiency. And Lenin heartily endorsed the postal service as a model of the socialist economic system. At present, the postal service is a business organized on the lines of a state capitalist monopoly. Imperialism is gradually transforming all trusts into organizations of a similar type. To organize the whole national economy on the lines of the postal service, so that the technicians, foremen, bookkeepers, as well as all officials, shall receive salaries no higher than a workman's wage, all under the control and leadership of the armed proletariat. This is our immediate aim. To accomplish a shift back to horizontal transparency, it will be necessary to overcome 600 years or so of almost inbred habits of thought, among the general public, of thinking of such things through the mind's eye of the state. If we didn't have some way of verifying compliance with this regulation or that, some business somewhere might be able to get away with something or other. In place of this habit, we must think instead of ourselves creating mechanisms on a networked basis, to make us as transparent as possible to each other as providers of goods and services, to prevent businesses from getting away with poor behavior by informing each other, to prevent each other from selling defective merchandise, to protect ourselves from fraud, etc. The state has attempted to co-opt the rhetoric of horizontally. But in fact, the creation of such mechanisms, far from making us transparent to the regulatory state, may well require active measures to render us opaque to the state for protection against attempts to suppress such local economic self-organization against the interests of corporate actors. We need to lose the centuries-long habit of thinking of society as a hub-and-spoke mechanism and viewing the world vicariously from the imagined perspective of the hub, and instead think of it as a horizontal network and visualize things from the perspective of the individual nodes which we occupy. We need to lose the habit of thought by which transparency from above even became perceived as an issue in the first place. Because the people who are seeing things from above, in reality, do not represent us or have anything in common with us. As Charles Johnson aka Rat Geek argued, the market is nothing more than a series of choices made by human beings as to how to interact with one another. Q. In a freed market, who will stop markets from running riot and doing crazy things? And who will stop the rich and powerful from running roughshod over everyone else? A. We will. It's convenient to talk about market forces, but you need to remember that those market forces are not supernatural entities that act on people from the outside. Market forces are a conveniently abstracted way of talking about the systematic patterns that emerge from people's economic choices. So if the question is, who will stop markets from running riot, the answer is, we will, by peacefully choosing what to buy and what not to buy, where to work and where not to work, what to accept and what not to accept. We inevitably shape and order the market that surrounds us. Achieving harmony and order through a conscious process of voluntary organizing and activism. In a freed market, if someone in the market exploits workers or chisels costumers, if she produces things that are degrading or dangerous or uses methods that are environmentally destructive, it's vital to remember that you do not have to just let the market take its course, because the market is not something outside of us, we are market forces. And so a freed market includes not only individual buyers and sellers, looking to increase a bottom line, but also our shared projects, when people choose to work together, by means of conscious but non-coercive activism, alongside, indeed as a part of, the undesigned forms of spontaneous self-organization that emerge. We are market forces, and the regulating in a self-regulating market is done not only by us equilibrating our prices and bids, but also by deliberately working to shift the equilibrium point, by means of conscious entrepreneurial action. And one thing that libertarian principles clearly imply, even though actually existing libertarians may not stress it often enough, is that entrepreneurship includes social entrepreneurship, working to achieve non-monetary social goals. So when self-regulating workers rely on themselves and not on the state, abusive or exploitative or irresponsible bosses can be checked or plain run out of the market, by the threat or the practice of strikes, of boycotts, of divestiture, and of competition from humane and sustainable alternatives, promoted by means of fair trade certifications, social investing, or other positive pro-cot measures. As long as the means are voluntary, based on free association and dissociation, the right to organize, the right to quit, and the right to put your money where your mouth is, these are all part of a freed market, no less than apple carts or corporations. When liberals or progressives wonder who will check the power of the capitalists and the bureaucratic corporations, their answer is a politically appointed, even less accountable bureaucracy. The libertarian answer is the power of the people, organized with our fellow workers into fighting unions, strikes, and slowdowns, organized boycotts, and working to develop alternative institutions like union hiring halls, grassroots mutual aid associations, free clinics, or worker and consumer co-ops. In other words, if you want regulations that check destructive corporate power, that put a stop to abuse or exploitation or the trashing of the environment, don't lobby, organize. When I say that the libertarian left is the real left, I mean that, and it's not because I'm revising the meaning of the term left to suit my own predilections or some obsolete French seating chart. It's because libertarianism, rightly understood, calls on the workers of the world to unite, and to solve the problems of social and economic regulation not by appealing to any external authority or privileged managerial planner, but rather by taking matters into their own hands and working together through grassroots community organizing to build the kind of world that we want to live in. It's not important that we can't answer every question about who will prevent this or that without a state. How will we do the other thing without the state? We need, as David de Ugard argues, to think of social problem solving as something that we will do, by responding to the situation and using our judgment as we go along. And what happens if we don't have an alternative to every solution, at every moment? Nothing. It's like free software, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad, we'll improve it, it doesn't matter if there's support or not, we'll organize it. Freedom is fundamental to what is truly alive and human. It's the starting point for all ethical thinking, not a distant objective. Such a shift in perspective will require, in particular, overcoming the hostility of conventional liberals who are in the habit of reacting viscerally and negatively, and on principle, to anything not being done by qualified professionals or the proper authorities. Arguably conventional liberals, with their thought system originating as it did as the ideology of the managers and engineers who ran the corporations, government agencies, and other giant organizations of the late 19th and early 20th century, have played the same role for the corporate state nexus that the politiques did for the absolute states of the early modern period. This is reflected in a common thread, running through thinkers like Thomas Frank and Michael Moore, of nostalgia for the consensus capitalism of the early post-war period, in which the gatekeepers of the big three networks controlled what we were allowed to see, and it was just fine for GM to own the whole damned economy just so long as everyone had a lifetime employment guarantee and a UAW contract. We also see it in places like Andrew Keene's cult of the amateur, where the idea of anything being done by other than properly qualified professionals is ridiculed without mercy. On his old MSNBC program, Keith Olbermann routinely mocked exhortations to charity and self-help, reaching for shit-kicking imagery of the 19th century barn raiser for want of any other comparison sufficient to get across just how backward and ridiculous that kind of thing really was. In Olbermann's world, of course, such ideas come only from conservatives. The only ideological choice is between plain, vanilla-flavored managerialist liberalism and the right. In Olbermann's world, the decentralist left of Ivan Illich, Paul Goodman, and Colin Ward, the recessive left that emerges when the dominant strain of Lenin and Harold Wilson is occupied elsewhere, as one of the editors of Radical Technology put it, doesn't even exist. Helping your neighbor out directly, or participating in a local self-organized friendly society or mutual, is all right in its own way, of course, if nothing else is available. But it carries the inescapable air, not only of the quaint, but of the provincial and the picayune, very much like the stigmatization of homemade bread and homegrown veggies in corporate advertising in the early 20th century. People who help each other out, or organize voluntarily to pool risks and costs, are to be praised with just the slightest hint of condescension for heroically doing the best they can in an era of relentlessly downscaled social services. But that people are forced to resort to such expedients, rather than meeting all their social safety net needs through one-stop shopping at the Ministry of Central Services office in a giant monumental building with a statue of Winged Victory in the lobby, a la Brazil, is a damning indictment of any civilized society. The progressive society is one of comfortable and well-fed citizens, competently managed by properly credentialed authorities, contentedly milling about like ants in the shadows of miles-high buildings that look like they were designed by Albert Speer. And that kind of H.G. Wells' utopia simply has no room for atavisms like the barn raiser or the sick benefit society. Aesthetic sensibilities aside, such critics are no doubt motivated to some extent by genuine concern that networked reputational and certifying mechanisms just won't take up the slack left by the disappearance of the regulatory state. Things like Consumer Reports, Angie's List, and Yelp are all well and good, for educated people like themselves who have the sense and know how to check around. But Joe Sixpack, God love him, will just go out and buy magic beans from the first disreputable salesman he encounters and then likely put them right up his nose. Seriously, snark aside, such reputational systems really are underused, and most people really do take inadequate precautions in the marketplace on the assumption that the regulatory state guarantees some minimum acceptable level of quality. But liberal criticism based on this state of affairs reflects a remarkably static view of society. It ignores the whole idea of crowding out, as well as the possibility that even the great unwashed may be capable of changing their habits quite rapidly in the face of necessity, and that given enough time they might even figure out how to wipe their own bottoms without supervision by state-licensed shit removal professionals. Because people are not currently in the habit of automatically consulting such reputational networks to check up on people they're considering doing business with, and are in the habit of unconsciously assuming the government will protect them, conventional liberals assume that people will not shift from one to the other in the face of changing incentives, and scoff at the idea of a society that relies primarily on networked rating systems. But the simple fact of the matter, as we saw described by Kropotkin above, is that there was a society in which the certification of quality and enforcement of commercial standards was achieved by horizontal legibility, the society of the free towns in the late Middle Ages, where such functions were performed by local, self-managed institutions like the guilds. These local institutions had their origins in necessity, as the new towns filled up with runaway serfs who, in continuation of the village tradition, united in guilds for mutual protection and support, and as merchants of necessity worked out mechanisms for tracking their reliability as trading partners. And it's also a simple fact again, as recounted by Kropotkin, that this society of horizontally legible regulatory bodies was stamped out by the state. In a society where people are aware that most licensing and safety/quality codes are no longer enforceable, and caveat emptor is no longer just a cliché, it would be remarkable if horizontal reputational mechanisms didn't rapidly grow in importance for most people. They were, after all, at one time as ingrained a part of ordinary economic behavior as reliance on the regulatory state is today. People's habits change rapidly. 15 years ago, when even the most basic survey of a research topic began with an obligatory painful crawl through the card catalog, reader's guide, and social science index, and when the average person's investigations were limited to the contents of her $1,000 set of Britannica, who could have foreseen how quickly Google and SSRN searches would become second nature? Self-styled enemies of Keynes' cult of the amateur are fond of throwing the example of the amateur brain surgeon in our faces. Oddly enough, though, as Clay Shirkey points out, the stock figure of the amateur brain surgeon comes up only in conversations that aren't about brain surgery. The real assertion is that every time amateurs and professionals differ, we should prefer the professionals, and brain surgery is just one illustrative example. When virtually any kind of licensing or professional regime comes up for debate, in contexts ranging from homeschooling to unlicensed cab services, the hoary amateur brain surgeon is dragged out and dusted off. The more extreme cases, like Keene, apply it to amateur restaurant critics and books published without the benefit of a publishing house gatekeeper. More importantly, no one, not even free market anarchists, would choose someone to perform a high-risk procedure of any kind without some form of licensing or other certification to attest to their capability. The real question at issue is whether a licensing or certification regime need be provided by the state. Even now, where state licensing regimes exist as a barrier to entry, protects licensed practitioners from competing on and thus increases the bargaining power of closed professional priesthoods relative to the consumer, the desktop regulatory state acts as a control on the authority granted to licensed professionals and holds them accountable. The rise of network technology is having a revolutionary effect on the possibilities of keeping professionals honest where the licensing system doesn't do so. Previously, to take medicine as an example, a patient usually felt pressured by time constraints not to ask a doctor all the things she really wanted to know, not to question the purpose or possible side effects of medications, and to take terse answers as final rather than asking follow-up. Even when the doctor encouraged questions and the seeking of second opinions, the culture of professionalism resulted in an asymmetric power relationship in which many perceived a doctor's advice as doctor's orders. Of necessity, even with a doctor willing to answer questions, the doctor was the main chokepoint controlling information available to the patient, and wittingly or not, her professional culture and tacit background assumptions filtered the kinds of information she provided. Thanks to the internet, however, there are websites ranging from the most mainstream like WebMD to a variety of alternative medicine sites and even information-sharing sites like Eroid for recreational drug users, providing an embarrassment of information riches to the patient. There are large online communities of people suffering from an almost infinite variety of ailments, in which it's possible to ask questions and exchange information. The patient can arm herself with better questions for the doctor, and compare the doctor's advice to a universe of independently accessible information. Even when state-mandated licensing regimes are still in effect, the balance of power between physician and patient is far less asymmetric than 15 years ago. The layperson is empowered to question and evaluate the judgment of the professional from a more equal position. The rise of network communications, first the internet and then social media, has, as Willowbrug observes, simultaneously made us less legible to the state, and more legible to each other. In response to a Scientific American article claiming that social media makes crowds less predictable, she argued social media makes crowds more predictable to themselves. Crowds are only less predictable to the outside. They are becoming more predictable to themselves. This, to me, is related to the core disconnection in disaster response between official responses' view on social media / the crowd as a resource to be tapped for situational awareness, and the mutual aid of the crowd as self-organization. Formal organizations tend to think of the crowd as an input function to their workflows. Their concerns therefore revolve around verifiability, bad actors, and predictability. A manifestation of this are the self-mapped roads in remote places via OpenStreetMap being grumbled over for not fitting into the data hierarchies of official responders. That is not the point of the maps being built. These are people using a tool to their own ends, to support themselves, to gain better understanding of their world, not as a resource to be tapped. It is a group of people talking to itself. If institutions exist to serve collective purpose, their role here is to provide institutional knowledge, guiding frameworks, and response at scale. In this way, we can benefit from history and iterative learnings while escaping paternalistic ends. As a crowd comes to know itself better, the intelligence becomes an embedded, rather than external, component. We start to see many eyes on the bugs of society. And networked, P2P reputational systems are rapidly becoming more effective than corporate branding or mass advertising campaigns at securing consumer attention. In a world where our attention is increasingly scarce and expensive to acquire, our peers are much better at getting our attention than our corporate advertisers. The reason is that, unlike corporations, our peers can interact with us, they can reciprocate our attention. As William Gillis argues, the more effective networked, P2P reputational systems become at providing the information we desire, the harder our attention will be for corporate advertisers to get hold of. Their whole empire is predicated on the assumption that advertising dollars are even a thing. But openness is antithetical to a core presupposition of advertising. People are susceptible to suggestion and anecdote because they don't have enough information, or time to process that information, when it comes to purchasing choices. Forget everything you've learned about Madison Avenue manipulations. Those manipulations are only possible when people have any reason to pay attention. Build a box that delivers all the relevant information and perfectly sorts through it in an easily manageable way, and any form of advertising starts to look like laughable shucksterism. Who are you trying to fool? Why aren't you content to let your product speak for itself? In this sense, much of the fertile territory being seized by Google is detrimental in the long run to one of its core income sources. As search improves and our instincts adapt to it, there's simply no reason to click on the featured product getting in the way of our actual results. The more intuitive, streamlined, and efficient our product comparison, the less need there is to pay any attention to anything else. And if the app providing our results is tampered with, then we can swap to another app. Walk into any given store with its inventory already listed and analyzed on our phone. Of course, advertising covers more than just price comparisons between laundry detergents, but there's no end to what can be made immediately transparent. How cool is this product with a certain subculture or circle of my friends? Give me a weighted aggregate of consumer reports highlighting the ups and downs. List common unforeseen complexities and consequences. How would I go about navigating the experience of changing checking accounts? Etc. Every conceivable variable. With ease of interface and sufficient algorithmic rigor, one can easily recognize a tipping point. Algorithms trawling for greater targeting power on the part of advertisers are jumping at comparatively trivial increases in efficiency with serious diminishing returns. Further, taken in a broad view, the issues of complexity to such data trawling and analysis leans to the favor of consumers because there's simply far more of us than there are sellers. Relatively simple advances in consumer analysis of sellers would drastically turn the tables against advertisers and corporate bargaining advantage in general. In such light, their current golden age of analysis is but one last rich gasp. In no way do I mean to underplay the threat posed by governments themselves, who surely have a huge investment in the establishment of institutions like Facebook and/or projects like that of Palantir. At the end of the day, they will remain a threat and continue working on these kinds of projects. But the context they're operating in makes a big difference. The NSA isn't going to cut Facebook a check to keep it afloat. The government simply doesn't have the kind of money that the private sector is putting in to distort the development of norms in social networking/communications in the first place. Those are slippery cultural/user interface issues that are far too complex for the state to navigate with requisite nuance. The sooner we take it upon ourselves to kill the advertising industry, the less time it'll have to build weapons for the state. Sure, like our current struggle to kill the IP industry, it'll be a fight that'll last a while and involve complex cultural/political campaigns alongside purely technical ones. But at core it'll be a downhill battle for us. Easier to spread information, both technologically and culturally, than to contain it. 3. Network certification, reputational and verification mechanisms. Without the current role of the state and other centralized institutions in overcoming the transaction costs of certifying quality and creditworthiness, what is called goodwill, or reputational effects, would likely take on much greater importance, with the patterns of exchange coalescing around social ties. This, too, would be a beneficial social effect of economic decentralization. Adam Cupey remarks on the role of the state in artificially lowering the transaction costs involved in establishing trust, underwriting risk, etc., in the anonymous transactions that occur in large markets. The security state makes it too easy for people to stop thinking. They've done the thinking for us and pre-limited our options. In the skeptical society, on the other hand, trust has to be earned, and people will rely on their local social networks to provide them with accurate information. The current growing ratio of noise to signal is putting pressure on the world to become more skeptical, which will put pressure on societies to shift away from guaranteeing security. They just won't be able to do it effectively. The idea of managing anything larger than a local area will become preposterous. This applies to networked platforms as well as local economies. See below for more on communities based on networked platforms. Even in the present economy, organization theory blogger Quasi-Bill writes of the benefits of fraternal organizations in facilitating exchange between their members. Newsletters contain ads from members who market their small businesses to each other. Quasi-Bill asked a friend in a fraternal organization whether such ads paid off. The answer was yes. He noted that most members preferred doing business within the organization because there was a social peer enforcement mechanism at work. Specifically, he noted that while a vendor might be willing to work to rule with many customers, or even be willing to file bankruptcy against general creditors, the social peer pressure that could be exerted through the organization made dealings within the organization more fair and certain. You could win your case in court on a legal technicality, but if the members of the organization determined that you weren't acting fairly, you were going to be ostracized from the organization before you could turn your head. The same was true, to a large extent, in the old Main Street business culture, when local merchants and tradesmen depended on repeat business from people they knew. Eric Frank Russell's story of Idle Jack, in And Then There Were None, set in the universe of Russell's Great Explosion series, is relevant here. The world in which the story takes place was founded by Gandhian refugees from the Terran Empire centuries before, and is organized more or less along the lines of market anarchy suggested by Josiah Warren. Land ownership is based on occupancy and use, no landlords, and the economy is based on a sort of labor exchange system. A visitor wondered what the penalties were for running up obligations and then refusing to meet them. The answer took the form of a traditional morality lesson: the tale of Idle Jack, a scratcher. Up to age 16 Jack got away with it all along the line. He was only a kid, see. All kids tend to scratch to a certain extent. We expect it and allow for it. But after 16 he was soon in the soup. He loafed around the town gathering OBS by the armful. Meals, clothes, and all sorts for the mere asking. It wasn't a big town. There are no big ones on this planet. They are just small enough for everybody to know everybody, and everyone does plenty of gabbing. Within a few months the entire town knew that Jack was a determined and incorrigible scratcher. Everything dried up. Wherever Jack went people gave him the, "I won't." He got no meals, no clothes, no company, no entertainment, nothing. He was avoided like a leper. Soon he became terribly hungry, busted into someone's larder one night, treated himself to the first square meal in a week. What did they do about that? Nothing, not a thing. That must have encouraged him some, mustn't it? How could it? Asked Seth with a thin smile. It did him no good. Next day his belly was empty again. He was forced to repeat the performance. And the next day. And the next. People then became leery, locked up their stuff and kept watch on it. Circumstances grew harder and harder. They grew so unbearably hard that soon it was a lot easier to leave the town and try another one. To do the same again, Harrison prompted. With the same results for the same reasons, Seth threw back at him. On he went to a third town, a fourth, a fifth, a 20th. He was stubborn enough to be witless. But he was getting by, Harrison insisted. Taking all for nothing at the cost of moving around. Oh, no he wasn't. Our towns are small, as I said. And people do plenty of visiting from one to another. In the second town Jack had to risk being seen and talked about by visitors from the first town. In the third town he had to cope with talkers from both the first and second ones. As he went on it became a whole lot worse. In the 20th he had to chance being condemned by anyone coming from any of the previous 19. He never reached town number 28. Social guarantees of trust become especially important if we reject the role of the state in enforcing debts on borrowers, under bankruptcy law. Dean Baker points out, in rather colorful language, the nature of strict bankruptcy laws as a form of welfare for the rich. The nanny state conservatives think that it is the role of the government to act as a strong-arm debt collector for businesses that did not accurately assess the risks associated with their loans. They want the government to chase after individual debtors, following them throughout their lives, to wring out every possible cent of debt repayment. Instead of having the incompetent lenders go out of business. The conservative nanny state stepped in to bail them out with the 2005 bankruptcy law, using the force of the government to squeeze every last cent from debtors. Under the new bankruptcy laws, the government will monitor debtors for many years after they have declared bankruptcy, seizing assets or garnishing wages for debts that may have been incurred 20 or 30 years in the past. Historically, most loans required little involvement from the government because they were attached to physical property such as land, a house, or a car. If a debtor had fallen behind on his payments, then the role of the court in the debt collection process was essentially a one-time proposition. The court would simply require the debtor to turn over ownership of the relevant asset to the creditor, and the case would be over. However, in the last 2 decades there has been an explosion of debt, mostly credit card debt, that is not secured by a physical asset. More importantly, from the perspective of any potential malfeasant, is the consideration that one's livelihood as illustrated by Russell's story of Idle Jack depends on a good reputation. In a world where consumers turn to networked reputational mechanisms to avoid the risks of one-off transactions, and repeat business depends on one's reputation in the network, screwing over your customers amounts to shitting where you eat. In a genuinely free market, all the licensing and certification regimes presently in place would be replaced by voluntary alternatives. Morris and Linda Tannehill write. One such market protection would be consumer rating services which would test and rate various products according to safety, effectiveness, cost, etc. Since the whole existence of these rating services would depend on their being right in their product evaluations, they would be extremely thorough in their tests, scrupulously honest in their reports, and nearly impossible to bribe. Businesses whose products were potentially dangerous to consumers would be especially dependent on a good reputation. Drug manufacturers, for example, would know that if their products caused any illness or death through poor quality, insufficient research and preparation, or inadequate warnings on the labels, they would lose customers by the thousands. The good reputation of a manufacturer's brand name would be its most precious asset. Besides this, drug stores would strive for a reputation of stocking only products which were high quality, safe when properly used, and adequately labeled. A good reputation would also be important to doctors in the absence of government-required licensing. Reputable physicians would probably form medical organizations which would only sanction competent doctors, thereby providing consumers with a guide. Sam Kazman, in a 1998 article written fairly early in the move toward federal standards for organic labeling, described the success of voluntary certification in the past. As demand for organic food has grown, private organic certifying agencies have arisen. Some have stricter standards than others, and some may have standards and enforcement practices so lenient that they are practically meaningless. But to the extent that differences between them really mean something to consumers, those consumers are fully capable of distinguishing between them. The lack of any pressing necessity for involvement is clear. The large organic food store chains already have established connections with suppliers and certifying agencies. The same is true of conventional supermarket chains that carry organic products. Organic growers themselves are also capable of doing without a cumbersome federal definition. According to one organic farming newsletter, many growers say that if certified organic becomes too difficult, or meaningless, they will just use another word to market their produce. Consumers who care about such issues don't need the force of law in order to obtain the information they want about food products. USDA has already announced that its eventual definition will not allow genetically modified foods, but suppose it had ruled otherwise. Producers of organic foods that were not genetically modified could still communicate that fact to interested consumers through labeling, through advertising, and even through private organic certification systems that make a point of prohibiting bioengineered products. Information that groups of consumers want will make its way to them without legal compulsion. In fact, legal compulsion is used more often to suppress free commercial speech, in the interest of those whose products include bioengineered food, by prohibiting the labeling of GMO-free products. Kazman goes on to describe the free market certification regime for kosher foods. For there are competing rabbinical inspection boards, each with a different logo. With the possible exception of guarding against outright fraud, there is little need for government involvement. Consumers seem capable of sorting things out peacefully. There have since been attempts to establish self-organized, DIY alternatives to organic certification that clearly identify produce as organic without actually using the words certified organic. Your grocer or natural foods cooperative may have some produce that's labeled as no spray without actually being certified organic. Organic certification typically results in a 50% markup over no spray produce. The organic certifying bodies amount to a cartel whose real function is to erect an entry barrier and protect greenwashed capitalist agribusiness from small producers. In the UK, organic growers have established an "I can't believe it's not organic" label in competition with official organic certification. In July 2011, G.O.T. Fernandez and Simon Fairley were hauled up before the Soil Association Tribunal for giving a few wheelbarrows of grass cuttings from a nearby vegetable garden to their cows, and feeding stale bread to pigs from a bakery that had recently pulled out of organic registration. As a result, they have taken the cows and pigs out of the organic certification system. Simon and G.O.T. are not alone in quitting the Soil Association. Many small farmers and smallholders have discovered that the way the organic certification system is structured is both too impractical and too expensive for small-scale local producers, particularly those who own limited amounts of land, and hence have to rely on rented land, imported hay, or waste products. The entire organic registration system is topsy-turvy, enforcing additional bureaucracy and labeling on those who farm organically, whilst farmers who resort to chemicals and poisons to increase their yields are defined as conventional. There are many smaller-scale alternative organizations and labeling systems in existence, supporting and promoting organic agriculture both nationally and locally, and working responsively with their members. We believe this choice makes for a healthy network amongst small producers and growers. ICBNO will be informal. The labeling system will involve no bureaucracy, relying on trust, peer review, and informed customer consent to maintain standards. Here are the proposed rules. There is a one-off charge of £5 for affiliation, to cover admin. Members will be supplied with the template for the ICBNO logo, to use on all products that comply. Members will be required to sign a guarantee that the ICBNO logo will only be used on produce sourced from land that has had no chemical fertilizers or pesticides or GM material applied in the last 3 years, with the following exceptions: livestock fed on waste food constituting no more than 25% of their diet, livestock fed on specialist foods which are unobtainable organically which constitute no more than 5% of their diet, processed foods which contain modest amounts of non-organic additives because organic equivalents cannot be sourced from the UK, land manured with sewage waste, providing it conforms to current environmental standards. Members must allow other members to visit, inspect, and report on their land and farming methods, by appointment. Members must organize and promote at least one open day every year when customers and the public can inspect the farm. Members will be removed from the register if their standards are deemed unacceptable. The basic idea, in the words of Arun Sundarajan, is to replace regulation with reputation. Because salient details are made visible not only to transacting parties but to the entire community, sellers have to stay honest and reliable to stay in business. In the sharing economy, reputation serves as the digital institution that protects buyers and prevents the market failure that economists and policy makers worry about. The present system of regulation of certification either by government inspectors or by one's peers in professional licensing bodies is in principle already a reputational system. The inspector and the members of a professional association are, after all, just human beings who vouch for the quality of your goods and services. The problem is that a reputation for quality that derives from such authority is far more likely to be false than one that derives from one's actual customers. In addition, licensing associations in practice often do less to prevent malpractice by their members than to cover it up for them. Potential building blocks. We already saw, in Chapter 5, the services medieval guilds performed for member enterprises, by certifying the quality of their wares. In addition, the guild's functions of cooperative purchasing for their members would give them a great deal of collective bargaining power in negotiating quality standards on behalf of the membership. And as we saw, David de Ugart cites 10th-century Jewish merchants in the Maghreb as anticipating the reputational mechanisms ia fili. The central function of any networked licensing regime, according to Niels Ibsen, is the dissemination of information and publication of the individual reputations. This assumes the function taking place against a common social background, ranging from informational reputational mechanisms among very small groups, such as the neighboring ranchers in Shasta County, to more formalized mechanisms in large groups like the New York Diamond Dealers Club. The DDC, Ibsen says, not only offers a secure trading hall but also acts as a chamber of commerce. Based on this, the DDC defines the rules governing diamond trading and provides a mandatory private arbitration system. But the DDC not only provides the infrastructure for the trading. It furthermore guarantees the exchange of information on the reputation of the individual dealers with various means so as to ensure compliance with the rulings of its own arbitration body. For this purpose, photographs of visitors and new traders are displayed on the walls of the common trading hall with information about their reputations and their personal references. These are complemented by photos of those who have failed to pay their debts. As another example, Ibsen mentions the Memphis Cotton Exchange, which functions much like the DDC. Historically, the members of the MCE located their offices on one street in Memphis where a shared market center enabled the rapid exchange of information. Gunnar Skupper generalizes on these examples. The existence of such a social network, which I refer to as a reputation community, can involve a professional group with specific professional ethnical standards or, as in the case of the Jewish diamond traders, a religious group. The community of Jewish diamond traders in New York clearly exercises reputation-based rule enforcement as specified here. Skuppert argued that, in frameworks of this sort, trust is grounded in shared community rather than the state. And such trust networks are more likely to be stable against a background of long-term community relationships, rather than one-off dealings. Private regulatory systems do not arise spontaneously out of nothing, but build on an existing institutional infrastructure consisting of social or religious networks. Aviram cites as examples the Pax Dei movement and the German Hansa or Hanseatic League. In order to explain the functioning of such social and religious networks, Aviram distinguishes two different stages of the evolutionary process that results in a private legal system. First, a network creating a centralized bonding mechanism would form. And second, the network would undertake regulating behavior, using its enforcement ability. Social networks facilitate centralized bonding and for this purpose use reputation bonds. Such reputation bonds would be ineffective when individuals expect the network to fail. Many social networks, however, would continue to exist over long periods of time. As an example, he refers to one's neighbors who will continue to affect one's social life indefinitely. Aviram describes the reputation and punishment mechanism of the social network as follows: by gossiping about each other within the social network, and by reacting to the gossip according to common social norms, the social network can align most members' responses to any member's deviant behavior. When members of the same social circle are also part of another network that attempts to regulate behavior, they will care for their reputations, for while the regulating network cannot in itself harm them, the negative reputation they build will carry on to the social network, and there the centralized bonding mechanism will punish them. Aviram's thesis is that such social and religious networks initially only fulfill functions with low implementation costs, but with the strengthening of the implementation mechanisms the aspect of cost becomes less important. Thus, according to his conclusions, when a need for regulation arises, the existing networks continue to develop so as to provide this necessary regulation. The precondition for the emergence of a private regulatory system of this kind is always the existence of a network-like demonstrable homogeneous group, a close-knit community comprised of members united by similar convictions and values. The parallels to the phyle, which de Ugart describes as emerging out of a pre-existing networked cultural community, should be obvious. There are also obvious parallels to the kinds of governance mechanisms for common pool resources that were the main focus of Elinor Ostrom's research. Pierre Omidyar originally founded eBay on the assumption that people are basically good. Within weeks, so many transactions had involved cheating that he introduced a reputation system based on mutual reviews for honesty, promptness, etc., between buyers and sellers. It was designed, in Clay Shirkey's words, to cast the shadow of the future over both parties, giving each an incentive to maintain or improve their standing on the site. As Arun Sundararajan argues, digital technologies created the sharing economy. Simply put, this economy facilitates new markets by matching providers who have specific assets or skills with the people who need them, dramatically expanding the possibilities for private commercial exchange of services between consenting entities. This economy couldn't exist at scale in the past because transaction costs were too high. But as Hal Varian reminded us at his Ely lecture to the American Economic Association, the Internet and information technologies continually reduce trading frictions over time, largely by facilitating better measurement, accountability, and verification. And now, these very technologies and the changes they engender provide the means for the sharing economy to regulate itself. Technology enables digitally mediated self-policing, the reputation systems and monitoring tools that dramatically smooth the safety and friction of peer-to-peer transacting parties without requiring centralized intervention, and which are now creating distributed digital institutions that reduce the need for government oversight. Think about eBay for a moment, even though it's largely for owning goods and not accessing services. It seemed inconceivable in the mid-1990s that it could grow into more than a marketplace for trading Beanie Babies. How, we asked ourselves, would strangers in different countries trade products of unverifiable quality and authenticity without some form of central intermediation or control? But now, it comprises billions of dollars worth of trade, people trustingly buy even their cars there. Because salient details are made visible not only to transacting parties but to the entire community, sellers have to stay honest and reliable to stay in business. In the sharing economy, Reputation serves as the digital institution that protects buyers and prevents the market failure that economists and policy makers worry about. Other similar mechanisms include the ratings of service providers on Angie's List, and the ratings of guests and hosts on Airbnb. In the fictional world, we already saw in an earlier chapter how people linked to the darknet could see the reputational tags attached to other people. And in the post-scarcity world of Cory Doctorow's Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom, material goods like food, housing, and manufactured goods are freely available at no cost. Individuals accumulate a personal reputation score called WFI through reliability and willingness to undertake effort on behalf of others, and general performance in the P2P groups that dominate society. WFI is used to purchase things that are still scarce. It's possible to encode a great deal of information about the sourcing and quality standards of a product into tags on the product itself. John Robb describes how it works with the Gulf Wild program. When you buy a fish that has a Gulf Wild ID number on it, you can find out everything about it. Simply enter this ID number on their website and it will provide you with the bio and history of the fisherman who caught the fish, what the fish is, where the fish was caught down to 10 miles, and when it was caught. Info on fishing practices. I believe we're going to see programs like this for all of the food we buy, from meats to vegetables. Why? Info like this is addicting. Once you get it, you want it on everything. Fortunately, it's also really easy to put a service like this together for local producers, and that's a good thing. Here's why: this type of insight would positively differentiate fresh, high-quality local produce from the generic products of indefinite age, quality, and origin we get from the global industrial system. There's also great potential for activist organizations to compile databases of corporate misbehavior, with consumers checking products against the database by simply scanning a product barcode with a smartphone application. One step in this direction is Boycott SOPA, an Android app that scans barcodes and tells you whether an object's manufacturer/publisher is a supporter of the much maligned Stop Online Piracy Act. If you've ever scanned a barcode on your Android phone to look up a book or CD on Amazon, Boycott SOPA works in exactly the same way. First you have to install the Z-Scene barcode scanner app, but then you simply go around pointing your phone's camera at product barcodes. Boycott SOPA gives you a big red cross if the product is distributed by a SOPA supporter, or a green tick if it's clean. The idea is that you should scan everything that you buy at the supermarket, and refuse to put any SOPA-backed products into your basket. It's a very grandiose idea, and in a day and age where shoppers regularly eschew a selection of products on principle, or buy entirely local produce, Boycott SOPA fits right in. Inadvertently, though, the developers of Boycott SOPA have given us a tantalizing hint of how technology empowers consumers. Imagine for a second if you chopped SOPA from the name of the app and simply called it Boycott. Imagine if there was an Android app that let you boycott whatever you wanted. You could even take it one step further and make Boycott the one-stop shop for all of your political needs. Imagine if you could scan a cereal box and find out that the company's CEO likes to hunt rhinos, ride elephants, and eat shark fin soup at the same time. Imagine if you could scan a video game box and immediately see all of the active legislation, the representative sponsors and supporters, and how much money they've received from industry lobbying. You could even go as far as equipping the app with facial recognition, so that you can point your phone at a senator's face on the TV and quickly find out whether what he's saying actually jibes with his real-world behavior and voting record. This isn't a futuristic concept, we could do this right now with the tech we have. An already existing example is a mobile barcode scanning app for boycotting Cook Industries products. One of the most promising systems to date is OpenQRS, a project aimed at developing an open-source ecosystem for open data monitoring of healthcare devices and empowers healthcare product designers to build monitoring for quality, reliability, and safety data into their product's design, to ensure that these healthcare products do what they promise to do. It's intended to do this even or especially in third-world countries without a functioning regulatory state. Take this interlocking system of mobile electronics and reputational metrics a bit further, and you get something like the collective contracts we discussed in an earlier chapter. Doc Searles speculates on how such a system might work. As you prepare for your guests, you discover that your espresso machine isn't working and you need another one. So you pull handheld device from your pocket, scan the little square code on the back of the machine, and tell your handheld, by voice, that this one is broken and you need another one. An intent cast goes out to the marketplace, revealing only what's required to attract offers. No personal information is revealed, except to vendors with whom you already have a trusted relationship. Within a minute offers come in, displayed on your device. You compare the offers and pick an espresso machine to rent from a reputable vendor who also can fix your old one. When the replacement arrives, the delivery service scans and picks up the broken machine and transports it to the vendor, who has agreed to your service conditions by committing not to share any of your data with other parties and not to put you on a list for promotional messages. The agreement happened automatically when your intent cast went out and your terms matched up with the vendors. Since the Industrial Revolution, the only way a company could scale up in productivity and profit was by treating customers as populations rather than as individuals, and by treating employees as positions on an organization chart rather than as unique sources of talent and ideas. Anything that stood in the way of larger scale tended to be dismissed. The Internet has challenged that system by giving individuals the same power. Any of us can now communicate with anybody else, anywhere in the world, at costs close to zero. In the not-too-distant future, you will be able, for example, to change your contact information with many vendors at once, rather than many times, over and over, at many different websites. You will declare your own policies, preferences, and terms of engagement and do it in ways that can be automated both for you and the companies you engage. You will no longer have to accept agreements that aren't worth reading because, as we all know, they cover the other parties but expose yours. Once economic signaling starts to crank up on the demand side of the marketplace, the supply side will have to start regarding customers as complex and fully empowered actors. Consider what's already happening with an early species of VRM tools, browser add-ons for blocking ads and tracking the trackers. Usage of these is on the rise. Silk Road was a paradigmatic example of what networked, horizontal reputational mechanisms could accomplish, even in a black market where sellers and buyers were forced to operate underground. Functioning much like a tweaked Amazon or eBay, it offered a host of useful features that helped facilitate trust between sellers and buyers, such as an escrow payment system, seller feedback, and dispute resolution. According to their civil forfeiture complaint, the FBI purchased samples from SR's drug listings and laboratory tested them, and typically found high levels of product purity matching what was advertised. The reputation-based nature of SR, combined with often accurate information on seller profile pages and the official forums, empowered buyers to make informed choices and remain safe. A recent development, the Open Value Network, has especially interesting implications for transparent supply chains and the internal transparency of networked production processes. www.news-to-open-source-entries/entries/open-QRS-open-assure-the-health-data/entries/open-hyphen-open-hyphen-source-the-quality-of-health-hyphen The economy currently works with the collaboration of multiple process around the world that coordinate their efforts to produce products. At the same time, each production process has a wealth of information about its functioning that is kept away from the public eye. The OVN model proposes that each production process publishes all information about its internal functioning. That allows production methods to be copied. Provides accountability. Public view allows people to propose better solutions and to detect errors sooner. Moreover, ecological and other externalities are easily identifiable. The OVN model also proposes that information about the supply chains be also visible. All production processes should provide information about their product and the requirements they have in tools, materials, and human resources, as well as the current suppliers and customers. The ability to search and analyze these data allows for different groups that were otherwise isolated and small to interconnect. This has the profound advantage that these small groups can cooperate, co-produce value, and thus be able to compete with traditional companies with a higher number of capital assets. Moreover, the information about the supply chains allows people to suggest more efficient supply chains and at the same time bypass the supply chain middlemen entirely. Food networks like fair trade networks, community-supported agriculture, buying clubs, and the like, are well suited to a transparency model similar to the open value network. The blockchain ledger, originally associated with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies in that ecosystem, also has independent value as an internal accounting system for networks of all kinds. It's important to recognize that blockchain technology is not confined to digital currency applications. It can be applied to a wide variety of circumstances in which a community of players in markets, commons, or other circumstances want reliable systems to manage their interrelationships on network platforms. Former FCC Chairman Reed Hundt has proposed using the blockchain technology as a way to create distributed networks of solar power on residential houses. The ledger would keep track of how much energy a given homeowner has generated and shared with others, or consumed, and it would enable the efficient organization of decentralized solar grids. In a comment to a blog post a few days ago, Primavera de Filippi, one of the leading tech/legal thinkers about blockchain technology, wrote, "It is my belief that the blockchain can help implement new forms commons-based governance that could greatly benefit the CBPP ecosystem. For a long time, commons-based communities have been institutionalized around centralized or federated structures, which might bring a series of trade-offs in terms of democratic governance, flexibility, and ability to evolve. These institutions were built, for the most part, to facilitate the coordination of disparate groups of people that would otherwise have had a hard time coordinating themselves, because of either scale or lack of proper coordination mechanisms. They also served the purpose of establishing trust among groups that did not engage into sufficiently frequent and repeated interactions. Today, traditional issues related to shared common pool resources such as the free rider problem or the tragedy of the commons could be addressed with the implementation of blockchain-based governance, through the adoption of transparent decision-making procedures and the introduction of decentralized incentive systems for collaboration and cooperation. The transparent and decentralized nature of the blockchain makes it easier for small and large communities to reach consensus and implement innovative forms of self-governance. Decentralized blockchain technologies bring trust and coordination to shared resource pools, enabling new models of non-hierarchical governance, where intelligence is spread on the edges of the network instead of being concentrated at the center. Flexible decentralized organizations could entirely replace the hierarchical format of current centralized formations, enabling commons-based communities to operate in a more decentralized manner. Instead of relying on traditional top-down decision-making procedures, the blockchain allows for such procedures to be entirely crowdsourced, delegating to the community's collective intelligence the responsibility to monitor and evaluate its own achievements. While online communities will probably be the first one to experiment with these new apparatus, as the ease of creating these organizations decreases through standardization, online communities could be easily brought offline to create and build new organizations that operates in the physical world. Thus far, while commons-based peer production communities have flourished in many fields of endeavor, they have had a hard scaling up, without turning into more bureaucratic and centralized institutions. It is my hope that, with the new opportunities provided by blockchain technologies, we can come up with new applications that can support the operation of these communities in a more distributed and decentralized manner. In particular, Jutta Steiner speculates that blockchain ledgers can be used to make supply chains more transparent by providing a true chain of custody, along even the most complex supply chains, at a very low cost. 4. Commons-based governance and vernacular law. History is replete with examples of self-organized institutions for governance outside the state, going back to the Neolithic village commune with its open field system, which persisted for millennia before the rise of the state. As Peter Kropotkin recounts in Mutual Aid and the State, popular institutions for self-governance like mutuals, friendly societies, and other manifestations of social solidarity persisted for centuries or millennia more, with states and parasitic class systems superimposed on them much of the time, with the state actively hostile to them. The commons, as described by David Bollier and Burns Weston, is a vernacular, social governance institution organized outside the state. The commons is a regime for managing common pool resources that eschews individual property rights and state control. It is a system of governance that relies on common property arrangements that tend to be self-organized and enforced in complex and sometimes idiosyncratic ways. Today the commons can be seen in such diverse resources as the internet, rural forests, fisheries, town squares, universities, and community life. A commons is generally governed by what we call vernacular law, the unofficial norms, institutions, and procedures that a peer community devises to manage its resources on its own, and typically democratically. State law and action may set the parameters within which vernacular law operates, but the state does not directly control how a given commons is organized and managed. Their concept of vernacular law borrows Ivan Illich's term vernacular, which includes the entire range of informal, everyday spaces in people's lives where they negotiate their own rules and devise their own norms and practices. Vernacular law emerges from the informal, unofficial zones of society. Its matrix of socially negotiated values, principles, and rules are what make a commons work. 9. The Open Source Labor Board. For some 80 years, since the New Deal Labor Accord, the protection of worker rights has centered on the use of large, hierarchical institutions, in theory, to regulate other large, hierarchical institutions and limit their power. The problem, as in all the other examples of countervailing power examined in this book, was that the relationship between institutions was at least as collusive as it was countervailing. Indeed, the origins of the New Deal Labor Pact lie in corporate management's need for stable control of the production process. The domesticated industrial unions of the CIO, under the Wagner Act, to a large extent served the same functions performed by company unions under the American Plan. Corporate management enlisted the labor bureaucracy as a junior member of the ruling class, in order to provide social stability in the workplace. The New Deal business coalition centered on large, capital-intensive, mass production industry. For such industries, labor costs were a comparatively modest part of total unit costs. And given the long planning horizons of the technostructure and the vulnerability to output disruptions in industries where idle capacity was an enormous source of cost, it was in the interest of such companies to trade productivity-based wage increases, a grievance process and seniority-based job security in return for an end to wildcat strikes, slowdowns, walkouts, and sit-downs. The Wagner regime was no doubt undertaken in response to pressure from such labor action, and required concessions from management they'd have preferred to do without in an ideal world. And labor definitely got something in return. But the single most important function of the New Deal Lab Accord, from the standpoint of American capitalism, was to enlist the union leadership into enforcing contracts against wildcat strikes and other disruptions by its own rank and file. To quote Stoughton Lynd, CIO founder John L. Lewis went out of his way to assure the business community that if they bargained with the CIO, such phenomena as wildcat strikes would become a thing of the past. The critical elements of the Wagner model, in Lynd's words, were 1. Exclusive representation of a bargaining unit by a single union, 2. The dues checkoff, whereby the employer deducts dues for the union from the paycheck of every member of the bargaining unit, 3. A clause prohibiting strikes and slowdowns for the duration of the contract, 4. A management prerogatives clause giving the employer the right to make investment decisions unilaterally. Indeed, the central principle of the Labor Pact was let management manage. Or as Eric Foreman put it, such progressive legislation was intended to prevent obstructions to the free flow of commerce by removing class struggle from the shop floors and streets and confining it to offices and courtrooms. Under the government-run procedure, the bare-knuckled confrontations that had previously forced bosses to negotiate would be replaced by workplace-based elections for union recognition supervised by the National Labor Relations Board. Union organizing was to become a gentleman's game. Again, the advantages of job security and middle-class wages for workers were real. Management did have to trade something for stability and a free hand. But that's moot, because corporate America has decided these past 30 years or so that the New Deal labor accord no longer suits its needs. Union busting is the order of the day. Private sector union membership has shrunk to record lows, and unionized industries are extorting harsh concessions from surviving unions lest they close the remaining plants and shift production overseas. The mid-20th century labor accord, under both the American New Deal and Western European social democracy, was also based on what Guy Standing calls labourism. Unlike earlier socialist and anarchist models that looked forward to increasing leisure and autonomy and a shrinkage of both the cash nexus and the wage system, social democracy and industrial unionism presupposed universal full-time employment at wage labor as the norm. It aimed at full employment with good wages, benefits, and job security, with the understanding that management would be allowed to manage and labor would stay out of matters regarded as management prerogatives in return for these things. The full employment agenda meant all men in full-time jobs. Besides being sexist, this neglected all forms of work that were not labor. It also erased a vision of freedom from labor that had figured powerfully in radical thinking in previous ages. But since then, especially in the past 2 decades, the conventional full-time wage employment model has become increasingly irrelevant. The size of the full-time wage labor force has steadily shrunk as a portion of the total economy. Both the permanently unemployed and the precariat have grown as a share of the economy. For these workers, the old model of a workplace-based social safety net does not exist, and it has been radically scaled back even for remaining full-time workers. Further, the precariat for the most part do not identify with the workplace or wage employment as their parents and grandparents, and often have value systems more in common with earlier socialists who saw their economic identity in terms of social or guild relations outside the workplace. Put bluntly, the proletariat's representatives demand decent labor, lots of it. The precariat wishes to escape from labor, materially and psychologically, because its labor is instrumental, not self-defining. Many in the precariat do not even aspire to secure labor. They saw their parents trapped in long-term jobs, too frightened to leave, partly because they would have lost modest enterprise benefits that depended on years of service. But in any event, those jobs are no longer on offer to the precariat. 20th century spheres of labor protection, labor law, labor regulations, collective bargaining, laborist social security were constructed around the image of the firm, fixed workplaces, and fixed working days and work weeks that apply only to a minority in today's tertiary online society. While proletarian consciousness is linked to long-term security in a firm, mine, factory, or office, the precariat's consciousness is linked to a search for security outside the workplace. The precariat is not a proto-proletariat, that is, becoming like the proletariat. But the centralization of unstable labor to global capitalism is also why it is not an underclass, as some would have it. According to Marx, the proletariat wanted to abolish itself. The same could be said of the precariat. But the proletariat wanted thereby to universalize stable labor. And whereas it had a material interest in economic growth and the fiction of full employment, the precariat has an interest in recapturing a progressive vision of freedom of labor, so establishing a meaningful right to work. All this suggests we need a new model for labor relations. Historic models. The model of labor struggle before Wagner, which could be characterized as a form of asymmetric warfare within the workplace, centered on the kinds of activity mentioned in the old wobbly pamphlet How to Fire Your Boss. As that pamphlet argues, the conventional strike in its current form is about the least effective form of action available to organized labor. The bosses, with their large financial reserves, are better able to withstand a long drawn-out strike than the workers. And worst of all, a long walkout only gives the boss a chance to replace striking workers with a scab workforce. Workers are far more effective when they take direct action while still on the job. By deliberately reducing the boss profits while continuing to collect wages, you can cripple the boss without giving some scab the opportunity to take your job. Direct action, by definition, means those tactics workers can undertake themselves, without the help of government agencies, union bureaucrats, or high-priced lawyers. Instead of conventional strikes, How to Fire Your Boss recommends such forms of direct action as the slowdown, work-to-rule strikes, good work strikes, selective strikes, whistleblowing, and sick-ins. These are all ways to raise costs on the job without giving the boss a chance to hire scabs. A radical British workers' daily, the Daily Herald, coined the apt phrase staying in on strike as an alternative to going out on strike to be starved. Networked resistance isn't a replacement, but a complement to these earlier forms of direct action. The networked asymmetric warfare model can incorporate such earlier forms of direct action into a higher synthesis. Minority unionism. The tactics used by workers before Wagner included what former IWW General Secretary-Treasurer Alexis Buss called minority unionism. You need to break out of the current model, one that has come to rely on a recipe increasingly difficult to prepare: a majority of workers vote a union in, a contract is bargained. Minority unionism happens on our own terms, regardless of legal recognition. The labor movement was not built through majority unionism, it couldn't have been. We must stop making gaining legal recognition and a contract the point of our organizing. We have to bring about a situation where the bosses, not the union, want the contract. We need to create situations where bosses will offer us concessions to get our cooperation. Make them beg for it. Joel Rogers and Richard Freeman argue for minority unionism under the term open source unionism. The first Constitution of the American Federation of Labor, adopted at its founding in 1886, declared the new organization open to the membership of any 7 wage workers of good character, and favorable to trade unions, and not members of any body affiliated with this federation. Tens of thousands of such groups applied for and received direct affiliation with the National Federation. The tactic was particularly prevalent during peak periods of union organization, such as the turn of the 20th century and again in the 1930s, when workers who did not fit well into their established forms sought to join unions. During these periods another union formation was also widespread: minority or members-only unions, which offered representation to workers without a demonstrated pro-union majority at their worksite. Such non-majority unions were critical to organizing new sectors of American industry, providing a union presence in the workplace well before an employer recognized a collective bargaining unit. Most of the early organizing of the industrial trades, for example, and of early industrial unions like the mine workers and steel workers, was achieved through such minority unions. After World War II, however, unions effectively abandoned both direct affiliation and minority unionism as common practices. Over the past half-century, union membership has come to mean membership in an organization that has demonstrated majority support among workers at a particular worksite, recognized by an employer as the exclusive representative of workers for purposes of collective bargaining. Opening up to these new members would entail some administrative challenges. Many unionists will worry about the cost of servicing workers outside union security clauses and regular dues collection by employers. But the economics of the Internet have changed this cost equation in fundamental ways. At essentially zero marginal cost, unions can communicate with an ever-expanding number of new members, and they can deliver all manner of services to them through the Internet. A labor movement that embraced this vision, taking its own historical lessons with diversified membership seriously and relying more heavily on the Internet in membership communication and servicing, would be practicing what we call open source unionism. Under open source unionism, unions would welcome members even before they achieved majority status, and stick with them as they fought for it, maybe for a very long time. These pre-majority workers would presumably pay reduced dues in the absence of the benefits of collective bargaining, but would otherwise be normal union members. They would gain some of the bread and butter benefits of traditional unionism: advice and support on their legal rights, bargaining over wages and working conditions if feasible, protection of pension holdings, political representation, career guidance, access to training, and so on. And even in minority positions, they might gain a collective contract for union members, or grow to the point of being able to force a wall-to-wall agreement for all workers in the unit. But under OSU, such an agreement would not be the defining criterion for achieving or losing membership. Joining the labor movement would be something you did for a long time, not just an organizational relationship you entered into with a third party upon taking some particular job, to expire when that job expired or changed. OSU would engage a range of workers in different states of organization rather than discrete majorities of workers in collective bargaining agreements. There would be traditional employer-specific unions, but there would likely be more cross-employer professional sorts of union formations and more geographically defined ones. Within any of these boundaries, the goal of OSU would not be collective bargaining per se but broader worker influence over the terms and conditions of work and working life. Because OSU unions would typically have less clout inside firms or with particular employers, they would probably be more concerned than traditional unionism with the political and policy environment surrounding their employers and employment settings. They would be more open to alliance with non-labor forces, community forces of various kinds, constituencies organized around interests not best expressed through work or even class that might support them in this work. As a result, labor as a whole would likely have a more pronounced social face. Unions existed before the NLRB was even a gleam in FDR's eye, and can function in the workplace as bargaining agents exactly the same way they did then without NLRB certification. The kinds of networked labor organization made possible by the Internet and following the net war model described by Arquilla and Renfeld E.G. The Walmart Workers Association and the Coalition of Imolaki Workers is a perfect complement to non-certified, informal minority locals in the workplace. The networked organization can provide platforms, toolkits, and support for the locals. The social services model. Associate membership is closely related to minority unionism, and offers to realize its full potential when mated to network organization. It's especially relevant in an era of declining importance of the very concept of the job. The rise of the precariat, increased outsourcing, and reliance on temporary help in a growing number of industries is undermining the traditional linkage between the job and the social safety net, and creating strong pressure for workers to develop new models of economic security outside of wage employment. We're going to have to evolve past the idea that the only thing a union is a collective bargaining agent at a workplace, says Freelancers Union founder Sarah Horowitz. There will be a lot more experimentation. You can see the shape of the future already, not just in the Freelancers Union but the growth of the peer economy. Today networks help us find a job, a place to crash, fund our projects, or give us a place to perform and publicize our work. Co-working spaces give startups and businesses a cooperative edge along with a desk. Websites like Glassdoor give workers important leverage in knowing about who to work for and how much to charge. Tomorrow, crowd-funded workers' networks could perform all of the above functions and more to serve as the union of the future. Robert Laubacher and Thomas Malone, writing in 1997, described the range of alternatives to the employer-based safety net which were beginning to emerge. Some organizations have already emerged to meet the needs of workers in sectors of the economy where freelancing is common. For example, several such entities are attempting to serve independent professionals. The National Association of the Self-Employed offers health insurance and other benefits to its members at highly competitive rates. It turns out that the self-employed lose very few workdays to illness and thus constitute a very attractive risk pool for health insurers. A recently founded organization, Working Today, provides a variety of benefits at group rates, including health insurance, retirement planning, and low-cost internet access, to white-collar professionals working independently. The group also sees itself as an advocate for its members and lobbies for policy changes which would place benefits paid for by self-employed workers on the same tax footing as benefits received by traditional job holders. Two other areas where freelance workers are prevalent are film production and construction. In the film industry, screen actors and writers, as well as the technicians who staff crews, typically work on a sporadic basis, and the labor organizations which serve these groups are set up to accommodate the periodic nature of employment in the industry. For example, members of the Screen Actors Guild need to earn only $6,000 in a calendar year to qualify for full health benefits for the entire subsequent year. In recognition of the short shelf life of many actors' careers, the Guild also provides very generous pension benefits. In order to pay for these services, SAG contracts stipulate that producers must pay a large surcharge, which amounts to as much as 30% of actors' base pay, into the Guild's benefits fund. In the construction industry, workers are also typically employed on a project basis, often moving from firm to firm when they finish one project and go on to the next. To accommodate these circumstances, construction trade unions offer their members fully portable health and pension benefits. Associate membership is a mechanism for delivering some services to workers who are not in a bargaining unit represented by a union. It has been made available to pro-union workers in a failed election, former union members who want to continue their affiliation with the union, and workers in anti-union settings who want some personal affiliation with organized labor. Organized labor, under this model, would shift from seeing the dwindling, increasingly marginalized full-time industrial workforce as its primary constituency, to including the so-called precariat in its membership and offering services that are valuable to workers whether they are currently employed or unemployed. Under the present conventional model, unionism pursues a model of retreat in the face of encirclement. A model of unionism that served the much larger constituency of unemployed and members in non-unionized workplaces, on the other hand, might credibly threaten employers with encirclement. Some novel approaches in this direction might include organizing unions of freelance workers and the self-employed, as well as using direct marketing techniques to appeal directly to workers outside of existing certified locals. When combined with the networked or socially based organization model discussed below, associate membership encourages workers to think of labor as a social support movement. It's also a step back toward a pre-industrial concept of unions as fraternal and benefit organizations. The social services model might include offering cheap mutual health insurance not only to job-based union members, but to individual, socially based members in workplaces without certified union locals. A related model for serving workers on an individual basis, whether it be in bargaining units with no certified union or among the unemployed, is a resurrected guild that offers insurance and other services. Malone and Laubacher wrote about it 15 years ago. These guilds could provide a stable home for their members as they moved from job to job. They could, for example, help their members by ensuring their financial security, providing placement and professional training services, becoming a locus of social interaction and identification. Given the current U.S. healthcare system, one of the most important services guilds can offer to American workers will be access to health insurance at reasonable cost. Guilds can accomplish this by bringing together their members to create risk pools of their own, which will allow for the purchase of group health coverage at competitive rates. Group life and disability insurance and group retirement plans could be purchased in a similar manner. Another important aspect of financial security is protection against being unemployed or underemployed. Workers who are on their own assume all of the risk of economic downturns themselves. Guilds could help mitigate this risk by establishing income smoothing plans. For example, imagine that members paid a fraction of their income to the guild in good times, in return for a guaranteed minimum income in the bad times. In the realm of placement, guilds could play an active part in assisting their members to find work. One simple mechanism might be the establishment of electronic clearing houses to match workers with projects according to their skills and experience. Another role guilds could play in helping members find work would be in establishing and verifying their members' reputations. One approach might be the creation of a set of standards outlining various skill levels and recommended pay bands for each. Another could involve collecting evaluations, in an agreed-upon format, based on a worker's performance on prior projects. In the area of professional development, guilds could organize series of formal training programs and sponsor apprenticeship programs. Finally, in the social realm, guilds could provide a meeting place, either actual or virtual, where workers with similar interests and experiences might gather on a regular basis to trade stories and share advice. These kinds of interactions are notable not only for the social bonds they reinforce, but also for the sharing of tacit knowledge which they can promote. If guilds become the vehicle through which workers maintain daily social connections, they are also likely to become the primary institution with which those workers come to identify. The broader social economy and various forms of commons are also likely to serve as support bases for precarious or freelance work. Ana Silva argues that such a broad-based social economy, including the household as income pooling unit and various institutions for sharing capital goods between households, is becoming necessary in an age of increased freelance work. But if the notion of working project-based/freelance-like can provide the freedom to pursue other interests, and the opportunity to develop new skills and seek new ventures, working on different projects for different organizations and with diverse people, we usually look at freelance work as unstable and financially insecure, often requiring a shift in mindset when it comes to ensuring a steady paycheck and managing the family's budget. Which got me thinking, if work is changing and freelance-like work is on the rise, bringing with it increased freedom, autonomy, and diversity, but also probably added unpredictability in terms of steady incomes, then we'll probably also need a societal change and start questioning our need to own things and how we approach borrowing and lending money. For many, facing all this change, especially when they already have kids and a mortgage, can seem daunting, which was probably why at some point of our interesting dinner conversation my friend suggested that for a couple maybe one could pursue a project-based/entrepreneurial activity of some sort while the other could guarantee some stability from a traditional job. And in an economy where the total need for labor is rapidly falling, but the overhead costs of craft production by skilled trades are also falling, revived guilds are a good way of evenly distributing available craft-based work among the pool of workers. Guild organizations are especially relevant in a time of the cheapening of the means of production, and the explosion of technologies in many industries that permit higher quality in the home than in the wage labor workplace. And it suggests the organization of work itself by P2P means, or via Hartz and Negri's multitude. A return to guilds as an organizing force for the worker of the future will bring with it another medieval institution, a return of ownership of means of production to the individual. In our surveys of distributed workers over the years, we have noted a consistent finding. Workers report that the technology they have in their home offices is more advanced and sophisticated than what their employers provide in the central office. In fact, many report that they save the toughest jobs for home because they have better tools. As technology has become commoditized, individuals can afford to own the fastest, latest, and most robust equipment. No longer must a worker depend on his employer giving him/her the tools they need to do their job. They have their own. So, if these creatives have their own telecommunications, computers, databases, cell phones and meeting places, what do they need in terms of infrastructure from an employer? Expecting workers to bring their own tools to the job could radically reshape how corporations look at the management of hard assets. Why should they purchase and maintain them, when perhaps 30% of the workforce can be assumed to have their own? The return to guilds, as a way of organizing work communities, has tremendous implications for the provision of services to workers. Our old industrial model has been that companies provide workers with everything they need to do the job: office space, technology, and management support including healthcare, pensions and training. But guilds provide all that for workers. So, If our scenario plays out, then companies will find themselves in the envious position of shedding the responsibility of providing human resource services, technology infrastructure, and facilities. Think of the impact this could have. You could literally cut your operational expenses in half for 30 to 40% of the workforce. All this and community too. But wait, what's the dark side for companies, and what will they have to do to counteract loosening their social ties with workers? In short, their death. Loosening these communities' ties implies a growing lack of engagement between worker and companies. These companies have historically existed to find, organize, and focus the energy and talent of people who add value in the process of innovation, manufacture and distribution of goods and services. Some form of human organization will be required to step in and fill that gap. As we have suggested above, that organization we believe will be a rebirth of guild structures. Restaurant Opportunity Centers are one possible example of guild organization for precariat. In the lexicon of labor studies, organizations such as Philly Rock are known as worker centers. They are not tied to a specific employer, the way a union might be through a collective bargaining contract. Unions tend to represent restaurant workers in larger entities, such as Windows, which employed hundreds. But many restaurants have just a handful of employees. It's really tough for unions to organize these workplaces that are really small and where there's a lot of turnover, said Lonnie Golden, a professor of economic and labor studies at Pennsylvania State University's Abington campus. The alternative is to negotiate a floor for the whole occupation, he said. That became the goal of Windows workers who survived the terrorist attacks. Initially, the 350 surviving Windows employees, suddenly jobless, were helped by their union. But, after about 6 months, that assistance ended. After all, these workers were no longer employed in a union restaurant. Instead, Unite Here Local 100 helped them organize their own group, the Restaurant Opportunity Center, the organization that now runs Colors as a worker-owned restaurant. The group protested when the former Windows owner tried to open a non-union restaurant. After the news media picked up the story, the fledgling organization was flooded with calls from restaurant employees who wanted help with their work issues. Then, in 2005, when Hurricane Katrina blew away New Orleans' tourist industry, workers from there contacted New York's Rock to help them build a similar organization in the Big Easy. Now there are Rocks in Washington and Detroit, among other cities. Funding comes from dues, from foundations, and in New York, from government workforce training grants. The national organization is bankrolling the Philadelphia operation for a few years. The guild model is ideal for the exercise of bargaining rights by the precariat. In New Zealand, the Together movement enlists workers from the precariat who are not represented in conventionally organized workplaces. Together aims to connect workers in ununionist workplaces with the union movement and the union experience. In order to do this, it provides help with issues like workplace bullying, sick leave, holiday pay, employment agreements and sexual harassment. Together is a national service that is being developed for the precariat, that rapidly growing cohort of workers who do not fit into the standard labourist model of industrial capitalism. In particular, it aims to bring together people on casual contracts, those in industries like IT, tourism, or in small shops, or driving taxis, contractors and workers in remote areas and small towns who don't currently have access to a union. The families of current union members. Membership costs just $1 per week, which is roughly 20% of typical union fees in New Zealand. Family membership is also on offer, bringing a still larger audience back into unionism's traditional orbit. In fact, the word they use here is huana, which is a Maori word suggesting something more like extended family. So, for instance, if mum or dad is a union member, they can also arrange union support for their children, uncles and aunts, cousins, nephews and nieces and grandchildren. Worker cooperatives. Another way of moving beyond the conventional labor movement's laborist emphasis on jobs is for radical networked unions to organize worker cooperatives, and encourage production for barter networks among unemployed workers. We've already seen, in a previous chapter, that overnight trade unions employed workers on strike and marketed the product cooperatively, and that the same practice was common among striking craft workers in America. And as we saw, the main reason the union cooperative model failed was the lack of capital to buy expensive machinery as the factory system supplanted craft production. But the worker cooperatives organized in the era of artisan labor paralleled, in many ways, the forms of work organization that are arising today. Networked organization, crowdsourced credit, and the implosion of capital outlays required for physical production, taken together, are recreating the same conditions that made artisan cooperatives feasible in the days before the factory system. In the artisan manufactories that prevailed into the early 19th century, most of the physical capital required for production was owned by the workforce. Artisan laborers could walk out and essentially take the firm with them in all but name. Likewise, today, the collapse of capital outlay requirements for production has created a situation where human capital is the main source of value for many firms. The growing importance of human capital relative to physical capital as a source of equity and revenue streams, and the shift from expensive machinery back to affordable general-purpose tools as the primary form of physical capital, open possibilities for reviving worker cooperatives as a tool of labor resistance that existed before the triumph of the factory system. The same principle applies to the expansion of all kinds of self-directed labor. According to Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, the trend toward the hegemony or prevalence of immaterial production in the processes of capitalist valorization, images, information, knowledge, effects, codes, and social relationships, are coming to outweigh material commodities or the material aspects of commodities in the capitalist valorization process. This means, of course, not that the production of material goods is disappearing or even declining in quantity, but rather that their value is increasingly dependent on and subordinated to immaterial factors and goods. Living beings as fixed capital are at the center of this transformation, and the production of forms of life is becoming the basis of added value. This is a process in which putting to work human faculties, competences, and knowledges those acquired on the job but, more important, those accumulated outside work interacting with automated and computerized productive systems is directly productive of value. One distinctive feature of the work of Head and Heart, then, is that paradoxically the object of production is really a subject, defined by a social relationship or a form of life. This means that a pitiless accumulation today is increasingly external to the production process, such that exploitation takes the form of expropriation of the common. And knowledge, rather than being embedded in a process organized by those managing the physical capital owned by an alien class, is embedded in the workers themselves, knowledge that is widespread across society as a central productive force, out of reach of the system of control. Labor's revolutionary struggle, accordingly, under these conditions under the new technical composition takes the form of exodus. By exodus here we mean a process of subtraction from the relationship with capital by means of actualizing the potential autonomy of labor power. Exodus is thus not a refusal of the productivity of biopolitical labor power but rather a refusal of the increasingly restrictive fetters placed on its productive capacities by capital. It is an expression of the productive capacities that exceed the relationship with capital achieved by stepping through the opening in the social relation of capital and across the threshold. As a first approximation, then, think of this form of class struggle as a kind of maroonage. Like the slaves who collectively escaped the chains of slavery to construct self-governing communities and quilombos, biopolitical labor power subtracting from its relation to capital must discover and construct new social relationships, new forms of life that allow it to actualize its productive powers. But unlike that of the Maroons, this exodus does not necessarily mean going elsewhere. We can pursue a line of flight while staying right here, by transforming the relationship of production and mode of social organization under which we live. Current technological changes amount to a singularity in which it is becoming impossible for capital to prevent a shift in the supply of an increasing proportion of the necessities of life from mass-produced goods purchased with wages, to small-scale production in the informal and household sector and in low-overhead micro-enterprises of all kinds. As already suggested, organization of production for barter by the unemployed or underemployed, perhaps within union-sponsored networks, is another idea that falls under the headings of both social services and worker cooperatives. Unions might sponsor small, independent workshops, equipped with affordable tools, in which laid-off or unemployed workers could reduce their dependence on wage labor by producing directly for consumption or barter. They might also put household producers in touch with one another to match up skills with consumption needs within barter networks. Most households possess producer goods like kitchen appliances, garage power tools, sewing machines, rototillers, and gardening implements, and cars which might provide transportation to neighbors, as well as members with cooking, sewing, babysitting, hairdressing, woodworking or metal shop skills. And the productive capacity of such machinery and skills is typically far beyond the consumption needs of the individual household. If the spare capacity of such machinery and skills were used for production for direct consumption or barter with other households, a major part of what we consume could be produced within the households of the unemployed and underemployed. So the network effects of association for barter would increase the total value of household production capability. And labor unions are a promising platform for organizing such network effects. The effect on the bargaining power of workers vis-a-vis wage employers should be obvious. Workers who barter babysitting time with the neighbor need a lot less work time than those who spend half their paychecks on daycare. Community and comprehensive campaigns. Comprehensive campaigns unite two traditional forms of anti-corporate action, the community campaign and the corporate campaign. The community campaign was, as its name implied, a community-based campaign against a corporate malefactor, rather than one carried out mainly on the initiative of the company's own workforce. The corporate campaign, although conducted mainly on the initiative of workers in the targeted company and to achieve their workplace goals, might employ a wide range of direct action and public sympathy tactics outside the formal scope of the Wagner Act. The comprehensive campaign fuses both. To networked labor struggle. Negri and Hart, in Multitude, argue that the networked labor movement must cease to limit itself to conventional wage employees, and thereby become coextensive with the social organization of production in society at large. In so doing, it will leverage the productive capacity of social production as a whole as a basis of bargaining power in support of wage workers. Our claims of the wealth, productivity, and commonality of the poor have immediate implications for trade union organizing. First of all, the old trade unions are not able to represent the unemployed, the poor, or even the mobile and flexible post-Fordist workers with short-term contracts, all of whom participate actively in social production and increase social wealth. Finally, the old unions have become purely economic, not political, organizations. In the paradigm of immaterial labor, and as production becomes increasingly biopolitical, such an isolation of economic issues makes less and less sense. What is necessary and possible today is a form of labor organizing that overcomes all the divisions of the old unions and manages to represent the becoming common of labor in all its generality economically, politically, and socially. Whereas traditional trade unions defend the economic interests of a limited category of workers, we need to create labor organizations that can represent the entire network of singularities that collaboratively produce social wealth. One modest proposal that points in this direction, for example, involves opening up trade unions to other segments of society by merging them with the powerful social movements that have emerged in recent years in order to create a form of social movement unionism. In any case, a union worthy of the name today must be the organized expression of the multitude, capable of engaging the entire global realm of social labor. The central aspect of the paradigm of immaterial production we have to grasp here is its intimate relation with cooperation, collaboration, and communication, in short, its foundation in the common. Marx insists that one of the great progressive elements of capital historically is to organize armies of workers in cooperative productive relationships. The capitalist calls workers to the factory. For example, directing them to collaborate and communicate in production and giving them the means to do so. In the paradigm of immaterial production, in contrast, labor itself tends to produce the means of interaction, communication, and cooperation for production directly. The production of ideas, images, and knowledges is not only conducted in common, but also each new idea and image invites and opens new collaborations. In all these ways, in immaterial production the creation of cooperation has become internal to labor and thus external to capital. We have begun to recognize how the singular figures of postmodern labor do not remain fragmented and dispersed but tend through communication and collaboration to converge toward a common social being. The important question at this point is what kind of body will these common singularities form? One possibility is that they will be enlisted in the global armies at the service of capital, subjugated in the global strategies of servile inclusion and violent marginalization. This new social flesh, in other words, may be formed into the productive organs of the global social body of capital. This last is the model of capitalism variously termed cognitive capitalism, green capitalism, progressive capitalism, and new growth theory. It aims to enclose the information commons, to capitalize innovation as a source of rents, and make innovation and information thus transformed into property into a new engine of accumulation or the basis of a new Kondratiev long wave. Johann Soderberg has pointed to the role of draconian digital copyright laws and drastic increases in the terms of patents in enforcing this regime of information enclosure, and compared the system of information control embodied in Western digital copyright control to the totalitarian lockdown of photocopiers and fax machines in the old Soviet Union. This is not, in my opinion, a serious possibility. No matter how strongly the dominant interests in global capitalism would like to enforce such enclosure of digital information, technologies of digital reproduction, encryption, and anonymization are rendering it impossible. So the only remaining possibility is Hartz and Negri's second alternative of social labor organizing itself autonomously and create a new world. The power of the multitude is rooted in its productivity, its ability to produce a surplus beyond the power of capital and institutional hierarchies to appropriate. The production of the common always involves a surplus that cannot be expropriated by capital or captured in the regimentation of the global political body. This surplus, at the most abstract philosophical level, is the basis on which antagonism is transformed into revolt. Deprivation may breed anger, indignation, and antagonism, but revolt arises only on the basis of wealth, that is, a surplus of intelligence, experience, knowledges, and desire. When we propose the poor as the paradigmatic subjective figure of labor today, it is not because the poor are empty and excluded from wealth but because they are included in the circuits of production and full of potential, which always exceeds what capital and the global political body can expropriate and control. Capital's dependence on labor in a sense holds it hostage, and leaves it vulnerable to an attempt by the networked multitude to secede from hierarchy, and shift the meeting of a growing share of its needs to social production outside the sphere of capital. In politics as in economics, one weapon that is constantly at the disposal of the ruled is the threat to refuse their position of servitude and subtract themselves from the relationship. This act of refusing the relationship with the sovereign is a kind of exodus, fleeing the forces of oppression, servitude, and persecution in search of freedom. Without the active participation of the subordinated, sovereignty crumbles. One new aspect of the present global order is that, in step with the processes of globalization, it tends to blur the boundaries between political, economic, social, and cultural forms of power and production. Economic production is increasingly biopolitical, aimed not only at the production of goods, but ultimately at the production of information, communication, cooperation, in short, the production of social relationships and social order. Culture is thus directly both an element of political order and economic production. Together, in a sort of concert or convergence of the various forms of power, war, politics, economics, and culture in empire become finally a mode of producing social life in its entirety and hence a form of biopower. Once we recognize this convergence in biopower, we can see that imperial sovereignty is completely dependent on the productive social agents over which it rules. The circuits of social producers are the lifeblood of empire, and if they were to refuse the relationship of power, to subtract themselves from the relationship, it would simply collapse in a lifeless heap. Empire creates and rules over a truly global society that becomes ever more autonomous while empire relies on it ever more heavily. In the era of imperial sovereignty and biopolitical production, the balance has tipped such that the ruled tend to be the exclusive producers of social organization. This does not mean that sovereignty immediately crumbles and the rulers lose all their power. It does mean that the rulers become ever more parasitical and that sovereignty becomes increasingly unnecessary. Correspondingly, the ruled become increasingly autonomous, capable of forming society on their own. Indeed, when the products of labor are not material goods but social relationships, networks of communication, and forms of life, then it becomes clear that economic production immediately implies a kind of political production, or the production of society itself. Broad-based coalitions have been employed by various social justice movements for decades. Saul Alinsky's community organizing model is a good example. Networked organization of the sort described by Arquilla and Renfeld, made possible by the Internet, is simply the same phenomenon on steroids. When integrated into earlier models of direct action, it offers to increase their impact enormously. The other models mentioned above, minority unionism, the social services model, worker cooperatives, can all achieve a higher synergy by coordinating their mutual support through networked organizations and using platforms based on such organizations. Networked organizations can offer support services to a variety of minority locals and cooperatives on a modular basis. The networks can serve as the vehicle for offering standard packages of low-cost insurance to affiliated locals and cooperatives and small workshops, providing specialized help to start-up cooperatives, organizing barter networks and currency systems for trade between members, negotiating with suppliers and providing marketing outlets, etc., as well as coordinating media swarming in support of local struggles. One partial suggestion for the form a networked labor movement might take is the French model of unionism, which is at least as much socially based as workplace-based. Charles Derber wrote, over a decade ago, "The real constituency of the new labor movement is the American public as a whole, as well as workers throughout the world. As the old social contract unravels, the great majority of those in jeopardy are not American union members but unrepresented American workers, as well as workers in the Third World. Beyond organizing new members, labor must transform itself into a voice speaking mainly for these expansive constituencies who are not already American union members. Ironically, this will be the most effective way to service its own dues-paying members. In France, for example, less than 10% of the workforce is in unions, but the French people as a whole support union work stoppages to protect wages or benefits. In 1997, a majority of the French population virtually closed down the country in support of transportation workers' efforts to protect retirement and vacation benefits. Parallel to the social services model of serving members who are not part of a certified union in their workplace, unions can organize outside the workplace and network with other organizations in society at large in order to bring pressure to bear on employers. In this model, the union uses the community as a whole as its power base. Hoyt Wheeler, in The Future of the American Labor Movement, treats the Knights of Labor as the paradigmatic case of this form of organization. If a union is a collection of local bodies comprising the majority of workers in their workplaces, and having as their main purpose collective bargaining with their employers, then the Knights were less than a union. But they were also more. Their local assemblies served as umbrella organizations for social justice and reform movements in each community. Their motto, "An injury to one is the concern of all," is especially meaningful in this light. Although the Wobblies, who borrowed the K of L motto, put more emphasis on workplace organizing. They also began as an umbrella organization of labor and social justice groups. When Big Bill Haywood gavelled the IWW founding convention to order in 1905, he referred to it with some justification as the Continental Congress of the Working Class. It included representatives of the American Railway Union, the Western Federation of Miners, the Socialist Party USA, the Socialist Labor Party, the radical priest Father Thomas Haggerty, and the all-around moral authority Mary Mother Jones. Today, unions might augment their power within the workplace or exert power which they altogether lack within workplaces with no certified bargaining agent by putting together a coalition of civil rights and social justice organizations, clergy, the larger labor movement, etc., in the employer's community. At a time when only a small fraction of private sector workers still belong to certified workplace unions, the mutual moral support of a number of high-profile community organizations may be of inestimable value. The kinds of open-mouth sabotage we consider later on in this chapter are especially well suited to networked organization. As part of a corporate campaign, it's essentially the culture jamming used by activists like Charles Kernaghan, but specifically in support of labor disputes. It was used by the Amalgamated Clothing and Textile Workers Union in their 1976 campaign against J.P. Stevens. Corporate campaigns can be used in conjunction with an organizing campaign, in support of a strike, or in place of a strike. The third item is of special relevance to us today, when organizing a conventional union is more difficult than it's been in decades. Like the isolated individual worker or group of workers within the workplace planning a campaign of open-mouth sabotage against their employer, the corporate campaign is based upon extensive research on a company to identify fruitful pressure points. Directors, lenders, and other business associates are targeted with a view to inflicting maximum public embarrassment. Ironically, Wheeler wrote in 2002 that the corporate campaign had declined in importance. This was at a time when campaigns like Kernaghan's were in their early ascendancy, before the Walmart Workers Association, and before the coalition of Imolaki workers conducted one of the most effective corporate campaigns in history. Workers' main bargaining agent may not be a certified union in their own workplace at all, but what Wheeler calls a workers' rights group. Such labor advocacy groups, while they may not meet the standards for an NLRB certified union, are for all intents and purposes unions if one defines a union as an organization of wage earners who seek to improve their working lives. However, they do not do what we usually think of unions as doing: engage in collective bargaining. Neither do they ordinarily strike. Their weapons are much more likely to be political pressure, social protest, and publicity. Although the Walmart Workers Association was not in existence at the time he wrote, Wheeler might as well have had them specifically in mind. It acts as an unofficial union, and has repeatedly obtained concessions from store management teams in several publicity campaigns designed to embarrass and pressure the company. As Ezra Klein noted, this is, of course, entirely a function of the pressure unions have exerted on Walmart, pressure exerted despite the unions having almost no hope of actually unionizing Walmart. Organized labor has expended tens of millions of dollars over the past few years on this campaign, and while it hasn't increased union density one iota, it has given 100,000 Walmart workers health insurance, spurred Walmart to launch an effort to drive down prescription drug prices, drove them into the Divided We Fail health reform coalition, and contributed to the company's focus on greening their stores. Charles Johnson points to the coalition of Imolaki workers as an example of an organizing campaign outside the Wagner framework, relying heavily on the open mouth. They are mostly immigrants from Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean. Many of them have no legal immigration papers. They are pretty near all mestizo, Indian, or black. They have to speak at least 4 different languages amongst themselves. They are often heavily in debt to coyotes or labor sharks for the cost of their travel to the U.S., they get no benefits and no overtime, they have no fixed place of employment and get work from day to day only at the pleasure of the growers. They work at many different sites spread out anywhere from 10 to 100 miles from their homes. They often have to move to follow work over the course of the year, and they are extremely poor. But in the face of all that, and across lines of race, culture, nationality, and language, the CIW have organized themselves anyway, through efforts that are nothing short of heroic, and they have done it as a wildcat union with no recognition from the federal labor bureaucracy and little outside help from the organized labor establishment. By using creative nonviolent tactics that would be completely illegal if they were subject to the bureaucratic discipline of the Taft-Hartley Act, the CIW has won major victories on wages and conditions over the past 2 years. They have bypassed the approved channels of collective bargaining between select union reps and the boss, and gone up the supply chain to pressure the tomato buyers, because they realized that they can exercise a lot more leverage against highly visible corporations with brands to protect than they can in dealing with a cartel of government-subsidized vegetable growers that most people outside of southern Florida wouldn't know from Adam. The C.I.W's creative use of moral suasion and secondary boycott tactics have already won them agreements with Taco Bell and then McDonald's, which almost doubled the effective piece rate for tomatoes picked for these restaurants. They established a system for pass-through payments, under which participating restaurants agreed to pay a bonus of an additional penny per pound of tomatoes bought, which an independent accountant distributed to the pickers at the farm that the restaurant bought from. Each individual agreement makes a significant but relatively small increase in the workers' effective wages. But each victory won means a concrete increase in wages, and an easier road to getting the pass-through system adopted industry-wide, which would in the end nearly double tomato pickers' annual income. Burger King held out for a while, following Taco Bell's earlier successive strategies of ignoring, stonewalling, slick PR, slander, and finally even an attempt at federal prosecution for racketeering. But in the end they caved. In 2014, Walmart became the latest to sign an agreement with the CIW and join the Fair Food Program. Hoyt Wheeler's associative model of unionism among white-collar workers links the network model with the social services model we discussed earlier. As much a professional association as a conventional union, it focuses on providing benefits to members as much as a collective voice against the employer. As a bargaining unit it is loose and relatively non-bureaucratic, and tends to negotiate minimum standards with the employer while leaving members free to negotiate better terms individually. When it is necessary to promote the members' collective interests against the employer, the hybrid white-collar union/association does so more through negative publicity to pressure the employer than through conventional strikes. Stephen Lerner of the SEU argues that traditional unions try to veto radical actions by other players in community campaigns, for the sake of preserving peace with employers and in hopes their members will be eaten last. The rise of networked movements can shift the balance of power against traditional unions and deprive them of their veto power. Unions with hundreds of millions in assets and collective bargaining agreements covering millions of workers won't risk their treasuries and contracts by engaging in large-scale sit-ins, occupations, and other forms of nonviolent civil disobedience that must inevitably overcome court injunctions and political pressures. In city after city, a project labor agreement or a collective bargaining agreement covering a small percentage of a corporation's total workforce can make a union want to veto any demonstrations and actions that might upset its relationship with a particular employer. In Ohio, a set of unions actively worked against a recent multi-state mobilization at a J.P. Morgan Chase shareholder meeting. The union said the planned demonstrations seemed too anti-corporate, with the potential to turn off independents and buoy conservative fundraising efforts. Instead of seeing this as an opportunity to connect efforts to destroy public employee unions with the broader economic problems caused by the big banks, the unions unnecessarily chose a narrow path that weakens them in the short and long term. If our goal is to offend no one, we're in danger of doing next to nothing. It is understandable that unions don't want to risk their own relationships with certain employers or politicians. But that shouldn't restrain a broader effort to hold those corporations and politicians accountable. Unions continue to act as though they represent 30% of the private sector workforce and that bargaining for those workers drives wages for the whole economy. Decisions are made based on how to protect the 7% of private sector workers who are unionized. The last 30 years prove that this strategy doesn't make sense for the remaining unionized workers or the overwhelming majority of workers who aren't in unions. We need to develop a movement-based organizational model that taps into and builds on union resources, both financial and organizational, but denies unions veto power over campaign activities. Unions should support, help set up, launch, finance, and ultimately engage directly in campaigns based on their comfort level, but they shouldn't have the ability to control or shut down activity because of legal risk or pressure from an employer or politician. If our strategy is to turn the tables so workers and regular people feel more secure, hopeful, and powerful, and so the elite feels less sure of its control over the country's politics and the economy, we can't tamp down momentum when someone wins a victory or gets pressured to back off. Far from being a threat to winning smaller fights and victories, open-ended escalating activity that can't be shut down is exactly what will force powerful corporate interests to make real concessions. This doesn't mean individual unions or organizations shouldn't make settlements that arise in the context of bigger battles, they just can't shut down the broader fight. 3. Open-mouth sabotage. In particular, network technology creates previously unimaginable possibilities for the wobbly tactic of open-mouth sabotage. As described in How to Fire Your Boss. Sometimes simply telling people the truth about what goes on at work can put a lot of pressure on the boss. Consumer industries like restaurants and packing plants are the most vulnerable. And you'll be gaining the support of the public, whose patronage can make or break a business. Whistleblowing can be as simple as a face-to-face conversation with a customer, or it can be as dramatic as the P.G&E engineer who revealed that the blueprints to the Diablo Canyon nuclear reactor had been reversed. Waiters can tell their restaurant clients about the various shortcuts and substitutions that go into creating the faux haute cuisine being served to them. Jesse Walker quotes another old pamphlet. Workers on the railroads can tell of faulty engines, unsafe trestles. Marine transport workers would do well to tell of the insufficient number of lifeboats, of inferior belts, and so forth. The textile worker can tell of the shoddy which is sold as wool. The workers carry with them the secrets of the masters. Let them divulge these secrets, whether they be secret methods of manufacture that competitors are striving to learn, or acts of repression directed against the workers. A central theme of the Cluetrain Manifesto was the potential for frank, unmediated conversations between employees and customers as a way of building customer relationships and circumventing the consumer's ingrained habit of blocking out canned corporate messages. It characterized the typical corporate voice as sterile happy talk that insults the intelligence, the soothing, humorless monotone of the mission statement, marketing brochure, and your call is important too busy signal. When employees engage customers frankly about the problems they experience with the company's product, and offer useful information, customers usually respond positively. Cluetrain is full of anecdotes, many from the author's experience, of employees acting as customer advocates and thereby defusing situations in which customers were frustrated to the point of going ballistic by official argle-bargle and runaround. What the Cluetrain authors don't mention is the potential for disaster, from the company's perspective, when disgruntled workers see the customer as a potential ally against a common enemy. What would happen if employees decided, not that they wanted to help their company by rescuing it from the tyranny of PR and the official line and winning over customers with a little straight talk, but that they hated the company and wanted to punish its management? What if, rather than simply responding to a specific problem with what the customer had needed to know, they'd aired all the dirty laundry about management's asset stripping, gutting of human capital, hollowing out of long-term productive capability, gaming of its own bonuses and stock options, self-dealing on the job, and log-rolling with directors? As the Cluetrain authors said, customers talk. But even more important for our purposes, employees talk. It's just as feasible for the corporation's workers to talk directly to its customers, and for workers and customers together to engage in joint mockery of the company, as it is for customers alone to do so. In an age when unions have virtually disappeared from the private sector workforce, and downsizings and speed-ups have become a normal expectation of working life, the vulnerability of employers' public image may be the one bit of real leverage the worker has. If they go after that image relentlessly and systematically, they've got the boss by the short hairs. Web 2.0, the writable web, is fundamentally different from the 1990s vision of an information superhighway. The latter was just a more complex version of the old unidirectional hub-and-spoke architecture of the broadcast era, or as Tapscott and Williams put it, one big content delivery mechanism, a conveyor belt for pre-packaged, pay-per-use content in which publishers exert control through various digital rights management systems that prevent users from repurposing or redistributing content. Most large corporations still see their websites as sales brochures, and internet users as a passive audience. But under the Web 2.0 model, the internet is a platform in which users are the active party. We can talk back. Given the ease of setting up anonymous blogs and websites, the potential for using comment threads and message boards, the possibility of anonymous saturation emailing of the company's major suppliers and customers and advocacy groups concerned with that industry, and the ability to engage in search engine pessimization through creative use of semantic tagging. Well, let's just say the potential for swarming and net war is corporate management's worst nightmare. It's already become apparent that corporations are quite vulnerable to bad publicity from dissident shareholders and consumers. For example, Luigi Zingales writes, shareholders activist Robert Monk succeeded in initiating some major changes at Sears, not by means of the norms of the corporate code but through the pressure of public opinion. He paid for a full-page announcement in the Wall Street Journal where he exposed the identities of Sears directors, labeling them the non-performing assets of Sears. The embarrassment for the directors was so great that they implemented all the changes proposed by Monk's. There's no reason to doubt that management would be equally vulnerable to embarrassment by such tactics from disgruntled production workers, in today's networked world. We've already seen how it worked in the case of Wake Up Walmart and the CIW. Consider the earlier public relations battle over Walmart open availability policy. Corporate headquarters in Bentonville quickly moved, in the face of organized public criticism, to overturn the harsher local policy announced by management in Nitro, West Virginia. A corporate spokesperson says the company reversed the store's decision because Walmart has no policy that calls for the termination of employees who are unable to work certain shifts, the Gazette reports. It is unfortunate that our store manager incorrectly communicated a message that was not only inaccurate but also disruptive to our associates at the store, Dan Fogelman tells the Gazette. We do not have any policy that mandates termination. Another example is the IWW-affiliated Starbucks Union, which publicly embarrassed Starbucks chairman Howard Schultz. It organized a mass email campaign, notifying the co-op board of a co-op apartment he was seeking to buy into of his union-busting activities. In late 2004 and 2005, the phenomenon of dusing began to attract mainstream media attention, and exemplified a specialized case of the Streisand effect. Employers, who fired disgruntled workers out of fear for the bad publicity their blogs might attract, were blindsided by the far worse publicity, far worse, that resulted from news of the firing. Rather than an insular blog audience of a few hundred reading that it sucks to work at Employer X, or Employer X gets away with treating its customers like shit, it became a case of tens of millions of readers of the major newspapers of record and wire services reading that Employer X fires blogger for revealing how bad it sucks to work at Employer X. Again, the bosses are learning that, for the first time since the rise of the giant corporation and the broadcast culture, workers and consumers can talk back, and not only is there absolutely no way to shut us up, but we actually just keep making more and more noise the more they try to do so. There's a direct analogy between the Zapatista net war and asymmetric warfare by labor and other anti-corporate activists. The Zapatistas turned an obscure and low-level military confrontation within an isolated province into a global political struggle. They waged their net war with the Mexican government mostly outside Chiapas, isolating the authorities and pitting them against the force of world opinion. Similarly, Networked labor activists turn labor disputes within a corporation into society-wide economic, political, and media struggle, isolating corporate management and exposing it to swarming from an unlimited number of directions. Net warriors choose their own battlefield. Whether it be disgruntled consumers, disgruntled workers, or networked public advocacy organizations, the basic principles are the same. John Husband, of Wire Archie blog, writes of the potential threat network culture and the free flow of information posed to traditional hierarchies. Smart, interested, engaged and articulate people exchange information with each other via the web, using hyperlinks and web services. Often this information is about something that someone in a position of power would prefer that other people not know. The exchanged via hyperlinks and web services information is retrievable, reusable, and when combined with other information, often shows the person in a position of power to be a liar or a spinner, or irresponsible in ways that are not appropriate. This is the basic notion of transparency. Hyperlinks, the digital infrastructure of the web, the lasting retrievability of the information posted to the web, and the pervasive use of the web to publish, distribute, and transport information combine to suggest that there are large shifts in power ahead of us. We have already seen some of that. We will see much more unless the powers that be manage to find ways to control the toings and froings on the web. Hoarding and protection of sensitive information by hierarchical institutions and powerful people in those institutions is under siege. Of course, corporations are not entirely oblivious to these threats. The corporate world is beginning to perceive the danger of open-mouth sabotage, as well. For example, one Pinkerton thug almost directly equates sabotage to the open mouth, to the near exclusion of all other forms of direct action. According to Darren Donovan, a vice president of Pinkerton's Eastern Consulting and Investigations Division, if sabotage, there's definitely an attempt to undermine or disrupt the operation in some way or slander the company. There's a special nature to sabotage because of the overtness of it, and it can be violent. Companies can replace windows and equipment, but it's harder to replace their reputation. I think that's what HR execs need to be aware of, because it is a crime, but it can be different from stealing or fraud. As suggested by both the interest of a Pinkerton thug and his references to crime, there is a major focus in the corporate world on identifying whistleblowers and leakers through surveillance technology, and on the criminalization of free speech to combat negative publicity. The EBOS Swatch Boss's tip of the day for August 11, 2010 warned against the possibility of employees using the internet for cyber libel. Cyber libel: disgruntled employees vent their anger by making false and harmful statements about their employers and disseminate them using the internet. A former CFO was accused of posting messages that his employer's future was uncertain and unstable on an investment message board. An internet post falsely claimed that electronic greeting cards made by Blue Mountain Arts contain a virus that destroys the recipient's computer system when they're opened. But a much more serious threat to employers is when disgruntled employees vent their anger by making true statements about their employers and disseminate them using the internet. It's also starting to dawn on employers that the WikiLeaks model, specifically, can be used against them just as easily as against the national security state. More than anything, WikiLeaks underscores the ease at which employees can expose massive amounts of internal documents to the public anonymously, with a simple click of the mouse. Instead of stealing boxes of paper documents, employees today only need a thumb drive, which they can easily slip in their pocket and walk out the door. Worse still, they can upload several gigabytes of sensitive data to online storage sites or remote computer servers without ever leaving their desks. Bill Prachar, a partner with the law firm Compliance Systems Legal Group, says he worries that sites like WikiLeaks will start to dictate the way companies operate for fear that the public may perceive certain decisions the wrong way. One hopes that companies can operate without the paranoia of how it may appear on WikiLeaks, says Prachar. But there's always the risk that something will be taken out of context, he says. Or that they'll change the way they operate, rather, out of fear the public may perceive their decisions entirely correctly. Interestingly, Keith Darcy, quoted in the same article, suggests that one way for organizations to immunize themselves against the WikiLeaks threat is to create a culture of trust, one in which employees feel a sense of shared ownership in the reputation and the brand of the organization. In other words, the corporation needs to behave in a less authoritarian manner, change the way it operates to reduce the threat of having its public image destroyed by disgruntled workers. Even more interestingly, Darcy mentions responding quickly and fairly to internal whistleblower complaints as part of that culture of trust. Companies should also communicate that whistleblowers will be protected and treated with respect. Whistleblowers will often report a problem internally before they go to authorities if they feel like the company won't retaliate against them. The burden is on us to make sure when people speak to us internally that we act as quickly as possible to resolve and settle those investigations, Darcy says. This is another example of the general phenomenon, described earlier, by which competition with networks either destroys hierarchies or forces them to become less hierarchical and authoritarian. The problem with an authoritarian approach to punishing cybersmears, from the standpoint of the bosses and their state, is that before you can waterboard open-mouth saboteurs at Gitmo, you've got to catch them first. And attempts to suppress negative speech are the best way to guarantee a much wider audience for it. If the litigation over Diebold's corporate files and emails teaches anything, it's that court injunctions and similar expedients are virtually useless against guerrilla net war. The era of the slap lawsuit is over, except for those cases where the offender is considerate enough to volunteer her home address to the target. Even in the early days of the Internet, the McLibel case turned into the most expensive and most disastrous public relations exercise ever mounted by a multinational company. As we already noted, the easy availability of web anonymity, the writable web in its various forms, the feasibility of mirroring shutdown websites, and the ability to replicate, transfer, and store huge volumes of digital information at zero marginal cost, means that it is simply impossible to shut people up. The would-be corporate information police will just wear themselves out playing whack-a-mole. They will be exhausted and destroyed in exactly the same way that the most technically advanced army in the world was defeated by a guerrilla force in black pajamas. 4. Networked labor platforms. Alexander White argues that networked activist movements in general are eclipsing traditional advocacy organizations in importance, driven largely by the disruptive explosion of network communications technologies and social media, and this is nowhere more true than in the labor movement. He points to a 2013 victory over Brisbane Airport Management by United Voice, an airport workers' union, resulting from an online petition on coworker.org that drew publicity and embarrassed management. The key takeaway, although it was the union who had done most of the organization behind the scene, there was nothing union-specific about the tactic which had resulted in the win. Anyone could have set up that petition. In fact, the co-worker site is filled with examples of everyday people organizing actions in the workplace where there is a union vacuum. People within and outside a workplace are coming together very quickly to take action on a specific issue. Union campaigners should be both heartened and worried at this. If workers don't need a union institution to win change in their workplace, what will cause them to join in the future? Godfrey, an Australian who blogs on labor issues, proposes the direct union as an expedient by which union organizations can be detached from individual workplace locals, and workers in a given industry can network through participatory union websites. He wants to separate unionism from the workplace. In an era of declining work hours, unemployment and underemployment, and outsourcing to temp agencies, a model of unionism centered on those directly employed in the workplace is vulnerable to strategic encirclement, as workers still employed in old-line union industries are pitted against the unemployed. However, the technological development of the capitalist economy has reached a stage where it just needs less workers per unit of output. In other words, more and more of us will experience not being in paid employment, whether through a sheer lack of available jobs, being physically broken by the intensity of work, or just having the bad luck to live in an ecologically exhausted community. Thus, as a matter of theory, For a direct union act as a vehicle to get us safely through the danger of barbarism/collapse, it needs a mechanism to organize the workforce that is necessarily locked out of work. The community membership is one such solution. The first reason the community membership has the capacity to have a transformational impact is the focus on activist training. It takes those who feel the hardest blow of corporate power and gives them the theory, tools, and capacity to fight. This alone opens up possibilities. The second reason is the emphasis on establishing community branches. Many unions already have retired members' associations, and they've hardly shook the world. But this system embeds people into their local community and allows for meaningful cooperation between community members and traditional union members who live in the local community. It can either network into or form the beginnings of direct democracy neighborhood assemblies. This means it can provide the platform for working people to engage directly in the political process without becoming captive to the party system. Community branches can come together to work out whether to run, endorse, or support any candidates for political office, or what direct campaigns to push in the local area, such as a rent strike/direct interventions against evictions. It's here the interactive capacity of the overall union website gets interesting, because it allows for effective local and radical solutions to very quickly become national or even international in scope. This community-based unionism includes, first of all, Alexis Buss's minority unionism. Minority membership may, at first, not appear to be so inspirational. It is a recognition that a worker is in a workplace where the employer holds significant power and there is no immediate prospect that a majority of the workers at the site will bind together as a union. But look beneath its modest outer layers and you will find a radical center with an insurrectional beginning. Minority membership is a way of, in the IWW tradition, encouraging workers to start to act together on the job regardless of whatever the contemporary legal strictures around collective bargaining or majority union recognition. There is no direct unionism without minority membership. Minority membership provides the structural foundation for a worker to remain a member while moving from places covered by a union agreement to those that do not have a union agreement. And when more and more of us can only find temporary or insecure work, joining the union movement must be about more than a transactional relationship tied to a particular employer. This leads, however, to two further questions. First, what sort of infrastructure would a union require to implement a successful minority membership program? Interactive website that provides both legal and organizing advice and assistance would be useful. Another component would be a well-staffed membership service center, so that a minority member may have the opportunity at least to speak with a trained union organizer to get some remote assistance or identify an opportunity for a group of minority members to push for majority status. Minority membership is a step towards taking the basic power of union recognition away from the hands of employers. Recognize us or not, but we are everywhere, and we are rising. The examples of networked labor struggle in recent years. We've already discussed one example of networked unionism, the Coalition of Imolaki Workers. Here are some more. Restaurant Opportunities Center. The Restaurant Opportunities Center is a networked labor organization for restaurant workers who are not represented by traditional workplace-based unions. On a warm evening in July, the Chrysler Center Capitol Grill in Midtown Manhattan had more than customers to contend with. Inside, diners feasted on a $35 prix dinner as part of the city's Restaurant Week promotion. Outside, protesters handed out mock menus: first course, wage theft; second course, racial discrimination. Some passers-by rolled their eyes, others pumped their fists. Dishwasher Ignacio Villegas yelled, "No more exploitation of workers." His fellow demonstrators, a few co-workers and a couple of dozen staffers and activists from the Restaurant Opportunities Center picked up the chant, "Occupy Style." The protest was one of many the center has mounted since 2011 against the Capitol Grill and its corporate parent, the restaurant giant Darden Inc. Villegas helped sign up nearly half of the Capitol Grill's staff to join a class action lawsuit The Rock filed against Darden, alleging that the company violated minimum wage laws and forced employees to work off the clock. Helping aggrieved dishwashers, cooks, and waitstaff take legal action against companies that violate the law, and organizing street actions to pressure management, are the hallmarks of the ROC's efforts to improve working conditions in the low-wage restaurant business. Our approach, says ROC Deputy Executive Director C. Kausibi, is to surround the industry. Nationally, the center has won settlements against 13 employers, winning about $6.5 million in back wages and penalties, since its inception in 2001. The ROC is a labor group. But it's not a union. It represents a new face of the U.S. labor movement, an often ignored, little understood array of groups organizing workers without the union label. As unions face declining membership, these workers' groups, like the mostly union-free job sectors they organize, are on the rise, particularly in New York. Because of their efforts, more restaurant workers in the city get paid sick days, domestic workers receive overtime pay, and taxi drivers will soon have health insurance. 20 years ago, when Rutgers labor professor Janice Fine first set out to count the non-union groups that were organizing and mobilizing workers, she found just 5 in the entire country. Today, her tally stands at 214. They go by names like workers' centers and workers' alliances. Some are rooted in the immigrant rights movement as much as the labor movement. Lacking the ability to engage in collective bargaining or enforce union contracts, these alternative labor groups rely on an overlapping set of other tactics to reform their industries. The ROC teaches workers their rights and also restaurant skills, advises and publicizes model employers, and helps organize protests like the ones at Capitol Grill, making customers aware of what goes on behind the dining room. The ROC also lobbies state and local lawmakers for reforms and helps workers take legal action when all else fails. Workers come to us with specific complaints, says ROC founder Sarojayaraman. Then we're able to talk to them about all of the things that they'd like to see change in their workplace. That's what we base our campaigns on. While the center only goes after companies that have allegedly broken the law, its legal settlements often require those companies to go above and beyond the law, by instituting new benefits like paid time off or creating formal procedures for workers to register grievances. Employers who violate the settlements risk both legal penalties and the resumption of pressure campaigns. Are Walmart and the fast food strikes. On October 4, 2012, dozens of Walmart workers walked out of a store in Pico Rivera, California for a one-day strike. They were joined by supporters in a rally outside the store. The walkout reflected behind-the-scenes organizing by Our Walmart, an organization which is supported by the United Food and Commercial Workers but has never sought official recognition as a bargaining agent under the terms of the Wagner Act. The mostly quiet activism of Our Walmart in local stores was met by management retaliation against worker complaints, one of the main grievances behind the walkout. This kind of campaign is apt to be far more effective as a means of redressing grievances than a traditional NLRB certification campaign. University of California labor historian Nelson Lichtenstein predicted that in the event of a Walmart employee strike, public relations would play a bigger role in restricting Walmart's response than any legal restrictions. If a work stoppage mustered a substantial number of the workers in a store, he said, then a tougher response would be a PR disaster. Lichtenstein, the author of The Retail Revolution, How Walmart Created a Brave New World of Business, said that if workers at one Walmart store went on strike indefinitely, they'd just close the store, period. And it would be open with a whole new workforce in a week or two. And then it would be litigated for the next 3 years. On the other hand, he said, if every month or so, the workers at a Walmart store walked out, like a 3-hour walkout, and then they went back in, that would have tremendous impact. Brief walkouts have happened at U.S. Walmart stores in the past, but they've never involved multiple stores. The walkout resumed the next week, starting with a Walmart store in Los Angeles on October 9 and spreading to 28 stores in a dozen cities by the next day. Hundreds of Walmart workers protested outside company headquarters in Bentonville. Spokespersons for striking workers around the country took advantage of the publicity to expose the dirt on working conditions in Walmart stores, including cuts in hours and other reprisals against workers who raised concerns against local management. Our Walmart threatened to make Black Friday memorable for them if Walmart did not address protesters' demands and cease retaliation against workers attempting to organize. The statement was backed by the National Consumers League, the National Organization of Women, and the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement. Activities suggested for Black Friday included strikes, leafleting, and flash mobs. Protesting workers outside stores would ask customers whether they really want to spend their dollars on a company that treats workers this way. Here are some examples of the open-mouth sabotage carried out on the back of publicity generated by the campaign. Since its founding last year, our Walmart has called for improvements in pay, benefits, and staffing. At an Our Walmart forum for financial analysts last week, 13-year worker Lori Amos, a former salaried manager and current backroom receiving associate, charged that systemic understaffing is undermining operations at her store in Washington state. Over the summer, said Amos, her store threw out 2,000 pounds of Halloween candy that never made it from the backroom to the shelves for Halloween. The really sad part, added Amos. Management tried to sell the candy first. It was expired. The chocolate had kind of turned to a white sheen. Our Walmart isn't calling for union recognition. But members allege that Walmart has still responded to their organizing with a classic union-busting campaign, threatening and punishing workers for organizing and mandatory meetings bashing our Walmart. Our Walmart and its members have filed dozens of charges against the company with the National Labor Relations Board. In subsequent weeks, Walmart workers continued to carry out labor actions in anticipation of the Black Friday strike. For example, on November 2, 2012, workers from a Richmond Walmart, along with representatives of our Walmart and the UFCW, spoiled the grand reopening of their store. The actual Black Friday strike itself had mixed results. It involved up to 1,000 Walmart stores in over 100 cities in 46 states, with somewhere over 500 Walmart employees participating. The typical local action was a handful of striking workers picketing a Walmart store, backed by up to several hundred sympathizers. The effects on staffing or volume of business at most stores appeared to be negligible. Even so, it was by far, in Josh Idleson's words, the strongest ever North American challenge to Walmart. Idleson describes, in retrospect, the new pattern taken by the movement. The new campaign faces daunting odds and extreme versions of the hurdles facing U.S. workers everywhere. But with a new organizing strategy and a savvy focus on Walmart's supply chain vulnerability, this attempt has come closer than any at forcing change from the dominant player in our economy. The weeks leading up to the campaign saw the creation of a nationwide networked communications infrastructure designed to outlast the first tentative flexing of its muscle. Even the first, relatively modest campaign drew unprecedented nationwide publicity and embarrassment to the retail giant. What's particularly promising is our Walmart's focus on supply chain vulnerabilities. Also promising that Walmart was deterred, by and large, from firing any of the hundreds of participating workers in the aftermath of the strike, emboldening workers in many local stores to double the membership of OUR Walmart. Taken all together, with actions by warehouse workers and workers in Walmart's suppliers, Idleson calls what Walmart experienced an unprecedented wave of work stoppages throughout the retail giant's U.S. supply chain. This kind of grassroots unionism, outside the National Labor Relations Board's certification process, involves a return to many of the practices socially based unionism, minority unionism, etc. that we discussed above in this chapter. Our Walmart transcends the union/non-union dichotomy. It sets up an immediate structure that is available for Walmart workers that is not dependent on collective bargaining procedures. It does not need to win recognition or engage in a complicated ballot process. It can start directly campaigning and acting on the issues that matter for the workers. It introduces the concept of the membership continuum. Our Walmart members pay a contribution of $5/month. This is a lot less than regular contributions, but it's enough to set them up with a campaign and a functioning organization until they have sufficient power to win union contracts. It allows for direct engagement between workers through North America. The forrespect.org website has a series of discussion boards and policy wikis where members can talk about issues of importance to them and swap critical information. It has avenues for direct and official international solidarity. Walmart is a massive global company, so to win justice our Walmart workers need to be able to draw on a well of global solidarity. The campaign's use of social media to allow the campaign and its actions to play out in front of a global audience is part of this, but moreover that audience is encouraged to participate by funding striking workers. On an official level, the Global Union Federation, that includes retail workers in its coverage, UniGlobal, has launched an international organizing campaign targeting Walmart called Alliance at Walmart. It cannot be defeated by closing a store, or scaring workers in a given area into voting down union recognition. What this all adds up to is a permanent campaigning structure, while it may ebb and flow in terms of momentum, that can never be stopped. It will keep flowing on towards victory. According to David Maberg, our Walmart strategists describe their organization as open source, meaning that it provides resources for workers to self-organize, rather than waiting for a paid staff organizer. The internet and social media have proven crucial in this effort, says Schlademan. We're trying to create as many pathways as possible for people to self-organize, he says. If we tried to do this in the conventional way, we'd never get there. Our Walmart's focus on wildcat strikes attacking the supply chain at its most vulnerable points is a return to pre-Wagner precedents. Global just-in-time supply chains are extremely vulnerable to disruption. Walmart's revolutionary model of computer inventory management and warehouses on wheels is the weapon by which it achieved dominance in the retail sector and displaced older retail giants like Kmart and Sears. But that model also leaves it wide open to attack. As Matthew Cunningham Cook puts it, workers are using globalization against Walmart. His wildcat strikes are a reminder that, if American workers are to have a better organized future, they will have to better understand where their corporate opponents are vulnerable. UK wildcat strikes on multiple levels of the supply chain at Walmart are unprecedented, and groups like our Walmart and Warehouse Workers for Justice are planning to escalate the campaign in the coming weeks. Workers at key points in the supply chain can create massive disruptions in the process. A report conducted in 2002 found that a West Coast longshoreman lockout cost the U.S. economy $2 billion daily. And, in the recent strike of just 24 subcontracted Walmart warehouse workers in Elwood, Illinois, the strikers heard reports from allies at Walmart retail stores in the region that there were already shortages of goods. This occurred less than 10 days into the strike, Elwood warehouse worker Mike Compton told me. By focusing on key links in the supply chain, and by using a strike at the beginning of an organizing campaign instead of at the end, Walmart workers are not only taking advantage of the company's 21st century weaknesses. They're also harkening back to an earlier form of union organization, which was far more common prior to the passage of the Wagner Act of 1935. The magazine Labor Notes has been analyzing the trends taking place on the supply chain and the global organization of labor for the past 2 decades. Here we have a company, Walmart, that's not producing anything, but is selling things, says Jane Slaughter, its co-founder and co-editor. Walmart is the master of lean supply, they are known for squeezing every cent out of their suppliers. Walmart depends on daily deliveries, and if workers can throw a monkey wrench in that, it will cause them significant problems. A report by Warehouse Workers for Justice explains why it makes sense for organizers to focus on a place like Elwood in particular, given its location on the outskirts of Chicago. The Chicago area is the only place in North America where 6 Class I railroads meet. Warehouses, distribution centers, container storage locations and intermodal facilities dot the landscape. The strategic node of transportation that exists in the greater Chicago area, dubbed the Midwest Empire, is a crucial link in the intermodal movement of goods in the United States. That the 24 workers were able to get back to work after their time on strike with full back pay is a far cry from most labor organizing campaigns, in which there is a 1 in 3 chance that an employer will retaliate by firing, and in which there are usually rampant threats and interrogations leading up to an election. But in Elwood, managers seem to be terrified. The importance of this link on the Walmart supply chain was indicated quite clearly by the response of the state of Illinois to a protest by warehouse workers for justice and its community allies, police in riot gear, along with threats of deploying long-range acoustic devices and projectiles. The fact that a small minority of workers at a warehouse were able to cause such fear from management leads one to think that such links in the supply chain are just as tenuous as labor researchers have thought them to be. The first strike of this autumn of discontent was among warehouse workers in Mira Loma, and workers went back to work with safety improvements. But the significant victory in Elwood, caused in part by its key location on the supply chain, now gives Walmart workers across the country a real and concrete victory to point to and to work from as they escalate toward a national day of protest on Black Friday. And this kind of supply chain vulnerability is hardly limited to Walmart. Apple's inventory, for example, turns over every 5 days. Imagine the implications for Chinese sweatshop workers, longshoremen, etc., who want to bring the company to their knees. Imagine day 6, when the American shelves are bare, and cable news shows labor leaders calling for solidarity from American consumers against their sweatshop working conditions. Global Picket Line, a 2015 publication by Australia-Asia Worker Links, recommends systematic attacks at the most vulnerable points of corporate supply chains as part of a comprehensive strategy. A production map shows where the raw materials or assembly products come from, how they reach a company, where critical assembly or processing happens, and how products are shipped out. A production map is developed to identify critical points where a company is vulnerable to disruption, and where their profits can be affected most easily. For example, a mine may use a particular dock to ship goods, or a particular machine may be essential to the final product. Once identified, these critical points can be targets of solidarity actions like pickets or occupations. Workers can't afford long disputes with no pay, but companies can't live without profit either. Coordinated campaigns need to cause companies maximum loss of profits and prestige, so workers win disputes. Workers' solidarity becomes stronger when joint actions are undertaken. These will be planned, coordinated activities in more than one country that target a particular company or industry directly. These protests and actions then form part of an ongoing, mutual solidarity campaign involving workers with agreed objectives in different countries. Supply chain disruption has a venerable place in American labor history. National and regional general strikes have generally had transportation worker strikes at their core. Grover Cleveland's military intervention in the Pullman strike probably prevented it from becoming the largest and most successful general strike in American history. The National Railway Labor Relations Act was passed to prevent that from ever happening again. In the 1930s, regional general strikes centered on St. Louis, Detroit, and California only achieved general strike status when Teamsters or longshoremen entered the picture. Taft-Hartley's mandatory cooling-off provisions, and its prohibitions on sympathy strikes, were intended to prevent transport workers from turning strikes in particular industries into general strikes. Most recently, in December 2012, there was widespread business press discussion of how badly a looming strike at 14 East and Gulf Coast ports, which was averted at the last minute, might hurt the U.S. economy. A similar strike on the West Coast in 2002 resulted in a 4% reduction in output for the period it was in effect. But that probably underestimates the effect on a company like Walmart, if such a transport strike were part of a larger coordinated campaign with Walmart suppliers and workers in Walmart stores and distribution centers themselves. And finally, the overwhelming success of the Block the Boat campaign against the Israeli shipping company ZIM in fall 2014, in protest against the Israeli assault on Gaza, demonstrates the vulnerability of global corporations to disruption of their just-in-time model. The Walmart Black Friday action seemed to give impetus to other labor actions following the networked model of the CIW and other organizations. On November 29, workers in a number of fast food chains in New York walked off the job at dozens of stores. New York Communities for Change organizing director Jonathan Weston told Salon the current effort is the biggest organizing campaign that's happened in the fast food industry. A team of 40 NYCC organizers have been meeting with workers for months, spearheading efforts to form a new union, the Fast Food Workers Committee. NYCC organizers and fast food workers have been signing up employees on petitions demanding both the chance to organize a union without retaliation and a hefty raise, from near minimum wages to $15 an hour. And labor action in the fast food industry continued to pick up steam in the spring of 2013. Dozens of employees walked off the job at McDonald's, Wendy's, Hardee's and Domino's in St. Louis, following similar strikes in New York City on April 4 and Chicago on April 24. Workers participating in all of the strikes demanded a $15/hour wage and recognition of their right to organize a union without intimidation. It's clearly getting national traction, said Ed Ott, a lecturer in labor studies for the City University of New York, consultant for unions, and board member of New York Communities for Change, the group spearheading fast food organizing in the nation's largest city. This is potentially the largest organizing drive in decades. All the strikes have been backed by local coalitions of unions and community organizing groups. The limits of some of labor's other tactics working through the government-supervised union election process, relying on PR campaigns to compel companies to negotiate, backing Democrats in hopes they'll fix labor law help explain why organizers are taking up the strike, despite all of the challenges that come with it. Some of the features these recent strikes share in common can best be understood as strategies for dodging those obstacles, striking for just one day in order to draw more workers, and more attention, at less risk, citing labor law violations as a cause for the strikes in order to bolster workers' legal protection, staging actions with a minority of the workforce in hopes that it will inspire more of their co-workers to get involved. None of these strikes has so far brought their targets to the table. It's not something you can do in 6 months, said Ott, a consultant for unions and former executive director of the New York Central Labor Council. They're laying siege to an industry, and they're going to change it? There's no reason to think such a victory is anywhere close to happening. To win, organizers would need to convince CEOs that negotiating with workers would be less painful than fighting with them. Whether that's possible depends in part on how effectively these efforts cultivate leaders ready to organize their co-workers and on how many more cities see strikes. In the meantime, the campaign says that the strikes have achieved some local victories, individual stores where managers have responded by improving pay or scheduling. More significant is what hasn't happened. Organizers say that in the vast majority of cases, workers who struck in New York and Chicago haven't been punished for it. After each strike, workers returning to work have been accompanied into their stores by clergy, politicians, or other community supporters, in actions meant to emphasize that the coalitions aren't depending on labor law alone to keep bosses from cracking down on activists. In any case, they're a dramatic trend, and their possible implications have been drawing a lot of attention from labor movement analysts. These strikes have been the defining tactic of a new movement of low-wage service workers. Small groups of workers have launched sudden strikes against big chains such as Walmart and McDonald's, as well as small employers such as car washes, laundries and taxi companies. In many cases, only a minority of employees were involved, sometimes from multiple workplaces. The strikes have typically been sudden and short, lasting just long enough to broadcast their message. A few campaigns have won union recognition, more have won small victories like a pay raise or a scheduling change. But taken together, the campaigns have surprised experts like Kate Brenfenbrenner, Director of Labor Education Research at Cornell University, who says she could not have imagined such an upsurge even 2 years ago. In anticipation of the 2013 Black Friday protests, Walmart workers on November 6 walked off the job in stores throughout Los Angeles, protesting the punitive firing of organizers and demanding the company pay all full-time workers at least $25,000 a year. About 50 of 500 protesters outside the Chinatown Walmart were arrested for sitting down in the street and ignoring a police order to disperse. At Alternet, Alyssa Figueroa expressed optimism for the ultimate outcome of the movement, pointing out not only its unprecedented nature but also the speed of its growth as evidence that Walmart workers were shaking off the company's culture of fear. What Josh Idelson called the largest fast food strike in history began August 29, 2013. Fast food workers today plan to mount one-day walkouts against nearly 1,000 stores in over 50 cities, the largest ever mobilization against their growing, low-wage, non-union industry, which until last fall had never faced a substantial U.S. strike. The work stoppage comes 4 weeks after a 4-day, 7-city strike wave in which organizers say thousands walked off the job. A Detroit McDonald's was forced to close when its workforce walked out and a crowd of 200 supporters gathered outside. After so many fast food strikes in major cities, on increasingly larger scales, the tactic seems to be becoming habit-forming. For Chicago strikers, many of whom have walked off the job 3 times this year, confronting management and informing them of the decision to strike is less nerve-wracking than it once was. Strikers strode up to a manager at a downtown Walgreens and, without so much as blinking, delivered a letter explaining they were walking off the job. At a Bed, Bath, and Beyond in the Loop, workers strode around the store encouraging co-workers to strike with them, seemingly unconcerned about what the watching manager thought. The strikes also seem to have legitimated walking off the job as a tactic for workers, even those without a union. The movement organized a one-day strike in 100 cities for December 5, 2013. One shortcoming of the growing fast food movement is that it appears to be driven to a large extent by top-down efforts of the conventional labor establishment. According to Adam Weaver of the IWW, this is significant in that this is helping to popularize the use of strikes as a tactic, even for workers who are not formally part of a union, and the idea of the tactic and the experience gained can be built upon. But at the same time an on-the-ground analysis is needed by folks on that left that doesn't mistake this for what this is. Not CEU isn't building a movement to organize workers and fight bosses. Instead of a march on the boss directed towards the corporations robbing workers daily, rather this is a march on the media where the strikes serve as the visuals in a narrative of worker protest crafted by professional media consultants. Actions are scripted and run by the staff and the ultimate shots are called by officials in Washington, D.C., not spontaneously by workers from below like the picture painted would lead you to believe. Speaking to workers involved in the campaign in several cities on the condition of anonymity, I was told stories of how when important shifts in the public direction of the campaign were made they were instructed to state publicly the workers made this decision. A national conference was held in Detroit August 15 to 16 by the campaign with 700 to 800 attendees from the core cities of the campaign, a large number being campaign staff as well. Here workers were guided through a rapid-fire pep rally, where they were handed a pre-written agenda and presented with the pre-packaged plan of the August 29 strike as the only decision of the meeting. No further discussion of the direction of the campaign was had. As one worker who was involved the past strikes and who attended the conference as a member of the staff-selected steering committee said, that this is when they realized maybe this isn't our movement, but this is really their movement. As to where the campaign is headed, the rumors leaked so far are that CEU is still up in the air about which direction to take this effort. One possible route is a focus on major chains aimed towards a neutrality or industry standards agreement and would likely include CEU agreeing to lobby for some sort of pro-restaurant industry tax break similar to what CEU did in the California nursing home industry in promising to lobby the heavily Democratic state government for pro-industry legislation in exchange for industry-wide union recognition, which included agreements barring workers from striking or speaking out on their working conditions. I think this route is unlikely and not very realistic. The second and I believe more likely route would be a move towards a range of legislative efforts including state ballot initiatives allowing cities and counties to set their own minimum wage. A third potential direction might be a combination of both employer agreements and legislation, such as previous efforts of unions such as here to raise wages through legislation but which exempted workers covered by union agreements. May 15, 2014 saw the first coordinated global one-day strike against fast food chains around the world. Largely inspired by the recent US movement, it kicked off in New Zealand. There were protests across Asia, in South Korea, India, Indonesia, Hong Kong, and Japan, in 150 US cities, and across Europe, in Ireland, Denmark, Italy, Belgium, Switzerland, and more. In all, workers in 30 countries participated. And in August, fast food workers across the US launched protests demanding a $15/hour wage that included nonviolent civil disobedience, with home health workers also participating. A year later, Stephen Greenhouse and Jana Kasperkevic at The Guardian described the fight for $15 demonstrations on April 15 of 2015 as the largest protest by low-wage workers in U.S. history. Global solidarity. With the globalization of supply chains comes the need for global solidarity between the workers at different points in these supply chains around the world. From the standpoint of the American labor movement, this means, rather than seeing sweatshop workers in the Third World not as competitors threatening our jobs, but as comrades and fellow victims we should encourage to organize. The proper approach to offshoring is not to erect new trade barriers, but to encourage direct action by workers producing for Walmart vendors and suppliers in China or Vietnam. And in fact that sort of thing seems to be on the upswing. And as Emanuel Wallerstein argues, the kind of networked activism made possible by new communications technology has seriously eroded the earlier advantages presented by the mobility of capital. Ever since there has been a capitalist world economy, one essential mechanism of its successful functioning has been the runaway factory. What this means is that the site of production was transferred to some other part of the world system that had historically lower wage levels. The problem for the multinationals is that the incredible expansion of communications has caused the end of the win-win situation. Workers in Cambodia today have begun syndical action after only a few years. There are strikes and pressure for higher wages and benefits, which they are receiving. This of course reduces the value for the multinationals of moving to Cambodia, or Myanmar, or Vietnam, or the Philippines. It now turns out that the savings of moving from China are not all that great. The bottom line is that the combination of already enormous and still increasing deruralization and the rapidity with which workers can learn of their relatively low wages and therefore begin to take syndical action has resulted in a continuing rise in the pay levels of the least skilled workers, and therefore a worldwide negative pressure of the possibilities of accumulating capital. This is not good news for the large multinationals. There has been a drastic upswing in spontaneous strikes in China, organized directly through social media so that leaders cannot be arrested. Compared to 1,100 strikes in the 31 months from June 2011 through December 2013, there were 200 strikes in a 2-month period of spring 2014. Sarah Horowitz and freelancers unions. As we saw above, Godfrey proposed adapting the old pre-Wagner model of minority unionism to the network era. Many other aspects of pre-Wagner historical unionism can be revived, in new and improved form, with the help of network communications. For example, Sarah Horowitz proposes reviving the guild model of providing benefits and training, as well as the services of worker-owned temp agencies, for temporary workers. It's not surprising her first area of activity was the Bay Area, because her cooperative employment agencies resemble nothing so much as the old longshoremen's hiring halls. She went on to create a freelancers union centered in New York City. The labor movement needs to make sure workers can see the tangible value of union membership not just in a bigger paycheck and stronger job protections, but also in their networked economic power. Unions need to get back in the business of building banks, insurance companies, daycare centers, affordable vacation destinations and even dreaming up new 21st century institutions, like union-owned urban farms. They should be a welcoming home for social purpose venture capitalists and entrepreneurs. By 2013, the Freelancers Union was in rapid expansion mode. Today, the Freelancers Union is one of the nation's fastest-growing labor organizations, with more than 200,000 members, over half of them in New York State. Ms. Horowitz, who has never lacked audacity, says she expects to expand the organization to 1 million members within 3 years. The Freelancers Union, which is based in Brooklyn, doesn't bargain with employers, but it does address what is by far these workers' number one concern, by providing them with affordable health insurance. Its health insurance company covers 23,000 workers in New York State and has $105 million in annual revenue. In June 2014, the Freelancers Union offered a benefits package to freelancers nationwide in the U.S. 401 plans: health insurance, dental plans, disability insurance, term life insurance, liability insurance. In October, they announced a plan to open 15 primary care health centers for freelancers over the next 5 years, starting in Upper Manhattan and Jersey City, eventually expanding into Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Portland, Austin, and San Francisco. Another, similar approach is to form cooperatively owned temp agencies, an excellent model in industries where human capital is the main source of value and overhead from physical capital outlays are minimal. A good example is New York City's Cooperative Home Care Associates, a cooperatively owned staffing agency for home care aides with 2,300 workers. GN Union. GN Union is an offshoot of the social network unionism project. It's organized on a module/platform architecture, in which the network exists simply as a platform to empower the nodes. Its projects include LaborLeaks, whose initial goal is to index existing data from WikiLeaks relevant to labor struggle and evolve into a specialized whistleblowing site specifically for workers to leak information about their employers. LaborLeaks is designed to provide the means for workers, be they full-time, contracted, precarious, migrant, the unemployed, men and women, old and young, to make their grievances and documentation or other evidence that supports this public. It also includes a transnational Solidarity for Occupied Factories group, to provide occupied and recuperated factories with resources, actions, exchanges, social media skill sharing and self-education campaigns on a networked basis. 10. Open source civil liberties enforcement. I. Protection against non-state civil rights violations. In May 2010, Republican senatorial candidate Rand Paul raised some hackles during an appearance on The Rachel Maddow Show, when he confessed he'd have voted against the private discrimination provisions of the Civil Rights Act. Maddow's response was revealing. Maddow was baffled, but isn't being in favor of civil rights, but against the Civil Rights Act, like saying you're against high cholesterol but in favor of fried cheese. She's begging the question, you may as well ask how someone could be for patriotism but against the Patriot Act. But while mistaken, the question isn't cheap rhetoric. It's revealing of Maddow's premises about law and social progress. As she insisted later, let's say there's a town right now. The owner of the bowling alley says, we're not going to allow black patrons. You may think that's abhorrent and you may think that's bad business. But unless it's illegal, there's nothing to stop that, nothing under your worldview to stop the country from resegregating. Unless it's illegal, anything could happen, nobody can stop it. A just social order can only form through social control. Private segregation should stop and only government can stop it, hence, Title II. But Sheldon Richman challenges these assumptions. Why assume that legislation was the only way to stop segregation and today is the only thing preventing resegregation? We can easily imagine scenarios in which private nonviolent action could pressure bigots into changing their racial policies. But we don't need to imagine it. We can consult history. Lunch counters throughout the South were integrating years before the Civil Rights Bill was passed. It happened not out of the goodness of the racists' hearts, they had to be dragged, metaphorically, kicking and screaming. It was the result of an effective non-government social movement. Starting in Greensboro, North Carolina, in 1960, lunch counters throughout the South began to be desegregated through direct but peaceful confrontation sit-ins staged by courageous students and others who refused to accept humiliating second-class citizenship. 4 years before the Civil Rights Act passed, lunch counters in downtown Nashville were integrated within 4 months of the launch of the Nashville Student Movement's sit-in campaign. Students were beaten and jailed, but they won the day, Gandhi style, by shaming the bigots with their simple request to be served like anyone else. The sit-ins then sparked sympathy boycotts of department stores nationwide. To acknowledge that young people courageously stood down the bigots long before the patronizing white political elite in Washington scurried to the front of the march would be to confess that government is not the source of all things wonderful. Recall Hillary Clinton's belittling of the grassroots civil rights movement when she ran against Barack Obama. Dr. King's dream began to be realized when President Lyndon Johnson passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It took a president to get it done. History says she is wrong. People were realizing the dream directly. Or as he writes elsewhere, the libertarian answer to bigotry is community organizing. Charles Johnson, similarly, posed the rhetorical question and answer, in a freed market, with no government anti-discrimination laws, what will stop bigoted business owners from resegregating America? We will. Kirkpatrick Sale argues that the Civil Rights Act simply ratified, after the fact, the achievements of self-organized protesters. John Keane traces the beginnings of the civil rights movement, in large part, to 2 actions by individuals and self-organized groups. The first was the decision by the mother of Emmett Till, a teenage boy who was abducted and tortured to death for whistling at a white woman during a visit to Mississippi, to display his badly mutilated body in an open casket at his funeral in Chicago. Around 50,000 mourners attended, and subsequent outrage over the acquittal of his murderers by an all-white jury blossomed into a protest movement. The second was Rosa Parks' arrest for refusing to vacate her seat to a white person on a bus, which led to the famous Montgomery bus boycott. The boycott was organized by a loose coordinating committee of like-minded citizens, which inspired similar coordinating committees in cities across the United States. The coordinating committee became an important organizational model for the civil rights movement in subsequent boycott and civil disobedience campaigns like the sit-ins. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was itself an application of that model on a national scale. Some direct action tactics, in particular the use of jail no bail pledges as a swarming technique to overwhelm the capabilities of local police and jails, were reminiscent of earlier free speech campaigns by the Wobblies. Historically, activists have successfully fought for liberties in cases where even progressives in the state hesitated to act. Plans for a March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom on August 28, organized by the black union leader A. Philip Randolph, were already underway. Kennedy was preparing a civil rights bill that would antagonize white Southerners in his own party who were opposed to integration. "I may lose the next election because of this," he told them. "I don't care." The truth is that he cared very deeply. He asked them to call the march off. "We want success in Congress," said Kennedy. "Not just a big show at the Capitol." Randolph refused. "The Negroes are already in the streets," he told Kennedy. King, who deferred in age and experience to Randolph, did not speak until the end of the meeting. "It may seem ill-timed," he said. "Frankly, I have never engaged in a direct action movement that did not seem ill-timed." The march went ahead. By the time Kennedy came back from Europe, he had decided that he would try to co-opt what he could not cancel. He declared his support for the march, hailing it as a peaceful assembly for the redress of grievances. 2. When the state is the civil liberties violator. So much for the question of how to defend people's civil rights without the state. But the very way the question is phrased is misleading. It implicitly limits the issue of the state's current role to one of whether or not the state prevents civil rights violations by private actors. But what if the state, under the present system, is itself an active violator of rights? After the discussion of the civil rights movement in the previous section, we can hardly move on without at least mentioning that slavery, Jim Crow, and segregation were all state-enforced policies, going back to the Virginia Servile Code of the 17th century. Considering that so much of this book is addressed to concerns about the effectiveness of voluntary organizations in providing protections that are now supposedly provided by the state, it seems appropriate to raise the rather awkward counter-question of what to do when the state itself is the danger to be protected against. Charles Johnson points out the difference, aside from the gang colors, between an official armed robbery like this one, and the stereotypical armed robbery carried out by freelancers. When gangsters without badges rob you, you could in principle go to the police about it and try to get the robbers arrested. But when the gangsters who robbed you are the police, and are happy to arrest you if you complain about the robbery, then who do you go to? We are ostensibly protected from the state's abuses of its own power by all sorts of formal legal restraints, federal and state bills of rights, local police commissions, whistleblower protection laws, freedom of information laws, etc. The problem is, such legal restrictions are not self-enforcing. Restrictions on government abuses of power depend on government functionaries for their enforcement. The first line of defense is self-restraint by apparatchiks in the agency ostensibly subject to a given legal protection. The cover-your-ass instinct may be sufficient to deter the most egregious abuses by bureaucratic drones, if there is a significant possibility that a citizen customer may become a squeaky wheel. But how many of us have dealt with a petty bureaucratic functionary who, despite the most superficial knowledge of her agency's actual policy, confidently told us we weren't allowed to do this or that because it's just policy, or that we had to get this or that additional form and then get back in line in another office in another building only to be told by the petty functionary in the other office that the first bureaucrat was wrong. It's clearly legal in most jurisdictions to record alleged public servants in a public place, in the performance of their official tax-funded duties, but actually doing it is usually a good way to get your camera broken and yourself behind bars if the cops see you. In many cases the policy itself is abusive, as in administrative law proceedings capable of tying people up for years and exhausting their life savings, without any of the common law protections like prosecutorial burden of proof that we normally think of as protecting the individual against the state. The second line of defense is review by bureaucratic superiors who, ideally, are afraid of public embarrassment, or outside review agencies like police commissions. But how often has a police commission, after reviewing the most egregious violations, found that all policies were followed and there is no evidence of wrongdoing, and restored the cop to duty? The third, and last, official line of defense is the courts, if you have the enormous sums of time and money required to fight a case through the legal system. You know, the same courts that have found, time and time again, that Congress shall make no law doesn't really mean Congress shall make no law, if there happens to be a compelling state interest in making such a law. Or that the plain words of the Fourth Amendment don't really mean what they say because there's no reasonable expectation of privacy. Or that an assumption of dictatorial power by the president is a political question on which they refuse to rule. For those who can't afford to pay for justice, there are alternatives like the plea bargain, slap lawsuits, and the loser pays provisions included in most so-called tort reforms. As we saw in an earlier chapter in regard to regulatory state functions, it's sometimes hard to distinguish the state from the bad guys it's ostensibly regulating. The same is true of civil liberties violations. For hundreds of millions of people in the world, the question "what will we do when the United States government no longer protects us from violations of our rights?" would evoke nothing but bitter laughter. The question, for those people, is how to stop the United States government from supporting the dictators and death squads that violate their rights. According to Rudolf Rocker, states have never granted or recognized civil liberties out of their own generosity, but rather have been forced to recognize them by pressure often violent from below. Political rights do not originate in parliaments, they are, rather, forced on parliaments from without. And even their enactment into law has for a long time been no guarantee of their security. Political rights do not exist because they have been legally set down on a piece of paper, but only when they have become the ingrown habit of a people, and when any attempt to impair them will meet with the violent resistance of the populace. The peoples owe all the political rights and privileges which we enjoy today in greater or lesser measure, not to the goodwill of their governments, but to their own strength. There are two viable ways of forcing the state to recognize our liberties. The first is by circumventing its enforcement capabilities, so that its claims of authority and threatened sanctions for disobedience become a paper tiger. The second is to subject it to public scrutiny and pressure from outside, so that the political cost of enforcement becomes more than it's worth. 3. Circumventing the law. You'll notice I didn't list change the law or change the government among my viable alternatives. Reformist requires navigating a series of procedural hurdles rigged in favor of the interests with the most money and lobbyists. Consider the fruitless effort to liberalize in some small way the draconian new copyright legislation being railroaded through by the copyright Nazis of the proprietary content industries. Endless hearings, mostly closed to the public and announced as a fait accompli. Representatives of public advocacy groups like the Electronic Frontier Foundation show up for hundreds of hours of meetings, only to see a bill or treaty which was actually drafted by RIA/MPAA lobbyists get passed essentially unchanged, in many cases rubber-stamped by national parliaments with nobody outside a few committee leaders even allowed to read it. To the extent that it does focus on influencing the state, a political movement is useful mainly for running interference, defending safe spaces in which we can build the real revolution, the one that matters. If the goal is to influence the state so as to create breathing room for counter-institutions, there's a lot more bang for the buck in mobilizing popular pressure from outside through deft propaganda and framing, than actually trying to participate in the policy process from inside. If violence is used at all, it should not be perceived by the public at large as a way of conquering anything, but as defensive force that raises the cost of government attacks on the counter-economy in a situation where the government is clearly the aggressor. Whether violent or non-violent, any form of public effort can benefit from the example of Martin Luther King's masterful framing in the Birmingham demonstrations. To the greatest extent possible, the state's functionaries should be cast in the role of Bull Connor. Rather than focusing on ways to seize control of the state, or to shift the correlation of forces between the state's capabilities for violence and ours, it makes far better sense to focus on ways to increase our capabilities of living how we want below the state's radar. We undermine the old corporate order, not by the people we elect to Washington, or the policies those people make, but by how we do things where we live. Evgeny Morozov as usual misses the point in this regard. There are two ways to be wrong about the Internet. One is to embrace cyber-utopianism and treat the Internet as inherently democratizing. Just leave it alone, the argument goes, and the Internet will destroy dictatorships, undermine religious fundamentalism, and make up for failures of institutions. Another, more insidious way is to succumb to Internet centrism. Internet centrists happily concede that digital tools do not always work as intended and are often used by enemies of democracy. What the Internet does is only of secondary importance to them, they are most interested in what the Internet means. Its hidden meanings have already been deciphered: decentralization beats centralization, networks are superior to hierarchies, crowds outperform experts. To fully absorb the lessons of the Internet, urge the Internet centrists, we need to reshape our political and social institutions in its image. These are, indeed, two ways to be wrong about the Internet. They're wrong because they share Morozov's own fundamental assumption, that the goal is to reform or compensate for the failings of existing institutions, not to supersede them. He evaluates network organization on the basis of whether, as a supplement to existing institutions, it can provide the State Department with better information for deciding whether to intervene in Syria. Many of our political institutions regularly confront problems that are not the result of knowledge deficiencies. But for those of us who see networks as the kernel or basic organizing principle of the successor society, we could care less about reforming the State Department. Morozov, of course, promotes the virtues of centralization. Without well-organized, centralized, and hierarchical structures to push back against entrenched interests, attempts to make politics more participatory might stall, and further disempower the weak, and co-opt members of the opposition into weak and toothless political settings. This was the case before the Internet, and, most likely, it will be the case long after. Decentralized networks, he says, are useless because they lack the scale for taking over existing institutions. But our goal is not to take over leadership of existing institutions, but to render them irrelevant. The focus on securing liberty primarily through political organization, organizing one big movement to make sure everybody is on the same page, before anyone can put one foot in front of the other, embodies all the worst faults of 20th century organizational culture. What we need, instead, is to capitalize on the capabilities of network culture. The best way to change the laws, in practical terms, is to make them irrelevant and unenforceable through counter-institution building and through counter-economic activity outside the state's control. States claim all sorts of powers they're utterly unable to enforce. It doesn't matter what tax laws are on the books, if most commerce is in encrypted currency of some kind and invisible to the state. It doesn't matter how industrial patents enforce planned obsolescence, if a garage factory produces generic replacements and modular accessories for proprietary corporate platforms, and sells to such a small market that the costs of detecting and punishing infringement are prohibitive. It doesn't matter that local zoning regulations prohibit people doing business out of their homes, if their clientele is so small they can't be effectively monitored. One benefit of the implosion of capital requirements for manufacturing is that the number of producers increases and the average market size shrinks to the point that they are operating below the regulatory state's radar. Traditionally, patent law enforcement depended on the low transaction costs resulting from a small number of large producers marketing a relatively small number of goods through a small number of nationwide retailers. Without the ability to enforce their claimed powers, government commands are about as relevant as the edicts of the Emperor Norton. It's far more cost-effective to go directly after the state's enforcement capabilities than to try to change the law. This coincides to a large extent with what Dave Pollard calls incapacitation, rendering the old order unable to function by sapping what it needs to survive. But suppose if, instead of waiting for the collapse of the market economy and the crumbling of the power elite, we brought about that collapse, guerrilla style, by making information free, by making local communities energy self-sufficient, and by taking the lead in biotech away from government and corporatists by working collaboratively, using the power of many, open source, unconstrained by corporate allegiance, patents, and shareholder expectations. Incapacitation, in particular, includes undermining the public's willingness to obey the corporate state, what Gene Sharp calls cutting off sources of political power. Nobody understands political power. All power has its sources. And if you can identify the sources, you can cut them off. There is moral authority. Do the people giving the orders have the right to give them? There is economic power. There is control of the masses. Hitler didn't have 3 brains, you know. He got other people convinced that what he was doing was important and that they should help. Rather than protest the actions of those with political power, you can cut off the sources of their power. What Sharp describes as moral authority is closely related to what John Robb calls the state's plausible promise, the credibility of its claims to offer benefits in return for allegiance as well as punishment, and specifically to serve the material interests of the average person. In Robb's terminology, the state's enforcement capability is its systempunkt, its weak point in a system's disruption strategy. It's based on the term Schwerpunkt from the theory of blitzkrieg warfare. The Schwerpunkt was the point of greatest emphasis, where the enemy front lines may be pierced by an explosive combination of multiple weapons systems. Once the line is pierced, armored forces can drive deep into enemy territory to disrupt command, control, and logistical systems. When these systems are disrupted, the top-heavy military units they support collapse in confusion. Just as important, the majority of the enemy's combat forces can be bypassed and rendered ineffective by systems disruption, without the attrition cost of defeating them piecemeal. And the systempunkt is the point in a system, usually identified by one of the many autonomous groups operating in the field, that will collapse the target system if it is destroyed. Within an infrastructure system, this collapse takes the form of disrupted flows that result in financial loss or supply shortages. Within a market, the result is a destabilization of the psychology of the marketplace that will introduce severe inefficiencies and chaos. According to Robb, traditional strategic bombing of the kind used in World War II measured success by a metric based on the total percentage of an infrastructure's capacity which was destroyed. But by that standard, destroying a majority of the actual miles of transmission lines or rails within a network success was extremely costly. Al-Qaeda Iraq, in contrast, achieves enormous force multipliers, disabling entire networks by destroying a few key nodes. A small attack on a single critical oil pipeline out of an entire network, at a cost of $2,000, cost the Iraqi government $500 million in lost oil revenue. In addition, the $8/barrel terror premium it added to the price of oil cost the global economy $640 million. An attack on Shell Oil's Forkaduz loading dock platform in Nigeria, which cost roughly $2,000 to execute, cost Shell $400,000 in lost oil exports and another $50 million from the shutdown of an adjacent oil field. In the case of an electrical power grid, attacks on 2% of the high-load nodes can shut down 60% of an infrastructure's capacity, and attacks on 1% can shut down 40% of capacity. Small attacks on the system punct of any complex system can generate ROIs of several million %. A system can be put out of operation, as if its entire physical infrastructure were destroyed, at the cost of destroying only a tiny fraction of its actual physical assets. The key is to find the key nodes whose destruction will disable the entire system. Likewise, actually taking control of the state's policy-making apparatus, through conventional politics, is extremely costly. But by attacking the state at its system punct enforcement, we can render it ineffective against us at a tiny fraction of the cost. As Charles Johnson argues, a law that cannot be enforced is as good as a law that has been repealed. If you put all your hope for social change in legal reform, and if you put all your faith for legal reform in maneuvering within the political system, then to be sure you will find yourself outmaneuvered at every turn by those who have the deepest pockets and the best media access and the tightest connections. There is no hope for turning the system against them, because, after all, the system was made for them and the system was made by them. Reformist political campaigns inevitably turn out to suck a lot of time and money into the politics, with just about none of the reform coming out on the other end. But if you put your faith for social change in methods that ignore or ridicule their parliamentary rules, and push forward through grassroots direct action, if your hopes for social change don't depend on reforming tyrannical laws, and can just as easily be fulfilled by widespread success at bypassing those laws and making them irrelevant to your life, then there is every reason to hope that you will see more freedom and less coercion in your own lifetime. There is every reason to expect that you will see more freedom and less coercion tomorrow than you did today, no matter what the law books may say. One of the benefits of stigmergic organization is that individual problems are tackled by the self-selected individuals and groups best suited to deal with them, and that their solutions are then passed on, via the network, to everyone who can benefit from them. DRM may be so hard to crack that only a handful of geeks can do it, but that doesn't mean, as the music and movie industries had hoped, that would make piracy economically irrelevant. When a handful of geeks figure out how to crack DRM today, thanks to stigmergic organization, grandmas will be downloading DRM-free pirated music and movies at torrent sites next week. What is the cost of systems like BitTorrent, encryption, and web anonymizers, compared to the cost of fighting the RIA's lobbyists in Washington? What is the cost of publicizing ideas of jury nullification until the risk of a hung jury from a single rogue juror becomes so common that prosecutors decide that prosecuting simple pot possession is not worth it compared to the cost of fighting decriminalization and medpot battles on the ballots year after year after year? Each individual innovation in ways of living outside the control of the corporate state nexus creates a demonstration effect. You can do this too. And with each new hack to the system, the more the counter-economy becomes a coherent whole opaque to the corporate state. In light of all this, the most cost-effective political effort is simply making people understand that they don't need anyone's permission to be free. Start telling them right now that the law is unenforceable, and disseminating knowledge as widely as possible on the most effective ways of evading it. Publicize examples of ways we can live our lives the way we want, with institutions of our own making, under the radar of the state's enforcement apparatus, local currency systems, free clinics, ways to protect squatter communities from harassment, home-based micro-enterprises quietly trading with friends and neighbors in defiance of zoning and licensing laws, micro-manufacturers producing knockoffs on such a small scale that patent enforcement costs more than it's worth, and so on. Educational efforts to undermine the state's moral legitimacy, educational campaigns to demonstrate the unenforceability of the law, and efforts to develop and circulate means of circumventing state control, are all things best done on a stigmergic basis. Thomas Knapp provides a good practical example of Eric Raymond's bazaar in operation when it comes to techniques of resistance: the G20 protests in Philadelphia. During the G20 summit in the Pittsburgh area last week, police arrested 2 activists. These particular activists weren't breaking windows. They weren't setting cars on fire. They weren't even parading around brandishing giant puppets and chanting anti-capitalist slogans. In fact, they were in a hotel room in Kennedy, Pennsylvania, miles away from unsanctioned protests in Lawrenceville, listening to the radio and availing themselves of the hotel's Wi-Fi connection. Now they stand accused of hindering apprehension, criminal use of a communication facility, and possessing instruments of crime. The radio they were listening to was a police scanner. They were using their internet access to broadcast bulletins about police movements in Lawrenceville to activists at the protests, using Twitter. Government as we know it is engaged in a battle for its very survival, and that battle, as I've mentioned before, looks in key respects a lot like the Recording Industry Association of America's fight with peer-to-peer file-sharing networks. The RIA can and is cracking down as hard as it can, in every way it can think of, but it is losing the fight, and there's simply no plausible scenario under which it can expect to emerge victorious. The recording industry as we know it will change its business model, or it will go under. The Pittsburgh 2 are wonderfully analogous to the P2P folks. Their arrest boils down, for all intents and purposes, to a public debugging session. Pittsburgh 2 2.0 will set their monitoring stations further from the action, use a relay system to get the information to those stations in a timely manner, then retransmit that information using offshore and anonymizing proxies. The cops won't get within 50 miles of finding Pittsburgh 2 2.0, and anything they do to counter its efficacy will be countered in subsequent versions. 2 more recent examples are the use of Twitter in Maricopa County to alert the Latino community to raids by Sheriff Joe Arpaio, and to alert drivers to sobriety checkpoints. One especially encouraging development is the stigmergic sharing of innovations in the technologies of resistance between movements around the world, aiding each other across national lines and bringing combined force to bear against common targets. Both the Falun Gong and the Tor project have played major roles in distributing encryption and proxy server technology to dissidents in Iran and elsewhere around the world. Statism will ultimately end, not as the result of any sudden and dramatic failure, but as the cumulative effect of a long series of little things. The costs of enculturing individuals to the state's view of the world, and of dissuading a large enough majority of people from disobeying when they're pretty sure they're not being watched, will result in a death of 1,000 cuts. More and more of the state's activities, from the perspective of those running things, will just cost more than they're worth. The decay of ideological hegemony and the decreased feasibility of enforcement will do the same thing to the state that file sharing is now doing to the RIA. For circumvention, privacy vs. surveillance. Yevgeny Morozov, in The Net Delusion, almost exclusively emphasizes the Internet's potential for ubiquitous surveillance by authoritarian states. Activists who use Facebook and Twitter to coordinate their subversion, he argues, are just lumping themselves into a single target for easy identification and arrest. but Morozov writes as though it were a static situation in which only the state is capable of reacting to ongoing events. In so doing, he ignores one of the most important benefits of network organization, the way it facilitates rapid response to and circumvention of state attempts at surveillance and repression. As Cory Doctorow writes, of the world's most ingeniously paranoid experts have spent 20+ years thinking up plausible technological nightmare scenarios, all of which are more frightening than Morozov's efforts. And these people have spent the same 20+ years developing countermeasures. This failure to engage with the best thinking and writing on the subject of the Internet's special power to connect and liberate is Net Delusion's most serious demerit. When Morozov talks about the security risks arising from dissidents' use of Facebook, which neatly packages up lists of dissidents to be targeted by oppressive nations' secret police, he does so without ever mentioning the protracted, dire warnings of exactly this problem that have come from the cyber-utopian vanguard as embodied by groups such as the Electronic Frontier Foundation, Netspolitik, Knowledge Ecology International, Bits of Freedom, Public Knowledge, and dozens of other pressure groups, activist organizations, and technical projects around the world. Indeed, there is hardly any mention at all of history's most prominent Internet freedom fighters, such as the venerable cypherpunks movement, who have spent decades building, disseminating and promoting the use of cryptographic tools that are purpose-built to evade the kind of snooping and network analysis he identifies as being implicit in the use of Facebook, Google, and other centralized, private tools to organize political movements. Though Morozov is correct in identifying inherent security risks in the use of the Internet by dissidents, his technical analysis is badly flawed. In arguing, for example, that no technology is neutral, Morozov fails to identify one crucial characteristic of cryptographic systems, that it is vastly easier to scramble a message than it is to break the scrambling system and gain access to the message without the key. Practically speaking, this means that poorly resourced individuals and groups with cheap, old computers are able to encipher their messages to an extent that they cannot be deciphered by all the secret police in the world, even if they employ every computer ever built in a gigantic, decades-long project to force the locks off the intercepted message. In this sense, at least, the technological deck is stacked in favor of dissidents who have never before enjoyed the power to hide their communiques beyond the reach of secret police over the state, who have always enjoyed the power to keep secrets from the people. Morozov's treatment of security suffers from further flaws. It is a truism among cryptographers that anyone can design a system so secure that he himself can't think of a way of breaking it. This is why serious information security always involves widespread publication and peer review of security systems. This approach is widely accepted to be the best, most effective means of identifying and shoring up defects in security technology. And yet, when Morozov recounts the tale of Haystack, a trendy, putatively secure communications tool backed by the U.S. State Department that was later found to be completely insecure, he accepts at face value the Haystack creator's statement that his tool was kept secret because he didn't want to let Iranian authorities reverse engineer its workings. Instead, Morozov focuses his criticism on the release early, release often approach to free and open source software, and mocks the aphorism with enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow, though if these had been applied to Haystack, it would have been revealed as a failure long before it got into the hands of Iranian activists. Here, Morozov is as wrong as he could possibly be. If you want to develop secure tools to allow dissidents to communicate beneath the noses of oppressive regimes, you must widely publish the workings of these tools and revise them frequently as your peers identify new vulnerabilities in them. The picture Morozov paints of information security is misleadingly static. Noting that the web has allowed an alarming amount of surveillance by commercial actors such as ad networks, Morozov concludes that this kind of tracking will come to the world's censorious, spying governments. But Internet users who perceive a threat from advertisers face few difficulties in limiting this spying with ad blockers and the like. Lamentably, relatively few people take advantage of these countermeasures, but to assume that dissidents in oppressive regimes will have the same sanguine trust of their governments that punters have towards Google's tracking cookies is a rather titanic leap. In Morozov's analysis, Your vulnerability on the web remains the same whether you're in a friendly or adversarial relationship to the site you're visiting or the snoop you're worrying about. Morozov is also willing to assume an improbable mean of credulity when it suits his argument. For example, he worries that the Chinese government proposed to install a mandatory censorware program on every PC called Green Dam, even though this move was ridiculed by security experts around the world, who correctly predicted that it would be a dismal failure. Everyone I know in this movement, from donors to toolsmiths to translators to frontline activists to UN wonks, knows that the internet presents a risk as well as an opportunity. But unlike Morozov, these people have a program for minimizing the risks arising from internet use and maximizing its efficacy as a tool for liberation, through the development of software and training that provides better anonymity, better communication security, and even abstract tools like zero-knowledge networking system that allow for the broad dissemination of information among large groups of people without revealing their identities. Morozov's unconscious agenda seems to have a lot in common with Malcolm Gladwell's, as Dr. O observes. It seems that Morozov wants to see the chaos of popular, grassroots movements replaced with a kind of orderly, top-down style of regimented activism led by intellectuals whose thoughts can't be pithily expressed in 140-character tweets. Whether or not Morozov sees himself as one of those intellectuals is never explicitly stated. Seeing like a state and the art of not being governed. The work of James Scott is relevant here. In Seeing Like a State, he develops the concept of legibility, i.e., a state's attempt to make society legible, to arrange the population in ways that simplified the classic state functions of taxation, conscription, and prevention of rebellion. The pre-modern state was, in many crucial respects, partially blind. It knew precious little about its subjects, their wealth, their land holdings and yields, their location, their very identity. It lacked anything like a detailed map of its terrain and its people. It lacked, for the most part, a measure, a metric, that would allow it to translate what it knew into a common standard necessary for a synoptic view. As a result, its interventions were often crude and self-defeating. How did the state gradually get a handle on its subjects and their environment? Suddenly, processes as disparate as the creation of permanent last names, the standardization of weights and measures, the establishment of cadastral surveys and population registers, the invention of freehold tenure, the standardization of language and legal discourse, the design of cities, and the organization of transportation seemed comprehensible as attempts at legibility and simplification. In each case, officials took exceptionally complex, illegible, and local social practices, such as land tenure customs or naming customs, and created a standard grid whereby it could be centrally recorded and monitored. Each undertaking also exemplified a pattern of relations between local knowledge and practices on one hand and state administrative routines on the other. In each case, local practices of measurement and land holding were illegible to the state in their raw form. They exhibited a diversity and intricacy that reflected a great variety of purely local, not state, interests. That is to say, they could not be assimilated into an administrative grid without being either transformed or reduced to a convenient, if partly fictional, shorthand. The logic behind the required shorthand was provided by the pressing material requirements of rulers, fiscal receipts, military manpower, and state security. In turn, this shorthand functioned as not just a description, however inadequate. Backed by state power through records, courts, and ultimately coercion, these state fictions transformed the reality they presumed to observe, although never so thoroughly as to precisely fit the grid. Scott's concept of legibility is closely related to and appears to have been influenced by what Michel Foucault called panopticism. Consider how he describes legibility in operational terms. Legibility is a condition of manipulation. Any substantial state intervention in society to vaccinate a population, produce goods, mobilize labor, tax people and their property, conduct literacy campaigns, conscript soldiers, enforce sanitation standards, catch criminals, start universal schooling requires the invention of units that are visible. Whatever the units being manipulated, they must be organized in a manner that permits them to be identified, observed, recorded, counted, aggregated, and monitored. The degree of knowledge required would have to be roughly commensurate with the depth of the intervention. In other words, one might say that the greater the manipulation envisaged, the greater the legibility required to effect it. It was precisely this phenomenon, which had reached full tide by the middle of the 19th century, that Proudhon had in mind when he declared, "To be ruled is to be kept an eye on, inspected, spied on, regulated, indoctrinated, sermonized, listed and checked off, estimated, appraised, censured, ordered about. To be ruled is at every operation, transaction, movement, to be noted, registered, counted, priced, admonished, prevented, reformed, redressed, corrected." From another perspective, what Proudhon was deploring was in fact the great achievement of modern statecraft. How hard-won and tenuous this achievement was is worth emphasizing. Most states, to speak broadly, are younger than the societies that they purport to administer. States therefore confront patterns of settlement, social relations, and production, not to mention a natural environment, that have evolved largely independent of state plans. The result is typically a diversity, complexity, and unrepeatability of social forms that are relatively opaque to the state, often purposefully so. If the state's goals are minimal, it may not need to know much about the society. If, however, the state is ambitious, if it wants to extract as much grain and manpower as it can, short of provoking a famine or a rebellion, if it wants to create a literate, skilled, and healthy population, if it wants everyone to speak the same language or worship the same God, then it will have to become both far more knowledgeable and far more intrusive. In the same book he mentioned the concepts of state spaces and non-state spaces. State spaces are geographical regions with high-density population and high-density grain agriculture, producing a surplus of grain and labor which was relatively easily appropriated by the state. The conditions of non-state spaces were just the reverse, thereby severely limiting the possibilities for reliable state appropriation. In The Art of Not Being Governed, Scott surveys the populations of Zomia, the highland areas spanning all the countries of Southeast Asia, which are largely outside the reach of the governments there. He suggests areas of commonality between the Zomians and people in non-state areas around the world, upland and frontier people like the Cossacks, Highlanders, and hillbillies, as well as runaway slave communities in inaccessible marsh regions of the American South. States attempt to maximize the appropriability of crops and labor, designing state space so as to guarantee the ruler a substantial and reliable surplus of manpower and grain at least cost. This is achieved by geographical concentration of the population and the use of concentrated, high-value forms of cultivation, in order to minimize the cost of governing the area as well as the transaction costs of appropriating labor and produce. State spaces tend to encompass large core areas of highly concentrated grain production within a few days' march from the court center, not necessarily contiguous with the center but at least relatively accessible to officials and soldiers from the center via trade routes or navigable waterways. Governable areas are mainly areas of high-density agricultural production linked either by flat terrain or watercourses. In Zomia, as Scott describes it, virtually everything about these people's livelihoods, social organization, ideologies, can be read as strategic positionings designed to keep the state at arm's length. Their physical dispersion in rugged terrain, their mobility, their cropping practices, their kinship structure, their pliable ethnic identities, and their devotion to prophetic, millenarian leaders effectively serve to avoid incorporation into states and to prevent states from springing up among them. In order to avoid taxes, draft labor, and conscription, they practiced escape agriculture, forms of cultivation designed to thwart state appropriation. Their social structure, likewise, was designed to aid dispersal and autonomy and to ward off political subordination. The non-state space is a direct inversion of the state space. It is state-repelling, i.e. it represents an agroecological setting singularly unfavorable to manpower and grain amassing strategies of states. States will hesitate to incorporate such areas, inasmuch as the return, in manpower and grain, is likely to be less than the administrative and military costs of appropriating it. Non-state spaces benefit from various forms of friction that increase the transaction costs of appropriating labor and output, and of extending the reach of the state's enforcement arm into such regions. These forms of friction include the friction of distance and the friction of terrain or altitude. I suggest that the concepts of state space and non-state space, if removed from Scott's immediate spatial context and applied by way of analogy to spheres of social and economic life that are more or less amenable to state control, can be useful for us in the kinds of developed Western societies where to all appearances there are no geographical spaces beyond the control of the state. State spaces in our economy are sectors which are closely allied to and legible to the state. Non-state spaces are those which are hard to monitor and where regulations are hard to enforce. Based on the state's preferences for legibility, appropriation, and centralization of control, it will tend to promote institutional arrangements can be readily monitored and directed from the center and can be easily taxed. The principles of standardization, central control, and synoptic legibility to the center could be applied to many fields. If we were to apply them to education, for example, the most illegible education system would be completely informal, non-standardized instruction determined entirely by local mutuality. The most legible educational system would resemble Hippolyte Taine's description of French education in the 19th century, when the Minister of Education could pride himself, just by looking at his watch, which page of Virgil all schoolboys of the empire were annotating at that exact moment. State spaces, especially, are associated with legible forms of production. That means, among other things, an economy dominated by large business units like oligopoly corporations and large-scale agribusiness. Marx rightly described the state as the executive committee of the ruling class, which is dominated by the leaders of the corporate economy and finance capital. But the relationship is two-way. The large corporation and the state exist in a symbiotic relationship. The state itself, in the narrow sense of the apparatus of functionaries who are actually on the public payroll, has a preference for large-scale units of economic organization because they are most amenable to being used as extensions of the state's taxing and enforcement functions. Scott points to the tendency by which large units are favored over small factories or artisanal production, citing Jeffrey Sachs' observation that central planners had no desire to coordinate the activities of hundreds or thousands of small firms in a sector if one large firm could do the job. A standard strategy, therefore, was to create one giant firm wherever possible. More broadly, the state prefers large-scale property to small, petty bourgeois property, large farms to small peasant holdings, and formalized economic activity in the cash nexus to informal exchange, barter or gifting. The same effects achieved through spatial distance and isolation and the high costs of physical transportation in Scott's Zomia can be achieved in our economy, without all the inconvenience, through such expedients as encryption and dark nets. Recent technological developments have drastically expanded the potential for non-spatial, non-territorial versions of the non-state spaces that Scott describes. People can remove themselves from state space by adopting technologies and methods of organization that make them illegible to the state, without any actual movement in space. The transaction costs of overcoming opacity and illegibility, and enforcing obedience in an atmosphere of non-compliance, function as a tax in a manner analogous to John Robb's terrorism tax which we discussed in an earlier chapter. It makes some spaces more costly to govern than they're worth. The greater an area's distance from the center, the higher the concentration of value or value-to-weight ratio a unit of output must have to be worth appropriating and carrying off to the capital. The further from the center an area is, the larger the share of its economy will cost more than it's worth to exploit. It's somewhat analogous to the concept of ROI in the field of energy. If the purpose of the state is to extract a surplus on behalf of a privileged class, the governance tax reduces the amount of surplus which is extracted per input of enforcement effort. Anything that reduces the net ROI of the system, the size of the surplus which the state is able to extract, will cause it to shrink to a smaller equilibrium scale of activity. The more costly enforcement is and the smaller the revenues the state and its corporate allies can obtain per unit of enforcement effort, the more hollow they become and the more areas of life they retreat from as not worth the cost of governing. Our strategy, in attacking the state's enforcement capabilities as the weak link of state capitalism, should be to create metaphoric non-state spaces like dark nets, forms of physical production which are so small-scale and dispersed as to present serious surveillance and enforcement costs, etc., and to shift the correlation of forces between non-state and state spaces. From our standpoint, technologies of liberation reduce the cost and inconvenience of evasion. In Scott's work, for people in state spaces, the labor they have sunk into their fields over generations, the more reluctant they are to leave in order to escape the state's taxation. In Zomia, not being governed frequently entailed adopting subsistence strategies aimed to escape detection and maximize their physical mobility should they be forced to flee again at a moment's notice. This could involve a real sacrifice in quality of life, in terms of the categories of goods which could not be produced, the categories of food that were unavailable, etc. Historically, when not being governed required spatial distance and inaccessibility, creating a non-state space meant a choice of technologies of living based on the need to be less legible. In many cases this translated into abandoning fixed cultivation to take up shifting agriculture and foraging, the deliberate choice of a more primitive lifestyle for the sake of autonomy, and the conscious choice of less productive methods of cultivation and a smaller surplus. Liberatory technologies now offer the potential to eliminate the necessity for this trade-off between autonomy and standard of living. We want to render ourselves as ungovernable as the people of Zomia, without the inconvenience of living in the mountains and swamps or living mostly on root crops. The more areas of economic life that are rendered illegible to the state through liberatory technology, the less the differential in standard of living between state and non-state areas. Scott names mobility as his second principle of evasion. Mobility, the ability to change location, renders a society inaccessible through the ability to shift to a more remote and advantageous site. It is a relatively frictionless ability to shift location. In terms of our analogous non-spatial non-state spaces in Western societies, this is mirrored by the agility and flexibility of networks. V. Exposure, embarrassment, and shifting the terms of debate. One especially important variant of the stigmergic principle is educational and propaganda effort. Even though organized, issue-oriented advocacy groups arguably can have a significant effect on the state, in pressuring the state to cease or reduce suppression of the alternative economy, the best way to maximize bang for the buck in such efforts is simply to capitalize on the potential of network culture, that is, put maximum effort into just getting the information out there, giving the government lots and lots of negative publicity, and then letting 1,000 flowers bloom when it comes to efforts to leverage it into political action. That being done, the political pressure itself will be organized by many different individuals and groups operating independently, spurred by their own outrage, without their necessarily even sharing any common libertarian ideology. A good recent example is the role of WikiLeaks in sparking the Tunisian revolt. WikiLeaks made the American ambassador's private assessment of the regime's corruption publicly available, and local dissident groups leveraged the information into a revolution. The demonstration effect of the Twitter revolution in Tunisia started a chain of dominoes throughout the Arab world, most notably in Egypt. In the case of any particular state abuse of power or intervention into the economy, there are likely to be countless subgroups of people who oppose it for any number of idiosyncratic reasons of their own, and not from any single ideological principle. If we simply expose the nature of the state action and all its unjust particular effects, it will be leveraged into action by people in numbers many times larger than those of the particular alternative economic movement we are involved in. Consider, in the field of civil liberties, what Radley Balco does every day, just through his own efforts at exposing the cockroaches of law enforcement to the kitchen light. When Woodward and Bernstein uncovered Watergate, they didn't try to organize a political movement to capitalize on it. They just published the info and a firestorm resulted. A good example in the networked information era is the case of the Diebold emails. Bev Harris simply published the information, and a whole range of advocacy groups made their own use of it. This is an example of what Rob calls self-replication: create socially engineered copies of your organization through the use of social media. Basically, this means providing the motivation, knowledge, and focus necessary for an unknown person to conduct operations that advance your group's specific goals. It's because of increased levels of general education and the diffusion of more advanced moral standards that countries around the world have had to rename their ministries of war ministries of defense. It's for the same reason that, in the 20th and 21st centuries, governments could no longer launch wars for reasons of naked realpolitik on the model of the dynastic wars of 2 centuries earlier. Rather, they had to manufacture pretexts based on self-defense. Hence pretexts like the mistreatment of ethnic Germans in Danzig to justify Hitler's invasion of Poland, and the Tonkin Gulf incident and Kuwaiti incubator babies as pretexts for American aggressions. That's not to say the pretexts had to be very good to fool the general public, but network culture is changing that as well, as witnessed by the respective levels of anti-war mobilization in the First and Second Gulf Wars. More than one thinker on network culture has argued that network technology and the global justice movements piggybacked on it are diffusing more advanced global moral norms and putting increasing pressure on governments that violate those norms. Global activism and condemnation of violations of human rights are an increasing source of embarrassment and pressure. NGOs and global civil society are emerging as a powerful countervailing force against both national governments and global corporations. Governments and corporations frequently can find themselves isolated and exposed in the face of an intensely hostile global public opinion quite suddenly, thanks to networked global actors. This manifests itself in such operations as CopeWatch, which provides a national database of citizen complaints against individual local cops and whose local patrols regularly record police activity. Video footage of police riots at anti-globalization demonstrations, as well as beatings and other malfeasance by individual cops, frequently winds up going viral. The possibilities for recording police and other official misbehavior, in recent years, have exploded thanks to smartphones with video capability. The police, naturally, generally don't take kindly to being recorded. People recording the police, as often as not, can expect to be arrested for interfering with police business or have their cameras seized and footage deleted, despite the fact that it's expressly legal in 47 states to record police in the performance of their public duties. As you might expect, this has simply led to police censorship being treated as damage and rooted around. Innovation in technology and techniques is rapidly increasing the difficulty of police interference with citizen surveillance. Radley Balko writes, 20 years after George Holliday's grainy video of Los Angeles police officers beating motorist Rodney King spawned worldwide outrage and later incited riots across the city, last year's protests in Iran, this year's protests all across the Arab world, and now the Occupy movements have all demonstrated just how far personal technology has come to empower citizens to combat government abuse. Political leaders, police, and security officials around the world now crack down on protests with the knowledge that their actions could and quite likely will be beamed around the globe. It's not only altering the balance of power and bringing new transparency and accountability to police and public officials, it may even be altering how police and governments react to dissent. Carlos Miller, who runs the Photography Is Not a Crime blog and has himself been wrongly arrested for recording or photographing police on a number of occasions, has been documenting the way technology is moving power to people for several years. The amazing thing about these videos is that as soon as the police start to use force, you see 15 cell phone cameras go up in the air, Miller says. It's pretty amazing. Smartphone apps like Kik and Ustream now not only allow users to stream video in real time, but they also then archive the video. That means a copy of every user's video is preserved offsite. If police or other government officials destroy a phone or confiscate a memory card, there's still a copy of the video elsewhere. Users can also set up accounts to notify email lists or post updates to their Twitter or Facebook accounts the moment they stream a new video. which means that even if police are later able to get into a protester's phone, access a Kik or Ustream account, and delete an incriminating video, by that time dozens of people may have already downloaded it. The power-shifting nature of cell phone video may be most prominent in the court proceedings that take place after the protests are over. In the past, courts, prosecutors and juries have mostly accepted police accounts of altercations with protesters as the official narrative. Now, in both criminal proceedings of protesters charged with crimes and in civil suits brought by protesters alleging police abuse, it's likely that any significant protest will have independent video shot from multiple angles to ferret out what actually happened. Balco, writing elsewhere, reinforces his earlier point about the moral effects of citizen video. It's hard to overstate the power of streaming and off-site archiving. Prior to this technology, prosecutors and the courts nearly always deferred to the police narrative. Now that narrative has to be consistent with independently recorded evidence. And as examples of police reports contradicted by video become increasingly common, a couple of things are likely to happen. Prosecutors and courts will be less inclined to uncritically accept police testimony, even in cases where there is no video, and bad cops will be deterred by the knowledge that their misconduct is apt to be recorded. Another project, OpenWatch, is a global participatory counter-surveillance project which uses cellular phones as a way of monitoring authority figures. OpenWatch, whose apps secretly record media and then anonymously upload it, is the web counterpart to the Cop Recorder and OpenWatch Recorder applications for Android and iPhone. Police Tape, an Android app from the American Civil Liberties Union, is designed to allow citizens to covertly record the police. When activated, it hides itself from casual inspection, and it has a mode that causes it to send its recording to an ACLU-operated server, protecting against police seizure and deletion. Citizen video has had a revolutionary effect, both on public perceptions of the police and on police self-perception. Lieberman noted that video evidence had led to the dismissal of charges against 227 protesters from one location alone during the tumultuous week of demonstrations. We've already seen that the videos of what happened on the Brooklyn Bridge are being used to urge dismissal of those hundreds of arrests there, she added. Protesters' cameras have created many of the iconic images of this movement, NYPD Supervisor Anthony Bologna pepper-spraying several women at point-blank range, a protester later identified as activist Felix Rivera Pitri being spun around and punched in the face by a cop, a legal observer being run over by a police scooter and then hit with a baton by another cop, a Marine and Iraq vet yelling at befuddled cops that these are American citizens and they have no guns. These images help propel a small movement into a global phenomenon. Michael Ratner, president of the Center for Constitutional Rights, told Alternet that the video of the women writhing on the ground in agony might end up having an effect similar to that of the infamous civil rights era footage of Bull Connor setting dogs on black protesters in the South. That just changed how Northerners viewed the Southern struggles, he said. And I think we'll see this as more and more videos emerge of people being beaten, sprayed, and unlawfully caged during these protests. Cameras have become an integral part of activists' legal strategy. We just encourage everyone to get out there with their cameras, says Ratner. Let the cops push you around, let them slap you, let them arrest you, but it's absolutely crucial to get your cameras out there. Because all the lawsuits we can bring, which we should resolve 5 years from now, won't make the same difference as putting that stuff on YouTube and the evening news will do. Cameras aren't just shining a light on aggressive crowd control. Videos of police abuse at traffic stops, stop and frisk incidents and just about everywhere else litter YouTube, and according to the New York Daily News, the constant scrutiny is having an effect on rank-and-file officers. The morale in the whole department is in the crapper, a veteran Bronx cop told the paper. You can't be a police officer no more, he said. You're a robot. You're under the microscope. You're under video surveillance. We feel like the perpetrators now, the way we're being displayed. According to a study by an Ottawa researcher, more than half of police say they've either reduced the frequency with which they use force on the job, or the amount of force they use when they do use it, as a result of the danger of being caught on camera. Police forces are finding themselves almost as vulnerable to internal leaks, in the age of anonymous, Chelsea Manning and WikiLeaks, as to cell phone cameras. NYPD whistleblower, Officer Pedro Serrano, secretly recorded a conversation with Deputy Inspector Christopher McCormack in which the latter could be heard telling him to stop and frisk male blacks 14 to 21 to meet his monthly arrest quota. "So what am I supposed to do, stop every black and Hispanic?" Serrano was heard saying on the tape, which was recorded last month at the 40th Precinct in the Bronx. "I have no problem telling you this," the inspector said on the tape. "Male blacks. And I told you at roll call, and I have no problem tell you this, male blacks 14 to 21. For surveillance in the workplace and other institutions, there's the transparency grenade, modeled on the Soviet F-1 hand grenade. Equipped with a tiny computer, microphone, and powerful wireless antenna, the transparency grenade captures network traffic and audio at the site and securely and anonymously streams it to a dedicated server where it is mined for information. Email fragments, HTML pages, images, and voice extracted from this data are then presented on an online, public map, shown at the location of the detonation. Whether trusted employee, civil servant, or concerned citizen, greater openness was never so close at hand. Such public exposure puts authoritarian institutions of all kinds on the defensive, as they lose the war to control the public perception of events. What Zeynep Tufekci calls the networked public sphere almost certainly played a large role in the release of Egyptian activist Mona Al-Tahawi, after she disappeared into Egyptian military custody during a protest in November 2011. In the second wave of Egyptian protests against the new military regime, in fall 2011, the military took a much more unambiguously hostile stance than they had during the uprising against Mubarak. In the second uprising, Egyptian military and police forces used sexual abuse and humiliation as a tool against demonstrators, both on the public streets and in police custody, much as Milosevic had used rape as a political weapon in the ethnic cleansing of Bosnia. Al-Tahawi managed only a hasty tweet to her network that she was being arrested before she went incommunicado. As Tufekci wrote, at worst, Mona's life was in danger. At best, she would likely be subject to beatings, sexual abuse. Given the situation, Tufekci judged that the best course of action was to kick up a big storm. As a prominent dissident, she is in danger from those higher ups who might want to make an example of her. Mona needed a huge campaign which made it costlier to keep her than to release her. As Tufekci commented, such questions would have been meaningless in the pre-internet days. A few decades ago, contemplating launching a global campaign like this would require that I own, say, a television station or two. But, I wasn't just an I. Due to my academic and personal interests, I was connected to a global network of people ranging from grassroots activists in Egypt to journalists and politicians, from ordinary people around the world to programmers and techies in Silicon Valley and elsewhere. My options weren't just cursing at a television set if her arrest had even made the news in the next few days. I could at least try to see what we could do, and do quickly. Concise, fast, global, public and connected was what we needed, and, for that, there is nothing better than Twitter. One challenge of new media environments is that they scatter attention, and consequently tools and channels which can unite and focus attention are key to harnessing their power. Hashtags and trending topics are one way in which people can focus among the billions of tweets floating in cyberspace. So, first, I knew we needed a hashtag. A focuser. In about a minute, the column started flowing too quickly for me to read everything. Okay, that's the global campaign, I thought as I marveled at how quickly it had taken off with barely a nudge. In the pre-social media world, it might have taken weeks and a lot of luck to achieve even a sliver of such awareness globally. The Twitter campaign soon brought together a huge ad hoc network including prominent international journalists, civil liberties and activist groups, and Anne-Marie Slaughter and her personal network of State Department insiders. In less than a day, Al-Tahawi was released. By challenging the state's control of public perception, networked resistance undermines the narrative on which the state's legitimacy is constructed. When the legitimacy of the state and its authority claims declines in the mind of the average citizen, the transaction costs entailed in enforcing authority creep steadily upward. But the strategy isn't merely to expose the state's abuses to public scrutiny, although that's a big part of it. It's not even just to undermine the legitimacy of its claims to obedience. It's to create a demonstration effect, to show that evasion of the state's enforcement capabilities is possible, that it's feasible to live the way you want, and that people are doing it right now. It's to create the impression that doing things in ways disapproved by the state is right and normal, and that the state is laughable and ineffectual in its attempts to prevent it. Or as John Robb puts it, open-source insurgencies are built around a plausible promise, an enemy, a goal, and most importantly, a demonstration. An attack that demonstrates that it's possible to win against the enemy. It deflates any aura of invincibility that the enemy may currently enjoy. The demonstration serves as a rallying cry for the insurgency. Consider the increasing unwillingness of courts to enforce laws against personal possession of marijuana, thanks to jury nullification. Public opinion, as revealed by the reaction of a substantial portion of the members of the jury called to try the charges on December 16, 2010, is not supportive of the state's marijuana law and appeared to prevent any conviction from being obtained simply because an unbiased jury did not appear available under any circumstances, according to the plea memorandum filed by his attorney. I think it's going to become increasingly difficult to seat a jury in marijuana cases, at least the ones involving a small amount, Desha said. It's kind of a reflection of society as a whole on the issue, said Desha. According to David de Ugart, network culture makes it feasible to systematically shine a spotlight on the state's malfeasance and undermine its legitimacy. He gives the example of the cyber throngs, which first emerged with the opposition to Estrada in the Philippines. We are living in a veritable spring of the web, from Serbia to the Ukraine, from Kyrgyzstan to Belarus and even Kuwait. This is a global movement in which countries with very different cultural and religious backgrounds are developing citizens' movements in network form. These movements allow citizens to oversee democratic processes, denouncing election fraud, corruption, and government abuse. The spring of the web is the concrete historical embodiment of the globalization of democratic freedoms. This new form of organization, based on contemporary models of nonviolent civil resistance, owes its success to the diffusion and display of a lifestyle based on the collective and individual strengthening of people as opposed to power. This strengthening takes place through small gestures, jokes, signboards, which in themselves are insignificant, but which taken as a whole undermine the implicit consensus that power relies on. Cyber throngs are only one form of a more general phenomenon. Such spontaneous or near-spontaneous swarming is usually reactive, in response to near-universal outrage over some event, like a perceived government malfeasance or misfeasance that goes far beyond the ordinary. In most cases, individual nodes take the initiative in developing plans of action that are picked up and reinforced by other nodes. In some cases, the aim of the campaign initiated by some particular node is not to take any particular action against an antagonist, but simply a viral marketing campaign to spread some meme. But in the long run, this challenge to official consensus reality is perhaps the most fundamental ground on which to attack the present system of power. Horizontal communications have always been a threat to power. As James Scott argues, oppositional ideologies are most visible in areas that are opaque to the state, even within the state's area of governance, unauthorized and unmentioned secret assemblies of subordinates, like lollardry in the pastoral, forest, moorland, and fen areas, where the social control of the church and the squirearchy did not effectively penetrate. E.P. Thompson, writing of England 3 centuries later, said that free intellectual life and democratic experiments tended to proliferate in the chapel, the tavern, and the home. And these places were seen by secular authorities and by the church as places of subversion. The importance of the tavern or its equivalent as a site of anti-hegemonic discourse lay less in the drinking it fostered or in its relative insulation from surveillance than in the fact that it was the main point of unauthorized assembly for lower-class neighbors and workers. Along with the market, which was larger and more anonymous, the tavern was the closest thing to a neighborhood meeting of subordinates. The reasons the more unmediated versions of the hidden transcripts should be encountered in taverns, alehouses, at the marketplace, during carnival, and at night in secluded spots are instructive. A dissident subculture invests the weak points in a chain of socialization. In other words, horizontally is key to challenging the official narrative. We've already seen what the Cluetrain Manifesto had to say about the ability of people to talk to each other, as undermining the ability of marketing departments to control a message unilaterally through one-directional broadcast culture. When the audience viewing the official message are free to talk to one another, it ceases to be a one-way communication to the audience members and instead becomes the subject matter of their communications with one another, like the crappy movies mocked by Joel and the bots on MST3K. It's probably no coincidence that the lowest levels of compliance in the Stanford prison experiment occurred when subjects were allowed to talk to one another. Of course, people have always been able to mock politicians' speeches and network news talking heads in bars and in their living rooms, making snide remarks to one another as they watch the show. But with the emergence of a many medium, the comparative ubiquity of the official version of reality versus the self-organized version has suffered a serious decline. In the old days of broadcast culture, the mockery was marginalized by the very fact of being something that was heard only in tiny islands of physical space occupied by a few other physically present listeners. The private reality of mockery was an isolated phenomenon in a larger public reality defined by official hierarchies. Official reality, as defined by the president's press conferences and Walter Cronkite, was a pervasive normative ground, a background against which dissenting opinion stood out as a heretical exception. Mockery and criticism were relegated to the private realm. But as the counter-reality becomes more ubiquitous, as it challenges official statements wherever they appear, as it becomes universally accessible to enormous audiences communicating with each other and hyperlinking the official statement for relentless mockery, the old official reality loses its perceived privileged status as consensus reality. The counter-reality becomes as pervasive as official reality in the public space, and contests it for perceived legitimacy. The Facebook groups, the WikiLeaks cables, the blogs all show that any one person is not alone in a particular set of beliefs about the regime. Another form of common knowledge is allowed to take hold. Tufekci, in similar vein, points to the significance of social media in challenging consensus reality. The capacities of the Internet that are most threatening to authoritarian regimes are not necessarily those pertaining to spreading of censored information, but rather its ability to support the formation of a counterpublic that is outside the control of the state. In other words, it is not that people are waiting for that key piece of information to start their revolt and that information just happens to be behind the wall of censorship, but that they are isolated, unsure of the power of the regime, unsure of their position and potential. Dissent is not just about knowing what you think, but about the formation of a public. A public is not just about what you know. Publics form through knowing that other people know what you know and also knowing that you know what they know. Thus, social media can be the most threatening part of the Internet to an authoritarian regime through its capacity to create a public sphere that is integrated into everyday life of millions of people and is outside the direct control of the state, partly because it is so widespread and partly because it is not solely focused on politics. How do you censor 5 million Facebook accounts in real time except to shut them all down? The capacity to selectively filter the Internet is inversely proportional to the scale and strength of the dissent. In other words, regimes which employ widespread legitimacy may be able to continue to selectively filter the Internet. However, this is going to break down as dissent and unhappiness spreads. As anyone who has been to a country with selective filtering knows, most everyone knows how to get around the censors. For example, in Turkey, YouTube occasionally gets blocked because of material that some courts have deemed as offensive to Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the founding father of Turkey. I have yet to meet anyone in Turkey who did not know how to get to YouTube through proxies. Thus, the effect of selective filtering is not to keep out information out of the hands of a determined public, but to allow the majority of ordinary people to continue to be able to operate without confronting information that might create cognitive dissonance between their existing support for the regime and the fact that they, along with many others, also have issues. Meanwhile, the elites go about business as if there was no censorship, as they all know how to use workarounds. This creates a safety valve, as it is quite likely that it is portions of the elite groups that would be most hindered by the censorship and most unhappy with it. Social media is not going to create dissent where there is none. Finally, during times of strong upheaval, as in Egypt, dictators' dilemma roars. The ability to ensure that their struggle and their efforts are not buried in a deep pit of censorship, the ability to continue to have an honest conversation, the ability to know that others know what one knows, all combine to create a cycle furthering dissent and upheaval. Citizen journalism matters most in these scenarios, as there cannot be reporters everywhere something is happening. However, wherever something is happening, there are people with cell phone cameras. Combined with Al Jazeera rebroadcasting the fruits of people-powered journalism, it all comes down to how much force the authoritarian state is willing and able to deploy, which in turn depends on the willingness of the security apparatus. Here, too, social media matters because, like everyone else, they too are watching the footage on Al Jazeera. Their choice is made more stark by the fact that they know that history will judge them by their actions which will likely be recorded, broadcast and be viewed by their citizens, their neighbors, and their children and grandchildren. 6. Networked activism and the growth of civil society. In some cases, public protest or resistance may be a way of exposing the state to public censure. When the people who are engaged in building counter-institutions do decide to publicly challenge the state and demand a change in its policies, it's best to do it in concert with as many other allied movements as possible and to subject the state to a swarming attack of negative publicity. Fortunately, the internet makes networking between movements for liberty around the world more feasible than ever before. First, the last decade has witnessed the biggest global cooperation between human liberation movements in world history. In this movement of movements all over the world, various kinds of struggles with different issues and themes have worked together to form global networks and act together. Second, these movements rely on strategies featuring civil resistance. Third, these movements' civil resistance has had an impact on the real world, even though our understanding of how that has become possible is still limited. What we do know is that mass action of ordinary citizens can produce change, that it can force regimes to negotiate and compromise, and even topple authoritarian rulers, e.g. Serbia, South Africa, Nepal, or Bolivia. People have seen that the mobilization of ordinary citizens is what state actors are most afraid of, whether they preside in Iran, Venezuela, France, Iceland, Burma, Egypt, or Israel/Palestine. Here is something that seems more powerful than the force that grows out of the barrel of a gun. The revolution is not a dinner party, as Mao said, but neither is it a civil war, as he and his followers mistakenly believed. It is the prime fear of all authoritarian leaders, a united people that disobey and practice freedom without fear. A wide range of movements, including the so-called color revolutions that have toppled so many authoritarian states, the Zapatistas in Chiapas, the landless workers movement in Brazil, assorted movements like the resistance to Shell in Nigeria and various anti-sweatshop campaigns, local rebellions against structural adjustment programs, etc., are coordinated in global civil society networks like the World Social Forum. Cross-national alliances between such local movements subject local repression to levels of scrutiny that would have been unthinkable a generation ago. That means that local repression of such movements, even when they seem to be successful for at least the short term, must operate in a hostile environment of world opinion that saps the morale of the leadership and undermines their legitimacy in the long term. Writing against the backdrop of the UK's late 2010 network student uprising against tuition increases, Aaron Peters anticipated 2011 as the year political activism and progressive politics goes open source. Along with WikiLeaks and Anonymous, it is these that give credibility to the argument that in 2010 we finally saw the internet and the immense possibilities it brings in terms of undermining all the certainties of the old politics. The vast tranche of WikiLeaks documents gives credence to the belief of many cyber activists since Richard Stallman that with these tools and systems, information wants to be free, and that in the words of John Gilmore, the net interprets censorship as damage and roots around it. Just as state censorship in the age of the internet is massively undermined, so too the possibilities for social movements engaging in contention at the grassroots level are exponentially increased. One important aspect of this new politics is what one might refer to as its open source nature. Just as the Linux operating system and Wikipedia can be built upon by anyone with the capabilities, skills, and requisite passion to do so, these movements are constituted in a similar fashion, crowdsourcing the skill sets and social networks of anybody who wishes to participate. Hitherto NGOs and social movement organizations have been exactly that, organizations, with centralized bureaucracies and internal hierarchies, a coterie of activists who produce activism and a mass membership who consume it. In the new crowdsourced paradigm, the distinction between producers and consumers of dissent is dissolved. There is no organizing or membership structure in place, with instead all individuals being potential participants within a movement. Anyone can contribute, hence we have the rise of what has been termed dissent entrepreneurs, with such individuals simultaneously performing the old roles of both producers and consumers of dissent. At once producing dissent, mobilizing, and facilitating it while also participating in actions facilitated by others. This new model that is decentered and networked and possesses the ability to spread virally may well be the big story of 2011, a year of immense excitement for grassroots politics in our country. A year where the production of this dissent goes truly open source. The WikiLeaks document dump provided fuel for the Arab Spring uprising, which kicked off in Tunisia in 2011, and in turn sparked M15 in Spain, Syntagma in Greece, Occupy Wall Street in the US, and an ongoing series of networked resistance movements around the world since then. 11. Open source fourth estate. The industrial model. J.K. Benkler described the old broadcast media as a hub-and-spoke architecture with unidirectional links to the endpoints. Typified by high-cost hubs and cheap, ubiquitous, reception-only systems at the end. This led to a limited range of organizational models for production, those that could collect sufficient funds to set up a hub. The broadcast hub-and-spoke architecture, with expensive printing presses and expensive wire service infrastructures as the choke points for information and a class of professionals controlling those choke points, was a reflection of the industrial age model of organization. In order to be able to publish one's opinions or views of reality, one must have a capital equivalent to that required to set up a factory. The result was the pattern of concentrated corporate media ownership described by such writers as Ben Bagdikian and Edward Herman. In cultural terms, it meant a journalistic ethos of professional objectivity, which meant in functional terms the propaganda model of Herman and Noam Chomsky. The idea of journalism as an activity, as a specific ability requiring specific knowledge, was born with the information industry and is really nothing new. In 1904, Joseph Pulitzer predicted that before the 20th century was over, journalism schools would be granted the status of higher education institutions, like law or medical schools. Pulitzer was thinking within the framework of an industrial business model which required workers specialized in writing copy in the same way as engineers were needed to design stabilizing systems. That's why he asked the education system to train them. The time for journalists come activists, like the unforgettable editor of the local paper in The Man Who Killed Liberty Valance, was over. Information was a product, exclusively traded by states and by citizen Keynes. This is the logic of journalism as a news factory, an irreplaceable and necessary informational mediation. This view generates its own myths. The journalist is no longer an activist but a technician, a necessary mediator upholding the freedom of expression and guaranteeing the collective right to information. In reality, the public's right to know was qualified by the very serious constraints presented by the ideological filters of those who controlled the information checkpoints. These included not only the filter of the individual correspondent who actually reported on events to the wire service or the wire service itself, but the filters of those who owned the broadcast and print outlets. This is the model of corporate media control described by radical critics like Bagdikian, Herman, and Chomsky. The professional ethos of the traditional press was skewed toward the perspectives of those in power. In practice, the countervailing power of the press operated very much like that of government regulatory agencies. Just as government regulatory agencies formed constellations of mutually supporting institutions with the corporations they were supposedly charged with regulating, the Fourth Estate usually functioned as part of a complex of related institutions with those over which they were supposed to be exercising a watchdog function. First, the mainstream press relies overwhelmingly on information provided by government, business, and experts funded and approved by these primary sources and agents of power. Most stories rely on official sources and content generated by press secretaries or PR departments. This has resulted to a large extent from institutional imperatives, in the days when the press was a capital-intensive industry mediated by a few large bureaucracies. The mass media are drawn into a symbiotic relationship with powerful sources of information by economic necessity and reciprocity of interest. The media need a steady, reliable flow of the raw material of news. They have daily news demands and imperative news schedules that they must meet. They cannot afford to have reporters and cameras at all places where important stories may break. Economics dictates that they concentrate their resources where significant news often occurs, where important rumors and leaks abound, and where regular press conferences are held. The White House, the Pentagon, and the State Department, in Washington, D.C., are central nodes of such news activity. On a local basis, City Hall and the Police Department are the subject of regular news beats for reporters. Business corporations and trade groups are also regular and credible purveyors of stories deemed newsworthy. These bureaucracies turn out a large volume of material that meets the demands of news organizations for reliable, scheduled flows. Mark Fishman calls this the principle of bureaucratic affinity. Only other bureaucracies can satisfy the input needs of a news bureaucracy. Government and corporate sources also have the great merit of being recognizable and credible by their status and prestige. Partly to maintain the image of objectivity, but also to protect themselves from criticisms of bias and the threat of libel suits, they need material that can be portrayed as presumptively accurate. This is also a matter of cost. Taking information from sources that may be presumed credible reduces investigative expense, whereas material from sources that are not prima facie credible, or that will elicit criticism and threats, requires careful checking and costly research. The Pentagon and other government agencies, large corporations, etc., have public information or media relations offices whose primary function is to supply news organizations' needs for large quantities of pre-digested information. In effect, the large bureaucracies of the powerful subsidize the mass media, and gain special access by their contribution to reducing the media's cost of acquiring the raw materials of, and producing, news. According to Scott Cutlip of the University of Georgia, some 40% of the news in newspapers consists of material generated by press agencies and PR departments, copied almost word for word by objective professional journalists. A classic example of this phenomenon is wire service reporters writing stories on foreign events from their hotel rooms, using handouts from the U.S. Embassy. Consider AP coverage of the anti-Chavez coup in Venezuela in the spring of 2002. After the removal of Chavez, the White House stuck to the talking point that he resigned, and their doggies at the Associated Press stuck to it faithfully. Indie Media and Narco News Bulletin, meanwhile, reported that Chavez had not resigned, and was being held incommunicado. Second, the conventional model of professional objectivity discourages independent recourse to the factual realm by the journalist if the material presented by an official source isn't challenged by the other side. In practice, that means the journalist pretends to be stupider than she really is. In order to project an air of neutrality, she deliberately refrains both from drawing obvious conclusions from factual evidence, and from going beyond quotes from representatives of both sides to report factual evidence as to who's telling the truth. Fake objectivity means not drawing obvious conclusions from the facts, and pretending not to notice facts that reflect on the truth what one side or the other claims. Appealing independently to an objective factual realm, to present information that doesn't come from either side, would itself amount to taking sides. But insofar as the two sides can't both be right at the same time, truth itself is biased. There's no way to maintain a pose of neutrality except through willful obtuseness. As Justin Lewis describes it, the norms of objective reporting thus involve presenting both sides of an issue with very little in the way of independent forms of verification. Journalist who systematically attempts to verify facts to say which set of facts is more accurate runs the risk of being accused of abandoning their objectivity by favoring one side over another. Journalists who try to be faithful to an objective model of reporting are simultaneously distancing themselves from the notion of independently verifiable truth. The two sides model of journalistic objectivity makes news reporting a great deal easier since it requires no recourse to a factual realm. There are no facts to check, no archives of unspoken information to sort through. If Tweedledum fails to challenge a point made by Tweedledee, the point remains unchallenged. That approach was effectively parroted by this exchange on The Daily Show during the 2004 election campaign. Stewart, here's what puzzles me most, Rob. John Kerry's record in Vietnam is pretty much right there in the official records of the U.S. military, and haven't been disputed for 35 years. Cordry, that's right, John, and that's certainly the spin you'll be hearing coming from the Kerry campaign over the next few days. Stewart, that's not a spin thing, that's a fact. That's established. Cordry, exactly, John, and that established, incontrovertible fact is one side of the story. Stewart, but that should be, isn't that the end of the story? I mean, you've seen the records, haven't you? What's your opinion? Cordry, I'm sorry, my opinion? No, I don't have opinions. I'm a reporter, John, and my job is to spend half the time repeating what one side says, and half the time repeating the other. Little thing called objectivity, might want to look it up someday. Stewart, doesn't objectivity mean objectively weighing the evidence, and calling out what's credible and what isn't? Cordry, whoa-ho. Well, sounds like someone wants the media to act as a filter. Oh, this allegation is spurious. Upon investigation, this claim lacks any basis in reality. MMM. Listen, buddy, not my job to stand between the people talking to me and the people listening to me. But parody has a hard time keeping up with the truth, as indicated by this real-world official criticism of a reporter on the Pentagon beat for his inadequate credulity. The Pentagon's letter of complaint to Post executive editor Leonard Downey had language charging that Ricks casts his net as widely as possible and emails many people. Details of the complaints were hard to come by. One Pentagon official said in private that Ricks did not give enough credence to official, on-the-record comments that ran counter to the angle of his stories. Early in Reagan's first administration, according to Walter Pincus, reporters investigating the accuracy of his factual claims ran up against the standard of objectivity. Walter Pincus. Tease up to the Democrats to catch people, not us. Bill Moyers, so if the Democrats challenged a statement from the president, you could quote both sides. Walter Pincus, we then quote both sides. Yeah. Bill Moyers, now, that's called objectivity by many standards, isn't it? Walter Pincus, well, that's objectivity if you think there are only two sides. And if you're not interested in the facts. And the facts are separate from, what one side says about the other. The journalistic establishment defended its collusion with the Bush regime's drive for war in 2003 in terms of the same ethos of professional objectivity. According to David Ignatius, the media were victims of their own professionalism. Because there was little criticism of the war from prominent Democrats and foreign policy analysts, journalistic rules meant we shouldn't create a debate on our own. Of course it's nonsense from even a purely factual standpoint that the media would have had to create a debate where there wasn't one. As Glenn Greenwald pointed out, there was no shortage of skeptical voices from the left and right in the period leading up to the war, challenging the administration's version of reality, including a speech from the Senate floor by Ted Kennedy. Perhaps the most amusing scene in the whole farce was Judith Miller's straight-faced condemnation of Assange as a bad journalist, because he didn't care at all about attempting to verify the information that he was putting out, or determine whether or not it hurt anyone. This is the same journalist who said, "My job isn't to assess the government's information and be an independent intelligence analyst myself. My job is to tell readers of the New York Times what the government thought about Iraq's arsenal." This both sides' standard of objectivity, as Brant Cunningham said, exacerbates our tendency to rely on official sources, which is the easiest, quickest way to get both the he said and the she said, and, thus, balance. According to numbers from the media analyst Andrew Tyndall, of the 414 stories on Iraq broadcast on NBC, ABC, and CBS from last September to February, all but 34 originated at the White House, Pentagon, and State Department. So we end up with too much of the official truth. More important, objectivity makes us wary of seeming to argue with the president or the governor, or the CEO and risk losing our access. The Democratic leadership was saying little, so there was no she said. Journalists are never going to fill the vacuum left by a weak political opposition, says the New York Times' Stephen R. Weissman. In contrast, actual independent digging into the facts costs time and money. This is reflected in the reluctance of most establishment reporters, for example, to examine the written documents which are at the focus of political debate. How many op-ed pieces have you read in which a writer quotes extensively from both sides' characterization of the import of some piece of legislation, but quotes no actual provisions of the bill or otherwise indicates she's read it herself? As Sam Smith writes, "I find myself increasingly covering Washington's most ignored beat, the written word. The culture of deceit is primarily an oral one. The soundbite, the spin, and the political product placement depend on no one spending too much time on the matter under consideration. Over and over again, however, I find that the real story still lies barely hidden and may be reached by nothing more complicated than turning the page, checking the small type in the appendix, charging into the typographical jungle beyond the executive summary, doing a web search, and, for the bravest, actually looking at the figures on the charts. So if the mainstream press just regurgitates official statements, Avedon Carroll wonders, why not just read the official statements at the source? Let's see. I can go to whitehouse.gov and read everything administration officials have to say on the record, or I can spend money to buy a newspaper and read a repetition of selected quotes from that said material. What should I do? If that's all newspapers are good for, what are newspapers good for? Glenn Greenwald raises the question of how the state-run media in a dictatorship would do anything any different from what the folks at CNN typically do on national security stories. In the case of WikiLeaks, for example, that's CNN's journalism, uncritically passing on one government claim after the next without any contradiction, challenge, or scrutiny. Other than Blitzer's anger over the government's failure to more effectively keep secrets from everyone, what would an overtly state-run media do differently? Absolutely nothing. It's just so revealing that the sole criticism of the government allowed to be heard is that they haven't done enough to keep us all in the dark. The reason is that establishment journalists identify with, are merged into, the political class. To repeat, establishment journalism is just another illustration of the tendency of theoretically countervailing institutions to become in fact parts of the same complexes of clustered institutions as the institutions they supposedly check. The same sort of collusion between the political and journalistic establishments prevails at the local level, where the newspaper in most communities tends to be a part of the very power structure over which it is expected to exercise its watchdog functions. In the colorful language of Michael Bates, of Bates Line blog, The Tulsa World is part of Tulsa's Cockroach Caucus. The World is more than just an observer of the local scene. It is an integral part of the tight social network that has run local politics for as long as anyone can remember. This network has pursued its own selfish interests under the name of civic progress, with disastrous results for the ordinary citizens of Tulsa and its metropolitan area. The same small number of connected insiders circulates from one city authority, board, or commission to another, controlling city policy, but beyond the reach of the democratic process. Bloggers and online journalists also differ from the old establishment in taking advantage of the new journalistic potential of network technology, where conventional journalists have largely failed to do so. Online journalists, bloggers, and independent scholars use search engines to examine public figures' past behavior, and to aggregate each other's findings, something seemingly beyond the capacity of traditional reporters. Now bear in mind that, under the ethos of professional journalistic objectivity, independently searching for information that bears on the truthfulness of an individual statement as opposed to reporting that some prominent figure on the other side referred to such information is a big no-no. If there's not a he said money quote from a spokesman for the other side, examining the record for yourself and reporting on what you find is taking sides. That's only for the op-ed page, you know. One criticism of blogging and online journalism is the lack of a gatekeeping function, like that in the editorial offices of the major newspapers of record, to vet stories for accuracy before they appear in print. As they surveyed the growing amount of self-published content on the internet, many media companies correctly understood that the trustworthiness of each outlet was lower than that of established outlets like the New York Times. But they failed to grasp the significance of the lowered capital outlay costs and other entry barriers for web publishing, the proliferation of many more outlets. In a networked blogosphere, in which any blogger can link to the material she criticizes and provide hyperlinks to corrective information, the corrective function is performed by the networked environment itself. The parallel to the battle between Wikipedia and the old line dead tree encyclopedias, in which the gatekeepers at Britannica were dumbfounded by the comparable number of errors in the two venues and Wikipedia's record of correcting errors in minutes rather than months, is obvious. Arguably, the gatekeeping function in professional journalism, as it existed in the 20th century, was itself a side effect of the increased capital outlays required for publishing and the concentration of the corporate media. Just as the FCC fairness doctrine was the product of a time when TV news was controlled by the Big Three, professional gatekeepers were associated with a time when there were 2 wire services, half a dozen major newspapers of record, and 1 big newspaper in most towns. With the collapse of entry barriers for web publishing, the proliferation of sites engaged in the corrective function is an example of individual super-empowerment replacing the corrective function of institutional gatekeepers. In any case, it's often an exercise in inadvertent humor when the establishment press chides online journalists and bloggers for a lack of fact-checking. If anything, bloggers and other online journalists fact-check the establishment press. Over the weekend, on the Chris Matthews Show, the host and his panel pondered the importance of journalistic fact-checking. It led to this exchange between Matthews, Gloria Borger, and Joe Klein. Matthews: who's going to fact-check for you? Borger: we fact-check, our editors. Matthews: online who's going to fact-check? Borger: there are still, it depends. Matthews: the bloggers don't fact-check. Klein: nobody fact-checks. We still do, the print magazine and Time magazine still has elaborate fact-checkers. Borger: we fact-check. Klein: but Time.com, no. Jameson Foser noted that Chris Matthews is the poster child for the punditocracy's habit of endlessly repeating falsehoods that happen to mesh with their worldview. Is a television reporter who is wrong so often he has to admit I keep saying it, and I keep being wrong on this really in any position to complain about anyone else's fact-checking? It is an odd complaint for Matthews to raise. How often do either of Matthews' shows Hardball or the Chris Matthews Show run corrections? Or even clarifications? Is there anyone outside the blogs that is, who checks the accuracy of Matthews' work? Indeed, as Matt Corley explained, it's ironic that a cable news host such as Chris Matthews would attack bloggers for supposedly not checking their facts, considering the amount of falsehoods and factually inaccurate statements he regularly utters on the air, which have all been fact-checked by bloggers. 2. Open source journalism. But this increasingly concentrated corporate control of the information chokepoints is being completely circumvented by the web. The problem is not so much the percentage of the old broadcast model media that's controlled by corporate gatekeepers, but that consensus reality is still so closely tied to the corporate legacy media. The problem here is that we still wait for our cable shows and our newspapers to break stories. During that waiting period, we lose valuable time. The solution? Stop waiting for it to appear in the New York Times. The NDAA was as real as cancer weeks before they reported on it. I first learned about it through my social media accounts, as did many others. We need to elevate people with a good track record of reporting news via social media. We're the canary in the coal mine, and the last line of defense when our mainstream media is asleep at the helm. According to David DeUgart, the blogger is doing to professional journalism what the free and open source software movement did to Microsoft and IBM. As for bloggers, old-fashioned media see them as intruders or dilettantes lacking in credibility, in the same way as the great proprietary software companies used to say that free software developers were mere amateurs. For the blogger is nothing but an incarnation, in the domain of information, of the hacker, the bricoler. He's the anti-professional. In contrast to traditional journalism, the strong suit of online journalism is the selection of sources which are immediately and directly available to the reader. This is what most blogs do, as do, by definition, press clipping services. Their contribution consists in selecting sources from a certain point of view. In the same way as it makes no longer sense to understand newspapers as newsmakers, so opinion is no longer based on the best information attributed to an individual, as the network makes sources available to everyone. What is important now is interpretation and analysis, that is, the deliberative component which signals the appearance of a truly public, non-industrially mediated, citizen sphere. In other words, network journalism makes better use of information, in digesting it and putting it together, than industrial journalism. Everything written above about the ability of networked organizations to exercise countervailing power functions over powerful institutions is also true of news, with ever-expanding networks of amateurs in venues like indie media, with alternative new operations like those of Robert Perry, Bob Giordano and Greg Palast, and with natives and American troops blogging news firsthand from Iraq, all at the very same time the traditional broadcasting networks are relegating themselves to the stenographic regurgitation of press releases and press conference statements by corporate and government spokespersons. 6 days before protesters shut down Seattle, Matthew Arneson, an activist and programmer from the Catalyst Collective in Sydney, posted the inaugural message on a website he had helped build. Displaying the utopianism that would become characteristic of a generation of digital activists, he declared, "The web dramatically alters the balance between multinational and activist media. With just a bit of coding and some cheap equipment, we can set up a live automated website that rivals the corporates. Prepare to be swamped by the tide of activist media." With this digital call to arms, indie media was born. Within days, indie media's on-the-ground reports of the lockdown of Seattle had been accessed over 1 million times. Even mainstream, corporate media were relying on indie media for accurate accounts of the protests. Indie media's open publishing model empowered citizen journalism with an ethos of anti-authoritarianism. For the first time, anyone could write the news, anyone could be an investigative journalist, anyone could challenge corporate control of information. Within 2 years, indie media sites bloomed in 125 cities and on every continent. Even conceding that the vast majority of shoe-leather reporting of original news is still done by hired professionals from a traditional journalistic background, blogs and other news aggregators are increasingly becoming the new newspapers, making better use of reporter-generated content than the old, high-overhead news organizations. But in fact most of the traditional media's original content consists of verbatim conveyance of official press releases, which could just as easily be achieved by bloggers and news aggregators linking directly to the press releases at the original institutional sites. Genuine investigative reporting consumes an ever-shrinking portion of news organizations' budgets. To the extent that the traditional media still do genuinely independent, investigative reporting, it's true that most journalistic content is still generated by conventional reporters writing for traditional newspapers. It's true that internet journalism, to a large degree, lacks such resources as dedicated full-time reporters and contacts with politicians who need media to survive. But internet journalism makes far better use of the content generated by conventional reporters than do the traditional media. In the new model of network journalism, traditional reporters are increasingly relegated to the role of providing raw content. Their analytical function, which they were never very good at anyway, by and large is being picked up by networked aggregators and commentators. And the use that network journalism makes of the content generated by conventional journalism is entirely different from that of the mainstream press. Common to all these web-based tools, both static and dynamic, individual and cooperative, are linking, quotation, and presentation. It is at the very core of the hypertext markup language to make referencing easy. Around these easy capabilities, the cultural practice has emerged to reference through links for easy transition from your own page or post to the one you are referring to, whether as inspiration or in disagreement. This culture is fundamentally different from the mass media culture, where sending a 500-page report to millions of users is hard and expensive. In the mass media, therefore, instead of allowing readers to read the report alongside its review, all that is offered is the professional review in the context of a culture that trusts the reviewer. On the web, linking to original materials and references is considered a core characteristic of communication. The culture is oriented toward see for yourself. Confidence in an observation comes from a combination of the reputation of the speaker as it has emerged over time, reading underlying sources you believe you have some competence to evaluate for yourself, and knowing that for any given referenced claim or source, there is some group of people out there, unaffiliated with the reviewer or speaker, who will have access to the source and the means for making their disagreement with the speaker's views known. Linking and see for yourself represent a radically different and more participatory model of accreditation than typified the mass media. To the extent that the power of the political hierarchy and the moral authority of our representatives was reinforced by a mutually supporting relationship between political and media hierarchies, the authority of the political system is undermined by network culture. The authority of the state and its policies depends, to the large extent, on a consensus reality common to the overwhelming majority of the population. And the old broadcast model described by Herman and Chomsky was central to the manufacture of consensus reality. Anything that undermines it also undermines the structure of authority. K. Bankler writes, "At a minimum we can say that individuals are less susceptible to manipulation by a legally defined class of others, the owners of communications infrastructure and media. The networked information economy provides varied alternative platforms for communication, so that it moderates the power of the traditional mass media model, where ownership of the means of communication enables an owner to select what others view, and thereby offer to affect their perceptions of what they can and cannot do. Moreover, the diversity of perspectives on the way the world is and the way it could be for any given individual is qualitatively increased. The blogosphere," de Ugard writes, "will not only threaten the media. Every information structure is underpinned by a power structure. Changes in the structure of the information sphere threaten the system of political representation. If the blogosphere actually manages to erode media representation, how could the representation of professional political mediators remain intact? In place of the old public sphere dominated by one-way broadcast hubs, with communications controlled by gatekeeper institutions with the means to own such hubs, we see the emergence of what Bankler calls the networked public sphere. The public sphere, as opposed to the private one, is the set of practices that members of a society use to communicate about matters they understand to be of public concern and that potentially require collective action or recognition. The public is linked to itself, without mediation by nodes controlled by the state and corporate media, and capable of concerted action as a public without the need to coordinate action through the state or other hierarchical organizations. The Internet allows individuals to abandon the idea of the public sphere as primarily constructed of finished statements uttered by a small set of actors socially understood to be the media, and separated from society, and to move toward a set of social practices that see individuals as participating in a debate. Statements in the public sphere can now be seen as invitations for a conversation, not as finished goods. Although some have noted a power law distribution of attention in the networked public sphere of the World Wide Web, this does not, as many of them suggest, imply the re-emergence of the old mass media model. Since the power law distribution of readership reflects only interest, rather than as with the old broadcast media the high material cost of hubs, the material entry barriers for a low-volume node to become a high-volume one are non-existent. And the web is governed by an extremely long-tail pattern of distribution. To quote Benkler again, some sites are much more visible and widely read than others. This is true both when one looks at the web as a whole, and when one looks at smaller clusters of similar sites or users who tend to cluster. Most commentators who have looked at this pattern have interpreted it as a re-emergence of mass media, the dominance of the few visible sites. But a full consideration of the various elements of the network topology literature supports a very different interpretation, in which order emerges in the networked environment without recreating the failures of the mass media-dominated public sphere. Sites cluster around communities of interest. Australian fire brigades tend to link to other Australian fire brigades, conservative political blogs in the United States to other conservative political blogs in the United States, and to a lesser but still significant extent, to liberal political blogs. In each of these clusters, the pattern of some high visibility nodes continues, but as the clusters become small enough, many more of the sites are moderately linked to each other in the cluster. Through this pattern, the network seems to be forming into an backbone. Local clusters, communities of interest, can provide initial vetting and peer review-like qualities to individual contributions made within an interest cluster. Observations that are seen as significant within a community of interest make their way to the relatively visible sites in that cluster, from where they become visible to people in larger clusters. This continues until an observation makes its way to the superstar sites that hundreds of thousands of people might read and use. This path is complemented by the practice of relatively easy commenting and posting directly to many of the superstar sites, which creates shortcuts to wide attention. The result is that attention in the networked environment is more dependent on being interesting to an engaged group of people than it is in the mass media environment, where moderate interest to large numbers of weakly engaged viewers is preferable. Because of the redundancy of clusters and links, and because many clusters are based on mutual interest, not on capital investment, it is more difficult to buy attention on the internet than it is in mass media outlets, and harder still to use money to squelch an opposing view. These characteristics save the networked environment from the Babel objection without reintroducing excessive power in any single party or small cluster of them, and without causing a resurgence in the role of money as a precondition to the ability to speak publicly. There is a fundamental difference in how the Internet organizes information, compared to the old hub-and-spoke architecture of the broadcast media. The majority of information which makes it through the filtering mechanisms of the gatekeeper press, as we saw above, tends to be content which is generated and shaped by powerful institutions. Newspapers tend to be filled with content generated by public spokespersons and PR departments. Compare this to the results of a Google search for Barbie, as described by Benkler, which produces listings for audiosbarbie.com and the Barbie Liberation Organization on the first page of results alongside Mattel's official sales-related site. At the time I wrote the first draft of this passage, in February 2011, a highly critical and snarky old blog post of mine showed up on the first page of results for a Google search on fish philosophy, appearing directly under the official Charthouse site and the Wikipedia entry. Network technology not only permits open-source journalists to compete with conventional ones in doing what the latter should be doing, by putting a cheap printing press within easy reach. It also lowers the transaction costs of doing so, by permitting the near-effortless aggregation of information. One of my favorite Jon Stewart bits was a long video collage of GOP spokespersons and pollsters and strategists on the network talking head shows, in late 2003, regurgitating critiques of Howard Dean in almost identical language, too angry, too extreme to represent average Americans, etc. After showing brief clips of the same exact words coming out of 20 different mouths, Stewart commented, "Talking points, they're true because they're said a lot. That's something a real journalist should have done, if the rules of professional objectivity didn't outlaw real journalism." But even for someone like Stewart to do it carried enormous transaction costs. Stewart had to persuade some media company executive, representing the enormous aggregation of capital necessary to set up a cable network like the Comedy Channel, that there was a large enough audience for what he did to justify the cost, and then go through all the effort of putting together a staff and doing all the other stuff that goes into producing a TV show. But thanks to the web, anyone who knows how to search Google for iterations of the talking points and publish them with a free Blogger or WordPress blog can be Jon Stewart. The low cost of aggregating information, along with the overlapping phenomenon of lowered cost of bringing together people in possession of disparate bits of information, makes the whole available to everyone for the first time. The low cost of aggregating information also allowed the formalization of sharing among people tracking priestly abuse. BishopAccountability.org, launched a year after G.H.E. Geoghegan case, collated accusations of abuse, giving a permanent home to what in the past would have been evanescent coverage. David Clohessy, the director of Survivors Network of those abused by priests, credits the ability to collect and share information with the change in public perception. What technology did here was help expose the lie in the two greatest PR defenses of this kind of abuse: this is an aberration and we didn't know. When you can send a reporter 20 links to nearly identical stories, then that reporter obviously approaches his or her own bishop with greater skepticism and much more vigor. 3. Criticism of network journalism. Internet journalism is sometimes criticized for its allegedly derivative or parasitic nature. A good example is this quote from Rusty Turner, the previous editor of my local newspaper. "A lot of people say they get their news exclusively online, that they no longer rely on the printed word, or even broadcast news, for information. But, when you consider where most original reporting develops, most of the enemies the US has fought since World War II have been of its own creation. To take the Middle East, starting at present and working our way back, ISIS is an outgrowth of Al-Qaeda Iraq networks in American military prisons and of Western aid to Syrian rebels. Al-Qaeda Iraq is entirely the result of the US invasion of Iraq, its creation of a total political vacuum there, and its decision to back sectarian representation in the Iraqi successor government. Al-Qaeda, the entity which carried out the 9/11 attacks, emerged in Afghanistan as a direct result of the Carter administration's decision to destabilize a Soviet client state there and the Reagan administration's decision to back the fundamentalist guerrillas. Ultimately, Wahhabism as a modern major political force results mainly from U.S. support for the House of Saud's unification of the Arabian Peninsula back in the 1930s. The 1991 Gulf War resulted from U.S. decisions to install Saddam in power and to back him against the great Iranian menace in the 1980s, and from signals it sent him in 1990 that it would not react to an invasion of Kuwait. The great Iranian menace itself resulted from the U.S. overthrow of Mossadegh and its support for the Shah's dictatorship. And the Arab-Israeli conflict, along with a major share of other regional instability, date back to the Balfour Doctrine and the colonial division of the Ottoman Empire in the Sykes-Picot Agreement after WWI. In other words, every problem the United States has faced in the Middle East for the past 60 years or more has resulted from U.S. intervention, and its interventions to solve those problems has in every case made things worse. What's more, in a general sense, the very act of being a global empire creates a kind of public choice incentive for terrorism. When an empire maintains garrisons in half the countries in the world and claims a national security interest in deciding the winners and losers in regional territorial disputes as well as internal civil wars and political contests, influencing American domestic politics becomes an important source of leverage for local political actors for obvious reasons. In the alternate history novel Fatherland, by Robert Harris, the German Reich expanded to the Volga and created German colonies all over the Ukraine and European Russia. Quite predictably, it made sense for native partisans to begin sending parcel bombs to offices in Berlin as a message to the German people about the costs of empire. Libertarians, when talking about the welfare state, sometimes say that government is great at breaking your legs and then giving you crutches. The same principle applies to the national security state. If the vast majority of a state's so-called defense efforts actually involve force projection on the other side of the globe against states barely capable of projecting force a few hundred miles outside their own borders, and most actual attacks on the territory of the US itself are blowback from such foreign operations, it follows that most so-called national security is a manufactured problem. 2. Meta-organization. There is a substantial body of literature on how a stateless society would conduct an organized defense against large-scale foreign attacks, how it would fund defense of an entire contiguous territory without recourse to a coercive taxing authority, how it would overcome the free rider problem, etc. We will not rehash this literature and the questions it deals with, in its own right, in this chapter. Our primary concern is with institutions for collective defense as such in a stateless society, only to the extent that network technology creates new synergies with such institutions as envisioned in traditional literature, or that new technologies enable networked individuals and small groups to perform functions that previously required a state. The classical anarchist literature of the 19th century, as well as of the communist and syndicalist anarchisms of the 20th, has treated social defense as a function of federated communities. In contrast, most anarcho-capitalist literature on the organization of defense in a stateless society tends to focus almost exclusively on the protection services agency or security firm as the primary unit of defense. I believe the latter's disproportionate focus on the organization of security as a commercial business, via the cash nexus, is a blind spot. Most conventional libertarian portrayals of an ideal free market society, and particularly the usual UNCAP version of the conceptual framework of individual self-ownership and non-aggression, implicitly assume an atomized society of individuals living in nuclear families, with fee-simple ownership of a house and quarter-acre lot, and with most essentials of daily living purchased via the cash nexus from for-profit business firms. But the libertarian concepts of self-ownership and non-aggression are entirely consistent with a wide variety of voluntary social frameworks, while the practical application of those concepts would vary widely. Imagine a society on the Neolithic pattern, shared by most of the world before the rise of the centralized territorial state, where most ultimate land ownership was vested in village communes, even though there might be a great deal of individual possession. The evidence is overwhelming that the form of social organization dimly reflected in the Russian Mir, the English open field system, the communal village tenure in India under the so-called Asiatic mode of production, and the Jubilee system in Israel under the Judges, was the typical Neolithic pattern before the rise of the state. Or imagine a society like the free towns that Kropotkin described in the late Middle Ages, where people organized social safety net functions through the guild or other convivial associations. Now, it might be permissible for an individual family to sever its aliquot share of land from the peasant commune, and choose not to participate in the cooperative organization of seasonal labor like spring plowing, haying or the harvest. It might be possible, in an anarchist society, to stay outside the guild and take her chances on unemployment or sickness. But in a society where membership in such social units was universally regarded as the best form of insurance, such a person would likely be regarded as eccentric, like the individualist peasants in anarchist Spain who withdrew from the commune, or the propertarian hermits in Ursula Le Guin's The Dispossessed. Let me enumerate some basic starting assumptions about the conditions under which networked alternatives will gradually supplant the state. First, we will experience a period characterized by hollowed-out states, in which the eroding tax base coupled with rising unemployment means states' obligations for public services and the social safety net will far outstrip their revenues. As a result, states will steadily retreat from the social field and take an increasingly minimalist approach to public services. Second, total work hours per capita will gradually decline and rates of unemployment and underemployment will creep slowly upward. Third, as a matter of necessity, the unemployed and underemployed will shift a growing share of their needs from purchases with wages to self-provisioning, gifting and barter in the household and informal sectors. Fourth, as both the government and employer-based welfare states erode, the informal sector will of necessity evolve mechanisms for pooling income and risks and spreading costs. This is likely to take the form, specifically, of people coalescing into primary social units at the residential level, as a way of pooling income and reducing costs. As the state's social safety nets come apart, such primary social units and extended federations between them will fill the vacuum. A good fictional example is the Northwest Federation in Poul Anderson's Morai Stories, a comparatively decentralized and libertarian polity that stretched from British Columbia to Northern California. In the aftermath of a nuclear holocaust, the new society coalesced around friendly societies and fraternal lodges as providers of public utilities and the social safety net. One early sign of a trend in that direction, multi-generational or extended family households are at a 50-year high, growing 5% in the first year of the Great Recession alone. The fills we considered in a previous chapter network civil societies decoupled to a greater or lesser extent from geography may also take over some public service and welfare state functions. In a society where a major share or even a majority of people voluntarily participate in such primary social units, most of the social regulations that governed people's daily lives would be largely orthogonal to the distinction, in the conventional market anarchist conceptual framework, between self-ownership and coercion. By way of comparison, the kinds of mainstream free market libertarians conventionally assigned to the right treat the currently predominating model of employment in a business firm and all the associated forms of command and submission it implies as the norm. For them, the whole self-ownership versus aggression paradigm is irrelevant to life within the corporate organizational framework, so long as participation in the framework is itself voluntary. Aha! But by the same token, when people are born into a framework in which they are guaranteed a share in possession of communal land and are offered social safety net protections in the event of illness or old age, in return for observance of communally defined social obligations, the same principle applies. And in a society organized predominantly on this model, with social services provided mainly through primary social units, and the collection of benefits tied to the performance of defined social obligations, I believe most of the free rider problems with which so much market anarchist literature is preoccupied would fade into comparative insignificance. The key to organizing territorial defense on a large scale, through federations of such voluntary primary social units, is to overcome the free rider problem by bundling defectible and non-excludable territorial defense functions with excludable, non-defectible service obligations already provided through such associations. One of the duties of members of primary social units, in return for access to a plot of land or workshop and guaranteed old age support and health care, would be to provide support in one form or another to a territorial militia raised from federations of such communities. Service in a militia unit, or payment to support full-time defense personnel, would in that scenario be a condition for the use of libraries and public utilities, participation in public pension or sickness and unemployment insurance, and the like. Fred Foldberry depicts a hypothetical voluntary GEORGist community in which public services are funded by membership fees assessed on the site value of land. Such communities would include land trusts, condominiums, residential associations, proprietary communities, and apartment buildings. Membership in a community would be voluntary. These communities would associate together in networks and leagues. The members would share the belief that the land rent should be collected and distributed to all members equally or else used for public goods. Under geoarchy, communities would create higher-level associations to provide public goods with a wide scope such as defense. Most communities would be members of the Greater Association, which would provide for a uniform rule of law at the highest level of association. Individuals and communities who are members would receive a package of goods, including security and access to public works, which makes membership advantageous. Members could secede, but would lose the package, so secession would be limited. Folks would therefore have the advantages of a state, but without the tyranny. In the event a member failed to pay the land value tax, the voluntary association would declare the defaulting party to be not subject to the protection of the governing agency, nor entitled to any of the agency's civic. I argue below that a decentralized, stateless society is less vulnerable to foreign conquest insofar as it presents a much wider array of lower profile, lower value targets, and there's no single center of authority to surrender. Nevertheless, as pointed out by Peter M. Lawrence, there are historical models for bringing a decentralized society under subjection. One of the most plausible scenarios by which a stateless society might be brought under subjection, and by which peasant communities were in fact brought under subjection historically, according to Lawrence, is by some combination of armed marauders raiding the populace from fortified strongholds, and or condottieri offering their services for hire against such marauders. S.M. Sterling's scenario at the outset of the Emberverse series is a good fictional example of this model. Men-at-arms established fortified strongholds from which they raided surrounding villages, demanding tribute in return for protection. Those who refused tribute were subject to punitive raids, with houses burned and crops and movables carried away. But there were some differences between Sterling's scenario and what actually happened in the Dark Ages. The big difference from the typical scenarios that actually happened as the feudal system emerged at the end of the Dark Ages was, he was applying a mafia protection money model, creating the menace he offered protection from. But the usual thing was much more like the Seven Samurai / Magnificent Seven scenario, in which people much like the threateners helped the villagers instead of just doing their own raids, etc. Imagine that happening on a regular basis rather than as a one-off, i.e. with the rescuers sticking around for a retainer rather than a reward, and in lots of similar places at the same time. Feudal structures are just as fair as ideal free markets, in themselves, but the unfairness comes in from the settings from outside. Back then, it was the uneven bargaining position of warlords and peasants. Compare this to Kropotkin's account of the origins of feudalism in the Scholi of the early Dark Ages. These barbarians covered the country with villages and farmhouses, they cleared the forests, bridged the torrents, and colonized the formerly quite uninhabited wilderness, and they left the uncertain warlike pursuits to brotherhoods, scholi, or trusts of unruly men, gathered around temporary chieftains, who wandered about, offering their adventurous spirit, their arms, and their knowledge of warfare for the protection of populations, only too anxious to be left in peace. The very peacefulness of the barbarians, certainly not their supposed warlike instincts, thus became the source of their subsequent subjection to the military chieftains. It is evident that the very mode of life of the armed brotherhoods offered them more facilities for enrichment than the tillers of the soil could find in their agricultural communities. Droves of cattle, iron, and slaves were appropriated. There was plenty of waste land, and no lack of men to till it, if only they could obtain the necessary cattle and implements. Whole villages, ruined by murrains, pests, fires, or raids of new immigrants, were often abandoned by their inhabitants, who went anywhere in search of new abodes. And if one of the herdmen of the armed brotherhoods offered the peasants some cattle for a fresh start, some iron to make a plough, if not the plough itself, his protection from further raids, and a number of years free from all obligations, before they should begin to repay the contracted debt, they settled upon the land. And when, after a hard fight with bad crops, inundations, and pestilences, these pioneers began to repay their debts, they fell into servile obligations towards the protector of the territory. By this process, populations, once free, and simply agreeing to feed a certain portion of their military defenders, gradually became the serfs of these protectors. Lawrence also suggested some historical models for resisting such strong-arm tactics, either from the conquering barbarians or the Scoli. Responsibilities against raids were decentralized and handed off to frontier units, including privileges and tax breaks to encourage soldier settlers like the Fencibles of Canada and New Zealand, and semi-monastic military orders with local holdings organized into commanderies analogous to monasteries. In an egalitarian stateless society it would amount to self-organized scoli, created by the protected communities of, by, and for themselves. This is illustrated fictionally, in Sterling's Emberverse scenario, by the Dundane Rangers. There were several free communities of several thousand people in the Pacific Northwest, including Clan Mackenzie and the Bear Killers, into whom members were born with automatic duties and entitlements to benefits, so long as they remained. Choosing to remain in the community at the age of majority, and receiving its safety net and community defense protections, entailed the free choice to provide defined amounts of collective work for the community and to provide militia service with one's comrades. Territorial defense for all these communities was undertaken by the Rangers, who maintained a chain of fortified frontier outposts, conducted regular patrols, and had mobile reserves in the event of incursions. The Rangers were supported by regular contributions assessed from the federated communities under their protection. The most extreme barbarian invasion scenarios: sudden Viking raids on early medieval European towns, genocidal gangs of Hutus in Rwanda, fictional examples like the Reavers in Firefly amount to swarming attacks. The proper defense, mounted by our self-organized Scoli or Dundane, is the counter-swarming attack. A fairly low-tech version of this was organized through the Catholic Church's radio network in the Congo, a country where wireless or telephone connectivity is virtually nil, as an agile defense against swarming attacks by rebel groups on isolated Congolese rebels. The mobile reserves called to the incursion point were either UN peacekeepers or the Congolese army. But the same thing could be done, with even greater agility, through the internet, and the mobile reserves could be recruited from the local population. Similar non-state defenses have been organized against Boko Haram in Nigeria. Residents of Kalabalga village in Nigeria's Borno state got word in May 2014 by unspecified means of Boko Haram forces moving in their direction, and laid an ambush that resulted in 10 attackers and 2 trucks being captured, and about 200 killed. There's a fairly rich history of self-organized defenses against armed non-state actors. An especially prominent example is the Mexican Autodefensa movement, which has organized village defenses against vicious narco-trafficking gangs that had previously either corrupted or terrorized law enforcement into inaction. In January 2014, in southern Michoacan state, autodefenses armed with weapons ranging from single-shot hunting rifles to AK-47s, successfully fought drug trafficking gunmen out of towns in which they used to rule unobstructed by the police. The autodefenses acted in response to the Caballeros Templarios organization, which had begun imposing taxes on economic activities in the region, and raping and kidnapping with impunity. In some cases the autodefenses had to disarm corrupt local police before dealing with the drug lords. There's been some controversy as to whether the autodefenses have been resorting to vigilantism and lawlessly expanding their own power over local populations, and whether the military's intervention to reclaim power from the autodefenses is a good thing. For Jesse Taylor at Interference, the answer is simple. These groups are not random individuals with guns taking the law into their own hands. They are well-organized groups of trusted/respected citizens who are chosen by and controlled by community assemblies. These community assemblies have decided that they want the cartels out of town. They have also decided that the police and government are controlled by the cartels, and so they need to go as well. So these groups aren't some random gang that decided to take over the town. They are the result of community members coming together and deciding that they wanted to take their town back from the cartels, and that the only way to do this was to take up arms against them. This movement for self-determination and community self-defense is spreading like wildfire, in dozens of towns across southern Mexico. The drug cartels, the rich, and the Mexican government cannot be considered as separate groups at the top. You have the same people benefiting from all three. These criminal elites are terrified about what is happening in Michoacan, people taking back community power by force, kicking out the cops and governments that give the cartels/rich their power. This is why there is suddenly this wave of propaganda coming out of the corporate media in both Mexico and the US trying to paint these groups as vigilantes. The movement is organized based on the principle of citizen and social control of territory, similar to the Zapatista caracoles in Chiapas, and the self-defense organizations that exist today in 23 municipalities in Guerrero. The ninja arose under similar circumstances in medieval Japan. At the time, life in most of Japan was disrupted by conflict between feudal warlords. The Iga and Kaka region had been pretty free of warlords and was determined to remain so. And what happened was that the villages there formed themselves like self-defense communes, and it was in that context that the ninja skills developed. This also bears some resemblance to the origin of Switzerland, in portions of the Alps defensible against the Habsburg Empire. The question we've considered in this section so far is whether the territorial defense function can be organized in an anarchist society, and consistently with its basic principle of voluntary association, as stated by Kropotkin, that is, based on free agreements concluded between the various groups, territorial and professional, freely constituted for the sake of production and consumption. Could it be carried out by free federations of voluntary primary associations without taxing power by a territorial state or other imposition of coercive authority on non-consenting third parties? As already suggested above, I believe it could. Lawrence argues that it would be possible to fund such functions through voluntary membership dues. But, he continues, such a funding system can only work when a number of services are interlocked in the same funding system, and a history of payments is required to qualify. On their own, membership dues can't work any more than health schemes you can put off joining until you get sick, and public shaming is a complete nonsense. It's only effective on those you don't need it for. Interlocking is what happens with health schemes that do work, by interlocking entitlements with a history of payments. It's what makes clan systems work, since young men don't get land until they have put in their time helping their elders, e.g. on a sharecropping basis in which a cut goes to the chief's household. The chief gets to allocate lifetime holdings to clan members during good behavior, and is generally elected for life from among descendants of chiefs by older clan members. This can be and has been generalized to guild structures, though those were under an outer authority structure. The point for rulers was, they did not form a drain on that structure, unlike modern forms, so proto-states could afford them where they couldn't afford tax and spend methods. All these things work through interlocking privileges, in which everybody has some privileges and so has a stake, just different privileges, so there is an interdependency. Age structuring makes it more equitable over a whole life. Such discussions are necessarily largely theoretical, addressing as they do questions of the organization of society as a whole in a hypothetical stateless order. As such, they are considerably more large-scale and theoretical than the overall focus envisioned for this book. As Chris Sayabera pointed out in Total Freedom, totalizing visions of a free society organized according to some grand libertarian philosophy are of necessity unrealistic. This is so for the same reason that utopian visions of a society organized in keeping with any ideology are unrealistic. Transitions from one system of social organization to another, in the real world, are piecemeal and partial, with a considerable variety of subjective visions and motives among those involved. So Murray Rothbard's vision of a stable majority of an entire society converted to the non-aggression principle, operating according to essentially the same libertarian law code, and with some set of model libertarian institutions, is probably as close to the literal meaning of utopia nowhere as we could imagine. It's about as unrealistic as the similar vision by the Socialist Party of Great Britain, of the entire world being converted by democratic agitation to their capital S version of socialism and instituting it near simultaneously worldwide through parliamentary action. Eugene Holland celebrates as a positive development the emergence of a new generation of utopian literature, which abandons the monolithic social models traditional to the genre for something less totalizing. he grip of totalizing thought and absolute formal closure on utopian fiction begins to relax on the waning days of the 20th century, as a new mode of utopian thinking appears, both in fiction and in theory. Rather than the obsessive search for a simple, single-shot solution to all our ills that characterizes the imagination of classic utopian texts, more recent utopian thought and fiction acknowledge and emphasize the plurality of possible utopias instead. Robinson's sprawling novels portray a wide range of different utopian experiments and communities in the course of his account of the colonization of Mars. The significance of this recent direction taken in utopian thought and fiction is the departure from singularity and totality that had seemed inherent in, if not indeed definitive of, the genre. The plurality of utopian impulses and ideals defies the singular perfection of utopia. From here it is but one step, albeit a significant one, to the vocation of affirmative nomadology to detect and reinforce utopian ideals in actually existing institutions of whatever scale, from neighborhoods to virtual internet communities to production cooperatives to far-flung global trade arrangements. The utopian character of these institutions remains completely distinct from any singular utopia conceived as a total, self-contained community, for they are interwoven transversely with one another and constitute something like a meshwork rather than a unified whole. And it follows that whatever system of meta-law emerges to maintain peace and regulate dealings between these varied communities, it will be organic rather than schematic. So as irresistible as it was for me to engage in the broad speculations above about society-wide organization above, we need to get back to the question of security as it relates to the overall theme of this book, measures that are within the capabilities of individuals and networked groups to protect themselves in ways that previously required a territorial state. Given this constraint, our primary emphasis will be at the micro rather than macro level. What can individuals and self-organized networks do, at the micro level, to secure themselves from the danger of attack and minimize the damage that does occur? 3. Active defense, counterterrorism, and other security against attack. So we return again to the question of how defense against terrorism and other external attacks would be provided for in a society of self-organized networks. Eric Raymond sees the phase transition between forms of social organization as a response to insupportable complexity. The professionalized meritocracies that managed the centralized state and large corporation through the late middle 20th century were an attempt to manage complexity by applying Weberian and Taylorist rules. And they did a passable job of managing the system competently for most of that time, he says. But in recent years we've reached a level of complexity beyond their capacity to deal with. The educated classes are adrift, lurching from blunder to blunder in a world that has outcomplexified their ability to impose a unifying narrative on it, or even a small collection of rival but commensurable narratives. They're in the exact position of old Soviet central planners, systemically locked into grinding out products nobody wants to buy. The answer, under these conditions, is to adapt, decentralize, and harden, i.e., to reconfigure the system along the stigmergic lines he described earlier in The Cathedral and the Bazaar. Levels of environmental complexity that defeat planning are readily handled by complex adaptive systems. A car doesn't try to plan against the future, instead, the agents in it try lots of adaptive strategies and the successful ones propagate. This is true whether the car we're speaking of is a human immune system, a free market, or an ecology. Since we can no longer count on being able to plan, we must adapt. When planning doesn't work, centralization of authority is at best useless and usually harmful. And we must harden, that is, we need to build robustness and the capacity to self-heal and self-defend at every level of the system. As John Robb puts it, the global financial and economic system is now a network. Everything is connected. This system has become very big and very complex. It's simply beyond what government bureaucracies and markets were designed to manage/control. Inevitably, as with all unstable systems that can't be managed/controlled, it will collapse. It will shrink to a size that can be managed through markets and bureaucracy. After the Boston Marathon bombing and subsequent security lockdown of the city, Rob noted that a society organized on such centralized and brittle lines as ours would spend an increasing share of days each year under lockdown from terrorist threats. However, over the long run, I believe this phrase is going to look as silly as duck and cover does to today's world. The reason is simple. As the number of disruptions increase, we're going to face a choice. We can either stay under constant lockdown, or we can become resilient. The ideal organization for countering the threat of terrorism is one that 1. Has a distributed architecture in which damage to any one node will only do minimal damage to the network as a whole, 2. Has no nodes large enough to present a valuable enough target, from an attacker's perspective, to expend resources attacking, 3. Empowers those at the endpoints to act on their own initiative in response to the situation on the ground, and 4. Doesn't go around the world stirring up terrorism in the first place. According to Ben Coleman, we heavily secure nuclear facilities and the big-ticket infrastructure. But the attacks of 9/11 were successful because the attackers completely bypassed the U.S. military in attacking our country. They rendered our multi-million-dollar air defense fighters irrelevant. Spend a few $1,000s to cut oil pipelines, destroy main power transmission centers or strategically cut off transportation networks, and you've done as much damage as a highly coordinated, high-cost attack would. And bureaucrats would still sit around wondering how their $100 billion planning apparatus failed. The solution to this is not a centralized, uncreative Department of Homeland Security, but rather a system that renders open-source warfare irrelevant. It creates an open infrastructure of its own, able to absorb unforeseen events, of both the natural and man-made kind. Most of all, this requires a radical new way of approaching our society. It is becoming apparent that the centralized, nation-state model of the past century is increasingly antiquated. Much as Wikipedia has allowed knowledge to be more broadly accessible at very little cost, so too must our infrastructure development allow small, local innovations to take hold. This will create a resilient network of citizenship in its own right, while also lessening the ability of wily adversaries to cheaply disrupt our society at low cost. The military's new information-centric warfare doctrines are an attempt to take advantage of network communications technology and cybernetic information processing capabilities in order to replicate, within a conventional military force, the agility and resilience of networked organizations like Al-Qaeda. The problem is that interference from the military's old bureaucratic hierarchies systematically impedes all the possibilities offered by network technology. Rather than increasing the autonomy and reducing the reaction time of the boots on the ground directly engaged in a situation, military hierarchies wind up seeing the new communications technologies as a way of increasing mid-level commanders' real-time control over operations, and increasing the number of sign-offs required to approve any proposed operation. By the time those engaged in combat operations get the required approvals of higher UPS, the immediate situation has changed to the point that their original plan is meaningless anyway. Most people are familiar with the saying that no military plan survives first contact with the enemy. But in fact the plan has most likely already been rendered obsolete, before contact with the enemy ever occurs, by its passage through the military bureaucracy. Rigid hierarchies and standard operating procedures only work in a predictable environment. When the environment is unpredictable, the key to success lies with empowerment and autonomy for those in direct contact with the situation. Because of volatility and black swan events, as John Hagel argues, he push programs that seemed so essential to scalable efficiency now produce the opposite, increasing inefficiency, as rigidly constructed programs face unanticipated changes in the market. Equally importantly, we're moving from a world of knowledge stocks, where competitive advantage resides in proprietary knowledge of lasting value, to a world of knowledge flows, where competitive advantage can only be attained by participating effectively in a larger and more diverse set of knowledge flows. In a world that's changing more rapidly with growing uncertainty, knowledge stocks depreciate in value at an accelerating rate. This suggests an alternative rationale for institutions. Rather than pursuing scalable efficiency, Perhaps we need a new set of institutions that can drive scalable learning, helping participants to learn faster by working together. While simple to state and intuitively appealing, this requires profound changes to our institutional landscape. Rather than relying on rigid push programs, we need to increasingly develop scalable pull platforms where people can draw out people and resources where they are needed and when they are needed, not just to perform predefined tasks, but to engage in creative problem solving as unanticipated challenges arise. A good example is the Transportation Safety Administration's response to the threat of Al-Qaeda attacks. As Matthew Iglesias has argued, the key point about identifying Al-Qaeda operatives is that there are extremely few Al-Qaeda operatives, so any method you employ of identifying Al-Qaeda operatives is going to mostly reveal false positives. As Public Intelligence comments, the DHS unfocused terror vision continues to see a threat in every situation, and the department seems to be busying itself crafting a response to every conceivable threat. The problem with this method is that it turns any slight variation of everyday activity into something suspicious. The number of terrorist implications grows exponentially while the number of solutions remains the same. The US government's labyrinthine system for gathering, processing and coordinating intelligence is so complicated and produces such a high volume of data that it is overwhelmed with information it is incapable of digesting or putting to productive use. According to Dana Priest and William M. Arkin, a 2-year investigation at the Washington Post found, the top-secret world the government created in response to the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, has become so large, so unwieldy, and so secretive that no one knows how much money it costs, how many people it employs, how many programs exist within it, or exactly how many agencies do the same work. Many security and intelligence agencies do the same work, creating redundancy and waste. For example, 51 federal organizations and military commands, operating in 15 U.S. cities, track the flow of money to and from terrorist networks. Analysts who make sense of documents and conversations obtained by foreign and domestic spying share their judgment by publishing 50,000 intelligence reports each year, a volume so large that many are routinely ignored. I'm not aware of any agency with the authority, responsibility, or a process in place to coordinate all these interagency and commercial activities, said in an interview. The complexity of the system defies description. The result, he added, is that it's impossible to tell whether the country is safer because of all this spending and all these activities. Because it lacks a synchronizing process, it inevitably results in message dissonance, reduced effectiveness, and waste, Vines said. We consequently can't effectively assess whether it is making us more safe. The effectiveness of this Rube Goldberg system of counterterrorism intelligence was illustrated by the system's response to the so-called underwear bomber. These were all clues to what would happen when a Nigerian named Umar Farouk Abdul-Muttalab left Yemen and eventually boarded a plane in Amsterdam bound for Detroit. But nobody put them together because, as officials would testify later, the system had gotten so big that the lines of responsibility had become hopelessly blurred. There are so many people involved here, NCTC Director Leiter told Congress. Everyone had the dots to connect, DNI Blair explained to the lawmakers. But I hadn't made it clear exactly who had primary responsibility. And so Abdul-Muttalab was able to step aboard Northwest Airlines Flight 253. As it descended toward Detroit, he allegedly tried to ignite explosives hidden in his underwear. It wasn't the very expensive, very large 9/11 Enterprise that prevented disaster. It was a passenger who saw what he was doing and tackled him. So when your system for anticipating attacks upstream is virtually worthless, the last mile becomes monumentally important, having people downstream capable of recognizing and thwarting the attempt, and with the freedom to use their own discretion in stopping it, when it is actually made. Our concern here is mainly with those things that are within the reach of individuals, small groups, and self-organized networks, as they are super-empowered by the capabilities offered by networked platforms, and are forced of necessity to take on greater responsibility for their own endpoint or last-mile defense in the face of states and other centralized systems that are increasingly hollowed out and brittle. Our primary focus is not so much on decentralizing and hardening on a large scale, society-wide basis, in keeping with some common policy. It is one of individuals, small communities and neighborhoods, business firms, utilities, etc., all doing what is within their own capabilities to minimize the danger of attack and mitigate its damage when it does occur, and taking advantage of whatever ways are feasible to network and feed rate with one another, in order to maximize their own long-term resilience. The increasing technical capabilities of such networks and endpoints, combined with the increasing brittleness of the state and progressive hollowing out of its resource base, means there will likely be a general shift toward decentralizing and hardening, and of the state gradually retreating from the security field, perhaps on a pattern much like that of the late Roman Empire in the West. And it is likely that as these trends progress, and as hardened endpoints find larger and more complex ways of networking with one another, that at some point there will be a transformation of quantity into quality that will determine the character of the system as a whole. But the specifics will likely clarify themselves only in the emergent system. Whatever the specifics of the network system that emerges, the functional dynamics will probably follow some general principles outlined by security analyst Bruce Schneier. He argues for the importance of defense in depth, which basically means achieving security through more and cheaper redundant countermeasures at multiple echelons of defense, in preference to more expensive, harder countermeasures at one line of defense. Defense in depth is a way of dealing with the fact that a system is only as strong as its weakest link, by ensuring that there is no one single point of failure. Because of the possibility that networked attackers will simply shift their efforts to a weaker link in response to security measures, last-mile flexibility takes on supreme importance for dealing with the unexpected as opposed to attempting to anticipate and develop a written policy for every contingency ahead of time. Along with defense in depth, Schneier recommends dynamic defense. Schneier's concepts of defense in depth and dynamic defense overlap considerably, since the single point of failure in a complex system is likely to be a preset, one-size-fits-all policy that includes a limited menu of responses. A dynamic defense is one that can adapt quickly, react quickly in several ways, and respond to whatever is happening at the time. This means that the person implementing security measures in the last mile is trusted with discretion to apply the rules to novel situations that were unforeseen by the people making the rules. A stereotyped, limited, inflexible menu of options is likely to result in the boots on the ground facing a situation which the rules don't cover, and being unable to respond effectively. People are dynamic, and better able to react to new threats and respond to new situations. They can react to something they've never seen before, a new attack, a new threat, a new vulnerability. Remember the old saw about why the Israelis won the 1967 war? The Egyptians literally obeyed the Soviet field manual's instructions to retreat into the heartland and wait for the first snowfall. The TSA has typically responded to attacks by formulating new policies that further limit the discretion of the people in direct contact with the situation. The static, inflexible kinds of policies that tend to predominate in bureaucratic organizations are the reason the work-to-rule strike is so devilishly effective. Simply obeying the rules, literally, can bring an organization to a halt. Good security has people in charge. People are resilient. People can improvise. People can be creative. People can develop on-the-spot solutions. People are the strongest point in a security process. When a security system succeeds in the face of a new or coordinated or devastating attack, it's usually due to the efforts of people. John Robb's distinction between robustness and resilience is key to understanding Schneier's concept of defense in depth. A robust system is simply hardened at all points, so that it can absorb an attack with minimal damage. A resilient system, on the other hand, focuses on rapid response to containing and repairing damage where it has already occurred, or bypassing damaged links so that the system can continue to function. The former is far more costly, usually prohibitively so. A robust strategy means that you will continually make investments and decisions that reinforce your current position. Take steps that make yourself impervious to damage. Resilience means you focus on investments that provide you with an ability to adapt, to change based on what the situation becomes. What do? You build systems that produce food, energy, water, and products. You build networks and communities. You invest in the future. Everyone needs robustness in the short term, to handle fast-moving shocks. However, robustness is not a long-term strategy. The only long-term strategy is resilience. A resilience that invests in the ability to change and adapt, to meet threats and exploit opportunities that we can't specifically anticipate. The relevance to our discussion above of empowering the last-mile network to respond rapidly to events that can't be planned for should be obvious. The normal tendency of bureaucratic organizations, Schneier says, is to overreact or respond over-specifically to particular events. This is directly analogous to hardening every point in an entire system against any potential attack, since it requires fully preparing against any possible contingency while leaving the system paralyzed in the face of any attack the leadership failed to anticipate. Schneier mentions several components of an in-depth, dynamic defense. Among them is reaction, which is a response directed against the attackers in the form of taking countermeasures during the course of the attack. Doing this works because attacks are rarely instantaneous. More often, they involve multiple steps. Sometimes the best defense is to allow attackers to succeed a little bit, commit themselves, and only then to employ additional defenses. Defenders make use of the lag time between the initial attack and the attacker achieving his objective. The most cost-effective use of defensive resources is an adaptive defense that detects and responds to the attacker's first intermediate success, before he manages to do anything else. Reaction, as described here, is obviously relevant to the coordinated defense of an entire geographical area, in the face of incursions over a boundary line. Another component of a dynamic defense is mitigation, the portion of response that assumes failure and attempts to minimize the damage. In other words, his system fails securely. Although mitigation can be used in coordination with the other components of an active defense, it is also closely relevant to our discussion later in this chapter of passive defense, designing overall structure to be less lucrative as a target set and less vulnerable to attack. Recovery is a form of mitigation, but after the attack is over. The idea is to enable the system to survive the attack. Redundant networks that can survive damage by rerouting traffic, infrastructures with easily replaceable or reparable components, and maintaining stockpiles of the most vital components, are all things that can contribute to recovery. Finally, counterattack can be a very effective form of defense. Counterattack, strictly speaking, is about retaliation. But since an attack takes place over time, a counterattack may involve enemy forces currently in action, and it may involve attacks on the enemy's continued ability to conduct attacks in the future. The lines are blurred with response. But whatever the character of the successor system, as stated above, it will be emergent rather than imposed, and at best only dimly imaginable to us. So our theoretical speculations on the general nature of the system as a whole are at an end. Of necessity, the measures taken by small groups and localities, our main concern will be primarily passive, or focus mainly on risk and damage mitigation. For passive defense, we saw above that the organization of active defense against outside attack, in an age of what Eric Raymond called insupportable complexity, will require defensive organizations that are decentralized and hardened. Empowered last-mile networks will be central to thwarting attacks. But perhaps an even more important arena for decentralizing and hardening will be the overall society, insofar as it constitutes a target, to make its utilities, distribution chains, communications networks, etc., more robust and resilient. As Vinay Gupta points out, the only feasible way to realistically minimize the threat of terrorism from super-empowered individuals and small group suitcase nukes, biotech, etc. is a totalitarian state beyond anything we've yet seen. So ultimately, the only solution to terrorist threats may be a society with no targets big enough to be worth hitting. Insupportable complexity is not simply an impediment to effective response to an attack. It is a force multiplier for the attack itself. The more centralized an infrastructure, and the greater its complexity, the more damage the entire system and its subcomponents will suffer in an attack. The damage from an attack varies in proportion to the complexity of the system. When most of the functional resources of a system are located in the centralized infrastructure rather than in the endpoints, a large attack on the system will result in the endpoints being submerged in the tsunami along with the entire system. There is no harbor or breakwater to absorb the force of the attack because the entire system is one big pool. And a localized collection of nodes cannot function effectively if the back of the centralized infrastructure is broken, because they don't contain the infrastructure they need to function autonomously. An attack on the system will take all the local nodes down with it. In a distributed, scalable system, on the other hand, in which most functional resources are located in the endpoints on a modular basis, an attack on the infrastructure cannot destroy or incapacitate the endpoints. The basic functional infrastructure is replicated in each separate node, just as all the information in an image is encoded at each point of a hologram, so the only way to destroy all the endpoints is to attack them all separately. The question is not how to organize a defense most effectively in an environment of unsupportable complexity, but how to organize society itself so that an active defense is less necessary, failures of the first line of defense are less catastrophic, and society can absorb a greater number of attacks without suffering unacceptable levels of damage. Rather than focusing on how to thwart an attack, the idea should be to make society less vulnerable to a successful attack when it does occur. That means basing security not only on the organization of active defense itself, but on the target structure of civil society. That means a larger number of lower-profile targets and an increase in the resilience and robustness of communications, power, and other utility networks. When centralized security systems are no longer subsidized by taxes, society will reconfigure itself to make itself less dependent on them. As John Robb put it, because we are unable to decapitate, outsmart, or defend ourselves against global guerrillas, naturally occurring events, and residual nationalism from causing cascades of failure throughout the global system, we need to learn to live with the threat they present. The adoption of a philosophy of resilience that ensures that when these events do occur, we can more easily survive their impact. By building resilience into the fabric of our daily life, our response to these threats will organically emerge in what seems like an effortless way. Without them, we will suffer the effects of dynamic shocks on a brittle system. We already discussed the general likelihood that the demonstrated brittleness and periodic breakdown of various centralized public infrastructures would either cause those infrastructures to decentralize and harden in self-defense, or cause those served by them to switch to decentralized and hardened alternatives. Robb makes the same argument regarding passive security in particular. The strikes of the future will be strategic, pinpointing the systems we rely on, and they will leave entire sections of the country without energy and communications for protracted periods. But the frustration and economic pain that result will have a curious side effect: they will spur development of an entirely new, decentralized security system, one that devolves power and responsibility to a mix of local governments, private companies, and individuals. Security will become a function of where you live and whom you work for, much as healthcare is allocated already. Of course, he tips his hat to the cliché, familiar to readers of cyberpunk dystopias, of the corporate super-rich living in gated communities. But more important, members of the middle class will follow, taking matters into their own hands by forming suburban collectives to share the costs of security and shore up delivery of critical services. These armored suburbs will deploy and maintain backup generators and communications links. They will be patrolled by civilian police auxiliaries that have received corporate training and boast their own state-of-the-art emergency response systems. Cities, which will be the most acutely affected by the new disruptions, will move fastest to become self-reliant, drawing from a wellspring of new ideas the market will put forward. These will range from building-based solar systems by firms such as Energy Innovations to privatized disaster and counter-terrorist responses. Corporate communications monopolies will crumble as cities build their own emergency wireless networks using simple products from companies such as Proxim. Perhaps the most important global shift will be the rise of grassroots action and cross-connected communities. Like the Internet, these new networks will develop slowly at first. After a brief period of exponential growth, however, they will quickly become all but ubiquitous and astonishingly powerful, perhaps as powerful as the networks arrayed against us. In the specific example of the electric power grid, Rob proposes to decentralize it and make it less dependent on central high-value nodes. To do this, he suggests making the power system two-way by allowing any individual on the network to become both a producer and a consumer of electricity, and making it plug-dumb so that any small-scale local power generator can sell power to the system simply by plugging into it. The power companies should cease to be primarily the producers of power, and instead become managers of transmission networks connecting producers and consumers. The transmission networks should be open to outside service providers that provide value-added services, like conditioning power and storing power locally for resiliency against blackouts. The stateless society as the ultimate in passive defense. In some ways a stateless society represents an ideal in its lack of prominent targets. It's an example of what Schneier calls compartmentalization, in his discussion of defense in depth. If rather than capturing a system as a whole by concentration of force at a strategic vulnerable point, it must capture each point separately, conquest becomes a lot more complicated and costly. Historian Tom Nevins pointed out that in contrast to the Aztecs, who despite an advanced state with centralized controls fell quickly to the Spanish, the Apache successfully wrested control of North Mexico from the Spanish. By the late 17th century, the Spanish had lost effective control of northern Sonora and Chihuahua to the Apaches. The Apache were able to stave off conquest for centuries because they distributed political power and had very little centralization. The Apache fought wars on something like a P2P basis. An ad hoc, charismatic leader called the Nantan, who had no institutional basis for his authority, would take up arms and lead by example. Geronimo, for example, simply declared war and was joined by volunteers. As described by Ori Braffman and Rod Beckstrom, based on their interview with Nevins. The idea was, if Geronimo is taking arms, maybe it's a good idea. Geronimo's been right in the past, so it makes sense to fight alongside him. You wanted to follow Geronimo. You followed Geronimo. You didn't want to follow him. You didn't. The power lay with each individual. The Nantans were crucial to the well-being of this open system, but decentralization affects more than just leadership. Because there was no capital and no central command post, Apache decisions were made all over the place. A raid on a Spanish settlement, for example, could be conceived in one place, organized in another, and carried on in yet another. You never knew where the Apaches would be coming from. In one sense, there was no place where important decisions were made, and in another sense, decisions were made by everybody everywhere. When the Spanish killed or captured a Nantan, a new one emerged. The conventional strategy for defeating a state failed in the case of the Apaches because no one person was essential to the overall well-being of Apache society. The Spanish attempt at conquest failed because there was no one person or node whose capture would effectively disable the system, and no central point of control with the authority to surrender on behalf of the Apache nation. A post-state society, similarly, would have no central node whose capture would lead to the incapacitation of the whole. Simply put, there would be no one to surrender on behalf of an entire country. Any would-be conqueror would have to conquer each separate part of a country, one at a time. A society in which power is decentralized lacks a command center whose defeat or surrender can deliver the entire nation into bondage. For example, during the American Revolution the British focused their energies on conquering Philadelphia, at that time the nominal capital of the United States, on the assumption that once the capital had fallen the rest of the country would be theirs as well. What the British failed to realize was that the United States was a loose-knit confederation, not a centralized nation-state, and the government in Philadelphia had almost no authority. When Philadelphia fell, the rest of the country went about its business as usual. Americans were not accustomed to living their lives according to directives from Philadelphia, and so the British troops ended up simply sitting uselessly in the occupied capital, achieving nothing. Hence Benjamin Franklin, when he heard that the British Army had captured Philadelphia, is said to have replied, "Nay, I think Philadelphia has captured the British Army." 6. Disaster relief. The Hobbesian myth of war of all against all and elite panic. As Rebecca Solid points out, after large-scale disasters the media are typically flooded with stories of looting and senseless violence by ordinary people. Almost none of the stories is true. While I've been working on this project, my running summary for my friends has been that what happens in disasters demonstrates everything an anarchist ever wanted to believe about the triumph of civil society and the failure of institutional authority. It does. This alternative information is truly radical. There was this moment of being overwhelmed by this hysterical belief in all these Hobbesian rumors about rape, child rape, murder, general mayhem, and even at one point cannibalism, like something out of Bosch or Goya, but I was pretty sure it was a pile of lies. Solid argues that these urban legends reflect a culture of elite panic. At one of the most interesting ideas in the book is the concept of elite panic, the way that elites, during disasters and their aftermath, imagine that the public is not only in danger but also a source of danger. You show in case after case how elites respond in destructive ways, from withholding essential information, to blocking citizen relief efforts, to protecting property instead of people. As you write in the book, there are grounds for fear of a coherent insurgent public, not just an overwrought, savage one. Rs. From the beginning of the field in the 1950s to the present, the major sociologists of disaster, proceeding in the most cautious, methodical, and clearly attempting to be politically neutral way of social scientists, arrived via their research at this enormous confidence in human nature and deep critique of institutional authority. It's quite remarkable. Elites tend to believe in a venal, selfish, and essentially monstrous version of human nature, which I sometimes think is their own human nature. I mean, people don't become incredibly wealthy and powerful by being angelic, necessarily. They believe that only their power keeps the rest of us in line, and that when it somehow shrinks away, our seething violence will rise to the surface. That was very clear in Katrina. Timothy Garton Ash and Maureen Dowd and all these other people immediately jumped on the bandwagon and started writing commentaries based on the assumption that the rumors of mass violence during Katrina were true. A lot of people have never understood that the rumors were dispelled and that those things didn't actually happen. It's tragic. So on the one hand there are people responding in these moments of crisis and organizing themselves, helping each other, and, on the other, there are power elites, who sometimes, though not always, sabotage grassroots efforts because, as you say at one point, the very existence of such efforts is taken to represent the failure of authorities to rise to the occasion. It's better to quash such efforts than to appear incompetent. The way you explore the various motivations of the official power structure for sabotaging people's attempts to self-organize was a very interesting element of the book. Not all authorities respond the same way. But you can see what you're talking about happening right after the 1906 earthquake. San Franciscans formed these community street kitchens. You weren't allowed to have a fire indoors because the risk of setting your house, and thereby your neighborhood, on fire was too great if you had a house, that is. People responded with enormous humor and resourcefulness by creating these kitchens to feed the neighborhood. Butchers, dairymen, bakers, etc. were giving away food for free. It was like a Paris Commune dream of a mutual aid society. At a certain point, authorities decided that these kitchens would encourage freeloading and became obsessed with the fear that people would double dip. So they set up this kind of ration system and turned a horizontal model of mutual aid where I'm helping you but you're helping me into a vertical model of charity where I have and you lack and I am giving to you. Part of the stereotypical image is that we're either wolves or we're sheep. We're either devouring babies raw and tearing up grandmothers with our bare hands, or we're helpless and we panic and mill around like idiots in need of Charlton Heston men in uniforms with badges to lead us. I think we're neither, and the evidence bears that out. Hurricane Katrina. Most people are familiar with the mainstream news media's framing of the sheer incompetence and disorganization of federal disaster relief efforts after Hurricane Katrina, even if they don't realize the sheer scale of incompetence. But what they're not familiar with is the hostility of government at all levels to attempts by New Orleans residents to mitigate the disaster to themselves, and to outside relief efforts organized without government authorization. Not only did the state not support self-organized relief efforts after Katrina, it actively suppressed them. Government may have been lax about such things as evacuating the population or getting the enormous stockpiles of trailers to where they were needed. But it was comparatively effective in directing resources to its genuine priorities, protecting food and clean water supplies in abandoned stores from looting by the hungry and thirsty, and maintaining armed checkpoints to turn away refugees attempting to escape the city. Police put a great deal of effort in deterring looters from accessing and distributing supplies of safe food and water, almost all of which were rapidly spoiling with the power off, and which retailers would have to write off as a loss any with a shoot-to-kill policy. While uniformed public safety officers dropped the ball, the real heroes of Katrina, almost completely ignored by media coverage, were the ordinary people who made extraordinary efforts to help one another. What you will not see, but what we witnessed, were the real heroes and heroes of the hurricane relief effort, the working class of New Orleans. The maintenance workers who used a forklift to carry the sick and disabled. The engineers who rigged, nurtured, and kept the generators running. The electricians who improvised thick extension cords stretching over blocks to share the little electricity we had in order to free cars stuck on rooftop parking lots. Nurses who took over for mechanical ventilators and spent many hours on end manually forcing air into the lungs of unconscious patients to keep them alive. Doormen who rescued folks stuck in elevators. Refinery workers who broke into boat yards, stealing boats to rescue their neighbors clinging to their roofs in flood waters. Mechanics who helped hotwire any car that could be found to ferry people out of the city. And the food service workers who scoured the commercial kitchens, improvising communal meals for hundreds of those stranded. Most of these workers had lost their homes and had not heard from members of their families. Yet they stayed and provided the only infrastructure for the 20% of New Orleans that was not underwater. Ordinary residents and tourists carried out their self-organized rescue efforts in the face, not only of official indifference, but of official hostility. Law enforcement in many areas actually responded to self-organized evacuation attempts by turning people on foot away from bridges at gunpoint. As we approached the bridge, armed sheriffs formed a line across the foot of the bridge. Before we were close enough to speak, they began firing their weapons over our heads. This sent the crowd fleeing in various directions. We questioned why we couldn't cross the bridge anyway, especially as there was little traffic on the 6-lane highway. They responded that the West Bank was not going to become New Orleans, and there would be no superdomes in their city. These were code words for, if you are poor and black, you are not crossing the Mississippi River, and you are not getting out of New Orleans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All day long, we saw other families, individuals, and groups make the same trip up the incline in an attempt to cross the bridge, only to be turned away, some chased away with gunfire, others simply told no, others verbally berated and humiliated. Thousands of New Orleaners were prevented and prohibited from self-evacuating the city on foot. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just as dusk set in, a sheriff showed up, jumped out of his patrol vehicle, aimed his gun at our faces and screamed, "Get off the fucking freeway!" A helicopter arrived and used the wind from its blades to blow away our flimsy structures. As we retreated, the sheriff loaded up his truck with our food and water. Police also invaded self-organized neighborhood shelters with the demeanor of soldiers securing a neighborhood in occupied enemy country. Alan Sarge Smith, a Gulf War veteran who remembered his school being used as a neighborhood shelter after Hurricane Betsy in 1965, organized a group of 40 residents on the second and third floors of the Samuel J. Green School. Among them were housebound elderly rescued from their homes. The residents were maintained in relative comfort with canned food and bottled water, blankets, and a radio, and organized board games to pass the time. In addition, Smith and other volunteers made regular trips to take food and water to elderly residents still in their homes. None of that mattered to the officers who finally showed up, with the tact typical of unformed gun-toting thugs everywhere, to evacuate the building. A group of armed officers entered the school, demanding that everyone leave. The group included a couple of sheriff's deputies from New Mexico wielding M16s, New Orleans police officers and some volunteers. "You have to leave now," an officer yelled at no one in particular. "I can't believe you had this child in here like this. Let's go." When Anthyon began to explain how the group had sustained elderly people in the community, the officer yelled, "Shut up. I don't want to hear you talking no more." "The thing about this here is they are embarrassed," Sarge said. "They all know we did a better job than did. We took care of ourselves. We survived." Unofficial attempts at evacuation or aid organized from outside met with similar official hostility. New Orleans residents were prosecuted for commandeering empty school buses from fleets of such idle vehicles to evacuate refugees ahead of the storm, something that apparently never occurred to government to do. Malik Rahim addressed the audience with an analysis and an attitude that the mainstream corporate media refuses to transmit across its airwaves. He pointed out how black doctors had been turned away from the devastated areas and how surrounding parishes had refused to help the predominantly poor and black communities of New Orleans. He pointed out the hypocrisy of the state, which employed a shoot-to-kill order for young black men looking for food, but permitted armed, white vigilantes to roam the streets of New Orleans. He revealed that there are many so-called looters who are still in jail for attempting to commandeer empty buses and transport people out of New Orleans. Many of these unjustly imprisoned individuals have yet to see their day in court. Many outside self-organized aid operations attempting to enter the city were turned away at gunpoint, just like residents attempting to leave. Scott Crow of the Common Ground Collective, in his book Black Flags and Windmills, describes in considerable detail his on-the-ground experiences of the efficacy of self-organized relief, versus active impediments by the authorities. To begin with, many areas were restricted despite the unwillingness of the military to provide any help itself by military blockade. As the anarchist Common Ground relief effort expanded its activities in New Orleans, police became increasingly volatile, constantly harassing their distribution center and clinic, and pulling over volunteers delivering supplies to accuse them of everything from stealing supplies to running guns. All of us were subject to having guns randomly drawn on us, and threatened with death. Crow recounts one incident, while delivering supplies on foot door-to-door to shut-ins, found himself lying face down on the hot pavement in the middle of the street with guns pointed while they yelled for me to get the fuck down. After interrogating him and accusing him of stealing the supplies, they sped off presumably to terrorize someone else. This being forced face down at gunpoint and accused of stealing was a common experience for volunteers. Police periodically raiding the distribution center with drawn weapons and helicopters referred to it as a compound or fortress, and exhibited out-of-control alpha dog behavior that put volunteers in genuine fear for their lives. ICE immigrations and customs enforcement was also part of the mix, pulling over vehicles distributing supplies with a cheery "freeze, motherfucker," and the de rigueur accusations of stealing from FEMA and the Red Cross. At its most blind and bureaucratic, FEMA maintained a jail Camp Greyhound in an abandoned bus station, where they dumped hundreds or thousands of black and Latino men selected mostly at random for being out at the wrong time, and then left them without food, water, sanitation, or shelter. On the other hand, as usual, the community's self-organized effort was miles ahead of official relief efforts. Here's an early communiqué from the Common Ground Collective. Now picture the community deciding that it would not be broken down by this disaster. People in this community in Algiers, New Orleans decided to rebuild itself, when society and government forgot them. This is not just relief, but the rebuilding of infrastructure within their means and ways. But who will take out the garbage? We will. The people of this community, with the support and solidarity from the outside. We will deliver food, water, and medical aid. We will watch and protect each other. We will secure, aid and reconnect the bonds the long history of disasters of neglect and abandonment have brought. We have bicycles to transport us, deliver food, water and pick up garbage. We have a first aid station set up. We have communications with those outside of this community. As the Black Panther Party used to say, we doin' for ourselves. With the support of those on the outside. The distribution hub, which started out with 5 volunteers, had grown to 70 by late September and over 120 in October. The distro center and clinic together served hundreds of people, filled with pallets stacked high with bottled water, canned food, diapers and hygiene kits. In addition to the clinic, the project expanded to include a media center, prisoner advocacy and legal defense. It was able to function so effectively because of its flexibility. There was no command hierarchy that information had to go through, followed by useless paperwork and arbitrary rules. Often this meant that people would take up a project simply because they saw the need. Their public appeals resulted in donations from seniors on limited incomes, and elementary, high school and college student groups bringing in, by mid-October, almost $100,000. Meanwhile, FEMA's efforts consisted almost entirely of sending bureaucrats to process the paperwork for federal assistance applications that would take months or years to go through, in some cases expecting elderly people with no electricity or computers to apply for aid online. In the end, the FEMA Center wound up unofficially directing people to Common Ground for real help. In fact, at one point the regional head of FEMA came to the Common Ground clinic for minor medical attention in preference to the Red Cross or military doctors. Common Ground also organized a Cope Watch group to document law enforcement abuse and harassment on video and spread news of it through alternative media outside New Orleans. Naturally, cops responded with verbal abuse and threats. In one case they abducted someone filming their harassment, and drove around dark streets threatening to kill him and drop him in the river if he didn't stop, after which they released him. One of the most important things the Common Ground Collective, an outside volunteer effort made up mostly of white radicals, did was to respect the pre-existing network of relationships and local leadership in the black community, and provide the help they asked for rather than trying to run the show for them. Common Ground was one part of a much larger composite of local efforts. The New Orleans pattern is typical in disasters throughout history, according to Jesse Walker. Self-organized relief and recovery efforts have typically dwarfed state contributions, and the vast majority of the rescues accomplished by the real first responders, the victims themselves. Despite the popular image of looting and assault and a generally Hobbesian reversion to the war of all against all, the tendency toward cooperation and mutual aid also generally dwarfs antisocial behavior. After the cataclysm, Walker wrote, social bonds will strengthen, volunteerism will explode, violence will be rare, looting will appear only under exceptional circumstances. Keith McHenry, a participant in the Food Not Bombs operation in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, describes his experience at the site. I helped coordinate the Food Not Bombs relief effort after Katrina. The outpouring of support was wonderful. Our office was flooded with calls and emails from Food Not Bombs volunteers and supporters wanting to help. I had about 4 hours of sleep each night for the first 8 months after Katrina. As you may know, we organized kitchens in about 20 cities and worked closely with Common Ground in setting up kitchens in New Orleans. Chuck Munson helped us by listing our www.foodnotbombs.net/katrina.html site on his website. Hurricane Sandy. The same issues emerged, in almost identical form, during Hurricane Sandy's impact on the east coast of the United States. But as with Katrina, horizontal, self-organized relief efforts went a long way toward filling the void left by official failure. The Occupy Sandy relief effort was a project of Occupy Wall Street, especially active in the greater New York City area. When Hurricane Sandy brought thrashing winds and a 2-story surge of water to the city, Occupy activists mobilized to assemble a relief effort. According to volunteer Shlomo Adam Roth, 34, we got on the ground in the Rockaways when one of the blocks was still burning. As every organizer involved will be quick to remind you, Occupy does not see itself as an organization. It's a network, a swarm. In the wake of the storm, this decentralized, highly flexible structure proved to be a strength. While huge bureaucratic organizations like the Red Cross and overwhelmed government agencies like FEMA took days to reach some neighborhoods, Occupy made use of Facebook and Twitter to channel volunteers and supplies to existing local institutions like the activist group Good Old Lower East Side, churches, a mosque in Coney Island, and ad hoc citizen relief groups that sprang up across the city. A writer at Huffington Post described its operation in the Red Hook neighborhood of Brooklyn. The flagpole had become a meeting place for Hurricane Sandy volunteers, and earlier Thursday, it served as a rallying center for people in the hurricane-battered neighborhood to request food, clothing, and other necessities. Reed said he learned some elderly people had been stuck on higher floors of their buildings without power or running water, marooned by elevators that weren't working. Since then we've been walking up and down stairs, providing care packages of food and flashlights and bottled water, Reed said. Reed and others have been volunteering in Red Hook since Sandy hit, mostly organized via Occupy Sandy, a now burgeoning offshoot of the Occupy Wall Street movement, websites like recovers.org, a social hub for organizing volunteers online, and word of mouth. Occupy Sandy volunteers aim to help smaller communities, where government relief organizations may not have arrived, Reed said. Occupy has gone from general protest work to now direct community support, Reed said. What we're trying to do is build communities, not just charity. A few blocks from the flagpole, the offices of the Red Hook Initiative, a community nonprofit, was a bustling center for people needing clothing and hot meals. Boxes of clothes lined the street nearby. Inside, tables were stocked high with boxes of donated food. There were handwritten signs announcing the next hot meals and flagpole meetings. We've been getting tons of donations. This is all donations in here, Sikorsky said, pointing at tables. We also gave away a ton yesterday. Stuff has gone out to the Rockaways, Sunset Park, Coney Island. There are people coming in with rolling carts, school communities have come up with truckloads of stuff and unloaded it. This is all community-driven donation right now, all of it. Federal Emergency Management Agency workers were nowhere to be seen, Sikorsky said. She said she was told they may have been nearby Thursday afternoon. They're not here, she said. I don't see them. The email sent to friends Thursday morning asking for donations got an immediate and overwhelming response. I think the key is connecting people to a tangible thing, because everyone wants to help out, McBride said. Just telling people to go and do this. And then they'll do it. More Occupy organized volunteer operations have been set up in other badly damaged neighborhoods, including Sunset Park, Coney Island, and the Rockaways. Justin Weds, an Occupy organizer, said the response from the Occupy movement has been incredible, and Occupy Sandy groups were active in all 5 boroughs. We already have dozens of organizers working in hubs, working out of homes, mobilizing hundreds of volunteers, Weds said. We've worked with local community organizations, recovers.org, and this really shows that communities do band together, reach out, and support each other. The Occupy Sandy movement has already received $10,000 in donations via the group's Inter-Occupy website, Weds said, and has teamed up with climate organization 350.org for a major relief effort this Saturday. New volunteers join every hour, he added. It's a pretty diffuse operation here, Weds said. But it's reaching thousands. In the weeks after Sandy, hundreds of volunteers showed up every day at 2 distribution sites Occupy Sandy set up in 2 Brooklyn churches, where they cook hot meals for the afflicted and to sort through a medieval marketplace of donated blankets, clothes, and food. There is an Occupy motor pool of borrowed cars and pickup trucks that ferries volunteers to ravaged areas. An Occupy weatherman sits at his computer and issues regular forecasts. Occupy construction teams and medical committees have been formed. Managing it all is an ad hoc group of tech-savvy Occupy members who spend their days with laptops on their knees, creating Google documents with action points and flow charts, and posting notes on Facebook that range from the sober to the endearingly hilarious. While the local tech team sleeps, a shadow core in London works off hours to update the Twitter feed and to maintain the intranet. Some enterprising occupiers have even set up a wedding registry on Amazon.com, with a wish list of necessities for victims of the storm. So far, items totaling more than $100,000 water pumps and Sawzall saw kits have been ordered. It's a laterally organized rapid response team, said Ethan Gould, a freelance graphic artist and a first-time member of Occupy. Mr. Gould's experience illustrates the effort's grassroots ethos. He joined up on November 3 and by the following afternoon had already been appointed as a co-coordinator at one of the distro sites. Occupy Sandy was initially the work of a half-dozen veterans of Zuccotti Park who, on the Tuesday following the storm, made their way to public housing projects in the Rockaways and Red Hook, Brooklyn, delivering flashlights and trays of hot lasagna to residents neglected by the government. They arranged for vans to help some people relocate into shelters. When they returned to civilization, they spent the night with their extra bags of stuff at St. Jacobi Evangelical Lutheran Church in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. They asked if they could crash here, said Juan Carlos Ruiz, a community organizer there who knew the occupiers from their previous endeavors. Those few bags became this enormous organic operation. It's evidence that when official channels fail, other parts of society respond. In one way, Occupy Sandy is much different from self-organized relief efforts in New Orleans after Katrina. Federal and local law enforcement, and official relief coordinators like FEMA, are far less hostile. Being among the first to move made Occupy a vital part of the city's hurricane relief infrastructure. As a result, this radical non-state movement finds itself in the unlikely position of coordinating with government institutions it might otherwise be in conflict with. The group is now in contact with a wide range of agencies, and organizers said they participated in 2 recent conference calls that included FEMA. The agency's news desk did not respond to requests for confirmation from Time. On the ground in the city's disaster zones, the urgency of the situation has yielded some unlikely cooperation. This dynamic was apparent at an Occupy hub in a community center called You Are Not Alone in the Rockaways on Saturday. Amid the National Guard vehicles rumbling through the mud and the acrid smell of mold and ash, Tamara Crafasai, 30, a television producer, was frenetically coordinating deliveries and volunteer flows. On the phone, she gave directions to someone looking for the center, it's Beach 113, after the bombed-out buildings. Crafasai said members of the Red Cross had visited the day before. I think they were trying to see how our operation was working, she said. The National Guard has provided security when volunteers lock up the building at night and has even directed traffic for them, she added, saying, they haven't necessarily been coming and giving us a hard time, which is sometimes what people expect. Nowhere has cooperation been closer than in the unique case of Red Hook, where the Joint Occupy Government Relief Point was set up on November 11. That center was the result of an unusual 30-person meeting that reportedly included 4 members of the National Guard, a police officer and Andrew Olson from the CAU and took place in occupier Desmarais Red Hook Loft on Saturday. Based on her experiences with Occupy Sandy, Willow Brugg and her colleagues have a lot to say about the superior effectiveness of open-source disaster relief efforts in directing aid to where it needs to go. The basic organization was stigmergic. Tasks and needs often emerged from community response centers, small and distributed throughout a neighborhood in places conducive to small-scale organization and distribution, places which are also already well known and loved, often schools and churches. While the available resources are fewer than in a large FEMA and Red Cross setup, the exactness with which they are used is far more precise. After going through the intake node, incoming participants of OS self-assign themselves to nodes based on current network needs and their individual skills. This responsibility in self-assignment of tasks and time slots is commonly seen in cooperative houses and businesses, and emerged in OS systems as well. The group cooperating sees what tasks need to be done, lists them, and self-assigns based on skill and need. When a specific participant might generally love cooking and be free on a Tuesday, perhaps the only open slot on Tuesday is delivering boxes. In the commitment to functioning response, this box delivering task is performed by the person who is good at cooking. If a shipping professional arrives ready to work, they might take over the shift of someone less skilled who had taken on the role out of immediate need, and that person might go on to tear out moldy insulation from houses. This emergent macro task completion is in direct contrast to the time-consuming assignment of individuals to positions in hierarchical organizations, where only one position should be held at a time by an individual, and decisions from higher up in the hierarchy try to intentionally create working teams. One of the things most baffling to hierarchically socialized individuals about OWS, OS, etc. is the idea of decision-making. Within these groups, there is rarely what would be viewed as a decision-making process from a hierarchical organization, but rather a process of individual or small group proposal, followed by indicating potential coordination and collaboration. I.e., rarely a "should we do this" but rather a "I am doing this, would anyone else like to join," or "I am doing this, and would benefit from the following sorts of help." This meta-level stigmergic organization meant everyone focused on what was of most interest to them, while using the low transaction costs of communication and informal horizontal ties to keep others' needs in mind and steer useful resources to them or help them make connections as they come along. In this system, collective meetings acted as a feedback mechanism. Updates about activities were proffered, along with potential upcoming actions, and the group would discuss any questions which arose. Such sessions were sometimes single-tracked, to be sure everyone got a say, other times breakout groups formed so a topic could be focused on by those most interested or affected by it. At the end of each round, a vote of sorts would take place via hand signals when in person or via number signaling when via conference line. Responses could fall into agree, disagree, abstain, or block. Where well designed and implemented, these algorithms can help to ensure that no single member of the group wields undue power, while still facilitating effective decision-making. If sufficient no's appeared, further discussion was needed, and the proposing group was expected to alter their course of action. If even one block appeared, it indicated adamant resistance from another participant necessary to be further explored. This is different from a town meeting because it is focused on feedback loops around actions, rather than legislation to be externally executed. In this, we see the leaderful versus leaderless component play out, with every person acting as both actor and decider as one member of a larger group. While in the end, decisions are still referred to, this drastic distinction in process of a network with feedback loops versus a set of decision makers merits this level of detail, and must be remembered when considering actions taken and choices made. Rather than be dependent upon one person or set of people to decree how things should work, people embed assumptions and expectations into protocols, which are visible to those who know, through orientation or intuition, how to look. Much attention was paid in OS to orienting people about different nodes, and in improving orientation practices through continuous iteration and updating. This commitment to self-improvement and clarity helped to cull and curate information, rather than simply appending additions on as more knowledge was gained through iteration or external remark. Much attention has been paid to the technical abilities of OS, but little has been paid to the way in which OS participants not only drew upon the technical platforms, but also upon the cultural methods and practices of organizing applied in free, Libre, and open source software. In these, issues with the software program can be filed by anyone, which anyone else can see and, hopefully, patch. These changes are reviewed for appropriateness before being accepted back into the core code base, and the entire change and its metadata is logged in a changelog. For OS, it wasn't software that was being patched and updated, but rather the protocols of interaction and working practices of the distributed network of nodes. This history of changes in documentation could later be perused to better understand changes in assumptions and trajectory, if people had questions as to why a method of practice was the way it was. This dynamic network is distinctly different from bureaucratic rules in that any person interacting with the system structure was encouraged to tweak that structure. In a bureaucratic system, rules and processes are set top-down, and are revised only when a decision-maker experiences ill effects. OS's iterative approach not only allowed, but also encouraged an evolutionary process, with detrimental practices being critiqued and abandoned, and new practices being attempted in an intentional way. In contrast to centralized institutions like government agencies and establishment charities, whose primary capability was moving large quantities of material through a few centralized trunk pipelines, Occupy Sandy's advantage lay in its ability to match up resources with needs at the retail level. Many problems in response are last-mile problems. While formal response might get resources into an area, it can be infinitely more difficult for those resources to get to recipients within the time needed. In contrast, OS's structure was exceptional at needs assessment and last-mile delivery, among other things. Appendix. Case study in networked resistance, from WikiLeaks to Occupy and beyond. Introduction, on the post-1994 wave of horizontal movements. David Graeber, an anarchist who played a major part in the formation of the Occupy movement, puts the networked movements of the 1990s and 2000s in context. In recent years we have seen a kind of continual series of tiny 68s. After the Zapatista World Revolution, they called it the Fourth World War, began in 94, such many 68s began happening so thick and fast the process almost seemed to have become institutionalized. Seattle, Genoa, Cancun, Quebec, Hong Kong. And insofar as it was indeed institutionalized, by global networks the Zapatistas had helped set up, it was on the basis of a kind of small a anarchism based on principles of decentralized direct democracy and direct action. The prospect of facing a genuine global democratic movement seems to have so frightened the U.S. authorities, in particular, that they went into veritable panic mode. There is of course a traditional antidote to the threat of mass mobilization from below. You start a war. It doesn't really matter who the war is against. The point is just to have one, preferably, on as wide a scale as possible. In this case the US government had the extraordinary advantage of a genuine pretext, a ragtag crew of hitherto largely ineffective right-wing Islamists who, for once in history, had attempted a wildly ambitious terrorist scheme and actually pulled it off. Rather than simply track down those responsible, the US began throwing billions of dollars of armament at anything in sight. 10 years later, the resulting paroxysm of imperial overstretch appears to have undermined the very basis of the American empire. What we are now witnessing is the process of that empire's collapse. Emanuel Wallerstein, similarly, calls the 1994 EZLN uprising the beginning of the counter-offensive of the world left against the relatively short-lived successes of the world right between the 1970s and 1994. What the Zapatistas did was to remind them that there was indeed an alternative. The uprising paved the way to the successful protests at Seattle in 1999 and then elsewhere. The rise of networked, horizontal resistance movements has given rise to a growing dichotomy between the old line, verticalist institutional left and the new autonomous left. As described by Christina Fleischer-Fominaya, the classic organizational model of the institutional left is representative, with vertical structures. Decision-making through a voting system or through negotiations between representatives, and a clear division of labor. The institutional left model defends the transformation of society through its institutions, either by controlling them or by influencing them. The autonomous model, for its part, rejects representative democracy and majority rule. Instead, it defends a participatory model, based on direct democracy and self-governance, with horizontal was perhaps the first movement with both feet or at least 1.5 firmly planted in the networked world. The Zapatistas, which were born and primarily remain a peasant and indigenous movement, use the internet and communications technologies not only as a means of distributing their communiques to the outside world but also as a structural element inside their organization. Communication is central to the Zapatistas' notion of revolution, and they continually emphasize the need to create horizontal network organizations rather than vertical centralized structures. Despite some hat-tipping to the old guerrilla army model in their nomenclature, their goal has never been to defeat the state and claim sovereign authority but rather to change the world without taking power. To the extent that the EZLN has carried out governance functions in liberated portions of Chiapas, it has done so in a prefigurative manner, including much like the Black Panthers in Oakland a robust program of counter-institution building. Commandante Hortensia went on to explain how over the past 2 decades, they have constructed their own autonomous government, complete with their own health and education system, based in the indigenous traditions of their ancestors. Despite the continual efforts of the neoliberal bad government to displace them from their land, the Zapatistas have successfully recuperated thousands of acres of land on which they have constructed communities that are governed from the bottom up. Community members participate in rotating government positions that operate under the democratic principle of mandar obedeciendo. And Greber argues that the cycle of struggles from 1994 to the present had its origins in anarchist praxis. The very notion of direct action, with its rejection of a politics which appeals to governments to modify their behavior, in favor of physical intervention against state power in a form that itself prefigures an alternative, all of this emerges directly from the libertarian tradition. Anarchism is the heart of the movement, its soul, the source of most of what's new and hopeful about it. It was an international network called People's Global Action, for example, that put out the original call for protest against the 1999 WTO meetings in Seattle. And PGA in turn owes its origins to the famous International Encounter for Humanity and Against Neoliberalism, which took place knee-deep in the jungle mud of rainy season Chiapas, in August 1996. People from over 50 countries came streaming into the Zapatista-held village of La Realidad. The vision for an intercontinental network of resistance was laid out in the Second Declaration of La Realidad. We declare that we will make a collective network of all our particular struggles and resistances, an intercontinental network of resistance against neoliberalism, an intercontinental network of resistance for humanity. This, the declaration made clear, was not an organizing structure. It has no central head or decision maker, it has no central command or hierarchies. We are the network, all of us who resist. Citrin, in the introduction to her book of the same name, says horizontalidad was a word coined to reflect the principles of the new social movements in Argentina, a break with vertical ways of organizing and relating based on democratic communication on a level plane. Movements based on horizontalism are prefigurative revolutionary movements, movements that create the future in the present. These new movements are not creating party platforms or programs. The autonomous social movements in Argentina are one part of this global phenomenon. Within Argentina, they are also a movement of movements. They are working class people taking over factories and running them collectively. They are the urban middle class, many recently déclassés, working to meet their needs in solidarity with those around them. They are the unemployed, like so many unemployed around the globe, facing the prospect of never finding regular work, yet collectively finding ways to survive and become self-sufficient, using mutual aid and love. They are autonomous indigenous communities struggling to liberate stolen land. In Argentina, these active movements are now communicating, assisting, and learning from one another, and thus constructing new types of networks that reject the hierarchical template bequeathed to them by established politics. And like many of the prefigurative movements that came after it, Argentine horizontalism included lots of grassroots projects in building a counter-economy to support some degree of secession and pursuit of livelihoods independent of the capitalist economy. Projects range from bakeries and organic gardens, to alternative medicine clinics, education and schools, to raising animals and taking over land for housing and food production. Many of the hundreds of recuperated factories and other workplaces formed horizontal linkages to barter their respective outputs with one another. There's been a fundamental shift, in the post-1994 wave of movements, from what Gramsci called a war of maneuver to a war of position within civil society. But there's a major difference even with Gramsci's formulation. Gramsci intended the war of position only to be a long march undertaken as a prelude, a period of preparation, for eventually staging a final war of maneuver and storming the bastions of political control. The new movements, rather, see the modes of production and social organization facilitated by new technologies as opening the possibility for seceding and building a new society within the interstices of the old one, without ever attempting a seizure of power. As my friend Catherine Gallagher put it, we won't be encircled by them, but woven through their antiquated structures, impossible to quarantine off and finish. I'm not a pacifist. I'm not at all against defensive violence. That's a separate question to me of overthrow. But to oversimplify, when it comes to violence, I want it to be the last stand of a disintegrating order against an emerging order that has already done much of the hard work of building its ideals/structures. Not violent revolutionaries sure that their society will be viable, ready to build it, but a society defending itself against masters that no longer rule it. Build the society and defend it. Don't go forth with the guns and attempt to bring anarchy about in the rubble. I think technology is increasingly putting the possibility of meaningful resistance and worker independence within the realm of a meaningful future. So much of the means of our oppression is now more susceptible to being duplicated on a human scale. And I think we should be working on how we plan to create a parallel industry that is not held only by those few. More and more the means to keep that industry held only by the few are held in the realm of patent law. It is no longer true that the few own the lathe, so to speak, nearly as much as they own the patent to it. So we truly could achieve more by creating real alternative manufacture than seizing that built. Yes, there will be protective violence, but it's not as true as it was in the past that there is real necessary means of production in the hands of the few. What they control more now is access to the methods of production and try to prevent those methods being used outside of their watch. Again, I'm not saying that the last days of the state won't be marked by violence. But I am saying we now have real tactical options beyond confronting them directly until they come to us. In modern networked organizations, perhaps better called networked counter-societies, the attacks and resistance against the enemy are primarily aimed at defending the internal space for self-organization against attempts at suppression. And as suggested by all the commentators who refer to a post-1994 wave of global struggle, such network struggles tend to reproduce themselves from one geographical location to another. Note that the following extended passage was written after the Seattle movement, but before the Arab Spring. Extensively, the common is mobilized in communication from one local struggle to another. Traditionally, the geographical expansion of movements takes the form of an international cycle of struggles in which revolts spread from one local context to another like a contagious disease through the communication of common practices and desires. In each of these cycles of struggles, the common that is mobilized extensively and communicates across the globe is not only the commonly recognized enemies such as slavery, industrial capital, or colonial regimes, but also common methods of combat, common ways of living, and common desires for a better world. A new international cycle finally emerged around the issues of globalization in the late 1990s. The coming out party of the new cycle of struggles were the protests at the WTO summit in Seattle in 1999. Suddenly the riots against IMF austerity programs in one country, protests against a World Bank project in another, and demonstrations against NAFTA in a third were all revealed to be elements of a common cycle of struggles. The cycle of struggles has been consolidated in a certain sense at the annual meetings of the World Social Forum and the various regional social forums. At each of these social forums, activists, NGOs, and intellectuals meet to exchange views on the problems of the present form of globalization and the possibilities for an alternative form. Each social forum also functions as a celebration of the commonality that extends throughout the various movements and revolts across the globe that form this cycle. We should emphasize, once again, that what the forces mobilized in this new global cycle have is not just a common enemy, whether it be called neoliberalism, US hegemony, or global empire, but also common practices, languages, conduct, habits, forms of life, and desires for a better future. The cycle, in other words, is not only reactive but also active and creative. The global mobilization of the common in this new cycle of struggle does not negate or even overshadow the local nature or singularity of each struggle. The communication with other struggles, in fact, reinforces the power and augments the wealth of each single one. The global cycle of struggles develops in the form of distributed network. Each local struggle functions as a node that communicates with all the other nodes without any hub or center of intelligence. Each struggle remains singular and tied to its local conditions, but at the same time is immersed in the common web. This form of organization is the most fully realized example we have of the multitude. S. Tormey's description of the global movement against the Iraq War in early 2003 sounds a lot like the networked movements that have arisen since. What they fostered was a form of interaction that preserved the autonomy and integrity of the constituent parts. No group was subject to the will of another. No group had to recognize one as a leading group or as the vanguard of the movement. There was no need for bureaucracy, permanent staffs, officials, leadership, or even premises, beyond somewhere to house a server. Here was a form of interaction that denied the need for the very institutional and logistical framework that had for a century defined the terms and conditions of political activism. Writing in retrospect about the post-Seattle anti-globalization movement in 2005, Michel Bauwens anticipated many of the most remarked-on features of the Arab Spring and Occupy. A key underlying philosophy of the movement is the paradigm of non-representationality. In classic modern political ideology, participating members elect representatives, and delegate their authority to them. Decisions taken by councils of such representatives then can take binding decisions, and are allowed to speak for the movement. But such a feature is totally absent from the alter globalization movement. No one can speak for anyone else, though they can speak in their own name. Another distinguishing feature is that we can no longer speak of permanent organizations. While unions, political movements, and international environmental and human rights NGOs do participate, and have an important role, the movement innovates by mobilizing many unaffiliated individuals, as well as all kinds of temporary ad hoc groups created within or without the Internet. A commonly heard criticism is that they have no alternative, but this in fact reflects their new approach to politics. The main demand is not for specifics, though that can occasionally be part of a consensus platform. More importantly is the underlying philosophy, that another world is possible, but that what is most important is not asking for specific alternative, but rather for an open process of world governance that is not governed by the power politics and private interests of the elite, but determined by all the people in an autonomous fashion that recognize the wide diversity of desired futures. The networked resistance movements of recent years have been governed by the same stigmergic principles of organization we considered in Chapter 1. As W. Lance Bennett, Alexandra Segerberg, and Sean Walker note, peer production includes not only open-source software and Wikipedia but collaborative activist projects such as the network of independent media centers of the global justice movement. Such projects may involve vast numbers of dispersed and differently engaged individuals that come together to create a common good, be it protest or software around which further collective action will revolve. Despite the open-ended nature of such participation, peer-produced projects involve self-motivated production and self-organization. Participants ideally contribute to the project in modular and granular ways and help shape the conditions of the action so that the projects build on self-selection and decentralization rather than coercion and hierarchically assigned tasks. WikiLeaks. Although WikiLeaks first appeared on the mainstream media radar in 2010 with the release of the Collateral Murder video and the State Department classified document dump, it had been around 4 years before that. UK Bankler summarizes its activities starting with its founding in 2006. In December of 2006, the site released a copy of a decision by the rebel leader in Somalia to assassinate Somali government officials. In August of 2007, it released another document identifying corruption by Kenyan leader Daniel Arap Moi. November of 2007 was the first time that WikiLeaks published information relating to the U.S., a copy of standard operating procedures for Camp Delta, exposing a formal source outlining the details of how the Guantanamo Bay detention camp was run. In 2008, WikiLeaks released a wide range of activities relating to illegal activities of public and private bodies. On the private side, these included a Swiss bank's Cayman Islands account, internal documents of the Church of Scientology, and Apple's iPhone application developer contract, which had included an agreement not to discuss the restrictive terms. On the public side, it included U.S. military rules of engagement in Iraq permitting cross-border pursuit of former members of Saddam Hussein's government across the border into Iran and Syria, an early draft of the anti-counterfeiting trade agreement, emails from Sarah Palin's Yahoo accounts while she was candidate for vice president, and a membership list of the far-right British National Party. Most prominently, WikiLeaks released documents pertaining to extrajudicial killings and disappearances in Kenya, for which it won Amnesty International's New Media Award in 2009. WikiLeaks also received the Freedom of Expression Award from the British magazine, Index of Censorship in the category of New Media. Its activity increased in 2009. The pattern of releasing information relating to a range of very different countries, and of potential corruption, malfeasance, or ineptitude continued, including oil-related corruption in Peru, banking abuses in Iceland, and a nuclear accident in Iran. Most prominent that year was WikiLeaks' release of copies of email correspondence between climate scientists, which was the basis of what right-wing U.S. media tried to turn into ClimateGate. WikiLeaks first came to significant attention in American national security circles in 2007. An attempt by a Swiss bank to suppress information on the hosting site resulted in public relations disaster. Instead of the information disappearing, it rocketed through cyberspace, landing on other websites and WikiLeaks' own mirror sites outside the U.S. A 2008 Pentagon report in the aftermath expressed considerable alarm over the site's potential for harming U.S. national security interests. Although it figured in the press in 2010 primarily insofar as it exposed the secrets of the American national security state, WikiLeaks started out as a whistle-blowing site oriented at least as much toward corporate leaks. And according to a late 2010 interview with Forbes magazine, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange stated that about 50% of all documents uploaded to the site came from private sector institutions. The WikiLeaks cables leaked in 2010 included embarrassing revelations about the process by which the anti-counterfeiting trade agreement was negotiated. In August 2011, WikiLeaks released another 23,000 diplomatic cables, including documents on American construction companies receiving billions of dollars in contracts thanks to their close political relations with the Libyan government. And of course the 2010 leaks caused all hell to break out from official circles. Under pressure from the U.S. government, WikiLeaks was refused web hosting and domain services, and a number of major banks and online payment services put WikiLeaks under blockade and refused to transfer donations to the site. As Bankler observes, two things are notable about the concerted attack on WikiLeaks in 2010. First, its failure. And second, its motivation as a panicked official response to the novel nature of a networked fourth estate operating outside the incentive system of the responsible press. The response also highlights the challenges that a radically decentralized global networked public sphere poses for those systems of control that developed in the second half of the 20th century to tame the fourth estate, to make the press not only free, but also responsible. Doing so allows us to understand that the threat represented by WikiLeaks was not any single cable, but the fraying of the relatively loyal and safe relationship between the United States government and its watchdog. WikiLeaks also released a series of insurance files, the most recent of them in August 2013, a 400 GB trove of documents, that was mirrored by supporters around the world, to be decrypted on a dead man's switch basis. The saga over the rape allegations and arrest of Assange has largely overshadowed the significance of WikiLeaks as an institution. The debate seems to be polarized between those who equate supporting the victim to considering him a rapist without regard to any procedural justice, and those who dismiss the women's accusations as trumped up in collusion with the U.S. security state and think feminists should just ignore the issue for the good of the cause. To me, the idea that solidarity with victims requires an automatic assumption of guilt upon accusation is abhorrent. But I find myself even more turned off by the dismissive attitude of Assange supporters, and the growing tendency of WikiLeaks' public information efforts to become a 24/7 public relations campaign on Assange's behalf. Even before the rape allegations, WikiLeaks showed a disturbing tendency toward being constrained by the Assange personality cult. Whether or not Assange is guilty of rape, his accusers' charges should be judged on their own merit. When one person becomes so vitally important to the success or failure of a cause that the true believers consider it necessary to exempt him from the consequences of his own actions, it's a clear sign the cause is in an unhealthy state of dependence. And whether or not Assange is guilty, the fact that the issue has become such a handicap to the mission of WikiLeaks indicates that the project's dependence on Assange is a serious bottleneck and a vulnerable central node. WikiLeaks needs to grow beyond the Assange personality cult, for the same reasons that, as we shall see below, LUL's SEC needed to grow beyond Sabu. Jemima Khan expressed a similar viewpoint in The New Statesman. WikiLeaks, whose mission statement was to produce a more just society based upon truth, has been guilty of the same obfuscation and misinformation as those it sought to expose, while its supporters are expected to follow, unquestioningly, in blinkered, cultish devotion. It may well be that the serious allegations of sexual assault and rape are not substantiated in court, but I have come to the conclusion that these are all matters for Swedish due process, and that Assange is undermining both himself and his own transparency agenda, as well as doing the U.S. Department of Justice a favor by making his refusal to answer questions in Sweden into a human rights issue. WikiLeaks needs to eliminate another, physical bottleneck. The file-sharing movement reduced its vulnerability by becoming more and more decentralized, adopting a horizontal P2P architecture, and eventually abandoning its dependence on particular websites and moving to the cloud. In addition to its vulnerability, WikiLeaks is an organizational bottleneck in the sense that the processing of large-scale document dumps like Manning's 2010 State Department cables has been limited by the resources of a small staff around Assange. One of the projects Aaron Swartz was working on at the time of his death was a secure platform for whistleblowers to safely drop leaked documents. Secure Drop is an open-source whistleblower support system, originally written by Aaron Swartz and now run by the Freedom of the Press Foundation. The first instance of this system was named Strongbox and is being run by The New Yorker. To further add to the naming confusion, Aaron Swartz called the system Dead Drop when he wrote the code. I participated in a detailed security audit of the Strongbox implementation, along with some great researchers from the University of Washington and Jake Applebaum. The problems we found were largely procedural, and things that the Freedom of the Press Foundation are working to fix. In October 2013, the project was taken over by the Freedom of the Press Foundation, an offshoot of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Freedom of the Press Foundation is not running any instances of Secure Drop. It has about a half-dozen major news organizations lined up, and will be helping them install their own starting the first week of November. So hopefully any would-be whistleblowers will soon have their choice of news organizations to securely communicate with. To the Arab Spring. Perhaps the most important effect of WikiLeaks and the 2010 document dump was its role in instigating the arc of protests from Tunisia and Tahrir Square, to Libya, to Spain, to Madison, to Greece and Israel, to Occupy Wall Street, and back outward to the rest of the world again. These networked, horizontal movements, and their predecessors kicked off a decade ago by the Seattle anti-WTO demonstrations, are another example of the phenomenon we saw Tom Coates describe, work that once required large institutions, that now can be produced with equal quality in the home. As Pirate Bay co-founder Rick Falkvinge writes, a swarm is a new kind of organization, made possible by available and affordable mass communication. Where it used to take hundreds of full-time employees to organize 100,000 people, today that can be done and is done by somebody in their spare time from their kitchen. A swarm is run by the same stigmergic model of cooperation and division of tasks as Eric Raymond's bazaar. If you want leadership in a swarm, you stand up and say I'm going to do X, because I think it will accomplish Y. Anybody who wants to join me in doing X is more than welcome. Anybody in the swarm can stand up and say this, and everybody is encouraged to. This quickly creates an informal but tremendously strong leadership structure where people seek out roles that maximize their impact in furthering the swarm's goals, all happening organically without central planning and organization charts. We argued earlier that networked or stigmergic organizations undergo generational innovations with the speed of replicating yeast, because members are free to innovate on a modular basis and their contributions are immediately free to anyone in the network who wants to adopt them. Falkvinge applies this general rule to the networked protest movements that began in January 2011. At the bottom line, what sets a swarm apart from traditional organizations is its blinding speed of operation, its next to nothing operating costs, and its large number of very devoted volunteers. Traditional corporations and democratic institutions appear to work at glacial speeds from the inside of a swarm. That's also why a swarm can change the world. It runs in circles around traditional organizations, in terms of quality and quantity of work, as well as in resource efficiency. The first such movement began in Tunisia, with loose networks of college students outraged by revelations in leaked U.S. State Department cables about the corruption of the Tunisian ruling elites. The immediate cause of the demonstrations was the self-immolation of Mohamed Bouazizi, in protest against the seizure of his unlicensed vegetable cart. By January 14, President Zine El Abidine Ben Ali was driven from power. The Egyptian uprising likewise started with the martyrdom of Khalid Said. One day last year, after apparently hacking a police officer's cell phone and lifting a video of officers displaying drugs and stacks of cash, he was arrested and beaten to death. Wael Ghonim, then a 29-year-old Google executive, created a Facebook page called We Are All Khalid Said to memorialize him. It went viral, and in January, Ghonim returned from Dubai to Egypt to help plan a protest set for January 25, a day of rage in Tahrir Square. Stephen Colatrella depicts the lessons of Tahrir Square against the background of the previous 30 years. The real Iranian revolution was suppressed by the Ayatollahs. The Reagan administration, between the PATCO strikes and Volcker's interest rate hikes, broke the back of the American labor movement. The neoliberals emasculated Solidarity and the ANC. The Tiananmen Square massacre left the Chinese state a free hand for neoliberal policy. The entire global working class has lived under the shadow of these defeats, with the exception of Hugo Chávez's defeat of the U.S.-backed coup attempt in 2002. Tahrir Square undermined this narrative and established a counter-narrative of empowerment. So, three of the pillars are in danger at once: control of oil, global governance, imposition of austerity and neoliberalism in the Third World, and the horror of Tiananmen Square for any working class ready to challenge its fate as cheap labor in the global economy. That is the meaning of Tahrir Square. It is the end of the era of Tiananmen Square that has already begun with the strikes and labor organizing in China itself. It is a threat to the world capitalist order. Even after the new Muslim Brotherhood's Freedom and Justice Party regime began its own cycle of repression, the Tahrir Square movement's shadow remained a permanent presence in Egyptian politics. Finally, fed up with the excesses of the new regime, a new protest movement even bigger than the one of 2011 began on Tahrir Square in summer 2013. The Egyptian military seized on the second Tahrir Square uprising as an opportunity to remove the Muslim Brotherhood from power, in what amounted to a military coup under cover of reformism. After the demonstrators issued a public demand for Morsi to step down within 24 hours, the army quickly backed them up with a 48-hour ultimatum to comply with the people's demands. The military assumed direct power when he resigned in August, with the promise of free and fair elections in the future. But they quickly shifted toward counter-revolution and authoritarian consolidation of control, with attacks on protesters and strikers, in much the same way Morsi had. Jerome Roos characterized the entire revolutionary period of 2011 to 2013 as a series of attempts by the military to maintain itself as the power behind the government by sacrificing governments to the uprising. When the people of Egypt initially rose up in January 2011, they rebelled against a deeply entrenched and profoundly repressive military dictatorship that had deprived them of bread, freedom, and social justice for as long as most people could remember. The main slogan in the first wave of protests unsurprisingly became, "The people demand the fall of the regime." Note the important point that the Arabic word for regime is perhaps better translated as system, which indicates that this is not just about a specific group of privileged people but about a whole set of oppressive social structures. The people demand the downfall of this system. In this sense, the system's initial reaction was every bit as brutal as it was predictable. It simply tried to quash the revolt. But when it became self-evident that this approach wasn't quite working, the true ruling class shifted strategies. The army's top brass recognized that to perpetuate its rule, or at least secure its economic interests and privileged political position, it would have to appease the masses. And so the military command, led by Field Marshal Mohammad Tanta'i Mubarak's longtime defense minister and personal confidant, known in ruling circles as Mubarak's poodle, simply turned on their former master and pushed him from power. This led to the 15-month rule of the SCAF, which was supposed to be a transition period giving way to Egypt's first democratic elections, but which was marked by continued mass mobilizations to save the revolution from the army's incessant attempts to stall the revolutionary process and repress the ongoing protests. Belying its own pro-democratic rhetoric, the SCAF brutally cracked down on the protesters, killing hundreds and imprisoning, torturing and maiming thousands. During the second wave of revolt, as hundreds of thousands again amassed in Tahrir Square, the main slogan of the revolutionaries simply became, "Down with military rule." By early 2012, the SCAF realized that its direct rule over society was badly affecting its carefully crafted mythology as a patriotic institution aligned with the goals of the revolution, potentially endangering its economic interests. At that point, it was happy to just leave politics behind and let some eager civilians take the blame. It was clear, however, that the only social force organized enough to take on such a responsibility was the Muslim Brotherhood. And so the army called elections, knowing full well that the Islamists would win, but recognizing just as well that it was in its own best interests to retreat to the wings and let elected politicians solve their mess. In fact, the army ascertained that the Brotherhood would win the elections, allowing its members to man the polling stations, count the ballots and beat up troublemakers. And yet, even if it successfully managed to change the face of the regime by organizing the drafting of a new constitution and the country's first free and fair elections, the military command never truly left power. Even before Morsi was elected president with 51% of the vote, both the army and the Muslim Brotherhood realized that they would have to make some kind of pact whereby the army would be allowed to preserve its economic empire and its privileged political position, while the Muslim Brotherhood would be allowed to fill the regime's gaping vacuum of legitimacy by trying to establish an Islamist cultural hegemony in order to entrench the system ideologically. This brings us to the second point: this was not a military coup d'état. At least not in the ordinary sense of the word. After all, even if the Muslim Brotherhood did at times seek to directly confront the military's political influence, the military's top command remained one of the dominant political and economic players even after Egypt's first free and fair elections. It never took over state power because it never truly relinquished it. After burning its fingers on a disastrous year of military rule, it deliberately entered into a coalition with the country's biggest and oldest organized political force. The moment that force imploded, as a result of its own incompetence and arrogance, The army simply dumped it and replaced it with someone more of their liking, piggybacking off a wave of grassroots protest and some of the largest mobilizations in world history to further entrench its hegemony. So if this is neither a coup nor a second revolution, then what is it? Perhaps we should see the overthrow of Morsi as the third phase in an ongoing revolutionary process, a wave of rebellion that once again forced the army to make an extremely awkward move it would otherwise not have made. In that sense, it is both an affirmation of people power and a simultaneous co-optation of that people power by the constituted powers that be. If anything, this is yet another attempt to hijack the revolutionary process. The army already controlled the state, now it controls much of the streets too. After maneuvering itself into virtually every imaginable position from the revolution's ultimate oppressor to its heroic savior, the military command now seems to be getting away with it. The question is, how much longer? Social media drastically reduced the transaction costs of aggregating isolated and atomized popular discontent into a coherent movement. Take Khaled Said, an honest man beaten to death by police he refused to bribe. Egyptians are outraged, but what can they do? Nothing. A Facebook page is created in his memory. Malcolm Gladwell can tell you how irrelevant and inconsequential an act that is. 6 months later, that Facebook page has accumulated more than 500,000 followers, and has become an online gathering place for activists. The great paradox of tyranny is that a very small group of people brutalizes, tortures, and steals from millions who, if they rose en masse, could shake off their oppressors. Revolution is simply the realization of this fact. Why did the protesters march to Tahrir Square? To show their strength in numbers. They already knew beforehand, despite the Egyptian government's ongoing attempt to divide and blindfold its people, that the numbers were on their side. They only had to look at the sidebar and comment counts of Khaled Said's memorial page. The Internet. Let's oppressed people join in outrage, in shared fury and humiliation, in the sense of being part of a single mass of people with a single intent. Where else can you get that, in a blindfolded, fragmented nation? How else can you look beyond your own life and your own cramped horizon, and realize that you're part of a movement? Simply by linking the oppressed and creating connections, Twitter and Facebook help to stoke the fires of change everywhere. Lesson of Egypt is that dictators can no longer rely on their victims' fatalism and despair. Untrammeled internet access will make blatant tyranny impossible, by revealing the simple frailty of tyrants. Zeynep Tufekci argued, against the dismissals of theorists like Yevgeny Morozov. The capacities of the Internet that are most threatening to authoritarian regimes are not necessarily those pertaining to spreading of censored information, but rather its ability to support the formation of a counterpublic that is outside the control of the state. In other words, it is not that people are waiting for that key piece of information to start their revolt and that information just happens to be behind the wall of censorship, but that they are isolated, unsure of the power of the regime, unsure of their position and potential. Dissent is not just about knowing what you think but about the formation of a public. A public is not just about what you know. Publics form through knowing that other people know what you know, and also knowing that you know what they know. Yes, all those parts of the web that are ridiculed by some of the critics of Internet's potential, the LOL cats, Facebook, the 3 million baby pictures, the slapstick, talking about the weather, the food, and the trials and tribulations of life are exactly the backbone of community, and ultimately the creation of public. Thus, social media can be the most threatening part of the Internet to an authoritarian regime through its capacity to create a public sphere that is integrated into everyday life of millions of people and is outside the direct control of the state, partly because it is so widespread and partly because it is not solely focused on politics. As Nicholas Kulish argued in a later article written after the beginning of Occupy Wall Street, the series of movements from the Arab Spring to the Occupy movement reflected a different youth consciousness about the value of electoral politics and pressure campaigns, coupled with the availability of new networked communications technologies. Hundreds of thousands of disillusioned Indians cheer a rural activist on a hunger strike. Israel reels before the largest street demonstrations in its history. Enraged young people in Spain and Greece take over public squares across their countries. Their complaints range from corruption to lack of affordable housing and joblessness, common grievances the world over. But from South Asia to the heartland of Europe and now even to Wall Street, these protesters share something else: wariness, even contempt, toward traditional politicians and the democratic political process they preside over. They are taking to the streets, in part, because they have little faith in the ballot box. Our parents are grateful because they're voting, said Marta Solanas, 27, referring to older Spaniards' decades spent under the Franco dictatorship. We're the first generation to say that voting is worthless. Increasingly, citizens of all ages, but particularly the young, are rejecting conventional structures like parties and trade unions in favor of a less hierarchical, more participatory system modeled in many ways on the culture of the web. In that sense, the protest movements in democracies are not altogether unlike those that have rocked authoritarian governments this year, toppling longtime leaders in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya. Protesters have created their own political space online that is chilly, sometimes openly hostile, toward traditional institutions of the elite. The critical mass of wiki and mapping tools, video and social networking sites, the communal news wire of Twitter and the ease of donations afforded by sites like PayPal makes coalitions of like-minded individuals instantly viable. You're looking at a generation of 20 and 30-year-olds who are used to self-organizing, said Yake Benkler, a director of the Berkman Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University. They believe life can be more participatory, more decentralized, less dependent on the traditional models of organization, either in the state or the big company. Those were the dominant ways of doing things in the industrial economy, and they aren't anymore. The Tahrir Square uprising was the opening shot in a long chain of national and global movements organized on a similar pattern. The common thread running through them was the new potential of horizontally linked communications technology, which continued the global immediacy of information CNN had pioneered 30 years before but without cable television's one-way hub-and-spoke architecture. Since Mubarak's ouster, handheld devices armed with internet access, video cameras, and social media software have challenged the status quo from Beijing to Yangon, from the pre-election streets of Moscow to the battered Syrian city of Homs. In instance after instance, technologies designed for daily communication or research have adapted to a new task, exposing the malfeasance and incompetence of governments and the increasing irrelevance of traditional media to the average person. But the technological challenge to modern government, repressive or otherwise, became clear during the Arab Spring, when in December 2010, the release by WikiLeaks of secret U.S. diplomatic cables confirmed the depths of corruption in Tunisia's regime. It took only a few well-placed tweets to fill the streets thereafter. These events occurred in vastly different countries with a variety of political and economic systems. Yet all these governments found suddenly that the old rules that had allowed them to leverage journalistic access to power or remote disaster zones had suddenly changed. The indomitable power of information flowing straight from an eyewitness source to a mass audience has undone centuries of government news management capabilities, not to mention the traditional media outlets. As recently as the late 1990s, mobilizing thousands of people to oppose an autocratic government involved months of furtive meetings, any one of which might be penetrated by the regime's security services and lead to sweeping arrests, the loss of jobs, or in the most brutal cases, jail, torture, and death. Even if you successfully brought demonstrators into the street, there was considerable risk that the protests would be crushed without the outside world ever knowing. Beginning in the late 1980s, the widespread adoption of satellite broadcasts by news networks changed this a bit, but only if the network had sophisticated equipment based in the country and access to the event in question. When CNN beamed back live images of the Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989 and the First Gulf War in 1991, it profoundly changed the way the public, governments, the military, and the media approached global crises. They didn't always get it right, but CNN and later the BBC World Service, Al Jazeera, and others changed the dynamics of international events. For those attempting to challenge a tyranny, it was essential that the images be seen via satellite. Still, television broadcasters represented a single, unidirectional node. Their cameras showed live images in real time, but the audience was a passive spectator. Also, the networks still had to kowtow to authorities, lest they lose satellite uplinks or have their visas revoked. Ultimately, the world's governments and military commanders learned to manage the problem, throwing CNN and Al Jazeera out as soon as trouble started, in some cases, jamming their signals, or, more subtly, insisting on embedding journalists, as in the case of the US military in Iraq, a practice meant to provide some access while preventing them from roaming all over the battlefield. Compare this approach to the avalanche of information that now quickly accompanies any major international event. Since roughly the start of the 21st century, major events were all captured instantaneously in eyewitness video and text accounts that were rushed to the world via cell phone, internet, and social networks. Every person with a phone becomes the world's witness, if not a journalist. From one node in the Gulf War, the number now hits the millions. And unlike television, radio, and print reports, which still flow mostly toward the mass audience, filtered through editors and producers, the new template elevates the conversation above the level of information. Viewers and readers now see the raw data as it streams in and can engage in conversation with those sending it, cheering them on or arguing against them. To quote Kevin Kelly, it was inevitable that decentralized socialism on the net would spill over into the other realms of life. You can't spend all day in an open-sourced, all-sharing, peer-to-peer network and not begin to think that the rest of your world should also operate in the same way. Orson Senalp sees this as a global P2P revolution taking place from Tahrir Square on, but with its roots in the first networked activism of the 1990s. The peer-to-peer processes are at the core of this rising revolutionary agency, as well as to the structural changes we have been experiencing since the late 60s. These two dialectically shape each other within the process. Against this backdrop, the precariat, peer labor, and immaterial labor are forming a constellation of alter forces, towards a grand alliance without the consciousness of a class. The formation of this new global historic block of alter forces can be indicating the rise of a new transnational labor class. Michael Gerstein, in an argument which would be developed further in regard to Occupy Wall Street, made a case that the methods of struggle in the Arab Spring foreshadowed the model of organization in the successor society. Not only do such network technologies enable resistance to the existing regime, but they also offer new weapons for undermining the kinds of neoliberal reform regimes that succeeded color revolutions in the past. In Egypt, for example, the Tahrir Square movement has shown no signs of intent to conveniently pack up and go home under post-Mubarak military regimes. And in addition, the horizontalism of the resistance movement prefigures the horizontalism in organizing the successor society. It may be more useful to look forward rather than back, to identify what, from the experience of these revolutions and interwoven as they were by social media and information technology, might be of value as these countries go forward. Once the dust settles, and perhaps even before, Egypt and Tunisia and whichever other countries achieve a degree of regime change, will suffer an invasion of think tankers, foundation-funded consultants, World Bank and IMF analysts and so on, all offering solutions to the country's problems. These offers will be presented without irony, even though it was the formulations of these same consultants, analysts etc. who, reporting to the previous regimes, in many cases bear primary responsibility for creating the problems which brought so many out onto the streets. The revolts in Egypt and Tunis are as much renunciations of the neoliberal solutions which underpin the rapacious crony capitalism of the regimes, as they are renunciations of the tyrants who rather passively oversaw the implementation of these policies by their Western elite-educated sons and their similarly Western-educated and ideologically imbibed cronies. The revolutions in Egypt and Tunisia will have very great challenges in finding alternative paths to replace the discredited ideologies. In order to satisfy the large but not unreasonable expectations of their populations for decent health care, decent education, employment for skilled and trained young people and living wages for working people. Given the evident bankruptcy of the existing solutions, the need for the social movement to find ways to address the outstanding national issues will mean that they will need to look inward to themselves for the resources and the approaches that can provide the basis for moving forward. In this, I think that the revolutions in Egypt and Tunisia have access to skills and resources which were unavailable to earlier movements, that is the internet, social networking, mobile telephony, and perhaps most important, the experience and knowledge of how to use these in support of collective social ends. The use of the technologies, cell phones, Facebook, Twitter, the internet all made a contribution to the success of the movements, although the amount of contribution is the subject of considerable dispute. Certain lessons were no doubt learned from this. The challenge is to take those lessons and apply them to the much more intransigent but equally important issues of rebuilding Egypt with a success similar to that achieved in the removal of the despot. Perhaps one could anticipate some of those lessons. Enabling solidarity. The technology-enabled processes of creating and maintaining solidarity as a combination of trust, ascribed legitimacy, and a sense of unity and common purpose. It allowed for solidarity to be developed and maintained over time, to be extended over space and between those who had only very limited or in some cases no physical interaction. Translating this into a sense of common purpose going forward is not a given, but however much it can be maintained will allow the movement to avoid the multiple costs and risks of simply assigning the mandate and future of the revolution to a party or to existing administrative structures and elites, à la the Russian Revolution or the overthrow of apartheid in South Africa. Aggregating social action. To accomplish what it did, the movements in Tunisia and Egypt had to aggregate and consolidate the actions of multiple individuals, and as time went on, the actions of multiple groups with divergent interests towards a common purpose. Parallel processes of group sourcing and open development in a variety of spheres suggests that these techniques may be carried over into aggregating social actions towards collaborative problem solving at the local level, going from local cleanup campaigns to self-help groups for responding to social needs to building local economic processes through self-sufficiency and small enterprise development serving local needs. Global communication, global reach. Compared to earlier similar revolutions, this one was wired not only internally but externally to the world. This means that the movement is able to access the world and its range of expertise and knowledge resources. Equally, the movement will be in a position to link into whatever external resources it chooses and need not simply follow existing lines or traditional paths out of expediency as it moves forward. Overcoming distance. The difficulties of communication and of maintaining solidarity and trust precipitate processes of centralization of decision-making, concentration of leadership, and the related formation of hierarchical structures of authority. The now available capacities for flexible and content-intensive two-way communication at a distance relieves the necessity for these processes by allowing for alternatives of peer-to-peer, horizontal and place-independent processes. Enabling transparency. The communication media allow for the transparency of operation, of financial transactions, and of decision-making, from which new forms of accountability and democratic participation may be created. Operational flexibility and immediacy of response. The speed of communications and the facility in establishing and modifying communications and information management structures means that the new institutions which need to be established in post-revolutionary Egypt and Tunisia can be structured so as to avoid the rigidification and tendencies towards authoritarianism which traditional processes of institutionalization have almost universally exhibited. Enabling decentralized structures and localized decision-making. Social media-enabled processes within the movement demonstrated the capacity for and the strength of ICT-enabled decentralization and localization of decision-making and facilitating of local responses to local conditions. These community informatics processes could prove extremely useful in designing, developing, and maintaining the range of appropriate public services, which will need to be designed and established in the immediate post-movement period in response to the expressed popular demand. A community approach to enabling and building these services utilizing electronic platforms and leveraging localized social processes will allow for the flexibility, responses to localized conditions, and amplification and leveraging of scarce specialized skills that proved so powerful in the democracy movements. It would facilitate the necessary process of the movement being incorporated into new institutional responses. The challenge and the opportunity now is to translate all of this into deinstitutionalized institutions, structured decision-making without structures, and dynamic frameworks of accountability that work over time and through space while avoiding Robert Michel's iron law. 3. The European Revolution, Spain, Greece, and points beyond. The Spanish 15M, or Indignado movement. The 15M, or Indignado movement began May 15, 2011, as 150,000 demonstrators assembled in 60 towns all over Spain, taking over public squares and setting up campsites. A powerful theme in the movement was growing disaffection with the political system and a growing perception of the worthlessness of voting and participating in the political process. The general pattern of organization in the 15M camps and assemblies was much like and probably inspired that later taken by Occupy Wall Street. In Seoul, the organizers quickly started organizing a community by dividing the workload into different commissions: cleaning, security, legal advice, infrastructure, food, external and internal communications. This last one set up a speaker in the middle of the square, so as to communicate between each other and to deliver important messages to the community. The infrastructure commission built large tents, made for shelter and to house each group's office. Food and blankets were provided. People brought mattresses and sofas from their homes, as well as sleeping bags, tents, and cardboard boxes to coat the floor. The legal team held a brief meeting and afterwards communicated basic advice just in case the police were to crack down on the campers. Meanwhile, external communications organized workshops to prepare volunteers for talking to the media, arranged teams of translators who would start working on social media sites and went about promoting the event on the web. The result was that in a few hours a totally self-governed mass of people, without any visible leaders, was fully functional and able to sustain the main reason behind the whole movement, the formation of public assemblies that were to enunciate the feelings and ideas of everyone present and turn them into proper policies. The writer, foreshadowing traditional leftist critiques of Occupy, also complained about the Assembly's inability to deal with the real issue of agreeing on a real manifesto or proposals for reform. Michel Bauwens of the Foundation for P2P Alternatives argued in response that the relative indeterminacy of the Spanish movement is not a bug, but a feature. A week later, and in the aftermath of the ruling socialist coalition's heavy losses to the conservatives in the May 22 elections, the M15 movement took further steps toward creating its own prefigurative institutions. Amaya Arcos writes, the movement quickly adopted free participatory public assemblies in occupied squares. Creating neighborhood assemblies in order to give shape and sustain the protest movement quickly took center stage. Decentralizing the movement and establishing networks of neighborhood assemblies has been this past week's objective. The original idea was to dismantle the camps. Yesterday was particularly important. The freshly created neighborhood and town assemblies in Madrid met, for the first time, during the day in Plaza del Sol in order to coordinate. Later on that evening, the movement was to collectively decide whether to dismantle the camps or continue for a few more days. Friday had seen the first, for now, of serious dislodging attempts on the part of Catalan regional police using disproportionate force against Barcelona protesters. Last night, most people felt, and voted, the camps should continue for a few days in order to make a statement of purpose, reject violence against peaceful protesters and have a meeting place until neighborhood assemblies are properly functioning. Assemblies have been enjoying mass success. Many other cities in Spain have held similarly packed-looking assemblies. A website has been created to coordinate Madrid's assemblies and it is expected other regional assemblies will organize similarly. Madrid is where the movement originated and it has since been considered the referent for the rest of Spain. Barcelona is also networking and compiling freshly created neighborhood assemblies. Given the origin of the protests and its close relationship with the Internet, Spain's geek community is closely involved. A working group of engineers and programmers is looking to design participatory democracy technical infrastructure in order to aid organizational, voting and consulting processes. As the first anniversary approached, the media consensus was that the indignados had peaked in the previous year and begun fading away with the dismantling of the Puerta del Sol camp. Marta Sanchez argues, rather, that the movement metamorphosed into a different form by decentralizing into society at large. When May 2011 came to an end, the recently born 15M movement had to find out how to survive beyond the camp at Puerta del Sol. Thus arose the idea of decentralizing the movement towards the neighborhoods, the Toma los Barrios, or Take the Neighborhoods, initiative supported and encouraged the creation of assemblies in every neighborhood of Madrid. In this way, the movement went local. Since the creation of the neighborhood assemblies on May 28, 2011, around 120 assemblies have been set up, and they coordinate through the Asamblea Popular de Madrid, the Popular Assembly of Madrid, also known as Asamblea Interbarrios. As there were many thematic working groups in the original Sol camp, working groups with similar interests were created in most of the neighborhood assemblies, which since then collaborate and coordinate with the general groups from Acompatazol. The objectives of such decentralization aimed, in the first place, to promote direct and participatory democracy in the local sphere, based on an understanding of politics as the art of collectively creating an alternative pattern of social relations, thereby bringing people out of isolation and into a community. A second objective aimed to retake the public sphere as a place in which political participation is enacted through the medium of talk, the space in which citizens deliberate about their common affairs. And as Occupy at least made abortive attempts to do after the shutdown of the camps, the indignados shifted to carrying out social justice and economic democracy initiatives at the local level. This took the form not only of developing toolkits for alternative, DIY economics, but also of direct action campaigns against injustice. The neighborhood assemblies usually meet once a week and they constitute public spaces for debate, where neighbors exchange ideas and visions about general topics, but also about local problems that particularly affect their neighborhood. A large number of activities have been organized within these assemblies, one of the most interesting of which is the creation of so-called time banks, or bancos de tiempo. Time banking is a pattern of non-monetary reciprocal service, which seeks to address requirements outside of the market sphere. In this way, time banks seek to provide incentives and rewards for work usually done on a volunteer basis. The neighbors can create an online profile where they share information about the services they can provide, and they can get in touch with people who offer services they are interested in. They conclude the transaction between one another, and a mediation commission is planned in case any problems come up. Other initiatives that originated within the assemblies include the creation of organic vegetable gardens in empty neighborhood spaces, aiming to reduce food dependency, and the constitution of cooperatives of agroecological consumption, which seek to shorten the commercialization circuits and establish closer relationships to producers. One of the most successful actions of the 15M movement that the neighborhoods have helped to coordinate is the Stop Forced Evictions campaign. Around 200 evictions have been stopped since last year. Since the beginning, a working group on housing rights was constituted inside of the Indignados movement. The platform of those affected by a mortgage. An association that was created in 2009 to try to find a solution to the drama of forced evictions, tightly connected to the 15M movement, was able to provide its people gathering strength and visibility to the Stop Evictions. The neighborhoods were a key actor in this process. They started collecting information of the evictions planned in their area, and organized the mobilization of activists on eviction dates. Through the celebration of mutual assemblies and the sharing of information through social networks, housing has become one of the main targets for the neighborhood assemblies to work on and mobilize around. Under the slogan "No human being is illegal," the neighborhood brigades for human rights monitoring have been formed within some popular assemblies in Madrid, mostly in those neighborhoods with big immigrant collectives, with the goal of rendering visible the police raids on the immigrant population, as well as denouncing the xenophobic and racist bias that they usually display. The neighborhood assemblies, with their human rights monitoring brigades, have also been the cradle of protest against immigration detention centers. Advocating for their closure and the improvement of detainees' human rights guarantees. The indignados have revitalized the neighborhood movement. New forms of cooperation coexist with the old neighborhood associations, and they are coordinating and sharing a large number of initiatives and joint actions. The neighborhood associations, which appeared in Madrid in the late 60s, had gradually moderated their demands and plunged into a light sleep. The 15M movement has reawakened local politics and boosted community-based mobilization. We are witnessing how old and new forms of neighborhood organization are coexisting, coordinating, and mutually learning from one another. According to Bernardo Gutierrez, the indignados also developed new systems of networked P2P governance that added a new layer of meaning to the initiatives above. During the eruption of the 15M movement in May 2011, when the streets of Spain were filled with indignados, a technological innovation took place that went almost unnoticed: the Tweetametro Yes We Camp. The collective Platonic, specializing in technologies for the commons, devised this tool that allows for activism on the streets and the internet to merge. Any internet user could vote via Twitter on the proposals discussed at the citizen assemblies on the squares. Anyone could tweet or with a hashtag to cast a vote. The Tweetametro bore two powerful innovations for the future of democracy. First, political participation can be governed by the real-time feeds that signify social media. Second, public space can become a revised, more participatory and open version of the ancient Greek polis. Networks of citizens are enabled to coordinate spaces of power provided by the institutions of this new P2 polis. This novel model of collective participation has turned Spain into one of the countries closest to the P2P society. The 15M have kick-started initiatives such as Gotio, a crowdfunding platform; Nokin, a search engine for P2P services; Kun, a platform facilitating cooperation; or Nalotiro, a platform for the exchange of used goods. In April 2012, M15 threw its support behind a nationwide general strike called by the CNT Labor Federation, that included 91% of all employees of large enterprises. Spain's general strike could not have come at a more significant moment from the perspective of the global people's movement. As Roar magazine points out, Spain's general strike was initially called for by the anarcho-syndicalist CNT Union, but it was ultimately a success because the call was taken up and powered by the youthful militancy of the indignados. Greece, the Syntagma movement. From Spain, the movement spread quickly to Syntagma Square in Athens, with crowds eventually growing to 500,000. The leaderless organization of the Greek movement, its lack of official demands or statements, and its self-organized administration of the camps, followed the Spanish pattern. The open, egalitarian, and participatory character of the procedures and ways of organizing derives from the will to find such procedures that can unite all who are affected by the crisis and dissatisfied with the current political system. The pacifist and non-party character of the original call-out was the condition that shaped a common public sphere where everyone would meet without any badges to co-decide by discussing at the same level. The refusal to assign or elect representatives does not only cause unease to the forces of the state who do not know how to deal with this, as it overturns their tactic of maneuvering, of libeling and destroying popular expressions of rage. More than that, this facelessness is the best way for the movement to safeguard transparency in its organizing, as well as the will for whatever is created to express everyone, not just its most so-called vanguard or politicist part. And so, the matter of procedures is not simply a matter of organizing but a key issue regarding its political essence. This understanding that rejects any kind of representation or mediation, is safeguarded by the constant circulation of revocable positions and runs through all structures and functions borne by this movement. In this spirit, the stance of the movement toward mass media is also differentiated, with the refusal to engage with them, not even by way of issuing press releases. With the screening of what part of its procedures and organizing is photographed or taped, and most importantly, with the creation of the movement's own channels of communication with its main website www.real-democracy.gr, being the only medium voice of its decisions. The Daily People's Assembly of Syntagma Square, like the corresponding ones in other cities, is the only one that holds the right to decision-making. The topics in each popular assembly are defined according to discussion, the demands, and the proposals submitted in previous assemblies. The final resolutions are shaped during the assembly according to the comments of the speakers and are put up for approval, always before midnight, in order not to exclude those who work and those who have to use public transportation to return to their neighborhoods. Everyone has a right to speak, and in the beginning of each assembly, after reading out and approving its topics, tickets are distributed to everyone who wishes to do so. Speakers are selected by draw during the assembly. Usually speakers range between 80 and 100 in their number, while more than 2,000 people take part in the assembly on a daily basis. Despite this element of chance, experience so far has proven this to be the best way to avoid any phenomena of imposition of specific agendas or the influencing of the assembly's decisions by organized interventions. At the moment, there are more than 15 working groups and 12 thematic ones. The working groups comprise the cornerstone of life at the square, and their contribution so far has been priceless. Not only because they offer practical solutions and because so far they have responded, despite many problems and delays, to the ever-increasing needs for the shaping, the functionality and the procedures at the square, but most importantly because these groups themselves comprise the spirit of contribution of the people, their will to take life into their own hands and the capacities of their self-organizing, without experts and capital, based on their own capacities. Until now, functioning groups include those of technical support, material supply, artists, cleaning, administrative support, canteen nutrition, translation, respect, communication/multimedia, legal support, neighborhood outreach, health, time bank and service exchange, composure, and messengers. The Syntagma Square movement, like the Plaza del Sol movement before it and the Occupy movement after, was consciously anti-political and anti-party in nature. For the people gathered in Syntagma, the intense political maneuvering in the corridors of Parliament seems to matter little. Theirs is a mass mobilization that draws a distinction between representational and grassroots politics. Is a system of beliefs, values, expectations, and political roles and identities that cannot be abolished simply by replacing the head or members of the government. By now, the distance between the people and their representatives might seem unbridgeable. As the old system of government crumbles under the burden of sovereign debt, a new, grassroots system of politics is starting to make itself heard from the ground. This protest marks in many ways a turning point. Apart from the use of social media as a vehicle for social mobilization, the most obvious new factor is the persistence, the large numbers and the synthesis of the participants. Demonstrators have participated in such great numbers only in rallies of political parties and only after extensive organization and costs by party structures. Even more surprising is perhaps the tenacity of the demonstrators. Such a steady flow of large numbers of people for so long is utterly new in recent Greek history. Most importantly, though, the synthesis of the crowds gathering in Syntagma Square is also refreshingly new. The mosaic of Syntagma comprises individuals, of all ages, social and professional backgrounds, with different demands, concerns, professional, social and economic backgrounds, personal aims, or political convictions. Despite their vast differences, what unites them all is a deep disappointment of their representatives and more broadly of the political staff. Yet the triggers that brought thousands to the streets have been the recent unquestionable deterioration of the quality of life and, most importantly, the clear lack of future prospects for improvement. The protesters have loudly, clearly, and repeatedly claimed their independence from any kind of representative body. They have voiced their disapproval for all political parties. The change in this regard is monumental. The tradition in Greece has been, for too long, to demonstrate after a call by and under the auspices of some organization or representative body. This form of social mobilization of individuals, without the control or guardianship of any formal body, is entirely new for Greece. Electoral offshoots of M15 and Syntagma. Although the occupation efforts of M15 and Syntagma died down, their activist networks gave rise to closely associated political parties. Podemos, founded in early 2014, grew rapidly. It garnered 8% of the vote in the May elections, and was polled at 27% public support in November. To a large extent, Podemos follows a stigmergic model of organization similar to that of the Indignados, based on the free formation of new nodes with little entry cost. The party has around 1,000 branches with about 200,000 members, and has grown according to a hacker logic of free replication. To do this, you need a low cost of entry in relation to both tools and knowledge. This is precisely what Podemos ensured, with remarkable results. To create a branch you only need a Facebook account, an email, and a meeting. No membership, no fees. So, in the first 2 months we got more than 300 branches, not only in different places but also branches that had to do with specific fields, like education, culture, the environment. The number of branches has since more than tripled and includes ones focused on feminism, psychology, a basic income and even music, in other words, whatever the participants want them to be. To continue the tech speak, Podemos in effect operates an open-source development model in which access to and redistribution of the Podemos blueprint are universal, but the license agreement also includes the right of redesign and improvement. Consequently, since its inception, Podemos's internal development and political trajectory have been shaped by the input of its members and, indeed, non-members. It includes a broader base older, and with a larger working class component than the Indignado protesters of 2011. And its political message is a departure from the workerism of the conventional parties of the left, reflecting the expansion of the precariat and fragmentation of the traditional working class under neoliberalism, and a reduced willingness of the majority to identify with their roles in the production process. Although it is in a broad sense an offshoot or outgrowth of M15, it has to some extent evolved beyond it and developed an institutional logic of its own. The party's agenda and leading figures, representing a broader mass base, are no longer responsible to the activist network of 2011, a fact which incurs some resentment. In Greece, the Syriza party, which similarly emerged from Syntagma's activist networks and associated civil society organizations, managed to take political power in early 2015 after winning a plurality in the national elections. In Greece, more than Spain, the activist networks of 2011 largely went dormant after the Syriza victory. And in an object lesson on the futility of electoral strategies as anything but an auxiliary, administration of a government carried a logic of its own and resulted in a considerable moderation and watering down of its agenda compared to that of the Syntagma movement. It ended in a full-scale capitulation to the European Central Bank's demands. Conclusion. This first wave of activism from the Arab Spring, which eventually spread to Europe, as well as the tent cities in Israel and the Madison protests against Scott Walker's austerity regime, dwarfed the post-Seattle anti-globalization movement, and rivaled the global protests of 1968. And, as Pankaj Mishra argued, the common denominator in this unprecedented wave of activism was global opposition to neoliberalism by the working and middle classes, exacerbated by the global economic downturn since 2007. Joel Kotkin saw the London riots of early August as part of a looming global class war, a growing global class chasm that threatens to undermine capitalism itself. Among its root causes are globalization, which has taken jobs from blue-collar and now even white-collar employees, technology, which has allowed the fleetest and richest companies and individuals to shift operations at rapid speed to any locale. Members of both the Tea parties and the left share a perception that the power structure, corporate and government, work together to screw the broad middle class. 4. Occupy Wall Street. In September 2011, Occupy Wall Street and the global Occupy movement it sparked emerged as a second wave of activism on the same scale as the first wave of global activism associated with the Arab Spring. Until it actually got underway, Occupy showed every sign of being just another top-down protest. In fact, it came very close at the beginning to being co-opted by the Workers' World Party, the organization behind the International ANSWER coalition that dominated the earlier movement against the Iraq War. That it wasn't is in considerable part thanks to David Graeber, an anarchist professor of sociology who teaches at Goldsmiths, University of London. On July 13, 2011, Adbusters magazine put out a call, really more of a trial balloon, for an occupation of Wall Street 2 months later, on September 17. All right, you 90,000 redeemers, rebels, and radicals out there. A worldwide shift in revolutionary tactics is underway right now that bodes well for the future. The spirit of this fresh tactic, a fusion of terror with the acompanades of Spain, is captured in this quote: "The anti-globalization movement was the first step on the road. Back then our model was to attack the system like a pack of wolves. There was an alpha male, a wolf who led the pack, and those who followed behind. Now the model has evolved. Today we are one big swarm of people." Raimundo Viejo, Pompeu Fabra University. Barcelona, Spain. The beauty of this new formula, and what makes this novel tactic exciting, is its pragmatic simplicity. We talk to each other in various physical gatherings and virtual people's assemblies. We zero in on what our one demand will be, a demand that awakens the imagination and, if achieved, would propel us toward the radical democracy of the future. And then we go out and seize a square of singular symbolic significance and put our asses on the line to make it happen. The time has come to deploy this emerging stratagem against the greatest corrupter of our democracy, Wall Street, the financial Gomorrah of America. On September 17, we want to see 20,000 people flood into Lower Manhattan, set up tents, kitchens, peaceful barricades, and occupy Wall Street for a few months. Once there, we shall incessantly repeat one simple demand in a plurality of voices. Terror succeeded in large part because the people of Egypt made a straightforward ultimatum that Mubarak must go over and over again until they won. Following this model, what is our equally uncomplicated demand? The most exciting candidate that we've heard so far is one that gets at the core of why the American political establishment is currently unworthy of being called a democracy. We demand that Barack Obama ordain a presidential commission tasked with ending the influence money has over our representatives in Washington. It's time for democracy, not corporatocracy. We're doomed without it. This demand seems to capture the current national mood because cleaning up corruption in Washington is something all Americans, right and left, yearn for and can stand behind. If we hang in there, 20,000 strong, week after week against every police and National Guard effort to expel us from Wall Street, it would be impossible for Obama to ignore us. Our government would be forced to choose publicly between the will of the people and the lucre of the corporations. Beginning from one simple demand, a presidential commission, to separate money from politics, we start setting the agenda for a new America. The magazine's involvement began and ended with that action. The first steps toward implementation were taken by New Yorkers Against Budget Cuts, a coalition of student activists and community leaders who had camped out across from City Hall to protest city budget cuts. They found the idea of a similar occupation of Wall Street appealing, and attempted to take charge of planning for the September event. They called a General Assembly, to be held on August 2 at Bowling Green Park, to plan the occupation. But despite the General Assembly language, what they had in mind was a lot closer to the conventional verticalist model. A General Assembly means something specific and special to an anarchist. In a way, it's the central concept of contemporary anarchist activism, which is premised on the idea that revolutionary movements relying on coercion of any kind only result in repressive societies. A GA is a carefully facilitated group discussion through which decisions are made not by a few leaders, or even by majority rule, but by consensus. Unresolved questions are referred to working groups within the assembly, but eventually everyone has to agree, even in assemblies that swell into the thousands. When Graeber and his friends showed up on August 2, however, they found out that the event wasn't, in fact, a General Assembly, but a traditional rally, to be followed by a short meeting and a march to Wall Street to deliver a set of predetermined demands. In anarchist argot, the event was being run by verticals, top-down organizations rather than horizontals such as Greber and his friends. Sagri and Greber felt they'd been had, and they were angry. As Greber recalled, the movement as it had evolved to that point gave every indication of being a conventional protest that would fizzle out with little notice. Local anti-budget cut coalition top-heavy with NGOs, unions, and socialist groups had tried to take possession of the process and called for a general assembly at Bowling Green. The title proved extremely misleading. When I arrived, I found the event had been effectively taken over by a veteran protest group called the Workers' World Party, most famous for having patched together Answer, one of the two great anti-war coalitions, back in 2003. They had already set up their banners, megaphones, and were making speeches, after which, someone explained, they were planning on leading the 80-odd assembled people in a march past the stock exchange itself. But Greber, noticing that most of the people who showed up weren't all that happy with the professional activists' self-appointed leadership, provided the alternative horizontalist model the movement crystallized around. The demonstration instead emerged as a leaderless, horizontal movement. But as I paced about the green, I noticed something. His wasn't really a crowd of verticals. They were mostly pretty obviously horizontals, people more sympathetic with anarchist principles of organization, non-hierarchical forms of direct democracy, and direct action. I quickly spotted at least one wobbly, a young Korean activist I remembered from some Food Not Bomb event, some college students wearing Zapatista paraphernalia, a Spanish couple who'd been involved with the Indignados in Madrid. I found my Greek friends, an American I knew from street battles in Quebec during the Summit of the Americas in 2001, now turned labor organizer in Manhattan, a Japanese activist intellectual I'd known for years. My Greek friend looked at me and I looked at her, and we both instantly realized the other was thinking the same thing. Why are we so complacent? Why is it that every time we see something like this happening, we just mutter things and go home? Though I think the way we put it was more like, you know something? Fuck this shit. They advertised a general assembly. Let's hold one. So we gathered up a few obvious horizontals and formed a circle, and tried to get everyone else to join us. We created a decision-making process, broke out into working groups, and then reassembled to allow each group to report its collective decisions, and set up times for new meetings of both the smaller and larger groups. It was difficult to figure out what to do since we only had 6 weeks, not nearly enough time to plan a major action, let alone bus in the thousands of people that would be required to actually shut down Wall Street. And anyway, we couldn't shut down Wall Street on the appointed day, since September 17th, the day Adbusters had been advertising, was a Saturday. We also had no money of any kind. 2 days later, at the outreach meeting, we were brainstorming what to put on our first flyer. Adbusters' idea had been that we focus on one key demand. This was a brilliant idea from a marketing perspective, but from an organizing perspective, it made no sense at all. We put that one aside almost immediately. There were much more fundamental questions to be hashed out. Like, who were we? Who did want to appeal to? Who did we represent? Someone suggested, well, why not call ourselves the 99%? If 1% of the population have ended up with all the benefits of the last 10 years of economic growth, control the wealth, own the politicians, why not just say we're everybody else? The Spanish couple quickly began to lay out a "We Are the 99% pamphlet, and we started brainstorming ways to print and distribute it for free. Over the next few weeks a plan began to take shape. We quickly decided that what we really wanted to do was something like had already been accomplished in Athens, Barcelona, or Madrid: occupy a public space to create a New York General Assembly, a body that could act as a model of genuine, direct democracy to contrapose to the corrupt charade presented to us as democracy by the US government. The Wall Street action would be a stepping stone. Still, it was almost impossible to predict what would really happen on the 17th. There were supposed to be 90,000 people following us on the internet. Adbusters had called for 20,000 to fill the streets. That obviously wasn't going to happen. But how many would really show up? What's more, we were keenly aware that the NYPD numbered close to 40,000. Wall Street was, in fact, probably the single most heavily policed public space on the face of planet Earth. To be perfectly honest, as one of the old-timers scrambling to organize medical and legal trainings, lessons on how to organize affinity groups and do nonviolent civil disobedience, seminars on how to facilitate meetings and the like, for most of us, the greatest concern during those hectic weeks was how to ensure the initial event wouldn't turn out a total fiasco, with all the enthusiastic young people immediately beaten, arrested, and psychologically traumatized as the media, as usual, simply looked the other way. On September 17 itself, I was troubled at first by the fact that only a few hundred people seemed to have shown up. What's more, the spot we'd chosen for our General Assembly, a plaza outside Citibank, had been shut down by the city and surrounded by high fences. The tactical committee, however, had scouted out other possible locations, and distributed maps. Around 3 p.m., word went around we were moving to location #5 Zuccotti Park, and by the time we got there, I realized we were surrounded by at least 2,000 people. The real credit for what happened after that within a matter of weeks, a movement that had spread to 800 different cities, with outpourings of support from radical opposition groups as far away as China, belongs mainly to the students and other young people who simply dug themselves and refused to leave, despite the endless acts of police repression designed to intimidate. One reason for the totally unexpected success of the Occupy movement, Greber suspects, is the collapse of so many people's hopes for change through the political system. After all, how could there have been a more perfect alignment of the stars than happened in 2008? That year saw a wave election that left Democrats in control of both houses of Congress, a Democratic president elected on a platform of change coming to power at a moment of economic crisis so profound that radical measures of some sort were unavoidable, and at a time when popular rage against the nation's financial elites was so intense that most Americans would have supported almost anything. If it was not possible to enact any real progressive policies or legislation at such a moment, clearly, it would never be. Yet none were enacted. Clearly, if progressive change was not possible through electoral means in 2008, it simply isn't going to possible at all. And that is exactly what very large numbers of Americans appear to have concluded. One of the most disillusioned demographics, not coincidentally, was also the central demographic in the Occupy movement, the millennials who had voted for Obama in droves in 2008. They were college graduates unemployed high into the double digits, working unpaid internships, living in their parents' houses, again basically an analog of the Japanese lost generation who had discovered that all the propaganda promises about working hard, getting an education and the rest of it were lies and betrayals. So in civic affairs as in economic ones, a generation of young people had every reason to feel they'd done exactly what they were supposed to do according to the rulebook and got worse than nothing. What Obama had robbed them of was precisely the thing he so famously promised: hope of any meaningful change via institutional means in their lifetimes. If they wanted to see their actual problems addressed, if they wanted to see any sort of democratic transformation of America, it was going to have to be through other means. So those on the traditional left who call on Occupy to do it right are really missing the point. As Greber pointed out, the movement very nearly started out that way, and had it done so, it would have failed. Asking why OWS refuses to create a leadership structure, and asking why we don't come up with concrete policy statements, is of course two ways of asking the same thing: why don't we engage with the existing political structure so as to ultimately become a part of it? If one were compiling a scrapbook of worst advice ever given, this sort of thing might well merit an honorable place. Since the financial crash of 2008, there have been endless attempts to kick off a national movement against the depredations of America's financial elites, taking the approach such journalists recommended. All failed. Most failed miserably. It was only when a movement appeared that resolutely refused to take the traditional path, that rejected the existing political order entirely as inherently corrupt, that called for the complete reinvention of American democracy, that occupations immediately began to blossom across the country. From its beginning, Occupy Wall Street was heavily influenced by the horizontalism of the Spanish indignados, and before that of the Argentinian movements of 2001. Greber, in an interview with Ezra Klein, referred to it as an example of prefigurative politics. DG. It's prefigurative, so to speak. You're creating a vision of the sort of society you want to have in miniature. And it's a way of juxtaposing yourself against these powerful, undemocratic forces you're protesting. If you make demands, you're saying, in a way, that you're asking the people in power and the existing institutions to do something different. And one reason people have been hesitant to do that is they see these institutions as the problem. So if you say, for instance, that you want a tax on Wall Street and then you'll be happy, you're implicitly saying that you're willing to be happy with a slightly modified version of the current system. DG, right. The tax on Wall Street will go to people controlled by Wall Street. By which you mean government. DG, yes. So we are keeping it open-ended. In a way, what we want is to create spaces where people can think about questions like that. In New York, according to law, any unpermitted assembly of more than 12 people is illegal in New York. Space itself is not an openly available resource. But the one resource that isn't scarce is smart people with ideas. So we're trying to reframe things away from the rhetoric of demands to questions of visions and solutions. Now how that translates into actual social change is an interesting question. One way this has been done elsewhere is you have local initiatives that come out of the local assemblies. Greber also spoke favorably of the Buenos Aires strategy from the Argentine meltdown as a model for Occupy. Essentially, the strategy is to create alternative institutions, based on horizontal principles, that have nothing to do with the government, and declare the entire political system to be absolutely corrupt. Hence, after the popular economic collapse in Argentina in 2001, a popular uprising that ousted 3 different governments in a matter of months settled into a strategy of creating alternative institutions based on the strategy of creating alternative institutions based on the principles of what they themselves called horizontally, popular assemblies to govern urban neighborhoods, recuperated factories, and other workplaces. Self-organized unemployed associations. Even, for a while, an alternative currency system. John Holloway argued, in similar terms, that Occupy shouldn't be concerned with influencing state policy or taking control of the present system, which is becoming increasingly impossible, but with seceding from the system and telling capital to go to hell. Perhaps we can hope that non-state-oriented politics will become more and more common and more widespread throughout society. As a refusal? Yes, as a refusal. As a kind of total breakdown of the old way of doing things, which might bring a few little benefits, but really it didn't take anybody very far. And I think that more and more people are being forced to reinvent their politics or reinvent their ideas about politics, both in terms of protests but also I think in terms of creating alternatives. If the system has no room for us, if the system simply leaves 50% of young people unemployed, if state benefits are cut back, if the state absolutely refuses to negotiate, if the police become more repressive, then I think we are forced not only to think of creative forms of protest but also ways of how we actually survive and how we actually create alternative ways of living. But I think what the crisis is also telling us is that that's the way to go, but that we haven't gone far enough yet. We're not yet in a situation where we can just tell capital to go to hell and survive without it. But I think that's the direction we have to go in. Tiberius Brostavicianu of the Multitude Project describes the Occupy camps as embryos of the New World. The camps are incubators for new systems of governance. For open and decentralized economical systems with alternative channels of value exchange, for a new culture, for new education systems. These new institutions are taking shape in these spaces and are now starting to diffuse throughout society. It is a global phenomenon. The world is going through a profound metamorphosis process. Yes. Some people may think that we can't apply this to the entire society. They are dead wrong. The new technology enables the scaling of these systems. This is in fact the essence of what we've been saying from the beginning. The Occupy movement has functioned as a teach-in, with speakers like Michelle Bawens and Juliet Shore appearing at Zuccotti Park. Michelle Bawens of the Foundation for Peer-to-Peer Alternatives appeared on November 2nd. To succeed in social change, you need three things. A genuine mass movement. As the first native movement and great hope of the digital age, that is what #ours is all about. Concrete alternatives that can change our lives and allow us to live our values right now. This is what commons-based peer production provides, a new way of producing value. The ability to be able to stop bad policies, and propose new ones that allow alternatives to survive and thrive, for which we need true democratic processes. A commons rather than market state orientation is a fruitful way to think about solving humanity's problems in a new way. And Shore spoke November 4th on the principles of plenitude. At the time of the nationwide wave of Occupy camp shutdowns in November 2011, many observers thought it removed an impediment to this new phase of the revolution, marking, not the dissolution of the movement, but a phased transition laying the ground for the next wave. We've witnessed surface waves in the past. Is the #Occupy everywhere the last wave, able to tip the establishment over? I don't think so. But every one of these waves leaves permanent marks, which will affect the next wave, and the way the establishment will react to it. If we are not at the tipping point yet, it doesn't mean that change will not happen. The transformative forces introduced by the new technology are extremely powerful. Change will eventually happen, but when and how? Almost all occupation camps around the world have been dismantled. The energy they had concentrated within them is now diffusing into society, operating these permanent changes that will pave the way for the next wave to come. Neighborhoods are now organizing using new methods that emerged during the occupation. New economical initiatives are taking shape, establishing open and decentralized means of production and distribution of value, establishing new institutions based on a new paradigm, almost entirely outside of the system. Marina Citron and Luis Moreno Cabalad made a comparison to the Spanish Indignado movement. This phase is characterized by the gradual shift from a focus on acts of protest to instituting the type of change that the movements actually want to see happen in society as a whole. The capacity to create solutions grows as the movements expand in all directions, first through the appearance of multiple occupations connected among themselves, and then through the creation of or collaboration with groups or networks that are able to solve problems on a local level through cooperation and the sharing of skills and resources. For example, Occupy Harlem is using direct action to prevent heat from being shut off in a building in the neighborhood. In the case of Spain, this expansion began in June, when the movement decided to focus its energy more on the assemblies and the working groups than on maintaining the encampments themselves. To maintain the miniature models of a society that the movement wished to create did not necessarily contribute to the actual changes that were needed in the populations that needed them the most. Which is why the decision to move away from the encampments was nothing more than another impulse in the constructive aims of the movement. The real encampment that has to be reconstructed is the world. From the outset, the Occupy movement generated innovations using the same bizarre model John Robb has noted in Al-Qaeda and the file-sharing movement. Essential rules of open-source protest include a promise, a simple goal/idea that nearly everyone can get behind. Adbusters did pretty good with Occupy Wall Street. Why? Nearly everyone hates the pervasive corruption of banks and Wall Street. It's an easy target. A plausible promise. Prove that the promise can work. They did. They actually occupied Wall Street and set up camp. They then got the message out. A big tent and an open invitation. It doesn't matter what your reason for protesting is as long as you hate/dislike Wall Street. The big tent is already in place. Let everyone innovate. Don't create a leadership group. The General Assembly approach appears to work. Support anyone in a leadership role that either A, grows the movement, or B, advances the movement closer to its goal. Oppose anybody that proposes a larger, more complex agenda or those that claim ownership over the movement. If a new technique works, document it, use it again, and share it with everyone else. Copy everything that works. Spread the word of the movement as widely as possible. That's the gist of it. What's the big picture? Global guerrillas are getting better at building open source protests. We are going to see more, and they are likely to become a prominent feature of the geopolitical landscape. The beauty of the lack of any specific demands aside from a general sentiment against Wall Street, corporate corruption, and the concentration of wealth is that it leaves the movement open to issue-oriented activism by component movements in a stigmergic, DIY basis. As Greber put it, keeping things open-ended lets you provide a forum for a discontent that everyone feels, but haven't found a way to express yet. Occupy as a common platform energizes all the sub-movements, empowering them to promote more specific anti-Wall Street agendas in their own constituencies. Rob writes, open source protest is usually focused on a single overarching goal. In most recent cases, it's a call for a government that isn't corrupt. No corruption is the type of goal everyone can get behind. However, the motivations that actually get people to show up in the street day after day are more specific. Every individual or group that turns up has a very specific gripe/goal for protesting. Yet, despite that diversity, everyone is still on board with the simple overarching goal of the protest. This diversity of motive makes it very hard for a government to tailor a response/action that will diffuse the protest. It also makes it nearly impossible for any single group or individual to seize control of the protest and use it to advance their own agenda. What's more, it's modular, a self-organizing, self-replicating nodal network. Self-organizing, replicating movements have the ability to spread very fast, because they tap into the ability of everyone to participate and organize. There isn't a hierarchical bottleneck that the movement has to go through. The Occupy movement has been a protest movement so far. It could also become a movement which builds a new socio-economic political system. It could model what a new system would look like. If it did that, then it would become autopoietic/self-creating. A virus replicates by tapping into the DNA of another cell. The Occupy movement is operating like a virus in the sense that it's tapping into the dissatisfaction with the current system. A virus replicates, but it is not autopoietic. For the Occupy movement to become autopoietic, it needs to model new socio-economic political methods which it itself uses to run itself. The Occupy movement so far knows what it is against. There is a great opportunity for it to create what is for. That can happen at Occupy nodes if there is room for facilitated discussion of what are the best solutions. These solutions can then be modeled there and replicated elsewhere. Shlok Vadya describes the modular/stigmergic principles of the Occupy movement quite well. OWS currently consists of thousands/millions/hundreds of millions of cognitive nodes, connecting/infecting new nodes. As part of this, the organization is generating memes, testing against live audiences, and dropped if counterproductive. Trying to build sufficient capacity before probing attack vectors. A botnet, like a storm, emphasizes growth of its own capacity before attacking. Mild DDoS on the Brooklyn Bridge or around the Bank of America in SF. Anonymous phishing for corruption, etc. This is enabled by decentralized command and control. Perhaps more specifically, modular design. Each protest in each city is led by independent affiliates. Crashing a protest in Ohio has no impact on the rest of the network. Alexis Madrigal compares the platform/module architecture of OWS to Twitter's application programming interface. Local organizers can choose from the menu of options modeled in Zuccotti, and adapt them for local use. Occupy Wall Street was designed to be mined and recombined, not simply copied. Occupy Wall Street today can be seen like the early days of Twitter.com. Nearly everyone accessed Twitter information through clients developed by people outside the Twitter HQ. These co-developers made Twitter vastly more useful by adding their own ideas to the basic functionality of the social network. These developers don't have to take in all of OWS data or use all of the strategies developed at OWS. Instead, they can choose the most useful information streams for their own individual applications. Those who criticize Occupy for its lack of structure and clear demands, Douglas Rushkoff writes, are unable to comprehend a 21st century movement from the perspective of the 20th century politics, media, and economics in which we are still steeped. Yes, there are a wide array of complaints, demands, and goals from the Wall Street protesters: the collapsing environment, labor standards, housing policy, government corruption, World Bank lending practices, unemployment, increasing wealth disparity, and so on. Different people have been affected by different aspects of the same system, and they believe they are symptoms of the same core problem. Anyone who says he has no idea what these folks are protesting is not being truthful. Whether we agree with them or not, we all know what they are upset about, and we all know that there are investment bankers working on Wall Street getting richer while things for most of the rest of us are getting tougher. What upsets banking's defenders and politicians alike is the refusal of this movement to state its terms or set its goals in the traditional language of campaigns. That's because, unlike a political campaign designed to get some person in office and then close up shop, this is not a movement with a traditional narrative arc. As the product of the decentralized networked era culture, it is less about victory than sustainability. It is not about one-pointedness, but inclusion and groping toward consensus. It is not like a book, it is like the internet. Occupy Wall Street is meant more as a way of life that spreads through contagion. Occupy Wall Street didn't have a platform. It was a platform. Their lack of specific demands gave them strength. It was hard to miss what their main focus was: hatred for Wall Street, for the concentration of wealth, for the unholy alliance between big business and the state. That common set of values was the basic operating platform of the movement. Beyond that, the specific agendas built on that platform were potentially unlimited. And the common platform was a source of strength for all those individual agendas. The loosely allied subgroups were modules operating on a common platform. There were as many sub-movements piggybacked on Occupy as there were reasons for hating Wall Street, ways of being affected by it, and walks of life among the occupiers. There was a shared perception of the evil, but as many emphases and agendas as there were people who'd subjectively experienced it. In networked protest movements, like other stigmergically organized projects ranging from Linux and Wikipedia to Al-Qaeda, nobody needs permission from leadership to try out ideas. And whatever idea works for one node instantly becomes property of the whole network. Occupy Our Homes, which sprang up almost overnight, was one example of such stigmergic innovation. As they used to say in the civics textbooks, Occupy was a laboratory of democracy. In the cities outside New York, the protests were less about occupying symbolic targets related to the national banking system, to occupying targets of significance to the daily lives of people in those communities. For example, Aaron Beatty of Occupy Oakland observed that the movement in Oakland was asserting ordinary people's control of the city. But Oakland is not a center of finance and power or a locus of political privilege. There is a here. No one really lives in Wall Street, but those who occupy Oakland do so because they already did. As a result, when we occupy Oakland, we are engaged much less in a symbolic protest against the banks or the 1% political actions which are given their shape by the political terrain of protesting abstractions, and much more in a very concrete struggle for a right to the city. /technology/archive/2011/11/a guide to the Occupy Wall Street API, or why the nerdiest way to think about house is so useful /248562/. After all,
the police who dispersed occupiers with tear gas were only doing the sort of thing they had long been accustomed to doing to the poor, transient, and/or communities of color that make up a great majority of Oakland's humanity. They used inhuman means of regulating human bodies, the declaration of unlawful assembly because the city is accustomed to having the power to do so, the effective right to assemble and disassemble Oakland as they see fit. It's that power that's being contested. When a body calling itself the Oakland Commune renames the front yard of City Hall after a police shooting victim, sets out to feed and house anyone who stands in line, and refuses to allow the state's purveyors of violence to police them, the challenge is quite direct and legible: a peaceful revolution. This is why putting up tents in Oakland was not a symbolic protest, not a part of the movement that can be allowed to die. To put up a tent and sleep in it, in violation of city ordinances, is a tiny way to claim the right to make the city ourselves. What they appoint leaders and set an agenda people have never understood is that there's no way to do this without destroying the agility that characterizes stigmergic organization. The vertical approach generally leads to heavy, slow, expensive, and high-maintenance structures. As noted earlier, the networked resistance movement's lack of interest in seizing state power reflected a realistic assessment of the results of conventional revolutionary strategy. The traditional aim of revolutionary movements to take over the state is not a solution but part of the problem, as the state concentrates power in the hands of the few at the apex of its hierarchy, and defends the system that benefits a ruling class of capitalists, landlords, and state managers. It cannot be used for revolution, since it only creates ruling elites. For anarchists, this is the key difference between direct action and protest. Protest, however militant, is an appeal to the authorities to behave differently. Direct action is a matter of proceeding as one would if the existing structure of power did not exist. In the final analysis, therefore, direct action is the defiant insistence on acting as if one is already free. Activists committed to prefigurative politics tend to be less interested in making claims on existing authorities than in creating in the here and now the type of social relations in which they actually wish to live and work. A certain kind of verticalist is as fond of pulling out Joe Freeman's The Tyranny of Structurelessness, as a certain kind of right libertarian is of Hardin's Tragedy of the Commons. Although Freeman's essay is commonly drawn on as a critique of consensus process was originally developed in response to the problems she described. Almost everyone who is not emerging from an explicitly anti-authoritarian position completely misread Freeman's essay, and interpret it not as a plea for formal mechanisms to ensure equality, but as a plea for more transparent hierarchy. Leninists are notorious for this sort of thing, but liberals are just as bad. First, Freeman's argument about the formation of cliques and invisible power structures is taken as an argument that any group of over 20 people will always have to have cliques, power structures, and people in authority. The next step is to insist that if you want to minimize the power of such cliques, or any deleterious effects those power structures might have, the only way to do so is to institutionalize them, to take the de facto cabal and turn them into a central committee. One needs to get power out of the shadows to formalize the process, make up rules, hold elections, specify exactly what the cabal is allowed to do and what it is not. In this way, at least, power will be made transparent and accountable. From a practical, activist perspective, this prescription is obviously ridiculous. It is far easier to limit the degree to which informal cliques can wield effective power by granting them no formal status at all, and therefore no legitimacy. Whatever formal accountability structures it is imagined will contain the cliques now turned committees can only be far less effective in this regard, not least because they end up legitimating and hence massively increasing the differential access to information which allows some in otherwise egalitarian groups to have greater power. To begin with, structures of transparently inevitably begin to become structures of stupidity as soon as that takes place. Comparing the Occupy movement to the populist movement of the late 19th century, Leopold distills its lessons down into these bullet points. 1. Shared movement experiences. The populist cooperatives provided the day-to-day shared experiences that bound the movement together on a local, state,
and national level. People worked together and struggled together against powerful opponents, often having to suffer vigilante violence to protect their budding cooperatives that stored produce and livestock, and that sold food, supplies, and farm implements. These shared experiences built up the courage and self-respect of millions of participants. They felt part of something big and important. They shared the common identity of populism. And today? While there are thousands of cooperatives and progressive nonprofit organizations in the country today, they are not linked in substantial ways. It's also not clear if they are creating the common experiences necessary for movement building. The Occupy Wall Street encampments certainly are creating such communities, but as currently conceived and constructed, they just aren't suitable for those who don't want to encamp. Also, it's not clear if the encampments will survive the current round of evictions. 2. Systematic education. The populist lecturing system also was key to movement building as it developed a dialogue with everyday farmers about how the economic system really worked and what the movement should stand for. The base of the movement, not just the leadership, became financially literate as it debated and understood the need for a radical restructuring of the financial system based on the sub-treasury plan. And today? We don't as yet have anything like a lecturer system to engage the American public in an educational discussion. But one could be built in a hurry. There are plenty of us who could link together to build an economics for the 99% program. But it may need something larger to get it going and give it purpose. 3. Independent media. The populist movement was well supported with a ragtag collection of small, but vital newspapers and journals, about 100 of them throughout the country. These media outlets provided continual news about the key economic and political issues of the day. Its editors ran their journals on a shoestring in order to maintain their independence and the clarity of their message. And today? We do indeed have our ragtag newsletters, journals, and thousands of websites, with alternate.org being one of the best. Running on a shoestring is nothing new to them. But at the moment, there is little coordination or shared identity. But that could come as a movement grows. His reference to systematic education is tantalizing. It reminds me of Thomas Hodgskin's lectures at the London Mechanics' Institute, compiled in his book Popular Political Economy. One early example of stigmergic innovation occurred during the first eviction threat from New York City Mayor Bloomberg. Robb speculated on new methods the movement might adopt, if they were severed from Zuccotti Park as a base. Let's start off with an assumption. This is Bloomberg vs. Occupy. One mind versus many minds. The goal is to coerce him into changing his mind. Dissuade him. Get inside his OODA loop. Go straight for him. Maximize the eviction's taint on Bloomberg's personal brand. Personalize the protest/eviction by attaching the blame to him personally. Pierce his shield of bureaucratic impersonality. Brand the eviction with the name, Bloomberg. This is/will be a global stage, use it. Confuse him. Lots and lots of flash mobs. Shut down bridges and major streets. Overwhelm with volume/speed. Nonviolent disruption. As soon as police arrive in force, disperse and reassemble at new location. Bikes plus kids. Disrupt, disrupt, disrupt. More flash mobs equals more disruption. As long as the square is under attack, keep the city tied in knots. Connect with more people than him. Best way to do this, eyes in the sky. Get a cameras/cameras above Liberty Square. Stream the feed. The better the quality, the more impact it will have. It will play across the world. In the midst of the same standoff, Daniel Denvir offered a similar prescription: funnel the mass movement and zeal for direct action into ongoing and roving occupations of 1% targets to win victories and sustain the movement through the winter. Imagine if there were a new major action every month, in every major American city, targeting a greedy Wall Street bank or defending a family fighting foreclosure. Why not occupy everything, as need be, and on a roving basis? Hypothetically, the movement could Occupy one of the many trouble-making banks, whether it be Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, or whichever, until it agrees to let people fighting foreclosure stay in their homes and offer meaningful debt forgiveness. Occupy a home where a family is fighting eviction. Ink up with a labor struggle like that of the Communications Workers of America against Verizon's attempt to roll back benefits and retirement. Occupy where the 1% live, work and play. The super rich all belong to country clubs and other exclusive institutions. If the movement is targeting a specific bank, a picket of the CEO's country club will hit them one place it hurts, their easy comfort amongst high society. So Bloomberg's first threat to shut down the Liberty Square encampment coincided with the first wave of proposals for transitioning from static geographical bases to swarming. As it was, that first eviction crisis was defused in part by Occupy's preemptive resort to a variant of the very take-it-to-the-enemy approach Rob recommended. Occupy goes on the offensive. It personalizes the eviction move. It finds Bloomberg. He's at a gala dinner at Cipriani's. They surround the restaurant and try to enter it to deliver a petition with 310,000 signatures. Bloomberg hides, departs from the rear. In response to a later eviction crisis, Occupy Oakland responded with a general strike again, a form of swarming supplanting the static encampment model. We propose a citywide general strike and we propose we invite all students to walk out of school. Instead of workers going to work and students going to school, the people will converge on downtown Oakland to shut down the city. All banks and corporations should close down for the day or we will march on them. While we are calling for a general strike, we are also calling for much more. People who organize out of their neighborhoods, schools, community organizations, affinity groups, workplaces, and families are encouraged to self-organize in a way that allows them to participate in shutting down the city in whatever manner they are comfortable with and capable of. The whole world is watching Oakland. Let's show them what is possible. Other swarming tactics the Occupy movement experimented with included creating a demonstration effect by squatting vacant buildings and occupying foreclosed homes, and encouraging others to do the same. At the outset of the occupation, on September 17, OccupyWallStreet.org issued a modest call to action that included this plank. We call for the seizure and use of abandoned buildings, of abandoned land, of every property seized and abandoned by speculators, for the people, for every group that will organize them. This was first actually attempted, so far as I know, by Occupy Oakland, toward the tail end of their general strike in response to the police attack on their camp. Some participants entered a vacant office building near the occupation site and issued an announcement encouraging the homeless to occupy vacant offices and homes all across Oakland and across the country as well. Unfortunately, they did so in a clumsy and ill-advised manner, occupying the building rather abruptly and without warning, and building a bonfire in the middle of the street, and provoked brutal repression by the police. Business Insider discussed this decision in an article entitled "The Inevitable Has Happened." We are well aware that such an action is illegal. Still, the ferocity of the police response surprised us. Once again, they mobilized hundreds of police officers, armed to the hilt with beanbag guns, tear gas, and flashbang grenades. The city spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to protect one landlord's right to earn a few thousand every month. Why is this? Whereas the blockade of the port, an action which caused millions of dollars of losses, met with no resistance, the attempt to take one single building, a building that was unused, met with the most brutal and swift response. The answer: they fear this logical next step from the movement more than anything else. They fear it because they know how much appeal it will have. All across the U.S., thousands upon thousands of commercial and residential spaces sit empty while more and more people are forced to sleep in the streets, or driven deep into poverty while trying to pay their rent despite unemployment or poverty wages. We understand that capitalism is a system that has no care for human needs. It is a system which produces hundreds of thousands of empty houses at the same time as it produces hundreds of thousands of homeless people. The police are the line between these people and these houses. They say, you can stay in your rat-infested park. You can camp out here as long as we want. But the moment that you threaten property rights, we will come at you with everything we have. This logical next step, seemingly abortive, was later revived in the aftermath of the national wave of evictions, which spurred Occupy into a new phase of activism. After the wave of evictions had passed, according to Jules Lobel, there was a great deal of internal discussion about the future course of the movement. One alternative would be to create what essentially would be a nonviolent guerrilla movement in American cities. For example, Cal Lasson, the Adbuster magazine publisher and originator of the Wall Street encampment idea, reportedly urged a new swarming strategy of surprise attacks against business as usual. The Chicago occupiers have resolved to have an event a day throughout the winter, such as defending foreclosed homes, sit-ins, banner drops, building parks, providing supplies to the homeless, or guerrilla theater and art. In the same vein, longtime social movement scholar and activist Francis Fox Piven foresaw some time ago that the movement would develop new phases, utilizing other forms of disruptive protests that are punchier than occupying a square, or rolling occupations of public space. This article suggests another alternative, one that focuses on creating sustainable alternative decentralized institutions that reflect in microcosm the egalitarian, democratic vision of society that the Occupy movement has put forth. Perhaps the most critical component of OWS is its creation of alternative communities which reflect the egalitarian, democratic world that its activists seek for the future. His perspective seeks to create in microcosm the alternative models that reflect the future world that the activists support, while at the same time using those institutions to engage in direct action to change the current reality. To me, the long-term viability of the OWS movement as a transformative movement lies in the creation of these communities, which not only directly practice what they believe, but seek to reach out and affect the public consciousness through direct action. There are many groups which are trying to create alternative models in microcosm, food co-ops, farmer markets, cooperative renewable energy projects. Indeed, many of these groups have united in an umbrella formation known as the solidarity economy. But none of these groups have captivated the public as has OWS, and very few combine direct action with community building. Before it fizzled out as a nationwide movement, Occupy mainly took the second course, but combining the second with the third would have had far more powerful an effect. Occupy groups might have networked with local micro-manufacturing movements, hackerspaces and fab labs and other forms of decentralist economics like local currencies and mutual aid institutions, on ways of integrating such tools into local neighborhood economies, building the horizontal framework of a resilient economy that could provide for members' subsistence needs outside the wage system and reduce precarity for the unemployed. The Occupy Wall Street Sustainability Project in early 2012 offered workshops on alternative energy, rooftop gardening, composting, permaculture, and the capital assets for putting them into practice. Occupy Wall Street Sustainability will be undertaking a number of ventures in spring 2012, including a mobile education lab, monthly skill share and workshop events, an eco-summit, and a rooftop farm. We support projects in sustainability, environmental awareness, food justice, permaculture, alternative energy and much more. Contributions will be invested in our programming, as well as the construction of our newest venture, rooftop farming. At 2 locations in Brooklyn, New York, we will be establishing rooftop farms, as a platform to expand rooftop farming in NYC. We seek to reach underserved communities, who have been traditionally labeled as food deserts, to provide fresh, nutritious produce. During its brief period of innovation after the evictions, Occupy made several promising ventures. On December 1, 2011, OccupyWallLSD.org announced plans to reoccupy a foreclosed home on the 6th, as a national kickoff for a new frontier for the Occupy movement, the liberation of vacant bank-owned homes for those in need. The reoccupation WA intended as part of a national day of action, including eviction defense at foreclosed properties, takeovers of vacant properties by homeless families, and foreclosure action disruptions. in more than 25 cities across the country. The day of action on December 6 saw real estate occupations in more than 20 cities. David Renfeld wrote this at the outset of the campaign. So far, the Occupy movement has generated no major incidents that fully manifest swarming. But a lot of statements speak to its attractiveness, and swarming is implicit in the efforts at multiple occupations, a swarm of occupations. By some accounts, the swarming phase of the Occupy movement is just beginning. If so, it may take the movement in new directions against new targets, perhaps especially if the physical occupations of parks and other sites are ended. And in the aftermath of Occupy Our Homes, Nathan Schneider wrote, "This is our best glimpse yet of what Occupy Phase 2 will look like." In fact, Phase 2 fizzled out, but for a brief period autonomous local groups introduced another wave of stigmergic innovation on the common platform, independently taking up the idea of occupying independent real estate for the use of the evicted and homeless. Occupy Homes remained active, in fits and starts, in communities all over the United States through 2012. Groups around the country commemorated the project's one-year anniversary in December 2012 with a rash of occupations in places like Minneapolis, Buffalo, Atlanta, and Woodland, CA. Although Occupy Homes never operated on anywhere near that scale, there are precedents for much larger-scale action on the same model during the Great Depression. The scale of housing organizing during the early 1930s, however, dwarfs what we have seen so far today. Crowds of hundreds, and sometimes even thousands of people, mobilized to stop evictions in New York, Chicago, Detroit, Gary, Youngstown, Toledo, and other urban centers, mostly under the direction of the Communist Party. As in much of current housing organizing, women were often on the front lines. Masses of these women filled the streets as others climbed to the roofs and poured buckets of water on the police below. Women beat back the police officers' horses by sticking them with long hat pins or pouring marbles into the streets. If the police were successful in moving the family's furniture out to the curb, the crowd simply broke down the door and moved the family's belongings back inside after the police had left. There were times that landlords were saying, "You can't evict anymore in the Bronx." These people control the streets, says Mark Nazon, a professor at Fordham University and one of the nation's leading researchers about housing organizing during the Depression. Another promising development was the Occupy movement's action to shut down major ports along the West Coast. The overall size of the actions was smaller than that of November 2 in Oakland, but managed to shut down several terminals. 2 months after the initial port shutdown, undertaken in response to the police assault on Oscar Grant Plaza, Occupy Oakland again marched on the city's port. On December 13, companies operating the 26 berths at the port told employees not to show up for work before the march had even started. Occupy LA protesters tried unsuccessfully to shut down Terminal J at the Long Beach port, but were cleared away when they attempted to obstruct truck access to the terminal. Although the official longshoremen's union leadership did not endorse the shutdowns, many members stayed home in support of the occupiers. And an ad hoc committee elected by port truck drivers serving the major ports of the West Coast endorsed Occupy port shutdowns. Although the port shutdowns again fizzled out, their precedent added to the permanent toolkit and social capital available to be taken up by subsequent waves of the post-1994 global movement. They were later applied, on a much larger scale and much more effectively, in the Block the Boat campaign of 2014 in response to Israel's assault on Gaza, causing the Israeli merchant shipping giant Zim to abandon attempts to ship Israeli goods to the West Coast. Occupy the Farm and Strike Debt were two other Occupy spin-offs that persisted for some time after the shutdown of the camps. Occupy the Farm attempted to stop farm evictions, protect irregular neighborhood gardens against shutdowns by landowners, and build ties with the community-supported agriculture movement. Strike Debt, organized around the first anniversary of Occupy in September 2012, was just what its name implied, an attempt to coordinate mass default on debt, and thereby destroy the systemic power of debt. Like occupations of foreclosed and vacant housing, the potential effect on capitalism would have been devastating had it taken off. And Occupy Sandy was a hugely successful networked relief effort, organized by people with backgrounds in the Occupy movement, for victims of Hurricane Sandy on the eastern seaboard. Another promising innovation came out of Oakland after the camp shutdowns: the discovery of how to capitalize on the lightness and agility of protesters compared to the cops. This evolution in tactics was spontaneous, and went unreported in the media. On December 3rd, we took a park and were driven out of it by riot police. That much made the news. What the media didn't report is that we retook the park later that same evening, and the police realized that it would be senseless to attempt to clear it again, so they packed up their military weaponry and left. Occupy Portland has developed a tactic to keep a park when the police decide to enforce an eviction. The tactical evolution that evolved relies on two military tactics that are thousands of years old: the tactical superiority of light infantry over heavy infantry, and the tactical superiority of the retreat over the advance. The lack of weaponry on the part of the protesters grants them the luxury of opposing riot cops at close quarters, or remaining at long range in a refusal to engage the heavy infantry riot police at all. They have the advantage of the retreat: they can quickly move away, or in any direction, and the heavy infantry riot cops lack the swiftness to respond. So far, all the occupations have, in a grave tactical error, agreed to engage the riot cops when they march in to clear parks. This has been a show of bravado that has the tactical benefits of providing media coverage of the brutal methods of police and the benefit of draining the resources of the oppressor by forcing them to incur the expense of arresting and prosecuting people for trivial offenses. Now, to move on to the actual application of these tactical principles. We can take the example of Shimonsky Park on the 3rd. We occupied the park and set up a few tents and facilities to serve food and coffee. The police soon declared an emergency closure of the park and came out in force, with full riot gear and all the weaponry. The line of riot cops soon forced us out of the park, so someone decided that we ought to march to City Hall. Once there, the riot cops once again lined up to disperse the crowd. However, since City Hall was closed and there was no point in staying there anyway, someone had the idea to march down to the area of town where all the clubs were, so we took off marching again. The riot cops were trailing behind us, as was the truck with the giant speakers on the top repeatedly announcing, "This street is open to traffic, individuals blocking traffic will be subject to arrest." Announcing this repeatedly was useless. One principle of nonviolent resistance is this: one person has to walk on the sidewalk, 500 people can walk wherever they please. The riot's cops had no place to form a line, so they were crippled. Since we had no clear destination, the police were unable to get ahead of us and set up roadblocks. They were helpless to do anything but trail along as an escort to the march. After marching for 3 to 4 hours, we eventually found ourselves a block away from the park that we'd been forced out of, so we took it again. The riot police lined up and prepared to take the park again, but the attempt was called off and the police just left. They realized that they would have to go through the standard military procedure of clearing the park inch by inch, only to have us go back out into the streets and march again while they, one more time, trailed along helplessly. In summary, when the cops come to clear the park, don't resist. As they are preparing for their military maneuver and use of force that the occupiers cannot reasonably be expected to resist, the occupiers should be packing up their tents and baggage and loading them into wagons, bicycles, backpacks, etc. Force the cops to clear the park inch by inch, but try to avoid arrest in so doing. Once they have cleared the park, rouse the crowd through loud amplification announcing that you intend to march. Get the music blaring and then march aimlessly, blocking traffic the whole way, for hours. The police will eventually trim down their entourage because they realize that they are helpless. Eventually, work your way back to the park. Or, if the police have fenced off the park, head to another park. If the police force you out, march again and they will be forced to follow. Eventually, they will inevitably come to the conclusion that they would rather have you in a park than disrupting traffic. When discussing the nature of Occupy as a fair or school, we can't go without mentioning the way the stigmergic organization of the movement itself facilitated collaboration with innovators, and the rapid adoption of new skills and technology. For example, the New York City General Assembly Technology Operations Group supports the online communication and organization needs of OWS and the New York City General Assembly. We seek to provide online tools that promote participation among occupiers and beyond by extending communication streams and promoting the exchange of information. Although we promote the use of open source solutions, we intend to use whatever technology will best meet the needs of the communities we serve. Seeks to bring the Occupy and Free/Libre/open source movements together through the development, deployment, and documentation of the tools and techniques people need to create the world they want. There were equally significant forms of innovation other than secure communication systems. Vinay Gupta, designer of the Hexyurt Refugee and Disaster Housing Unit, designed a set of cheap protective gear to protect protesters from punitive chemical assault by police. John Robb analyzes Occupy in terms of John Boyd's thought on the isolation and internal cohesion of elites. It appears that Occupy's extreme nonviolence/passivity has finally generated a social system disruption. Videos and pictures showing policemen using violence against passive protesters have gone viral. Stories about this violence are now sweeping the media. Is this going to have a strategic effect? Let's look at this from the late, great American strategist John Boyd's perspective. The dynamic of Boyd's strategy is to isolate your enemy across three essential vectors, while at the same time improving your connectivity across those same vectors. It's very network-centric for a pre-internet theoretician. Here's more detail what disconnection looks like. Physical isolation is accomplished by severing communications both to the outside world and internal audiences. Mental isolation is done through the introduction of ambiguous information, novel situations, and by operating at a tempo an enemy cannot keep up with. A lack of solid information impedes decision-making. Moral isolation is achieved when an enemy improves its well-being at the expense of others or violates rules of behavior they profess to uphold. Moral rules are a very important reference point in times of uncertainty. When these are violated, it is very hard to recover. Was it effective? Using John Boyd's framework as a guide, this media disruption did have an effect across all three vectors. Physical. No isolation was achieved. The physical connections of police forces remained intact. However, these incidents provided confirmation to protesters that physical filming/imaging of the protests is valuable. Given how compelling this media is, it will radically increase the professional media's coverage of events and increase the number of protesters recording incidents. Mental. These incidents will cause confusion within police forces. If leaders back down or vacillate over these tactics due to media pressure, it will confuse policemen in the field. In short, it will create uncertainty and doubt over what the rules of engagement actually are. In contrast, these media events have clarified how to turn police violence into useful tools for Occupy protesters. Moral. This is the area of connection that was damaged the most. Most people watching these videos feel that this violence is both A, illegitimate and B, excessive. Watch this video. You see Davis Chancellor Cadahy walking from her building after the incident. The silence is eerie. From the beginning, the threat of co-optation was a problem. There were fears the Occupy movement would be hijacked by an influx of allies, professional activists from the institutional left. No doubt a lot of center-left Democrats would have loved to turn Occupy into a mass base for Obama's jobs program, or an arm of the Coffee Party movement. Van Jones' Rebuild the Dream movement and MoveOn.org both attempted to do this. In the spring of 2012, Jones' hobby horse the 99% Spring dominated public perceptions of the Occupy movement. But that's pretty hard to do with a leaderless movement. As John Robb pointed out, the Occupy movement is organized in a way that makes taking control difficult. Consensus decision-making. Geographic decentralization. Not many people in any one location. No hierarchy or bureaucracy. A coup d'état requires a bureaucratic hierarchy.
Occupy doesn't have a bureaucracy to seize control of. No behind-the-scenes space. Everything is out in the open/transparent. How do you cut a deal in a smoke-filled room when there isn't one? According to Ken Knabb, the shutdown of Occupy encampments in cities around the United States simply had the effect of forcing the participants onto other, more diverse terrains of struggle. Countless people all over the country continue to meet regularly, to network with each other and to carry out all sorts of actions, picketing banks, disrupting corporate board meetings, blocking home foreclosures, protesting environmental policies, in addition to more specifically Occupy-type actions such as attempting to take over and reopen schools and libraries that have been closed and abandoned, or homes not jails, attempted takeovers of vacant housing to provide dwellings for homeless people. The real lessons of Occupy's death. The focus on Occupy's death, I think, misses the point. Even asking what happened to Occupy, or what happened to M15, as though they were discrete entities with a beginning and an end, reflects a misconception as to their nature. It makes more sense to think of the whole trajectory of movements including the Arab Spring, M15 and Sintigma, Madison, Occupy, and its successors, as one loose global network of associated networked movements. This networked movement is always throwing up new avatars, with new names, which appear to decline after a while. But when something new arises, and it always does, whether in the same country or halfway around the world, it's built on the same infrastructure and foundations, and the same social capital, as its predecessors. Here's how Nathan Schneider described the phenomenon in an interview. What did Occupy Wall Street succeed at? What did it fail at? It very powerfully succeeded at introducing activists from around the country to one another and turned a lot of people into activists that weren't before. It produced a tremendous number of networks, both online and offline, which continue to mobilize people on a number of fronts, though few are still called Occupy. It also won a ton of disparate victories in communities across the country, from small and large labor disputes, a dramatic reduction in stop and frisks in New York, to the overturning of regulations concerning the policing of the homeless in various cities. It strengthened and encouraged various types of political organization, as well as turned movements into international networks around the world that didn't exist before. Do you feel any sense of shared vision or hope from other places on the globe affected by Wall Street's shortcomings? Occupy Wall Street organizers are constantly discussing what other related movements around the world are doing, both on social media and in their own planning meetings. They are closely in touch with activists on the ground in many of these places. Every time Occupy Wall Street quiets down for a period time in the US, the organizers watch closely places where things are flaring up. What innovation in this area do you think is in store for us in the future? What should we be getting excited about? It's hard to say what is going to blow up next. Certainly right now Occupy Sandy and Strike Debt are the fights to watch, in addition to the Walmart labor struggle. This is a movement that has an endless number of clever ideas appearing all the time, but it's never clear which ones are going to rise above the rest until it happens. The next big idea might very well not be called Occupy, which may be a good thing, but the chances are high that, even so, it will be the result of networks that were forged during the Occupy movement. John Holloway dismisses concerns about the institutional continuity or persistence of any particular movement. Before we can break with capital altogether, you suggest we begin by cracking it in different places and times. Yet these cracks, as you call them, seem to flourish particularly in times of crisis. We saw this in the popular uprising in Argentina in 2001-02. And we're seeing it in Southern Europe today. Do you think there is a way to perpetuate such cracks beyond these economic hard times? Or is this type of autonomous popular self-organization bound to be something that flourishes in times of crisis and then secedes back into state capitalist populism? I don't know. First, I don't think times necessarily get better, and secondly, I'm not sure that we should worry too much about perpetuation. If you look at Argentina, there was clearly a sense that things did get better. Like the economy, rates of profit recovered,
in which a lot of the movements of 2001 and 2002 became sucked into the state. But the problems have obviously reappeared somewhere else. If you look at Spain and Greece, firstly, there are no short-term perspectives of things getting substantially better. Secondly, if they did get better, then the crisis would move on somewhere else. And the search for alternative ways of living moves on. I think there is an accumulation of experience, and also an accumulation of growing awareness that spreads from one country to another, that capitalism just isn't working and that it is in serious problems. There is a growing confidence perhaps that the cracks we create or the crazinesses we create may really be the basis for a new world and a new society, and may really be the only way forward. What I don't like about the idea of perpetuation is that it has to be a smooth upward progress. I don't think it works like that. I think it's more like a social flow of rebellion, something that moves throughout the world, with eruptions in one place and then in another place. But there are continuities below the discontinuities. We have to think in terms of disrupting bubbling movements rather than thinking that it all depends on whether we can perpetuate the movement in one place. If we think in terms of perpetuation in one place, I think at times it can lead us into either an institutionalization, which I think is not much help, or it can lead us into a sense of defeat, perhaps, which I don't think is right. The various iterations of this networked movement since Occupy have consciously viewed themselves as manifestations of a single global movement. All revolts are connected somehow. The fact that a Brazilian flag was flying in Istanbul's Taksim Square, or that the slogan "Brazil will be another Turkey" was used during Brazil's demonstrations, are examples. The Interagents study of digital networks mentioned that when the first protests were called in Sao Paulo on June 6, there were 2 Turkish Facebook pages among the 10 most influential in Brazil on that day. The most important thing to remember, as Graeber pointed out, is that once people's political horizons have been broadened, the change is permanent. Hundreds of thousands of Americans now have direct experience of self-organization, collective action, and human solidarity. This makes it almost impossible to go back to one's previous life and see things the same way. While the world's financial and political elite skate blindly toward the next 2008 scale crisis, we're continuing to carry out occupations of buildings, farms, foreclosed homes and workplaces, temporary or permanent, organizing rent strikes, seminars, and debtors' assemblies, and in doing so, laying the groundwork for a genuinely democratic culture, and introducing the skills, habits, and experience that would make an entirely new conception of politics come to life. Globalization of the Occupy movement. Like the Arab Spring before it, the Occupy movement went global, returning, in fact, to many of the same countries whose earlier protest movements had provided its inspiration. According to Francesca Renan, it spread to 1,500 cities in 82 countries. And, Marcia Stepanek writes, the #OWS movement had its largest single day of protests Saturday not in New York but far from Wall Street. Writes blogger Nate Silver, in Europe, crowds in cities like Rome, Barcelona, and Madrid were estimated at 200,000 to 500,000 per city, more, probably, than the protests in the US combined. Networked uprisings after Occupy. As suggested above, Occupy didn't really die. In China in 2011, an uprising against a corrupt land deal became a global news event when people blockaded entrances into their village to protest local officials' giveaway of common land to a private developer, an all too common event in that country, and used social media to take their protest viral. Quebec student uprisings began in February 2012 over a tuition increase, leading to protests by hundreds of thousands all over the province, including demonstrations that continued in Montreal for months. Demonstrations in Chiapas launched a resurgence of the Zapatista movement in December 2012. In Turkey, the Taksim Square movement was launched in May 2013, in immediate response to a decision to hand over the Gezi Park to developers, and quickly exploded into a massive nationwide protest against neoliberalism in general. It quickly spread to include protests by hundreds of thousands in major cities all over Turkey, and gained a worldwide support network with the help of social media. In Brazil, also in mid-2013, a protest over increased public transit fares, a significant burden on precarious workers who had to commute to work from the favelas, similarly grew into a massive nationwide uprising against neoliberalism in general. The situation has been complicated by some movements on the right, neoliberal opponents of the Bolivarian regime in Venezuela with apparent support from the American state, and right populists and neo-fascists in Ukraine who have adopted the same networked protest model. V. Anonymous and other hacktivists. Anonymous. The Anonymous group originally grew out of the 4chan/b/discussion community. Given the common quality of discussion among its membership of hackers and anime enthusiasts, discussion ranging from deliberately offensive to the apparently sociopathic, it's not the sort of venue from which you'd ordinarily expect social justice activism to emerge. You can get a pretty good feel for the culture just by looking at Encyclopedia Dramatica, whose content comes mainly from 4chan participants. Anonymous itself is simply a brand, a common label under which self-organized projects operate. Operations under the Anonymous brand are organized virally, often spurred by something as random as an individual tweet that inspires others to get up to deviltry. Anonymous originally arose as a group of 4chan participants organizing pranks within the 4chan message board community entirely for the lulz, 4chan slang for mindless laughter at the stupidity or misfortune of others. The name Anonymous derived from the 4chan website's practice of automatically assigning the username Anonymous to anyone who didn't register an individual nickname on signing up. Since most users never bothered to register nicknames, the majority of channers simply appeared on the message boards as anonymous. This became the source of a common sense of identity. Anonymous' first prominent appearance in the news, and for all intents and purposes its emergence as a movement with a social conscience, was the anonymous attack on the Church of Scientology. Before then, its attacks were capricious and seemingly unmotivated by any coherent ideology. Anonymous had a vigilante streak, and it could be downright mean. They'd D0X someone who abused a cat. In particular, they went after abusers of cats, because Anonymous loves cats and pictures of cats. They blocked the pool at the online kids game Habbo Hotel with black, generously froed avatars declaring pool is closed due to AIDS as a protest to perceived racism on the part of Habbo's admins. But Anonymous was never particularly focused. Raids could be devastating or funny, but either way they came and went quickly, the net's own little tornado system. Anonymous was never anyone's personal army, and never stayed on any one topic for very long. It took Tom Cruise to change all that and give Anonymous a political consciousness. A video of a disturbingly manic Cruise leaked out of Scientology in January 2008, and the notably litigious church tried to force hosting services and Gawker to take it down with legal nasty grams. But the video contained some truly epic lulls, and Anonymous wouldn't let it die. The church's effort to kill it off so enraged Anons they decided to destroy the church itself. For Anonymous, being mad meant wanting to troll the church very hard, but it was never to get serious, because getting serious for Anons meant losing. To accomplish this Anons created Project Chonaloki, which arguably marked both the birth of political consciousness for Anonymous, and the development of its methods of taking mass action. From the very beginning, Anonymous was defined by its swarming tactics and lack of an official hierarchy. The collectives deliberately have no leaders, and reject the principle of representation in favor of individuals directly participating in concrete actions. Their diversity means decisions can be made quickly, by the participants coming together on a specific issue, rather than by getting an official majority. The political establishment cannot understand such forms of organization or their lack of concrete demands. These temporary collectives, or swarms, consist of independent individuals using simple tools and rules to organize themselves horizontally. As the founder of the Swedish Pirate Party, Rick Falkvinge, put it, as all the people in the swarm are volunteers. The only way to lead is by inspiring others through action. A collective starts with an appeal, accompanied by the resources to carry out an immediate action. Clay Shirkey, an expert in social media, has identified three key elements in this supple form of cooperation: a promise, a tool, and a bargain. The promise lies in the appeal, which must interest enough activists and seem achievable. It might involve attacking a government website in response to censorship. Tools available online, such as the low-orbit ion cannon program, allow scattered volunteers to coordinate their actions. The bargain refers to the conditions everyone agrees to when they take part in the collective action. Over time, these three aspects can evolve, and the collective can grow, change direction, or break up. To make sure it does not disappear as quickly as it appeared, a fourth element is needed: a common horizon, which allows the scattered members of a network to recognize each other as existing within a shared referential and imaginary universe, explains the essayist Brian Holmes. This is where the anonymous mask, the Guy Fawkes mask worn by the hero of V for Vendetta, a graphic novel by Alan Moore and David Lloyd set in a totalitarian world, comes in. As Norton argues, Anonymous was in one sense a major departure from the /B/ ethos. That ethos was captured by the phrase "getting serious for Anons meant losing." Anon was originally in it for the lulz. Those who acted out of serious motivations like social justice were dismissed as moral vs. But Anon's caring about doing the right thing is about morality, and morality, at least straight morality, is not the lulz. Many veterans saw this as a corruption of the purity of Anonymous. On February 10, 2008, the moral fags took the whole thing to a new level. Anons left the internet by the thousands and showed up in front of church locations and Scientology centers around the world, many wearing their new Guy Fawkes masks, V for Vendetta movie merchandise sold by Warner Brothers, to obscure their identities. They played music and walked around with signs that both accused Scientology of crimes and referenced obscure internet memes. They met each other in meat space for the first time. They partied with their own in front of aghast Scientologists in more than 90 cities. Adherents of the traditionalist lulz ethos or purists within Anonymous who had participated in Operation Chronology were dismayed by an influx of new moralist members inspired by the activist vision of Anonymous that had arisen from Chronology. The new blood further shifted the community into an ideological orientation toward fighting injustice as a matter of principle rather than simply for the lulz. At the same time, the 4chan administrator banned the organization of raids using the 4chan message board, causing Anonymous members to leave 4chan for other venues and actually launch a DDoS attack on 4chan itself in retaliation. At this point, Anonymous ceased to be dependent on any central infrastructure and became a genuinely decentralized, cell-based P2P organization. So in a sense, Anonymous after Chronology became a sort of heretical moral offshoot of 4chan/B/. In the beginning, there were lulz, pranks and a culture of trolling just to get a rise out of anyone. But despite many original Anon's best efforts, Anonymous has grown up to become the net's immune system, striking back whenever the hive mind perceived that the institutions that run the world crossed the line into hypocrisy. But this immune response changed Anonymous as well. The lulz had to make room for righteous indignation, and not even a pretend indignation. The empowerment Anons felt from vigilantism had swung the movement to moral faggotry permanently, and many Anons liked it that way. Since then, Anonymous has gravitated into an activist movement centered on combating internet censorship and other aspects of the police state, as well as randomly motivated action on behalf of perceived underdogs. The relationship between Anonymous and 4chan is still quite complicated, and the mainstream press, as you might expect, has trouble grasping the complexity of the situation. In 2009, denizens of 4chan were still using the name Anonymous for notorious trolling escapades. Trolling began to wane in 2010, when Anonymous' political portfolio diversified considerably. At the time of this writing, pure trolling under the name Anonymous had largely ceased. There is, however, nothing preventing its resurrection. And it has in fact been resurrected, as evidenced by 4chan trolling campaigns to sabotage various social justice hashtags on Twitter, and the brutal campaign of harassment and threats of rape and murder against Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn in 2014. The same is true of the relationship between various self-organized swarming groups using the Anonymous label. While Anonymous had initially deployed DDoS attacks during their first trolling raid against the Church of Scientology, Project Chronology abandoned this tactic. It never approved of nor relied much on hacking. To this day, Project Chronology opposes the use of DDoS attacks and tends to dismiss the networks that deploy them. To acknowledge its internal feuds and sectarianism, Anonymous eventually adopted the refrain "Anonymous is not unanimous." This message has yet to penetrate public consciousness. The mainstream media still tends to describe participants only as hackers, technological actors already freighted with simplistic and pejorative associations. And in the atmosphere of moral panics over cyberwar since the WikiLeaks cable dump, the media has reported their activities in increasingly alarmist terms. From Chronology on, Anonymous continued to refine its arsenal of tactics. From then till now, its operations have become increasingly more sophisticated and more devastating to the organizations targeted. The first wave of major attacks, using the low-orbit ion cannon, had more of an effect on public consciousness, through a technologically illiterate mainstream media, than on the organizations targeted. One of the first prominent uses of the LW was the February 2010 Operationsstorm, DDoS attack on Australian government websites to protest legislation which required internet service providers to use porn filters. In September 2010, with Operation Payback, Anonymous turned its attention to a new target, copyright law, and more particularly the maximalist versions of copyright law being promoted by content industry lobbyists. Operation Payback was, specifically, retaliation for MPAA/RIA actions against the Pirate Bay. Organizing in the name of Internet freedom, a group of Anons had set their eyes on protesting the multilateral anti-counterfeiting trade agreement through legal channels alone. A handful of the group clamored for direct action tactics, which included black fax, emails, phone calls, pizzas called to the office, a full-on classic Anon assault, as one participant described it to me. In the minority, they were banned from a particular internet relay chat server, but naturally could still use the name. So they did, and proceeded to blitz these guys into paying attention by deducing pro-copyright associations such as the Motion Picture Association of America in defense of piracy and file sharing. This group eventually managed to attract a sizable street team of participants and supporters. After roaming from one IRC network to another, these participants eventually established a dedicated IRC server named AnonOps in November 2010. This network, known by the name of its IRC server, would come to boldly embrace DDoS tactics and eventually endorse hacking as a political weapon, thus becoming one of the biggest and most controversial media sensations. The result of these high-profile attacks, with targets that resonated with a large information freedom movement on the internet, was dramatic. House ends of people who had never considered themselves anonymous joined in and became a new generation of Merlfig. Though they didn't care about the Church of Scientology or 4chan's history of shenanigans, they shared one important quality with their raiding 4chan predecessors. They saw acting as anonymous, taking up the iconography, and joining the op, as a path to empowerment. They could finally do something more than sign an online petition and give money to the EFF. They took down AIPlex immediately, and the MPAA shortly after, and expanded the attack to the RIA and right shoulders and enforcement groups around the world. They wrote manifestos and released videos, but more than anything, they got a lot of media coverage. The coverage brought in more people. Anonymous swelled to a crowd of moral fags that likely dwarfed whatever had been in the Legion before. Unfortunate large influx of enthusiastic new members occurred as the attack on the entertainment industry was running its course. Early December 2010. AnonOps IRC chat rooms, once bustling with life, had come to a standstill. Core AnonOps participants, system administrators, organizers, media makers, and hackers were concerned by its dwindling number of supporters. This was the background in December 9, 2010, when Anonymous began the second phase of Operation Payback, a major operation in defense of WikiLeaks. Just when it looked like Anonymous would take a breather in December 2010, the government started an extra-legal crackdown on WikiLeaks in response to the release of hundreds of thousands of diplomatic cables allegedly leaked to the site by Bradley Manning. Senator Joe Lieberman called Amazon to pressure them, successfully, to stop hosting WikiLeaks files, despite no charges being filed against WikiLeaks or its public face, Julian Assange. MasterCard, Visa, and PayPal all blocked payments to WikiLeaks for alleged terms of service violations, and Assange's Swiss bank froze his account. The WikiLeaks support campaign was the first real upward ratcheting in the severity of anonymous attacks. AnonOps managed to tap into, channel, and thus render visible the collective furor over what its supporters deemed to be a wholly inappropriate act of censorship against the whistle-blowing organization WikiLeaks. Anonymous, specifically AnonOps, launched a DDoS campaign aimed at PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa in response to their refusal to accept donations for WikiLeaks frontman, Julian Assange. This gathering was also one of the first large-scale spontaneous online demonstrations. The outpouring of support even surprised AnonOps. Numbers on the IRC channel jumped from 70 individuals to 7,000 in a couple of days. The targeting of WikiLeaks was yet another catalyst for politicizing Anonymous. Some key participants and organizers active today jumped aboard at a momentous time. Although DDoS actions were pioneered by groups like EDT and the electro-hippies, e.g. EDT's campaign of digital storms supporting the Zapatistas in the late 90s, Operation Payback was a major generational improvement in technical sophistication. During this action, the high level of quotable, embeddable graphic and video artifacts produced by the group allowed them a level of control over the media narrative that, for example, the EDT had never enjoyed. By pushing the peer production and distribution of these artifacts, which include video manifestos, graphical calls to action, and solidarity images, Anonymous was able, to a certain extent, dictate the visual tools and language used in the media's coverage of Operation Payback. This tendency was even more pronounced given the media's confusion over Anonymous' leaderless structure and who to talk to, the convenience of simply reprinting anonymous press releases, and the tendency of media outlets everywhere to circulate the same material once one outlet had legitimized it. AnonOps was also the first appearance of an operation organized by what Halupka calls a dedicated cell or phantom cell, a node of like-minded anonymous members engaged in coordinated missions reflecting their own agenda. On January 2, 2011, in response to the Tunisian government's blocking of WikiLeaks, AnonOps announced the launch of Op Tunisia with an online video. Technical team of hackers attacked Tunisian government websites and undermined software the dictatorial regime was using to spy on citizens. Many others aided by translating information, writing manifestos, and crafting publicity videos. As one might expect, the increasing scale and audacity of attacks by Anonymous and its offshoots, and its alliance with an official enemy like WikiLeaks, did not go unnoticed by the security industrial complex. Sacramento-based security firm HB Gary Federal formulated an online attack plan against WikiLeaks supporters like Glenn Greenwald. HB Gary CEO Aaron Barr boasted to the Financial Times that he'd pawned Anonymous. HB Gary put together proposals for Hunton and Williams, which represents conservative corporations like Bank of America, the Chamber of Commerce, and Cook Industries, that would scrape the internet, including social networking outlets like Facebook, LinkedIn, and Classmates.com, for informational dirt that could be distilled into disinformation attacks that could potentially to bring down supporters of Anonymous and WikiLeaks. AnonOps' response, as Gabriella Coleman puts it, fundamentally and dramatically reconfigured the political culture of AnonOps. Participants transitioned from covert to public forms of hacking, such as web defacing. Hacking, always a tool but often used more clandestinely, became a public act, wielded for multiple purposes: vengeance, turf protection, technological assistance, theatrics, exposing security vulnerabilities, searching for information to leak, and for the lulz. With the campaign against HB Gary, AnonOps launched its first large-scale doxing attack. And to be sure, the damage was massive. AnonOps raided the company's drives, releasing 40,000 HB Gary federal emails, remotely wiping iPad and engendering a scathing public disconnection from those who have known and employed him. Rarely in the history of the cybersecurity industry has a company become so toxic so quickly as HB Gary Federal, Andy Greenberg blogged February 15 for Forbes Firewall column. Over the last week, many of the firm's closest partners and largest clients have cut ties with the Sacramento startup. And now it's cancelled all public appearances by its executives at the industry's biggest conference in the hopes of ducking a scandal that seems to grow daily as more of its questionable practices come to light. HB Gary planned to tag team WikiLeaks and Anonymous with Palantir Technologies and Biraco Technologies, which has publicly admitted that it was asked to develop a proposal analyzing internal security and public relations problems for a law firm, without naming names. Palantir quickly apologized, explaining that the right to free speech and the right to privacy are critical to a flourishing democracy, and personally apologizing to pro-WikiLeaks supporters like Glenn Greenwald, who it was planning to personally discredit. For its part, Hunton and Williams hasn't publicly commented on the clusterfuck, although anonymous data dump featured emails between Barr and Hunton and Williams' partner and corporate investigator John W. Woods. Not so with the much better-known Bank of America, which openly derided Gary's PowerPoint presentation to Hunton and Williams. We've never seen the presentation, never evaluated it, and have no interest in it. That categorical denial rings hollow, given Bank of America's itinerant controversy, which includes inhaling bailout billions in taxpayer cash, purchasing toxic mortgage scammers like Countrywide Financial, nailing loyal customers with skyrocketing interest rates, robo-signing foreclosures, and even shutting down payment transfers to WikiLeaks, lamely claiming reasonable belief that WikiLeaks may be engaged in activities that are, among other things, inconsistent with our internal policies for processing payments. Added together with the shady competitive intelligence practices of the Chamber of Commerce, which solicited Palantir, Biraco, and HB Gary to scrape the internet for personal data on Chamber opponents like Bradblog, Change to Win, CodePink and others, and what is immediately apparent is that all of the included parties are sorry for mostly one thing: getting caught with their pants down. The doxing of HB Gary, which foreshadowed a later attack on Stratfor, another quasi-private firm in the security industrial complex, exposed internal documents which horrified many Americans. In the course of the trolling and doxing, an enormous amount of detail uncovered in the emails centered on the way HB Gary Federal and its affiliates proposed to act as agent provocateurs, hired thugs for the purposes of disruption. Some of the leaked emails included a PowerPoint presentation outlining how HB Gary Federal and other companies could help discredit WikiLeaks by submitting fake documents to the site which, when revealed as false, would presumably discredit the organization. They also devised plans to undermine the careers of various figures seen as ideological supporters of WikiLeaks, such as Glenn Greenwald, a writer for Salon.com. The inner workings of a privatized COINTELPRO type proposal were exposed for the world to see. These details were so shocking, some congressmen even called for an investigative committee to look into these actions. The HB Gary hackers had so much fun they were eventually inspired to spin off as an independent organization, LULZ SEC, which carried out its own prominent exploits in mid-2011. Meanwhile, AnonOps continued its own attacks, in March 2011 releasing a cache of Bank of America emails which it alleged to show wrongdoing. The significance of the documents, which Anonymous posted to bankofamerica.sucks.com, was stated by the leaker. For the last 7 years, I worked in the insurance/mortgage industry for a company called Balboa Insurance. Many of you do not know who Balboa Insurance Group is, but if you've ever had a loan for an automobile, farm equipment, mobile home, or residential or commercial property, we knew you. In fact, we probably charged you money. A lot of money. For insurance you didn't even need. How is Balboa able to charge such inflated premiums and get away with it? First, when you call into customer service, for say, GMAC, you're not actually speaking to a GMAC employee. You're actually speaking to a Bank of America associate working for Balboa Insurance who is required by their business-to-business contract with GMAC to state that they are, in fact, an employee of GMAC. The reasoning is that if you do not realize you're speaking to a Bank of America/Balboa Insurance employee, you have no reason to question the validity of the information you are receiving from them. If you call your insurance agent and ask them for the lien holder information for your GMAC/Wells Fargo/etc. lien, you will be provided with their name, but the mailing address will be a PO box at one of Balboa's 3 main tracking locations. In May 2011, Lulz SEC launched a 2-month spree of attacks, announcing to the press in no uncertain terms that it was an independent operation, and not Anonops or any other subgroup of Anonymous. Lulz SEC took Anonymous DOS attacks, which for the most part have failed to take down websites like that of Amazon and PayPal, a step further. It launched a wave of 6 attacks in which it dumped internal code. Following the U.S. government's declaration of war on cyberterrorism, LulzSec launched Fuck FBI Friday and hacked the FBI affiliate InfraGard, culminating in the Anonymous hacking group's publication of InfraGard emails, passwords, and personal contact information for about 180 members. Although Lulz SEC retired on June 25, many of its members regrouped under the name Anti-SEC. Unlike Lulz SEC, Antisec loudly and proudly branded itself as an anonymous operation. While not forsaking deviant humor, Antisec adopted a more militant tone. This was largely attributable to 2 hackers, Jeremy Hammond, a political radical who is currently in jail awaiting sentencing, and Hector Xavier Monseer, known as Sabu, who worked with Anonymous, Lulz SEC and Antisec. Sabu was briefly arrested on June 7, the beginning, as it later became known, of a stint as an FBI informer that culminated in the arrest of a number of leading Lulz SEC veterans in early 2012. Nevertheless, he was a key participant in several extremely high-profile anti-SEC operations late 2011, became the public face of Antisec through his popular Twitter account, where he specialized in 140-character tirades against the group's main targets, the government, security firms, the police and corporations. In August 2011, Bay Area Rapid Transit Authority shut down wireless communications in the BART system to thwart attempts to organize protests against recent police shootings on the system via social media. Anti-SEC responded by hacking BART's computers and releasing public data. The organization's next big hack was the publication, in response to a major arrest of anonymous suspects, of a large cache of Texas law enforcement emails. Thousands of documents are available on Tor Hidden Services/BitTorrent and include several dozen FBI, Border Patrol, and counterterrorism documents classified as law enforcement sensitive and for official use only. The emails also included police records, internal affairs investigations, meeting notes, training materials, officer rosters, security audits, and live password information to government systems. The private chief emails also included several racist and sexist chain email forwards and personal details sure to embarrass, discredit, and incriminate several of these so-called community leaders. Anonymous intersected with the course of the Occupy movement in an amusing way, as recounted by David Greber. Apparently, one reason for the NYPD's hesitancy to shut down the Occupy encampment in the early days of the protest was the presence of Guy Fawkes masked members of the Hackers Collective Anonymous in Zuccotti Park. Most, he said, were genuinely worried that if they attacked the camp and expelled the protesters, Anonymous would hack their bank and credit card accounts, and the fear of this played a major role in their decision to hold off from doing so. December was the beginning of another upsurge in anti-SEC activity, sparked by a series of controversial bills in Congress like the National Defense Authorization Act's indefinite detention provisions and the content industry's latest proposals for more stringent copyright legislation. In response to the passage of the NDAA, anti-SEC launched an attack on its supporters in Congress. Upon discussion of routes to take to show their opposition to the overwhelming number of politicians who voted in favor of NDAA, Anonymous members agreed to begin with Senator Robert J. Portman, a Republican lawmaker from the state of Ohio. By Thursday morning, an anonymous operative released personal information pertaining to the lawmaker, and revealed that not only was Sen. Portman among the politicians to vote aye on the legislation, but it has also been revealed that the senator had good reason to do so. According to opencongress.org, Sen. Portman received $272,853 from special interest groups that have shown support for NDAA. Robert J. Portman, "We plan to make an example of you," writes an anonymous operative. The hacktivist has also released personal data including the senator's home address, phone number, and social networking accounts in an attempt to further an infiltration from the internet to show the opposition to the bill that colossally impacts the constitutional rights of Americans. According to the information posted by the operative, the nearly $300,000 in special interest monies lobbied at Portman could have helped him purchase around $1.7 million in real estate in Ohio. The next lawmaker to receive anywhere near as much as Sen. Portman is Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, a Democrat from Nevada and third-ranked official in Congress, who pulled in more than $100,000 less than his Ohio counterpart with $172,635. Also in December 2011, anti-SEC launched an attack even more severe than that on H.B. Gary on private components of the security industrial complex. They included Stratfor, a think tank that provides independent strategic analysis of world affairs for both private corporations and the state national security apparatus, and a firm that sells military-grade equipment for police work. Anonymous hackers broke into web servers of Stratfor and copied 200 gigabytes worth of data. Thus far, it appears that the hackers have details only about Stratfor customers who purchased Stratfor's newsletter, but the hackers could easily have more than that. Several reports indicate Anonymous will next release more than 3.3 million client emails. An independent analysis by Data Loss and Identity Theft Prevention Service Identity Finder says that, so far, 9,651 active credit cards, 47,680 unique email addresses, 25,680 unique phone numbers and 44,188 encrypted passwords were hacked from the A through M name list. More details will be released in the coming days as Anonymous publishes the N through Z list of names. Using various Twitter accounts, including @AnonymousIRC and @YourAnonNews, and the site Past Eben, Anonymous has published names, credit card numbers, and encrypted password information. None of what has been posted so far jeopardizes companies or government agencies, but that doesn't mean other types of sensitive data won't be posted in the near future. So far, nothing that has been released that will compromise military operations or national security. Stolen credit cards will cause headaches for a lot of people but not endanger them. However, if Anonymous releases the 3.3 million client emails it claims to have, there's no telling the damage it could cause. When companies and governments provide off-the-record information to Stratfor, they could easily be issuing confidential data. Anonymous has said it is now in possession of a smoking gun for a number of crimes, but we will see in the next days if they are just spouting hot air or have something substantial. Anonymous has thus far published the credit card numbers of Stratfor customers starting with the letter A and ending with M, and it still plans on publishing customers N through Z. It also plans to release the aforementioned client emails to shed some light on just how clueless this company really is when it comes to database security. These email spools may have already hit the web, but preliminarily through the darknet or a network originally intended for those who want extra privacy. Those who want to read the exchanges through the darknet need special permissions to gain access. In the wake of the internet blackout in protest of SOPA, and in direct reaction to the Kim.com shutdown, Anonymous coordinated its largest DDoS campaign to date. This time, it did not reach out to the public at large to take part, it relied on its own botnets. Anonymous targeted a slew of websites, including the homepages of Universal Music, the FBI, the U.S. Copyright Office, the Recording Industry Association of America and the Motion Picture Association of America, all of which experienced downtime. In early February, in response to a wily Texas policeman being placed on administrative leave for a kiddie porn offense, Anonymous breached the Texas Police Association's website and published the email and snail mail addresses of hundreds of officers. Around the same time, Anonymous publicized a cache of emails from the website of the military law firm that represented accused American war criminals from the Haditha massacre, in response to their acquittal. A spokesman for the firm, Puckett and Farage, complained that the attack might completely destroy it. Unfortunately, later anti-SEC operations like the Stratfor doxing attack, in retrospect, fall under the shadow of Lul's SEC/anti-SEC hacker Sabu's arrest in March 2012, followed by reports of earlier collaboration with the FBI. In an earlier draft of this section, just before the news broke, I wrote this. Anonymous new methods of attacking large-scale institutions as demonstrated in H.B. Gary, Stratfor, and the neo-Nazis make the low-orbit ion cannon look like the Model T. Indeed, doxing seems to be becoming as much a part of the standard Anonymous toolkit as Loic was. At this rate, we can probably expect the equivalent of an Enron or Diebold email release every week before long. This triumphalist perspective hit hard against the reality of the FBI's infiltration of Lul's SEC. Sabu was quietly arrested by the FBI in summer 2011 as a result of sloppy information security. After a couple of months of keeping a low profile, Sabu re-emerged in September 2011 and blackmailed with the prospect of punitive sentencing and removal from his dependent children worked as a mole inside Lul's SEC. The information he provided led in March 2012 to the arrest of several leading figures in Lul's SEC. According to the FBI, the Stratfor attack was actually carried out on U.S. government computers, perhaps with the government's knowledge. A second document shows that Monseer provided an FBI-owned computer to facilitate the release of 5M emails taken from U.S. security consultancy Stratfor. That suggests the FBI may have had an inside track on discussions between Julian Assange of WikiLeaks, and Anonymous, another hacking group, about the leaking of thousands of confidential emails and documents. But subsequent comments from FBI officials denied this possibility. "That's patently false," said one FBI official, who would speak only on anonymity because the investigation was continuing. "We would not have let this attack happen for the purpose of collecting more evidence." FBI officials said they learned of the Stratfor breach on December 6, after hackers had already infiltrated the company's network and were knee-deep in Stratfor's confidential files. On that date, FBI officials said, Jeremy Hammond, suspected as the attack's ringleader, informed Mr. Monseer he had found a way into Stratfor's network and was already working to decrypt its data. The FBI said that it immediately notified Stratfor, but said that at that point it was too late. Over the next several weeks, hackers rummaged through Stratfor's financial information, email correspondence, and subscribers' personal and financial information, occasionally deleting its most valuable data, all in full view of FBI agents. In addition to monitoring hackers' chat logs, the FBI managed, with Mr. Monseer's help, to persuade Mr. Hammond and Stratfor's other attackers to use one of the agency's own computers to store data stolen from Stratfor. In an interview, FBI officials clarified that they were able to salvage the Stratfor data that hackers transferred to its servers. Officials said this included some, but not all, of Stratfor's data. As for why the FBI was not able to stop hackers from siphoning 5 million Stratfor emails to WikiLeaks later on, the FBI said hackers had also stored data on their own servers. Online security experts at the time expected the long-term effect of Sabu's arrest to be minimal. Anonymous is a huge sprawling octopus, and Sabu and his buddies are just a few suckers, said Graham Cleuley, a senior technology consultant with online security company Sophos. Cut those off and the creature will continue to function, and if anything it will only be even more cross than before. There's no real estimate about how many people are involved with the group, but the kinds of attacks that have marked Anonymous work recently, DDoS attacks, rely on big networks of users operating in unison, like a sledgehammer, said Cleuley. Unlike other cases like Mega Upload, where the central repository of information shut down, or the lulz SEC arrests, which went after specific hackers who broke down firewalls, all these anonymous networks need to do is follow a little light organization and they can continue to function. Anonymous supporters have said as much themselves. Anonymous has grown beyond lulz SEC and Sabu, it noted earlier today, quoting the title of an article written on the Death Plus Taxes blog on the arrests. Quinn Norton similarly anticipated limited damage from the arrests. Depending on what frame you look at Anonymous through, this may be true. While these arrests are devastating for the mediagenic hacking wing of Anonymous, other parts of the collective that more involved in traditional activism remain largely untouched. Anonymous activity against SOPA and other legislation in the USA, like the recent H.R. 347, and ACTA in Europe, are gaining steam. And the freedom ops involved with supporting protesters in the Middle East continue unfazed. Unfortunately, despite all this optimism, there has been no subsequent return to major doxing attacks on the scale of HB Gary and Stratfor. There have, however, been some significant smaller-scale attacks by anonymous offshoots, like Operation Last Resort gathered information on Anonymous and other activists' movement on various social media platforms and public internet relay chat channels. The documents leaked by Anonymous include intelligence reports allegedly compiled by TEK Systems on daily cyber threats from around the world and internet activity related to the Occupy Wall Street movement. The operation also published a large cache of information from the FBI's regional forensics computer, much of which could be used for social engineering and phishing attacks to gain further information. In the meantime, Anonymous celebrated President's Day by hacking into U.S. State Department computers, doxing the agency, and leaking what appeared to be work email addresses for more than 170 U.S. State Department employees. In a separate attack, Anonymous also said it had doxed the investment banking firm George K. Baum and Company, and released what appeared to be 150 customer records via Duck0bin. Although there's been no attack on the HB Gary/Stratfor scale by any self-identified anonymous offshoot, the so-called Sony hack of 2014 was a cyber attack of unprecedented scale, carried out by an unknown group of hackers. Some of the group's demands referenced the film The Interview, which included the assassination of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The US government alleged that the hackers were connected with the North Korean government, although that is by no means clear. At any rate, the attack was not particularly innovative in technical terms, and would probably have been within the material capacity of any anti-corporate hacker group with the technical capabilities of lulz SEC or anti-SEC in 2011. The Sony hack not only accessed and distributed extremely private information of all Sony employees, but basically destroyed the corporate intranet using Viper malware. Computer systems were down for days, all content files were destroyed or rendered inaccessible, and employees were reduced to using their private email accounts and working with pencil and paper. Even Sony's payroll system was destroyed. According to Assistant FBI Director James Demarest, 90% of 70,10740/ Reuters, Federal Reserve hacked, The Guardian, February 6, 2013. Corporate systems would have been unable to withstand a similar attack even though it did not, to repeat, require any extraordinary level of technical expertise. What's interesting about the attack, and had far more to do with its effectiveness than the malware attacks on internal systems, according to John Robb, is that it pierced the corporate veil. It targeted Sony employees as individuals, drove a wedge between the targeted workers and the company, and demoralized them by showing them the company was unable to protect them. The corporate veil is a fictive barrier that protects employees, as individuals, from what they do as employees for the corporations they work for. While the veil is primarily used as a legal term, it's also useful in thinking about what happens when corporations go to war. Regarding that last reference, it's instructive to compare the cyber attack on Sony to the physical assaults on the employees of Halliburton and other Western corporations in Iraq, and caused some contractors to withdraw from the country in an utter state of demoralization because nobody would work for them. Conclusion. For all the promise of WikiLeaks and Anonymous, and the arc of uprisings beginning with the Arab Spring, and the unprecedented scale and scope of the latter, they demonstrated a rapid growth curve followed by leveling off and decline, just like the Seattle movement before them. And like the Seattle movement, they left as much unfulfilled promise as achievements behind them. Even so, their aftershocks continue to jar entire nations almost 5 years since the uprising in Tunisia. And to repeat, while movements like the Arab Spring, M15 and Occupy all have ends as well as beginnings, the grand post-1994 wave of which they are a part shows no sign of even leveling off yet. Each major cluster of movements, like the post-Seattle globalization movement and the cluster that included the Arab Spring and Occupy, is on a larger scale than its predecessor. This cluster of movements, from 2011 to the present, was associated with the 2008 economic downturn and the neoliberal austerity programs adopted in response to it. So while this wasn't the terminal crisis of the system, it probably won't be the last such wave of networked risings, and it's probably not much of a stretch to guess that the next cluster of networked movements to emerge in reaction to a new crisis will be even larger and more disruptive than this one. Finally, we can expect the unfulfilled promise of this wave of movements to become part of the basic toolkit of the next one. Occupy failed to seize on all the possibilities for neighborhood self-governance, economic counter-institution building, mobile swarming and projects like Occupy Our Homes and Strike Debt after the closure of the camps. And Anonymous and its offshoots failed to continue corporate doxings on the scale of HB Gary and Stratfor. These are all possibilities that were experimented with and never developed to their full potential in the last round, but promise to do major structural damage to the system if and when they ever are fully implemented. So let's see what happens next time. Better yet, let's make it happen. Bibliography.